The rain had stopped, revealing a clear splash of blue in the sky. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying with it the moist warmth of early summer. Ah! A sharp scream tore through the tranquility of the morning like a blade, shredding the softness of dreams. Bianran was jolted awake by the sudden sound. Huff, huff. Her heartbeat roared like a wild beast in her chest, her pulse racing. She felt the cold, hard surface beneath her and noticed the narrow, dim space around her, as if invisible walls were pressing tightly against her. Adjusting her position, she lay flat, trying to suppress her agitated breaths. Who the hell was that? That scream, could they have a little restraint? Early in the morning, disturbing someone's sweet dreams like this. The urge to curse surged within her but was forcefully restrained. After all, this wasn't a place she was familiar with. To be precise, this world was completely foreign to her. But thinking about it differently, with her abilities, she had isolated the entire world. The sensation was like being struck by lightning, every cell in her body trembled. Sis. Don't you feel like you've been electrocuted? It's time for you to accept your supporting villainous task. Bianran's eyes widened as she internally cursed this unscrupulous villainous system, which had the audacity to electrocute her. But. So this is what electrocution feels like. Not bad at all, kind of thrilling, hee hee. Sis, you. She opened the previously blocked system interface, sat up slowly on the bed, and straightened her posture. Alright, little system, tell me now, what's the mission in this world? Oh, and no more electrocuting me. Just as she finished speaking, she couldn't help scratching her tousled hair. After thinking for a moment, she took out her phone and snapped a photo of herself, captioning it "Meeting the Thunder God today." Beep, beep, connection to host number 20 successful. Beginning to transmit the plot, transmitting memories, transmitting tasks. A wave of dizziness hit her, and a flood of information poured into Bianran's mind. The heaviest of it was the plot, following that came the original host's memories. The system first provided a synopsis of the plot. The female lead, Chishuyu, was lively, optimistic, diligent, and kind. Her father was a gambling addict, her mother chronically ill, and her younger sister still in elementary school. At the age of 19, she was discovered by a talent scout and signed with Xinghao Entertainment Company. With no connections, she could only play minor roles while working several jobs to support her family. She managed to save up a small amount of money, only to be swindled by a deceitful best friend. At the same time, her mother's condition worsened, and the hospital bills were staggering. Her wallet was empty, and her family couldn't help. The female lead fell into despair, and that's when the male lead, Si Wenjing, appeared. The male lead had inherited Xinghao Entertainment's business empire. Initially, he was drawn to her beauty and planned to groom her carefully to make her profitable. But as they spent more time together, he became captivated by her resilient spirit and gradually fell in love. The female lead, too, had harbored feelings for him ever since he first helped her. Think the story ends with a perfect union? No. Her gambler father wouldn't resign himself to a supporting role, and the male lead's illustrious family background wouldn't allow them an easy path to happiness. The challenges they faced could fill a sequel. But none of this had anything to do with Bianran. She glanced at her mission and found that her role was actually the deceitful best friend who swindled the female lead's money. Oh, great! So she was the venomous supporting villainess. Bianran found this amusing and began flipping through the plot, curious about how her character's story would end. However, the plot was so focused on the leads that her character was entirely overlooked. Sigh, having no screen time was no fun. Since she was the venomous supporting villainess, how could she not shine? The male and female leads and the venomous supporting villainess, their first appearances in reality made the world feel like a grand stage. Everyone was operating on their own set tracks. Wasn't this just a live-streamed reality show? Bianran couldn't help but laugh, her tone full of mischief. Following the memories transmitted by the system, Bianran gained a clearer understanding of this new world. The original host shared her name, Bianran. She was born in a remote mountainous area, the daughter of simple farmers. Her family of 6 was sustained by the land they farmed. The original host was the only university student in the village and the pride of her family. But just after she was admitted to university, her family made plans to marry off her younger sister to the village chief's foolish son. Her sister was still young. Educated and progressive, the original host vehemently opposed this, but her parents were adamant, and even her grandparents advised her not to interfere. Later, she discovered that this was all to scrape together her tuition fees. Furious, the original host took her sister and left their rural home, heading to S-City, where her university was located. She planned to work during the summer break to save up her tuition fees and then send her sister back home. As for the extra mouth to feed, she thought it wouldn't make much of a difference. But she had underestimated the cost of living in a big city. Renting a place required a deposit and the first month's rent up front. Food, water, even using the restroom, everything cost money. The money she'd brought with her didn't last even a month before it was completely gone. It wasn't until the second month when the original host received her salary that the lives of the 2 sisters began to slightly improve. In a big city, opportunities are plentiful. The original host took on 2 jobs, finally scraping together enough for tuition. However, just as she was about to send her younger sister back to their hometown, her sister suddenly refused. She said she didn't want to go back and insisted on staying to work. The original host couldn't persuade her sister otherwise. Thinking about how her sister hadn't graduated from high school and was already working as an apprentice in a hair salon, she figured it might be better for her to stay and earn more money. Thus, the 2 sisters continued renting their place. The older sister studied while working part-time, and the younger sister worked full-time. At this moment, it was the summer vacation of the original host's freshman year. Once sophomore year started, tuition would be due again, and there would be less time to work part-time once classes resumed. Now, she was working 3 summer jobs, from 6 in the morning until 11:30 at night, barely catching her breath. This intense workload lasted for over a month. In the end, she pushed herself too hard and literally worked herself to death. And so, Bianran arrived. Next, she would meet the female lead through the summer jobs, gain her trust, and trick her out of her money, setting the stage for the male and female leads to cross paths. Upon receiving the plot mission, Bianran quickly blocked the supporting character system. The tycoon system and the supporting character system weren't on the same team, and no one had explained the details to her. All she knew was that the tycoon system was fully aware of everything about the supporting character system, while the supporting character system likely didn't even know the tycoon system existed. Although she had both systems, Bianran clearly favored the tycoon system. The tycoon system had been with her since she was little, the longest and dearest companion, so naturally, she didn't want to expose it. In fact, there wasn't much need to block it. The supporting character system was too busy. Starting from serial number 20, there had been countless hosts, it simply didn't have time to bother with her. It was likely that even before she blocked it, the supporting character system had already wandered off somewhere else. Sis, the way you're talking makes it sound like I'm some shady secret. The tycoon system sounded full of grievance, as if it had gone from being the main partner to a mistress. Bianran was busy looking for her shoes and didn't bother to respond. To be fair, talking to the tycoon system at this moment did feel a bit sneaky, as if she were afraid of being caught by the supporting character system. But on second thought, this wasn't right. She was the host, these systems had come to her voluntarily. Why should she feel responsible for anything? No self-inflicted guilt, it starts with me. Bianran stopped searching for her shoes, cleared her throat, and put on a determined expression. Let the tasks crash upon me like a storm. I'll bear it all. Xiao Jin, are the updates done? Whatever the mission is, just bring it on. Xiao Jin was the name Bianran gave the tycoon system. It was originally called God of Wealth, but Xiao Jin objected, saying it was disrespectful to gods. Then she tried Little Money, but Xiao Jin found it tacky. After several attempts, it reluctantly accepted Xiao Jin. Even then, it couldn't help but complain that Bianran was terrible at naming things. Ding! Tycoon system successfully connected. Refresh complete. Newbie gift pack unlocked. Check-in module activated. Random mission loading. Conscious link initializing. A series of notifications sounded in her mind, and Bianran skillfully clicked through the icons one by one. When she saw the first one, she couldn't help but laugh. Well, switching to a new world and still getting a newbie gift pack? Wasn't this basically exploiting a loophole? Claiming a newbie gift pack in every world, it was fantastic. Sis, you're brilliant. Go ahead and claim it. The items in the gift pack were all treasures: 2 beauty pills, 2 strength pills, 2 rapid healing pills, and 2 fertility pills. Bianran picked out 1 strength pill, and a familiar surge of power washed over her like a tide. Now, she was as strong as 10 people combined. This was nothing to her. The rest of the items went straight into her system inventory, stacking with the leftovers from the previous world. She now had 4 beauty pills, 2 strength pills, 4 rapid healing pills, and 4 fertility pills. Bianran never thought of herself as unattractive. In both her past and present lives, she was supremely confident in her appearance. Or rather, it wasn't just her appearance, she believed she was excellent in every aspect. Love yourself, and good luck will follow. All that mattered was that the people she fancied were good-looking enough. She carefully hoarded the beauty pills, refusing to use even one. The rapid healing and fertility pills weren't currently needed, so she stored them all as well. After claiming the gift pack, Bianran casually checked in. Check-in rewards were mostly money, stable but not excessive. One check-in earned her 100,000 yuan. Checking in for a week, a month, or even a year consecutively would bring small surprises, each one different. When it came from this system, the source was always reliable. It wasn't long before the 100,000 yuan arrived. Ding dong. Zhongxing bank account ending in 4728 received 100,000 yuan. Account balance, 101,050 yuan. Bianran slid her finger swiftly across the phone screen with one hand, intent on clearing the debts left behind by the original owner in one go. Her fingers moved quickly, accidentally opening the trending topics on a social media platform. She glanced at the headline: Beauty Queen's livestream sees mystery tycoon splurge tens of millions. Uninterested, her finger was about to swipe away. Ding random task: spend 50 million yuan in the specified livestream room. Reward: 10-fold cashback card. Failure: no reward. Spending in a livestream room? 10-fold cashback? Bianran froze her finger mid-swipe, glancing back at the trending headline. Suddenly, her interest was piqued. Just as she intended to take a closer look, her phone flickered and abruptly exited the trending page. I'm no ordinary phone, so be mindful and don't act out, got it? Leaning against the headboard, legs crossed, Bianran pointed at her phone, giving it a thorough scolding. The phone finally locked its screen, and she patted its case with satisfaction. Relax, stick with me, and I'll guarantee you a life of ease and comfort. After reprimanding her phone, Bianran found her way back to the trending topic. The original owner's memory hadn't mentioned live streams, but she did recall the name of a certain live streaming platform in this world. Since she was free to choose the platform, a bold idea suddenly popped into her mind. Her thoughts began to crystallize. Bang bang bang. Bang bang. Loud pounding came from the door, causing even the windows to tremble slightly. Sis. The landlord's here. The shout from her younger sister, Bian Xiaomei, followed closely behind. The landlord? A plump, short middle-aged woman with a saccharine voice popped into Bianran's mind. She quickly got up, slipped on her shoes, and moved in one fluid motion. As soon as she opened the door, the landlord's face was flushed with excitement, so much so it made Bianran squint her eyes. Bianran shot a questioning look at Bian Xiaomei, asking what was up with the landlord. Was there some happy occasion? Bian Xiaomei shook her head, equally puzzled. Oh my, both of you are home, that's perfect. The landlord clapped her hands together, her gaze unusually enthusiastic. That gaze sent a chill down the sisters' spines. Bian Xiaomei recalled the last time she'd seen such a look. It was when their grandmother was about to slaughter the family pig for the new year. Bianran rubbed her arms, shaking off the goosebumps, and quickly spoke. Just say what you need to. The landlord, suppressing her excitement, tried to assume a guilty expression. I originally rented the house to you for 6 months, but my son urgently needs the place for his wedding, so there's no helping it. Could you find another place to stay? In other words, they were being evicted. Bian Xiaomei retorted heatedly. When we moved in, you insisted we pay 6 months rent up front because you were afraid we wouldn't leave. Now, with the housing shortage, do you think it's that easy to find another place? Are you just trying to raise the rent? We signed a contract. The landlord panicked at her words. How about this? I'll refund your entire 6 months rent and deposit. Does that work? Really? Bien Xiaomei stared at her suspiciously. They had worried about losing their deposit before, now the landlord was voluntarily offering a refund? Did she take the wrong medicine? It seemed like a losing deal, which meant they would be profiting. Bien Xiaomei's fiery attitude cooled as she glanced towards Bianran. The landlord, understanding their situation, anxiously fixed her gaze on Bianran as well. Bianran's eyes flickered before she nodded in agreement. Alright, we can do that, but give us 2 days to find a new place and move out. She hadn't planned on staying in this place much longer anyway. The landlord's smile stretched ear to ear. Great, great, I knew you two were reasonable kids. Before leaving, she reminded them. Make sure to move out within 2 days, no stalling. After the landlord left, Bien Xiaomei leaned over, rubbing her chin thoughtfully. I don't think she's kicking us out just for her son. Bianran nodded in agreement. Using a rundown 2-bedroom apartment as a wedding house? Not plausible. Could it be, she's planning to dispose of a body? Bien Xiaomei's eyes twinkled with suspicion. She'd been reading too many mystery novels lately, her mind teeming with conspiracies. Dispose of a body? Bianran mused, this place is crowded and noisy. The smell would make it too easy to get caught. However, the crowd could serve as a cover. If she bought a big freezer and froze the body, who would ever suspect? Perfect camouflage. Bien Xiaomei's eyes widened, her face filled with horror. Sis, why you, stop reading so many novels. Her family was dumbfounded. Judging from her words, her sister sounded like an expert in hiding bodies. Bianran flashed a sly smile at her younger sister. I've never read a novel. She wasn't lying, Bianran truly had never touched a novel before. Bien Xiaomei let out a couple of awkward chuckles, making the atmosphere even tenser. She quickly changed the subject. Jia, do you have time to go house hunting today? Bianran shook her head. No. During her earlier conversation with the landlord, the Divine Tycoon system issued a time-limited task, spend 100 million yuan within 24 hours. The reward for completing it was a villa atop Misty Mountain. Coupled with the earlier task of spending 50 million in a livestream room, today's schedule was packed to the brim. Ah. Bien Xiaomei let out a wail. I still have to work overtime today, no time at all. Looks like I'll have to rely on a real estate agent. Generally speaking, when time is ample but the budget is tight, it's not advisable to use an agent. Bianran looked at her sister's scrunched-up face, resembling a steamed bun, and couldn't help but laugh. Taking advantage of her distraction, she reached out and poked her cheek. The texture was quite nice. She poked a few more times, squeezing and kneading. Oomph. Stop touching me. Stay away. Bien Xiaomei finally couldn't take it anymore and angrily fought back. Bianran pulled out her phone and, while pinching half of her sister's face, snapped a photo with a click. She named it, You Have Dolls, I Have a Sister. Seeing her own distorted expression, Bien Xiaomei wanted to retaliate but was subdued by Bianran. Just as it seemed she was about to explode, Bianran suddenly let go and pulled out her phone, transferring her 10,000 yuan. This is your pocket money for today. Use it first. Don't worry about house hunting, I'll handle it. From the phone came the notification sound of a deposit from Alipay. Alipay deposit, 10,000 yuan. Bien Xiaomei froze, rubbing her ears. Jia, did I hear that wrong? How did I mistake 100 for 10,000? My ears aren't broken, right? Bianran pointed at the phone. Why don't you check for yourself? Half skeptical, Bien Xiaomei opened her phone. The moment she saw the amount, she screamed like a groundhog. Ah! 10,000. Not 100, not 1,000, a full 10,000. Jia, did you win the lottery? She had never owned so much money before. 10,000 yuan, a full 10,000. And her sister said it was just pocket money for her. Holding her phone, Bien Xiaomei's heart raced, and her legs felt weak. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief and checked repeatedly to make sure the money was still there, smiling foolishly. Watching her sister be utterly stunned by the number, Bianran decided to throw some cold water on her. Look at you, acting so unambitious. From now on, stick with me, you'll eat well, drink well, and I'll make sure you're dressed beautifully. Hum. Hum. Bien Xiaomei nodded excitedly, her face glowing with happiness, rivaling even the landlord who had just left. As for where the money came from, Bien Xiaomei didn't ask a single question. In her heart, her sister was her forever rock. If she didn't say, then there was no need to ask. Don't go snooping around, okay? With her pocket money in hand, Bien Xiaomei left, content to answer her boss's series of urgent calls. Bianran also prepared to head out, to spend money. Just as she reached the door, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen, it was Boss Tan. Oh no. Bianran suddenly remembered that she now worked 3 shifts a day, from 6 in the morning to 11:30 at night. It was only 6:30 now, no wonder the boss was calling. When she answered, surprisingly, there was no scolding. Xiaoran, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Did something happen on the way? Boss Tan sounded deeply concerned. In Bianran's memory, this morning shift job was one she had always taken very seriously, never missing a day. But today, she hadn't shown up, nor had she requested leave. Bianran lightly slapped her forehead and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, Boss Tan. I'm fine. I've just been busy with other things lately, so about this part-time job. Oh, child, it's no big deal. Young people have their own affairs to handle. You focus on your stuff, don't worry about this part-time job. From the other end of the line came his hearty laugh, mingled with the bustling sounds of the shop. Boss, 2 mushroom and pork buns. Boss, I just sent you the payment. The morning bun shop was lively as ever. Alright, Xiaoran, I won't keep you. Once I'm done here, I'll transfer your wages for the past few days to you. Beep, the call ended. Learning her lesson, Bianran decided to call her afternoon shift boss and directly quit that job. As for the evening shift, she knew she'd meet the female lead there, so she planned to stick with it for a few more days. Stepping out of her home, Bianran didn't follow the plan to start spending money right away. Instead, guided by an inexplicable urge, she headed straight for the nearby bun shop. It wasn't far, just about a 10-minute walk. In Bianran's memory, Boss Tan was a good person and treated her well. Today, she didn't go to her part-time job, and her heart secretly hoped Boss Tan might come looking for her. When she arrived at the bun shop, she found that Boss Tan had brought his middle school-aged son to help out. The young boy saw Bianran and his eyes were full of helplessness and complaint. Hey, Sister Ran, now I become Boss Tan's new labor force. The kind that only works and doesn't get fed. Boss Tan turned around, waving a frying pan full of roasted chestnuts in his hand, his tone both fierce and amusing. You little rascal, what labor force? If you want to be a beast of burden, I refuse to be the mother of one. Now get to work. Bianran, holding 2 buns, couldn't help but laugh out loud as she left with a spring in her step. She sat on the long bench at the bus stop, repeatedly double-checking her destination. First, she planned to head to the nearest shopping mall, Hele, to change her look. In the past, her shabby clothing had earned her disdainful glances. But now, having tasted the thrilling reversal of flashing a black card, she knew the satisfaction it brought. However, such blatant flaunting no longer satisfied her. Now, she simply wanted to become an unassuming yet efficient future wealthy woman. Efficiency was key. Changing her outfit would make business negotiations smoother. Bianran hailed a taxi to Hele Shopping Mall. After getting out, she followed the navigation straight to Givenchy. Pushing open the door, she first pulled out her black card. This wasn't her own black card, it was issued by the tycoon system when assigning her tasks. The card's balance was a full 100 million, not a penny less. With this card, the Givenchy staff instantly became the epitome of customer-first service. Miss Bien, you look stunning in this outfit. It perfectly combines youthful vitality with an air of grace, aligning flawlessly with your identity. This bracelet is truly fortunate to have caught Miss Bien's eye. Miss Bien, you have impeccable taste. These shoes pair seamlessly with the dress. When Bianran stepped out of the store, her entire appearance had transformed. From a poor girl wearing faded clothes to a delicate, elegant little princess. Her delicate appearance was due to long-term malnutrition, making her body frail, fitting perfectly into people's expectations of her. Next, she replaced her old phone with the latest model. It was time for her outdated phone to retire. Conveniently, there was a Bentley 4S dealership nearby. Checking out cars seemed like a good idea. Speaking of cars, Bianran couldn't help but reminisce about the globally limited luxury sports cars from her previous life. The feel of them was unforgettable. Pushing open the glass door, a Bentley salesperson greeted her enthusiastically. "Hello, Mississippi. Would you like me to introduce our cars to you?" The salesperson waved, and tea along with a fruit platter was promptly brought over. The store was bustling with customers, but the salesperson had already sized her up. This new customer, dressed in an ensemble worth millions, radiating innate confidence and a noble air, was undoubtedly a major client. Sure enough, the first words Bianran said made the salesperson's eyes light up. "Do you have any cars in stock?" Bianran wanted to get this over quickly. After all, for a simple mode of transportation, luxury sports cars made little difference to her. "Yes, we do." The salesperson recalled a car that had just arrived a few days ago and cautiously asked, "May I know your budget, miss?" "Whatever," Bianran replied nonchalantly. Then, suddenly remembering she was no longer the affluent self from her past life, she added, "Preferably under 100 million. When the salesperson heard whatever, they were still trying to gauge whether the young lady was genuinely wealthy. However, the 100 million figure made their pupils constrict. Which family's heiress was this? Spending 100 million to buy a Bentley. It wasn't that the salesperson doubted their brand, but compared to 100 million, the store's million-dollar cars seemed embarrassingly cheap. For someone so young to casually mention spending 100 million on a car, her backing must be formidable. The salesperson had encountered many wealthy clients but had never met someone with a budget as high as 100 million. To have a cash flow of 100 million, one's assets must be at least 1 billion. If the money came from her family elders, then her family's wealth was likely several billion. After all, given her youth, it was unlikely she earned it herself. The more the salesperson thought about it, the more they were awed by this young lady's profound background. Did she really have 100 million? The salesperson didn't doubt it for a second. Some people were just extraordinary. Momentarily stunned by the sheer figure, the salesperson couldn't help but remind her, "Miss, this is a Bentley 4S dealership. Across the street were Ferrari and Lamborghini showrooms." "I know." Bianran gave him a strange look, thinking, is this salesperson illiterate? Hearing her response, the salesperson's expression lit up, and they finally relaxed enough to introduce the cars properly. "Miss, what a coincidence. Just yesterday morning, we received a brand new Bentley Bentayga. Would you like to take a look?" Bianran didn't care what brand the car was. Whether this lady from Bentley actually had 1 billion in cash or not, the salesperson didn't have the slightest doubt in his eyes. Some people just had an aura that made them stand out. Shaken by the sheer amount of money, the salesperson couldn't help but remind her, "Miss, this is a Bentley 4S dealership. Ferrari and Lamborghini, those luxury cars, are a street away." "I know." Bianran gave him a strange look. Did she look like someone illiterate? Hearing this, the salesperson's eyes lit up, and he finally started introducing the cars with enthusiasm. "Miss, it must be fate. Just yesterday morning, the dealership received a brand new Bentley Bentayga. Would you like to take a look?" Bianran wasn't particularly fixated on cars. With Bentley's starting price, it was guaranteed to be a reliable ride. After a quick look, she waved her hand and directly paid in full. As soon as the purchase was made, the Godly Tycoon system chimed in with a notification. Random gift pack, detected that the host has purchased her first car in this world. Random gift pack triggered. Would you like to open it? Yes. No. Without hesitation, Bianran selected, yes. Congratulations, host. You've received a Bugatti La Voiture Noire. Random gift packs always dropped when doing something for the first time. Bianran once owned a top-tier Bugatti supercar, with sleek lines, an excellent feel, and worth over 1 billion, it had been her favorite. Now that she had obtained the La Voiture Noire, her expectations soared. Don't deliver it yet. Wait until I've acquired the mountaintop villa at Wushan, then send it directly there. Got it, boss. She softly instructed the godly tycoon system. While she was at it, Bianran also bought an insurance policy from the salesperson. The driver and bodyguard she had ordered online earlier arrived right on time. Why did she need a driver? Because in this world, Bianran didn't have a driver's license yet. Hiring a driver and bringing along a bodyguard, though it wasn't the grand procession of over 10 bodyguards clearing the way like in her previous life. She figured she should at least have one or two. After securing a temporary license plate, the driver started the car and carried the trio toward the headquarters of G2 Live. Bianran had heard that G2 Live was once the dominant platform in the live streaming industry. However, due to its top streamer defecting and taking a group of stars with them, along with a series of misfortunes, the platform rapidly declined. Now, it was barely considered a small player. Many streamers complained that the platform was dirt poor. But strangely, apart from the lack of money, there were no other grievances. Some even spoke in a tone close to praise, saying the boss was a genuinely sincere fool. Bianran wanted to check it out, see if she could invest or even take over. After all, in her previous life, she had been alone with no one to answer to about where her money came from. In this life, she had family, which naturally meant she also had relatives. The novels she had read taught her that relatives, no matter how close or distant, would always use the phrase "we're family" to tightly bind you to them if they wanted to get close. Having never experienced emotional blackmail from family when she was alone, Bianran was actually eager to try now that she had relatives. Would she be gossiped about? Would she face moral coercion? How should she fight back? More importantly, this random task had sparked a flash of inspiration in her. As she pondered, the driver reminded her, "Miss, we've arrived." Bianran, with the driver and bodyguard in tow, strode confidently into the lobby of G2 Live's building. The driver and bodyguard were from the same company, and the driver also doubled as a bodyguard. Having paid them, Bianran directed them with ease. After explaining her purpose at the front desk, the trio was invited to the lounge area. The two bodyguards stood behind Bianran, their eyes sharp and movements efficient. A few minutes later, two men in suits approached, one ahead of the other. "Hello, Miss Bien. My name is Lin, and I'm the owner and general manager of G2 Live. I heard you're here to discuss investment?" President Lin bent slightly in a polite bow and extended his hand warmly. Bianran casually touched his hand in response and nodded. "I have 500 million. What kind of plans can you offer me?" During negotiations, the strong don't need to bother with complicated tactics. This was something her friend Xiaoling had told her in her past life. Thinking of Xiaoling, Bianran prodded the godly tycoon system in her mind. When will Xiaoling's identity be processed? Within 3 days. Xiaoling was a consciousness, a product of advanced civilization. It could transform into a different form in every world. In the previous world, the godly tycoon system had gifted her Xiaoling when she was 10. Since then, Xiaoling had always acted as her butler and assistant, capable of handling both major and minor matters. What excited Bianran even more was that after the godly tycoon system updated this world's information, Xiaoling could now manifest again. This means that no matter which world she finds herself in, Xiaoling can always accompany her. President Lin was stunned when he heard the figure of 500 million. First, he was shocked, then excited, and finally full of doubt. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "This is really 500 million? Bianran pulled out a black card gifted by the system, letting out a soft snort. "Don't doubt my capabilities." As soon as the black card appeared, the doubts in President Lin's eyes instantly vanished, replaced by a fawning smile. It was a globally limited edition card with no spending limit. In that moment, he understood, if one is devout enough, miracles can indeed happen. His mother burning incense and praying at home hadn't been in vain. "Miss Bien is incredibly capable, how would I dare to doubt you? Miss Bien, shall we move to my office to discuss our collaboration in detail?" President Lin's face lit up with joy as he humbled himself. Encountering a benefactor was rare, not flattering them would be like waiting to starve. If this 500 million were invested, G2 could be revived and even returned to the forefront of live streaming platforms. The live streaming industry had long been dominated by 3 major players, while G2 had always remained insignificant. Now, here came a financial savior claiming to invest 500 million. The long-abandoned plans in President Lin's mind suddenly sprang back to life. He seized the opportunity and began painting a picture of their bright future with eloquence. The company has some promising talents. Recently, quirky and absurd content has been trending. We can even stir public opinion and provoke discord among the other 3 live streaming platforms. I've already drafted the narratives. And most importantly, if you invest in us, you'll become the majority shareholder of G2. I'll personally hand over the general manager position to you. President Lin's calculations were flawless. He had built G2 from scratch and clung to it desperately even after its decline. Now, a young woman casually produced 500 million and held a black card in her hand. What a thick golden thigh to cling to. Who cares about being the general manager? Even being an assistant would be worth it. After hearing him out, Bianran suddenly realized why G2 had fallen from being an uncrowned king to a second-rate platform. Even as an outsider, she found his strategies unreliable. Alright, let's do it my way. First, bring me the talents you think are promising for me to assess. Alright, these will do. Next, we'll assign them personas, make sure they don't overlap. We'll start with this, then move on to this. Got it? Bianran glanced at President Lin, who was furiously jotting down notes, leaning slightly to one side. The notes read, 3 steps. Phase 1, omitted. Phase 2, omitted. Phase 3, omitted. A hint of mockery flashed in Bianran's eyes. Good grief, you didn't write down a single key point. At that moment. Got it, got it. President Lin nodded eagerly, afraid of angering the golden goose by being too slow. Bianran rolled her eyes. Got it, my foot. Even elementary school kids would remember more than you. Luckily, the assistant behind President Lin was diligently taking notes. He knew his boss was unreliable, and to help the boss stay on the good side of the investor, he had no choice but to step up. Contracts were signed, procedures were followed. The first installment of the investment, 90 million, was transferred into the company's account by Bianran that very day. This 90 million came from a time-limited task fund. She was only 40 million short of completing the 1 billion spending task, the reward for which was a villa at the summit of Misty Mountain. As she was lost in thought, her phone chimed. Random gift pack, detected first investment in this world. Triggering random gift pack. Open it? Yes. No. Yes. Congratulations. You have obtained AI Chuang 21. AI Chuang 2, a subsidiary of Yuanhe Capital, specializes in investing in innovative enterprises. It has independently raised funds exceeding 15 billion yuan, with a market value in the hundreds of billions. Not long after, a phone call came in, asking for the new boss's instructions. Bianran responded skillfully, instructing AI Chuang 2 to operate as usual and to submit a company introduction report. Ignoring President Lin's curious gaze, Bianran left with her team. But she was stopped by President Lin, who grabbed her bag. Something else? Bianran coldly stared at President Lin and yanked her bag back. If you have something to say it, why are you pulling my bag? President Lin awkwardly let go, chuckling as he asked. Miss Bian, what if the money you invested ends up lost? You won't hold me accountable, will you? The moment he said this, the assistant behind him almost wished the ground would swallow him whole. He clung desperately to the corner of President Lin's suit, screaming internally, Boss, I beg you, shut up. Who talks to an investor like this? Are you trying to admit you're unreliable? President Lin shrugged off his assistant, shifted his stance, and earnestly asked again. Miss Bian, I don't mean anything by it. I just want to know, if G2 ends up bankrupt, you won't come after me, right? Bianran frowned slightly, her face full of confusion. She wasn't some underworld thug, this was just a normal investment, wasn't it? Besides, it's just 500 million. Why would I go out of my way to bother you? President Lin's cautiousness was unexpected, like someone treading carefully on thin ice, evoking a sigh. People as cautious as Mr. Lin are truly rare. Mr. Lin, the assistant, whose heart had quietly shattered into cold fragments of ice. Afterward, Bianran headed straight to S-City's most renowned Guai's hotel. She booked the presidential suite for an entire month. Only 500,000 yuan remained to reach the goal of spending 100 million. Casually buying some luxury goods would easily spend that amount. But what mattered wasn't the act of spending money, it was the part-time life she was about to embark on. The original body's 3 part-time jobs. From 6 to 11 in the morning, helping out at a bun shop. From 2 to 6 in the afternoon, dressing up in a mascot costume to play with children. From 6:30 to 11:30 in the evening, working as a waitress in a bar. Fortunately, the outfit she needed for the morning job was still intact. She was a competent actress, she had to get into character. Changing into that old uniform, her gaze swept over the 2 bodyguards beside her. "You two can take the day off today. No need to follow me." The 2 bodyguards, though puzzled by Miss Bien's sudden low-key attire, held back their curiosity and answered in unison. Relying on the original body's memories, Bianran smoothly found the bar where she had a part-time job. The sky hadn't yet darkened, but the bar was already bustling with people. She skillfully changed into her uniform and waited for the manager to assign her tasks. The timing was perfect, the female lead would bring her roommate here today, and by chance, they'd see the job vacancy notice outside. Tomorrow, they would come to apply. While waiting, Bianran discreetly sent a message to her younger sister, "Bien Xiaomei, don't go back to the rental apartment. Head straight to Guai's and give them my name at the front desk." Before her sister became less adorable, she wanted to be a good big sister. Bien Xiaomei replied with a string of emojis: surprise, starry eyes, flattery, her emotions overflowing. Bianran, in a great mood, sent her a 50,000 yuan red envelope. The moment Bien Xiaomei received the red envelope, she was so excited she kissed her phone screen, her joy almost lifting her off the ground. Who could understand the happiness of having a sister who could rain down gold coins? One compliment after another left Bianran beaming with delight. But good times didn't last long, the manager appeared. A tall and thin figure, thick foundation on their face, and a cold, detached gaze swept over the waiting servers. Beneath the indifferent exterior was a disdain for the identities of these part-timers. Bianran tilted her head, and the image of the story's opening antagonist surfaced in her mind. Looking down on the protagonist, creating trouble, leading to mutual enmity. The protagonist roared, "Don't underestimate the poor youth." In the end, the villain fell, and the protagonist moved on to the next chapter. Lost in thought, Bianran was called upon. "You lot, head to the first floor. These ones, second floor. And you, third floor." After giving out the assignments, the manager coldly repeated the rules and left without a backward glance. "Humph, she thinks she's all high and mighty just because she's met a few rich kids?" "Pfft." An older employee next to her muttered. Before the words settled, another person quickly pulled her back. "Don't say that, don't forget what happened last time." The complainer grumbled a few more words before walking contentedly toward the front hall. Though she hadn't caught the full conversation, Bianran ended up on the first floor with the complainer. The first floor was a mix of all sorts of people. The part-time servers were busy running errands, clearing tables, and serving snacks. When it got crowded, even the simplest tasks became overwhelming. As a result, the first floor had the most servers. Bianran had once been a frequent visitor to bars, leaving her mark in famous establishments both domestically and abroad. At her wildest, she could be the center of attention for the entire venue, with countless people vying to approach her. But this was her first time working as a bar server. Holding a tray and standing under the flashing multicolored lights, she snapped a selfie. She titled the photo, "Of age, not breaking any laws." Aside from this stolen moment of leisure, the entire evening kept Bianran so busy she felt like her feet were on fire. Luckily, her constitution was strong, and she could still hop and skip her way out of the bar after collecting her wages. This was exactly what characterized part-time bar work. The pay was settled daily. Though exhausting, you could leave early without having to stay until the 3 a.m. closing time. Bianran, full of energy, stood in sharp contrast to her weary companions, even catching an extra glance from the manager. But she didn't notice. Suddenly, the sound of the wealth system chimed in her mind. Ding dong. Asterisk detected that the host is currently in a tight situation. Emergency relief funds of 50 million yuan have been issued. Please check your account, asterisk. Her phone screen instantly lit up, messages popping up rapidly. Asterisk, Zhongjing Bank, account ending in 4728 has received an amount of 50 million yuan. Current balance, 50,041,050.00 yuan asterisk. Bianran's eyes lit up, as if she had discovered a treasure, and she poked at the wealth system enthusiastically. Xiao Jin, how am I in a difficult situation? Could it be because I'm working at the bar? Asterisk sis, just look at yourself. A few hours of work, and you've only earned 400 yuan. You have a wealth system. How can you live like this? Asterisk. Hearing this, Bianran thought it made sense. Then will I get more relief funds tomorrow? Of course there is. This plot is messing with you. Otherwise, why would you work as a bartender? The luxurious system Xiao Jin adhered to the belief that time is money. The host could waste time indulging in pleasures, but never waste it for money. Bianran stuffed the 400 yuan she had just earned into her pocket and smiled. Alright, let's just call it a life experience. This statement was entirely true. In her previous life, she had the lavish system since childhood. While she couldn't squander recklessly, she had never lacked money. Xiao Jin called her sis, but in reality, Bianran was raised by the system. What others had, she had; what others didn't, she also had. Except for not having a family, Bianran lived an extremely materially wealthy life. So when Bianran was forced to be a bartender due to a mission, Xiao Jin was utterly frustrated. Although Xiao Jin wouldn't admit it out loud, deep down it was quite disheartened. With the money in her pocket, Bianran walked along while pulling out her phone, tapping into several pages in succession. Sure enough, the trending list on a certain social platform already featured traces of G to live. Although President Lin seemed rough around the edges, his execution was remarkable. The plan was to first type up G to live to attract attention. Then, stage an astonishing scene of a lavish spender to tease the audience. Meanwhile, promote potential streamers, seize the momentum, and attract new users with giveaways. Finally, organize a leaderboard event to extend engagement, stimulate spending, and generate buzz. As for the earliest spender in this lavish display, naturally, it had to be Bianran. After all, she still had a 50 million yuan task tied to the live streaming platform. Considering the time required to build hype, this extravagant act was set to debut tomorrow. Bianran downloaded the G2 Live app in advance, getting ready to familiarize herself with its features. Ow! A sudden collision knocked her hand aside, and her phone fell to the ground with a thud. The person who bumped into her staggered and fell, letting out a low groan. Sorry. Is your phone okay? My friend drank too much, it wasn't intentional. Someone rushed over, picking up her phone, carefully wiping it, and handing it back to Bianran with a series of apologetic bows. Bianran glanced at the two individuals, who were drastically different. The fallen one wore tight clothes and had a colorful, flamboyant makeup. The apologizing one seemed well-behaved, her face indistinct under the dim light, yet her sincerity was palpable. Bianran smiled nonchalantly and took her phone. It's fine. Go take care of your friend. For someone like her, who lacked politeness, she always had a bit more patience for polite and sweet girls. The girl gratefully led her friend away. Standing in place, Bianran glanced at the car she had hailed. At that moment, her phone rang. Hello. This is Liang Pingyan, branch manager of Zhongxing Bank's Lihua district. May I speak to Miss Bianran? This is she. Miss Bian, hello. Your account ending in 4728 just received 50 million yuan, qualifying it for a card upgrade. The upgraded card comes with multiple benefits. Would you be available to visit us tomorrow? After scheduling the appointment, Bianran's car arrived. Young lady, just came out of the bar? Bianran's gaze shifted to the window, where the bustling traffic and dazzling neon lights were far more captivating. The driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror. Seeing her silence, he spoke again. To be honest, at your age, why waste your time in bars? Where to next? A hotel? Or guais? Didn't book it yourself, did you? Bianran finally directed her gaze toward the driver. The driver, thinking he had hit a nerve, smugly displayed a lecturing expression. Turn back before it's too. Before he could finish, Bianran interrupted him. Mind your own business. Keep talking, and I'll leave you a bad review. The car returned to silence as Bianran leaned on her hand, looking out the window. Though many called her rude, she genuinely had a little more patience for polite and adorable girls. 20 minutes later, the car stopped in front of Guai's. At the entrance to the presidential suite, her exclusive butler was already waiting quietly. Miss Bian, your sister's items have been arranged, and the 50,000 yuan has been spent. She's currently at the dessert shop next door. Alright, have her come straight up. Bianran had already transferred 50,000 yuan to the butler, instructing her to accompany her younger sister to shop and ensure the money was fully spent. This, conveniently, helped her complete her mission of spending 100 million yuan within 24 hours. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the limited-time mission. You have been awarded a villa on the summit of Mist Mountain. The Mist Mountain Villa District was the most prestigious residential area in S City, home only to the wealthy and powerful. The villas here were so scarce that even with cash in hand, they were nearly impossible to buy. Especially the summit villas. When construction began, it had already been predicted that the value of the mid-mountain villas wouldn't fall below 2 billion yuan. Today, their prices had only risen. Bianran calculated in her mind when she might visit the villa to take a look. She had just finished her freshman year and would have to stay in this city for at least 3 more years. If she were to live here for 3 years, the house had to suit her taste. As for living in a dormitory, though she loved trying new things, her experiences growing up made her yearn for private space even more. Just as she finished speaking, sharp and piercing words drifted into her ears, like arrows sinking straight into her heart. How did even beggars make their way into Gavies? Dressed in such rags, wouldn't it be better to honestly beg on the streets? Maybe if I feel soft-hearted, I'll give her a couple of coins. Hee, lower your voice, she might hear you. What are you afraid of? Just look at her shoes, still tagged with Givenchy labels. It's hilarious, hee. At first, Bianran took it as a joke, until the word Givenchy hit her ears, and she suddenly snapped to attention. Her gaze swept around, and only her shoes bore that tag. What the hell? Damn it. She whipped around abruptly, her gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the person who had insulted her. Her voice was loud, filled with fury and righteousness. You in the red clothes, I heard every word. You called me a beggar? You rude little dwarf, just as impolite as that fat watermelon beside you. Now, apologize to me. Her shout was like thunder, drawing everyone's attention. The dwarf and the fat watermelon froze in sheer embarrassment, like crickets caught red-handed, especially under the weight of all the staring eyes. The words dwarf and fat watermelon cut through their pride like knives, their faces flushing crimson. You're just upset because it's the truth. Are we not allowed to comment on your shabby clothes? Wearing fake Givenchy and thinking you're rich? Look at yourself in the mirror, do you even belong in Gavies? You're the rude one. And you called us dwarf and fat watermelon, apologize to us right now. Bianran tilted her head, her lips curling into a knowing smile. Her fingers bent slightly, her fists tightening, emitting a faint grinding sound. An aura of battle readiness surged from her like a tidal wave. Ah! The dwarf shrieked, you dare to hit me? Do you even know who I am? Security! Get her out of here! Security! Security, the fat watermelon echoed desperately. However, the scene remained silent. Instead, the surrounding onlookers cast puzzled glances at them. Her shoes are this season's Givenchy collection. Her clothes might be plain, but isn't that the personal butler of the presidential suite standing behind her? The words reached the ears of the pair. They exchanged glances, their faces turning deathly pale, and they bolted on the spot. Bianran called after their fleeing backs, hey! You haven't apologized yet. Behind her, the butler made a simple gesture, and the waiting security guards immediately stepped forward, blocking the duo's escape. The two struggled helplessly, like frail little birds. Realizing there was no way out, they finally caved, faces ashen, and knelt to Bianran in apology. We're sorry. We're sorry. It's all our fault. We didn't recognize who we were dealing with. Please forgive us. Bianran nodded in satisfaction and waved her hand. I'm magnanimous, so I'll let you off this time. The two slinked away, humiliated and dejected. Bianran looked down at her clean and tidy clothes and clicked her tongue softly. Perfectly intact, spotless, why on earth was she mocked for them? Don't worry, clothes. Sis has got your back. Standing up for what's right was her good deed for the day. Satisfied, she made her way upstairs. Not long after, her little sister came bounding up, hopping like a cheerful rabbit. Sis. Sis. She wore a youthful pink dress, her energy infectious. Bianran opened her arms, her smile tender. Come here, my darling little sister. Bianran hugged her sister tightly, playfully rubbing her. Stop. Stop it. Her little sister protested, trying to pry her sister's arms away while clutching a small cake protectively. Bianran suddenly let go, teasing, "We'll stay here for a few days. The villa still needs some renovations. If there's anything important in the rental place, we'll grab it tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, you don't need to do that part-time job anymore." Her sister immediately exploded, her voice rising like a firecracker. Sis. You said we're staying here for a few days? Does that mean we'll be living in a villa later? Bianran nodded, subtly sidestepping a few steps away from her sister's shrill, kettle-like voice. Her sister's cheeks turned bright red as she asked repeatedly. Sis. Are you sure you're not planning to sell me to some rich old man? You're not lying, are you? It's okay if you tell me, I swear I'll squeeze every penny out of that old man to support you. Bianran squinted her eyes with a sly smile, feigning mystery. Oh? Really? Then what if? What if that rich old man doesn't bathe and has a face full of beard? Her sister looked as though she had been struck by lightning, her expression collapsing in an instant. Tears welled up in her eyes as she lamented pitifully. Born of the same mother, why am I the only one who suffers? Poof, ha 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 ha. Bianran couldn't hold back her laughter. She had intended to make up a few more lines, but her composure broke. How dare you, sis? You tricked me. Bian Xiaomei suddenly leaped up and rushed over to tickle Bianran. At first, Bianran was overwhelmed, barely able to catch her breath. After all, no one had ever done this to her before. But soon, relying on her strength advantage, Bianran managed to pin her down. After a brief tussle, Bian Xiaomei couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore. She leaned in and whispered. Sis, I want to ask you something in secret. Bianran raised an eyebrow. If you want to ask something, just ask. Why all the sneaking around? Bian Xiaomei suddenly straightened her posture, her gaze firm, no longer darting about. She asked seriously. Sis, be honest. Where did you get so much money? You're not being threatened into doing something bad, are you? At first, receiving 10,000 yuan as pocket money from her sister had been a pleasant surprise for Bian Xiaomei. When it became 50,000, she was overjoyed. But now, staying in a presidential suite that cost 100,000 yuan a night, spending 500,000 in total, had left her mind blank. And hearing that they were still planning to stay in a villa sent her emotions into a mix of shock and fear. A villa. A villa. In S-City, one of the country's major metropolises where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold, even a villa in the suburbs would start at tens of millions. Tens of millions. Even selling everything the family owned wouldn't cover a fraction of the cost. Even though she hadn't studied much, Bian Xiaomei understood that aside from winning the lottery, all other ways of making money quickly were basically illegal. Winning the lottery was obviously rare, leaving only one possibility. Her sister was being blackmailed by bad people. To protect the family, she had no choice but to endure humiliation and collude with these villains. These bad people, in order to drag her sister down, must have given her a huge sum of money. If Bianran could read minds, she would undoubtedly applaud her sister's imaginative thinking. But she couldn't, so all she saw was the twisted struggle on Bian Xiaomei's face. Pinching her sister's cheek, Bianran quickly came up with a plausible excuse. I started a business with a partner before. Recently, it's been doing well. A big company took notice of our product and bought it for a good price, so now I have some money. This wasn't entirely a lie. Bianran had indeed co-founded a business before, but due to a lack of funds, it had been struggling to stay afloat. Clearly, Bian Xiaomei believed her. She exhaled deeply, patting her chest. Phew, thank goodness. I was afraid I'd have to join the pure prison trend. Then, switching gears, she hugged Bianran and began to plead. Sis. This is my first time staying in a presidential suite. Come experience it with me, please? She added a deliberate flutter of her eyelashes, trying her best to act cute. The presidential suite at the Guvis Hotel offered top-tier, luxurious, exclusive services. Entertainment facilities, a gym, a private garden, a private pool, a meeting room. Experiencing all of it in one night would probably leave her too excited to sleep. Having learned her lesson from her last near-death experience, Bianran was determined to prioritize her health this time. I'm going to sleep. If you really want to experience it, do it yourself, or I can find someone to accompany you. Seeing her sister's firm stance, Bian Xiaomei had no choice but to compromise. Alright, sis, then find someone to play with me. She could play alone, but a presidential suite wasn't something you casually explored. No matter how much she'd seen online, actually navigating it would be a different story. Having someone guide her would make the experience far better. Bian Xiaomei felt a bit like a petty villain who had achieved success, but then again, she had never claimed to be a saint. If you don't enjoy yourself when you're on top, what's the point of living? Bianran called the butler. The presidential suite services were available 24/7, a high salary being a mark of their elite status. For the butler, accompanying someone through the night could mean earning a hefty tip if they were lucky. Bianran transferred 20,000 yuan to the butler, instructing her to take good care of Bian Xiaomei, then went to bed herself. Lying in bed, half asleep, Bianran suddenly remembered something. She groggily reached for her phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to her original body's parents. The shock this money caused at home can only be imagined. That night, Bianran slept soundly. When she woke up the next day, Bian Xiaomei had just gone to bed. Having stayed up all night, she told the butler to rest as well, no need to stay on standby. Miss Bian, it's my honor to serve you. I can manage. The butler tried to hold on. Earning a week's wages in one night was an opportunity she wouldn't pass up. Suit yourself, but remember, your health is the most important thing. This wasn't just a casual remark, it was a belief etched into Bianran's very bones. At first, the butler stubbornly persisted, but after serving breakfast, she finally gave in and went back to rest. When Bianran left the suite, the driver and bodyguard from last night were already waiting outside the door. Miss, where to? First, to Zhongxing Bank. She had arranged with manager Liang the night before to upgrade her bank card today. As Bianran stepped out of the car, manager Liang was already waiting at the entrance with his team. Seeing her, he hurried over, extending his right hand enthusiastically. You must be Miss Bian. Hello. I'm Liang Ping'an. Manager Liang, you got a sharp eye. Yes, I'm Bianran. After confirming her identity, the group proceeded toward the reception room. Halfway down the road, Director Liang was called from behind. Dad. Where are you going? Brother Yaguan came to deposit money today, and you promised to help him with financial management. Director Liang turned around, his eyes widening as he ordered someone to escort his daughter away. Then, he turned back to Bianran with an awkward smile and said. Miss Bian, my daughter confused the time. My apologies. Please, this way. Dad. But it's 50 million. A faintly indignant voice from Miss Liang could still be heard from behind. Bianran glanced sideways at Director Liang, sneering inwardly. What a sly old fox. Upgrading a bank card? All just a pretense. Director Liang maintained his usual demeanor, leading Bianran inside, exchanging pleasantries before asking someone to assist her with the upgrade. As the atmosphere eased, the old fox casually brought up Ichuang Investment. I happen to hear that Miss Bian has become the new boss of Ichuang Investment. Truly impressive at such a young age. For someone as youthful as you to achieve such success, it's rare. What kind of family must have nurtured such talent? It's an honor to meet someone as outstanding as you. Director Liang began with a series of compliments before praising Ichuang Investment. Ichuang Investment is indeed a leader in the investment industry of S-City. I've long admired its reputation, and I never expected to meet Miss Bian today. Bianran saw through his flattery. Talk of collaboration was merely polite words. Whether to collaborate or not was a matter of principles for those with extraordinarily high moral standards. She wasn't one of them. These words clearly achieved Director Liang's goal, and he smiled as he brought the topic to a close. 50 million? In the affluent and bustling S-City, such an amount hardly deserved the attention of a branch manager. The key lay in the assets behind this young lady. The bank had to verify the origin of any large deposits. Upon investigation, they found that the funds were tied to Miss Bian's ownership of Ichuang Investment and a villa perched atop Wushan Mountain. A $1 billion investment company. A luxurious villa in the city's pinnacle location. Coupled with this $50 million deposit, everything was impeccable. Director Liang was certain this was an infinitely promising client. Miss Bien, despite her youth, was immensely powerful. She might even be a descendant sent by her family to gain experience. That's why Director Liang had been eager to call her last night. Truth be told, he was desperate to win her over. Thankfully, he didn't disturb her rest. Of course, it was also a gamble. What if word got out and Miss Bien was poached by someone else? Luckily, everything went smoothly. After finishing her banking business, Bianran declined Director Liang's invitation to lunch. She wanted to visit Ichuang Investment. Ichuang Investment was located in Shishun Plaza, near the financial hub of S-City. Here, the streets bustled with financial elites, dressed impeccably, exuding an air of ambition and desire, their lives revolving around numbers. The previous head of Ichuang Investment was already waiting. The moment Bianran appeared, he hurriedly approached her. "Boss, hello. This way, please." As they entered the company, 2 rows of employees stood upright, bowing in unison. "Welcome, boss, for your inspection." Bianran followed the previous head inside. Even though she knew the company had been meticulously cleaned in preparation for her arrival, it was clear the former leader had a discerning eye. Plants were arranged tastefully, the lounge was bright and tidy, artistic decorations were scattered throughout, and the faint scent of wood lingered in the air. "Boss, your office isn't ready yet. Perhaps you could use mine for now," the former head said apologetically. Time had been tight, and after learning of the new boss's arrival, the renovations had been delayed. Bianran nodded. "Lead the way." The handover process was straightforward. She handled everything decisively, wrapping it all up before lunchtime. Ichuang Investment remained under the management of the former head. She refrained from interfering, as the existing model continued to function effectively. The employees, who had been on edge, finally breathed a sigh of relief. When a new boss takes over, everyone braces for drastic changes. But after a tour of the office, everything remained calm, and the team collectively exhaled. At least the new boss isn't some prodigal playing around. The new boss is anything but a prodigal. Just now, she spotted a numerical error in an instant. The old head was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. "Haha. Really? That impressive? Didn't you notice her presence? Even the 2 bodyguards looked like her little assistants. She's only 1.65 meters tall, but her aura makes her feel like she's 2.65 meters. After the inspection, Bianran grabbed a few files, and her stomach began to rumble. Time for lunch. She quickly set out in search of something delicious. Far away in Tao Village, Changsha County, H Province, sporadic arguments echoed from a brick house at the end of the village. This money is from Xiaoran. The outside world is chaotic, and Xiaoran still has to study and take care of Xiaoxiu. Where would she get that kind of money? Xiaoran's mother, I don't like what you're implying. My granddaughter is so smart, she got into a top university. Back in the old days, she'd at least be a scholar official. She's highly capable. Have you seen the news? College students are everywhere. Xiaoran's only in her first year, where would she find a way to make money? Mom and Dad, her mother has a point. What if she took a crooked path? What crooked path? Just because you lack ability doesn't mean your daughter does. I don't care. It's been a year since I've seen her. I have to go to S-City and see my Ranran with my own eyes, my daughter. Hey, her mother, once we're done with this, how about you and Xiaomei take a trip to S-City? After lunch, Bianran decided to return to the hotel for a nap. Health maintenance starts from childhood. Eat less, abstain from indulgence, and sleep more. Eating less was difficult, but abstaining and sleeping more seemed doable. She figured she must have overindulged in her past life and wore herself out. This life she must turn over a new leaf. Upon waking up from her nap, she remembered something. There was still a pile of stuff at the rental apartment. Though not valuable, it held memories of her and her sister. She had agreed with the landlord to clear everything out in 2 days, so the afternoon was a good time to handle it. Like a devil, she grabbed her groggy younger sister, Bian Xiaomei. Come on, let's go check the apartment for anything important. Half asleep, Bian Xiaomei stumbled along, mumbling about wanting cakes from a nearby bakery. The sisters each grabbed a piece of cake and stepped out of the bakery. When they returned to the rental apartment, they ran into the landlord right at the door. Hey, you haven't started moving yet? You promised you'd be out today. The landlord scrutinized the two sisters, a flash of surprise in his eyes quickly replaced by a more urgent expression. Come, pack your things. I'll help. Even Bianran felt something was off. The landlord was acting like he was guarding a treasure trove. Landlord, is there gold hidden under this building? Why are you so anxious? She asked casually, and the landlord's expression flickered, his unease betraying him, as if she had hit a sore spot. No way, could there really be gold? It seemed too ridiculous. Bianran's eyes widened. This was the 5th floor, and there wasn't exactly anywhere in the apartment to hide treasure. The landlord kept silent, and Bianran lost interest in pursuing the matter. She and her younger sister took a few important items, leaving the rest for a cleaning company to handle. At the doorway, the landlord stood motionless, his expression growing more resolute. His behavior was baffling. Feeling she had done enough, Bianran handed the keys back to the landlord. As agreed, the landlord refunded their rent and deposit. All right, we're all settled. I'm off. The landlord carefully put the keys into his bag, a broad smile returning to his face. Bianran and her sister watched his quickening steps as he walked away. Big sis? Could there really be treasure? Bian Xiaomei frowned, unable to figure out what the landlord was up to. Bianran lightly patted her head and shrugged. Who knows? Huh. A soft laugh came from upstairs. No one had noticed the shadowy staircase where a man stood. 2 bodyguards immediately tensed, their eyes locked on the man who had suddenly appeared. In the dim stairwell, the man leaned casually against the wall. He was tall and lean, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. His jeans clung to his long legs, exuding both elegance and power. Bianran's eyes didn't miss a detail, instantly capturing the perfection of his proportions. An involuntary thought popped into her mind, making her inwardly cringe. Damn it, was it her heart or her brain that wasn't clean? The man's voice was calm, with a hint of detachment. Apologies, I wasn't laughing at you. He paused for a moment. It's the landlord. He ran into a fortune teller who claimed this apartment harbors wealth, and anyone living here would have endless fortune. That's why he's so eager to move in. Oh. Bianran and Bian Xiaomei suddenly understood. TSK, just a superstitious landlord. No more words were exchanged. Bianran led her sister downstairs. The man who had spoken followed at a leisurely pace, as if he were casually taking out the trash. Once outside, sunlight bathed the world. The man's face was illuminated by the light, and oh heavens, this face was like a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship. His features were deep-set, with a high-nose bridge, a complexion smooth as jade, and black eyes gleaming with depth. His lips held a faintly rosy hue. Standing nearly 1.9 meters tall, he silently drew every gaze. Yet his cold and distant demeanor, as if the world had nothing to do with him, made people hesitate to approach. Bianran stole a few extra glances. Good grief, if a man like this had appeared in her past life, it would surely have marked the start of a story. But why now, in this life where she was determined to focus on health and longevity? She was just a girl who wanted to live long and still appreciate beauty. A wave of bitterness surged in her heart. Reciting a calming mantra, Bianran pulled her sister away swiftly. Big sis, why are you walking so fast? Bian Xiaomei glanced back, seeing no pursuers. Bianran sighed, I'm scared of making the same mistake every woman makes. Bian Xiaomei was left with a face full of confusion and shock. Bianran had no time to explain. Back at the hotel, she hurriedly changed her clothes and shoes. Bian Xiaomei was still puzzled as Bianran dashed out like a whirlwind. The timing was just right. She arrived at her part-time job at the bar. Tonight, there were 2 things to accomplish. First, make an effort to get to know the female lead. Second, support Ji to Live by sending gifts, helping to boost its popularity. Bianran sat on the bench in the lounge, pulling out her phone while listening to the supervisor speak. In the past few days, we've had complaints from customers at the bar about some of you having poor service attitudes. Hanli, He Shui, Shang Xiaoya, Qi Shiyu, you stay on the 1st floor. Bianran, you go to the warehouse. The supervisor's words drifted past Bianran's ears like the wind. The supervisor kept rambling, Qi Shiyu, 1st floor. Bianran. Her phone slid back into her pocket as she lifted her head, her gaze unintentionally meeting that of the only unfamiliar girl present. Those jet black, radiant eyes, her brows and features like a crescent moon, her gaze as gentle and serene as autumn water, carrying a quiet resilience within. Their eyes met, and Chi Shiyu froze briefly before blooming into a warm, gentle smile. Is this the female lead? Bianran internally exclaimed how beautiful she was, stood up, and followed her. Bianran, the warehouse is that way. Another girl walking alongside her patted her shoulder sympathetically, pointing in the opposite direction. Only then did Bianran realize where the supervisor had assigned her. The warehouse. Seriously? Is this arrangement appropriate? Professional. She was just a frail, malnourished little girl, did she even have the strength to move things? A cascade of question marks popped up above her head. She and the heroine parted so easily, just like that? This situation was entirely beyond her expectations. However, on second thought, heading to the warehouse to work wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Though she wouldn't get to see the heroine, it would free up some time to take a peek at Jita live. After all, the heroine would continue working part-time here until school started. So, she strolled leisurely toward the bar's back door. The so-called warehouse was nothing more than a small rented room behind the bar. The bar owner had maximized every inch of space, leaving no room even for storage. Every day, someone had to move beer, utensils, and other consumables from the warehouse to the bar. The alleys surrounding the bar were usually filthy and chaotic. As Bianran navigated through the back alleys, her gaze was sharp, her ears alert, and she quickly locked onto her target. Hey, Fonzie, how much cash did you bring from home today? I heard this bar isn't cheap to hang out at. Is it enough? Don't worry, brother San. I took all the money from my mom's drawer, 4 or 5,000 yuan. It's definitely enough. You sly kid, saving up nicely, huh? Your mom won't find out, will she? So what if she does? She's old and can only lie in bed. As Bien ran past another alley, she suddenly overheard this conversation. The corner of her lips lifted slightly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. She found them, the lucky ones. With a mindset of finishing things quickly, she stepped out directly, her eyes fixated on them. You too, how about coming with me to make some money? The two men, who were just about to head into the bar for a good time, were stopped in their tracks, their tempers flaring instantly. But the girl standing before them had a delicate face, rosy lips, pearly teeth. She was stunningly beautiful. Their anger instantly dissipated, replaced by a sleazy glint in their eyes. Little sister, you're serious about taking us to make money? Brothers San and Fonzie exchanged a glance, grinning wickedly as they slowly spread out, moving closer to Bianran from both sides with clear intentions. Bianran's lips curled into a smile, her tone lazy. I'm informing you. The two didn't take her seriously. Heh, little sister, if you keep us company, we might make more money. What do you think? The two drew closer and closer. Without hesitation, Bianran moved swiftly and decisively. Bang! 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 Before the two could react, they were on the ground, wailing in pain. Ah! You damn woman! It hurts so much. Clutching their chests and stomachs, they writhed on the ground in agony, cursing under their breath. Bianran walked over, listening to their cries, and casually gave them another kick. Ah! My bones are broken. Their exaggerated cries didn't fool her, she could tell at a glance that while it hurt, their bones were fine. With her past experience of consecutive wins in underground boxing matches, this level of pain was nothing. You have 10 seconds. Get up and follow me. Her eyes bore into them, cold as an icy abyss on a winter's night. Her gaze was like that of a cold-blooded predator, sending shivers down their spines and making their hair stand on end. There was no need to wait for 10 seconds, enduring the pain, they quickly scrambled to their feet. These types of people were utterly spineless when faced with strength. Realizing the disparity, they quickly put on flattering smiles. We'll listen. We'll listen. Please don't hit us again. Bianran caught the fleeting glint in their eyes hinting at escape, and with a sweep of her gaze, she casually punched a nearby wooden board. The board instantly split in two. The two men clutched their chests in fear, realizing she had been merciful earlier. They nodded frantically. Got it, got it. We understand. We'll behave. Bianran narrowed her beautiful eyes, letting out a cold snort. Follow me. Thus, some onlookers saw the comical scene of two grown men timidly following behind a young girl. When they reached the warehouse, Bianran shook her fist and turned to the two trailing behind her. Move these things to the front of the bar. The two stared wide-eyed at the piles of crates filled with beer and utensils, their astonishment evident. Huh? Just these? Was it really that simple? Bianran smiled faintly, her gaze icy. I won't say it again. The two, quick to catch on, shut their mouths, not daring to say more, and immediately got to work. To show their sincerity, they even voluntarily handed over their ID cards. The one called Brother San was named Su San, and Fongzi was Yang Fong. They were surprisingly cooperative. Sitting leisurely on a small stool at the warehouse entrance, Bianran pulled out her phone and opened Jita Live. The popularity of Jita Live was skyrocketing like a volcanic eruption. Though, it all seemed like artificially inflated prosperity. Still, it had some effect. Compared to yesterday, Jita Live's homepage was several times livelier. President Lin had recommended two people to Bianran. A man and a woman, their names were Qian Sei and Little Bunny. President Lin said these were the two streamers he had the most faith in, and maybe Bianran would like them. Bianran thought to herself, given President Lin's taste, it was hard to say, but she decided to check them out anyway. Just as she was about to search for the two names, a male streamer popped up in the homepage recommendations, Nanze, who was in the middle of an energetic dance. Nanze moved with extraordinary rhythm, his movements smooth and his gaze mesmerizing. Bianran accidentally clicked into the livestream. The music was explosive, a fast-paced English track that instantly ignited the atmosphere. Nanze swayed his hips to the beat, his broad shoulders and narrow waist accentuating his body's sleek, panther-like agility. Occasionally, with a particularly dynamic move, a glimpse of his pale, toned abs would flash. His black hair was tousled from the motion, a reckless grin played on his face, and his gaze, sharp as hooks, swept lightly over the camera, captivating every onlooker. The intense sensuality seemed to overflow from the screen, striking at the audience's senses. Perfect. This is a natural-born dance deity. When the song ended, Nanze switched to a slower tune, picked up a water bottle, and downed it in one go. The muscles on his forearms were taut and powerful, veins bulging, as if ready to grab hold of your wrist at any moment. His moist lips were vividly alluring, his chiseled jawline sharp as he tilted his head back, and his Adam's apple bobbed enticingly with every swallow. This man, without a doubt, knew how to seduce. The chat screen was flooded with a torrent of comments. Ah. So hot. I'm in love. Too sexy. Streamer, I adore you. Anyone who gets it, gets it. This streamer totally hits my kink. I want to crawl into my phone and grab him, this is torture, ugh. I'm gonna feast on this. Streamer, can you mysteriously show up at my house? So good looking. Love watching. Untouchable but still worth it, it's practically self-care to watch it over and over again. A suggestion, all handsome guys should take notes. Bianran's eyes sparkled as her fingers slid across the gift section. The first random task was to spend 50 million in a livestream. This sum had already been fully loaded into her Jita Live app account. With a 1:10 exchange rate, her account held 500 million rabbit coins. Scrolling all the way to the bottom, Bianran tapped on the most expensive gala gift, 30,000 rabbit coins, equivalent to 3,000 renminbi. Qing Xian gifted the streamer a gala one. Dazzling special effects exploded across the livestream, and a banner visible platform-wide rolled across the top of the screen. The chat instantly went wild. What is that? Wow. It's a gala. Amazing. The goddess has arrived. Nanze, you hit the jackpot. Thank you, goddess. Oh my god. Goddess just came in with a level 0 account, and now she's jumped to level 27. Not only were the viewers ecstatic, but Nanze's eyes also sparkled like stars, revealing two small tiger teeth in his grin. Thank you, Sister Qing Xian, for the gala. You're incredible. Sister Qing Xian, is there any dance you'd like to see? I'll dance whatever you want. Nanze moved closer to the camera, his deep, peach blossom eyes enchanting, as if they pierced through the screen to lock on to just one person. The scene made hearts race. The chat erupted once again. Streamer, you're so good at flirting. I can't take it. Not sure if you've hooked Sister Ching Xian, but you've definitely hooked me. Ah. I'm about to lick the screen. Whoa, has he really become a bait streamer? Bianran wasn't known for her self-control, especially when it came to attractive men. Once hooked, while she wouldn't act foolish, she would turn into a complete softie. How could she let a beauty down? Bianran typed. Show me your best dance. Nanze's voice rose slightly, then I'll perform the whistle dance for Sister Ching Xian. Sister, can you follow me back? He lowered his voice, a hint of pleading laced within, tugging at the heartstrings. Bianran chuckled softly and instinctively hit the follow button. Even hypocrisy, in its own way, was a form of kindness. Nanze grinned like a triumphant little fox. Sister Ching Xian, you're the best. With that, he stood and began the celestial whistle dance, his movements light as the wind, leaving Bianran utterly enchanted. The names Qian Yin and Little Bunny had long been drowned out by the beauty of this performance. Another round of gala gifts rained down. 10, then another 10. Ching Xian gifted the streamer a gala 10. Nanze had just finished dancing when his eyes widened at the flood of gala gifts lighting up the screen, as deafening as thunder. He was momentarily stunned. Then, his smile bloomed like morning sunlight in summer, his eyes shimmering with uncontainable joy. Thank you, sister, for the gala. Thank you for your support. Why am I so lucky today? Sister, meeting you has made me so happy. The live streaming room was bustling with excitement, with comments flooding in like a tidal wave. Wow. 10 big gift boxes. Sis, you're spoiling him. Oh my god, she's been here less than 10 minutes and already spent 30,000. What kind of power move was that? 10 carnival gifts? I'm not jealous at all. So thrilling. Even the streamer got 10 big gift boxes. It's like New Year's. Happy New Year, streamer. Sis, I can dance. I can even shake my hips, check me out. Sis, give me a chance. Bianran was completely at ease, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she quickly immersed herself in the lively atmosphere. Just as the mood in the streaming room was harmonious, a PK challenge notification suddenly popped up in the corner of the screen. The public chat instantly exploded. Damn it, is it Lin Tian again? Isn't she annoying? Zizai, don't accept her PK. She's clearly targeting you. She's like sticky glue, clinging to every streaming platform she can find. This is bad, this crazy woman is here again with her lunatic big sister to stir up trouble. She's even followed you to this new platform. Is she part dog or something? Nanze, this time you have to hold on. Don't go offline for another week. It's always the same. As soon as a big spender shows up in Nanze's stream, Lin Tian has to cause chaos. Nanze glanced at the PK challenge and decisively declined. A radiant smile spread across his face, as calm as the sea, as he continued chatting with Bianran. Sis Qingxin, is this your first time trying a livestream? The chat helped steer the conversation away, keeping the atmosphere relaxed. Bianran was aware of the underlying story hinted at in the comments. Nanze and Lin Tian clearly had some sort of history, with Nanze seemingly always ending up the victim. The feud between them was messy and tangled. But Bianran wasn't interested. What she liked about Nanze was his appearance, her affection was superficial and direct. She could send him gifts, spend money like water. Money, to her, was just a string of cold numbers. If money could solve it, it wasn't a problem. As for feelings? They didn't exist. No one could make her truly invested. So she didn't dig deeper and went along with avoiding the topic. Not my first time streaming, just my first time on G2. Nanze nodded. No wonder you came in with a level 0 account. So was I the first streamer you saw on G2? Bianran replied, yes. Though that wasn't entirely true. She had casually browsed G2 yesterday, but who would spend 24 hours refreshing the page? Nanze happened to be the first streamer she saw today. What was wrong with that? Nothing at all. Nanze's eyes glimmered with a sweet smile, warm as a spring breeze, making hearts flutter. That's wonderful. I'm the first one you watched. I'm so lucky. Sis, do you want to hear a song? I can sing. If I don't know it, I'll learn it for next time. Before he could finish, another PK challenge popped up, still from Lin Tian Tian. Right after that, a wave of fake accounts flooded the chat. Oh, who's this? Too scared to accept a PK? Coward, who doesn't accept PKs? Sister Hui said if you don't accept, you'll be banned for a month. Trash. Sister Hui said you're not even worth Lin Tiantian's pinky. Do you even deserve to lick Lin Tiantian's shoes? With a face like yours, even the sewers wouldn't take you. Each insult was like a blade cutting through the air. The stream, which had only 100 or 2 viewers, suddenly surged to 300 or 400 as the trolls poured in, turning the atmosphere foul in an instant. The loyal fans were livid. These hardcore followers had stuck with Nanzai through multiple platforms. From Mao Dou, Mao Hu to Mao Shou, wherever Nanzai went, that Sister Hui and Lin Tian Tian followed, always looking for trouble. Even worse, they only targeted Nanzai's streams. With Nanzai's looks and personality, big spenders were naturally drawn to him. But every time Lin Tian Tian showed up, the lively vibe was ruined. That Sister Hui was like a runaway horse. Every PK match, she would go all out to crush the big spenders in Nanzai's stream. Even scarier, she had the means to sustain her wild antics. In such an environment, how could any big spender be willing to stick around in Nanzai's stream? One loss, and Nanzai would have to go offline for a week. In less than half a month, Nanzai had already been forced to take a break once on Jita Live. Today, just when a new sister had finally appeared, the persistent troublemakers were back again. The fans rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight back. But Nanzai remained unfazed. He refused the PK once more and calmly instructed the stream moderators to mute all microphones. The entanglement between him and Hui Hui was, in fact, quite simple. What Hui Hui wanted was a canary with its wings clipped, existing solely for her amusement. But he couldn't meet her overbearing demands. Thus, Lin Tian Tian emerged, becoming the constant source of his troubles. Even when he tried to change jobs, the response was always, "We're not hiring." His streaming income barely kept him afloat. Career stagnating, friends who used to chat with him gradually distanced themselves, as if he were a piece of moldy old cloth no one wanted to touch. Nanzai felt trapped in an invisible net, a puppet stringed along in his streaming room, controlled by preset programs. Dancing, smiling, waiting for the big spenders to leave, then continuing to dance and smile. Then Lin Tian Tian would rush in for another PK. The big spenders would disappear, and he'd take a week off from streaming. The cycle repeated itself over and over. Nanzai had already foreseen today's outcome. Rather than let Sister Qingxin leave his stream disappointed in the end, it was better for him to end the broadcast on his own accord. Thinking of this, a faint smile flickered in Nanzai's clear eyes. Just as he was about to announce the end of the stream, a message in the bullet chat caught his eye. "If there's another PK, accept it. I'll back you up." The heat from dancing flushed his cheeks. Bianran never hesitated when it was time to act. She never lost when it came to spending money, and her war record spoke for itself. Nanzai felt the weight of those words. But his past experiences told him that no one could defeat Hui Hui. As he hesitated. "Qingxin, don't be afraid. Accept it. I'll help you win." Nanzai pressed his lips together tightly, a subtle, indescribable sense of security welling up within him. It was as if his intuition assured him the person behind these words wouldn't give him hope only to shatter it cruelly, wouldn't let him be mocked or humiliated. That person would truly choose him with unshakable resolve. "Nanga, listen to her this time. Take him down. Why let him keep pestering you? Sister Qingxin is mighty. Sister Qingxin is mighty. Family, we must give it our all for this round too. Streamer, play the battle anthem." Suppressing the waves in his heart, Nanzai responded softly, "All right, sister, I'll listen to you." Before long, Lin Tiantian's PK request popped up again. Nanzai clicked on it, and the screen quickly switched to Lin Tiantian's stream room. Lin Tian Tian was cute, wearing a bear-shaped headband, her cheeks still chubby with baby fat. Yet, her eyes gleamed with an icy sharpness. "Nanzai, you're really incorrigible. Sister Hui said you can't win. Why not just take a week off streaming, or switch platforms?" Lin Tiantian's lips curled into a schadenfreude-laden smile. The grudge between him and Nanze ran deep. He knew his big sister's obsessive nature all too well. The best outcome was for Nanze to remain forever stubborn, forever targeted. Otherwise, the moment Nanze gave in, he'd be the first to suffer. Nanze didn't have the energy to engage in idle banter with Lin Tian. Whatever the result, he'd take it. Same rules as always. Let's start. Lin Tian hesitated, then suddenly exclaimed. Wait. Let's mix it up this round. Dare to accept? Nanze's heart tightened. Judging by the way Lin Tian was acting, whatever they'd play wouldn't be something proper. Bianran, on the other hand, grew intrigued, always eager for something fresh and exciting. She quickly typed. Accept. Nanze glanced at the bullet chat and nodded. I'll accept. Good. Lin Tian flashed a sly smile, waiting for the sparks of the PK to ignite. This round's still a punishment match. The punishment will be decided by whoever's ranked first. The loser has to bark like a dog. The insult was extreme, though the harm was relatively minor. As soon as she finished speaking, both streams erupted into chaos. Nanze's side was in utter shock. Is something wrong with his brain? What's gotten into this little knife today? Where's all this confidence coming from? I just came from their stream room. That condition was set by Hui herself. On the contrary, Lin Tian's side brimmed with confidence. Sister Hui sure knows how to play. The top supporter on their side must be regretting it. Big time. Their top supporter has no class. Of all people to throw money at, they chose Nanze? Sister Hui doesn't like him, and I get why. Haha, can't wait to see their top supporter barking like a dog. Nanze lowered his lashes, a heavy feeling sinking into his chest. He knew they were targeting him. Losing wasn't a big deal, he could switch platforms. It wouldn't be the first time. He didn't expect, though, that this time the punishment would land on Sister Qingxin's shoulders. He was all too aware of how cunning that Hui woman could be. His stream room never had any big spenders sticking around, that said everything. Sister, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I won't play this PK. I'll just switch platforms if I have to. Bianran bluntly declared that the other side was coming straight for her. What a joke. Was she scared? If the other side could hold their ground, this PK could easily blow up on the trending list, and G2 streaming's popularity would skyrocket in no time. The beauty cautiously apologized, then promptly regained her composure and confidently typed a few words. Accepted. Bring it on. As soon as this was said, the tension in both livestream rooms exploded like a firecracker. The spectators started calling their friends over. This wasn't just an ordinary PK, it was a punishment match for the losing side's top supporter. Whose top supporter wasn't cherished and respected? And today, someone's top supporter was going to bark like a dog? The sheer excitement made everyone's blood boil. A PK showdown was now inevitable. At this moment, however, Nanze remained calm and composed. He couldn't possibly douse his team's fire. When the 10-minute countdown appeared, both sides muted each other's microphones and began rallying votes in their respective rooms. The fans, all seasoned regulars, understood the gravity of this PK match. Whoever lost would find it hard to survive on their platform. The fans didn't hold back their scattered votes, pouring them in generously. Bianran was no stranger to PKs, and her style was simple, absolute domination. The moment the match began, before Nanze could even start rallying, his livestream room was flooded with gifts. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze 1 carnival. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze 20 carnivals. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze 80 carnivals. The opponent's health bar instantly became as thin as a cicada's wing. Nanze's score shot up rapidly, stopping at 2.4 million. Lin Tian stared at the numbers on the screen, growing increasingly anxious. She hadn't expected Nanze's top supporter to be so formidable and hurriedly called her own top supporter into action. Hui Jia. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 1 carnival. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 20 carnivals. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 80 carnivals. In the blink of an eye, the PK score soared past 5 million. The entire platform was instantly flooded with announcements. Streamer Nanze and Lin Tian are locked in a fierce battle, come watch now. Accompanied by rolling banners and notifications, the heat in both livestream rooms surged like a torrential storm. A flood of curious spectators poured in. These two streamers are impressive, I like Nanze. Wow. Who are these two? Both sides have top supporters. This PK is intense, amazing. Lately, a lot of big players have been showing up on G2. Turns out even smaller streamers can hit high-scoring matches. This is neck and neck, so thrilling to watch. Who are you kidding? Nanze's Jing Xian is clearly outshining Hui Jia. Bianran loved absolute domination, never giving her opponents a single chance from start to finish. With her expertly honed skills, the carnival effects in Nanze's livestream room never stopped. The first one hadn't even faded before the next one arrived in quick succession. On the other side, Hui was also frantically sending gifts, but she was always a few steps behind. Jing Xian gifted streamer Nanze 100 carnivals. Jing Xian gifted streamer Nanze 200 carnivals. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 90 carnivals. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 170 carnivals. The atmosphere in both livestream rooms was incredibly tense. The small fans had already spent all their scattered votes. Now, the screen was flooded with nothing but grand carnival gifts. New viewers were left dumbfounded. What kind of PK is this? Is it New Year's already? My goodness, I've never seen such extravagant spending. Who are these goddesses? I want to bask in their glory too. Damn. One carnival costs my entire monthly salary. Ladies, can you spare a follow for me? Even the new viewers were in shock, and Nanze and his fans felt like they were dreaming. Oh my god. Was this the power of Jing Xian? Nanze stared blankly at the rapidly jumping carnival numbers, his head buzzing, unable to react promptly. Thank you, Jing Xian Jia, for the carnivals. Jing Xian gifted streamer Nanze 500 carnivals. Jing Xian gifted streamer Nanze 800 carnivals. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 400 carnivals. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian 700 carnivals. Oh my god. This match's score is insane, both sides have broken 10 million. Holy crap. This is too intense. Even for major streamers, matches with scores in the tens of millions are rare. Her finger halted at the 850th tap, slight soreness creeping into her fingertips. On the Extreme Rabbit streaming platform, gifts could only be tapped one at a time, and she had already tapped 850 carnival gifts in 2 minutes. A million sounded intimidating, but when converted into actual money, it was only 2.55 million yuan. Taking a deep breath, Bianran prepared to switch to tech mode, quick and extravagant. As soon as she started using tech, a few clowns immediately jumped into the stream. Yo, streamer, why did your big sister suddenly stop gifting? The other side's big sister is still going crazy, looks like your big sister can't keep up. Streamer, is your big sister still gifting? Can you hold on? Got any money left in your pockets? If you can't, just bark like a dog and admit defeat. Nanze's heart pounded furiously. He sent a moderation command to Jing Xian Jia, directly banning those clowns from the chat. Rolling his eyes, he said coldly, "How my sister gifts is none of your business. Our side's advantage is rock solid. And by the way, you guys earning 3 or 4,000 yuan a month, don't bother worrying about whether a millionaire still has money left." Ha ha ha, Zizi, someone's feelings got hurt. Ha ha ha, clowns, don't forget your primary task is making money and hitting your targets. Those guys earlier, did you take money from the other side? How much per comment? Let me in on it, dog emoji. Bianran swiftly set up the plugin. One tap now triggered a 10-hit combo, making it ridiculously easy, almost like playing a game. She even teased Nanze. Your mouth is like it's smeared with poison, but I like it. Then, does sister like it when my mouth is smeared with honey? I'll only use honey for my sister. Nanze's lips curved slightly upward, this time with a more genuine smile. Who would have thought someone could outshine Hui? Bianran was overjoyed, spending money was all about this exhilarating satisfaction, wasn't it? She happily typed. I like it. With 2 minutes left on the clock, the score stood at Nanze's 90 million versus Lin Tiantian's 71 million. The heat of this PK had already surged to the top of the platform's rankings. Nanze's stream viewership skyrocketed from a few hundred to 4 or 5,000, dozens of times higher, as viewers flooded in like a tidal wave. With the growing crowd came a mix of good and bad, even small accounts of other streamers joining to spectate. Loyal fans stepped in to maintain order in the chat. Bianran glanced at the score. The rapid pace meant that if the other side used tech as well, a surprise counterattack could happen at any moment. She snapped out of her casual mood, her fingers flying across the screen with lightning speed. Seeing the widening gap, the other side finally couldn't hold back and activated their tech. Hui hadn't expected that, despite her undefeated streak on major streaming platforms, she would encounter such a tough opponent on this small extreme rabbit platform, forcing her hand into using tech. But no matter what, this PK couldn't be lost. Both sides clung tightly to the battle for victory, carnival gifts pouring in like a dense storm, leaving the onlookers stunned. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze Carnival 4000. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze Carnival 4500. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Carnival 3200. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Carnival 3700. What the hell? Is this really a carnival? Am I dreaming? Someone pinch me. Holy crap, this PK is the strongest showdown in Extreme Rabbit's history. Oh my gosh. Today's daydream material has been found. Final 10 seconds. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Carnival 6900. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Carnival 7200. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze Carnival 7000. Ching Xian gifted streamer Nanze Carnival 7300. In the last second of the countdown, Bianran tapped the final carnival gift, exactly 7300, 100 more than the other side. Woohoo, absolutely beautiful. The scores for this PK were shockingly high. Nanze, 219,026,746, Lin Tian, 216,463,882. In this battle for rank 1 pride, Nanze emerged victorious. The livestream erupted in celebration. We won, we won. We did it. Sister, you're a god. Sister. You're my one and only sister. Opened my eyes. Opened my eyes. Mom, I've seen the big world today. Ah. Sis. You're literally the queen of all females. The top-tier existence of humanity. Sister Qingxin. You're so freaking awesome. I want to have your babies. Aha. Streamer, wake up. Your most important mission is to suck up to your sister. Nanze hadn't recovered from this shock yet. His mind felt like it was muddled with glue, thick and sticky. He instinctively muttered thanks, his brain racing. How much? 7300 of, what? Carnivals. 7,300 carnivals. 20 million. Even with the platform taking a cut, he could still pocket nearly 10 million. The excitement tonight came in waves, one after another. Just as he adapted to one, the next one crashed down fiercely. Everything felt like a dream, so surreal that Nanze wondered if this was the last illusion before his death. Someone actually threw 20 million for him. And even crushed the mountain that was pressing down on him, Hui. It wasn't until Bianran reminded him about the punishment in the public chat that Nanze snapped back to reality. His face flushed, like a blooming poppy flower. His slender hand gently brushed his eyelid, and he unconsciously hummed a tune. Sister, you're my goddess. That impenetrable wall around his heart was torn open tonight, leaving a small crack. From the corner of his eye, where shadows fell, a single sparkling tear slid down. Seeing this, Bianran's mischievous streak stirred, and she quickly typed a few words into the public chat. Had enough? Full, so full. Nanze's eyes sparkled as he shyly lowered his head, burying it into his arm. On the screen, only his jet black hair and 2 crimson ears were visible. A vivid, living picture. The first word that flashed through Bianran's mind was alive. After appreciating the beauty, she didn't forget the punishment agreed upon before the PK match. The livestream audience hadn't forgotten either, flooding into Lin Tiantian's stream to provoke Hui. Where's Hui? Where's Hui? I'm waiting for the recording. Sis, a bet's a bet, time to pay up. This is thrilling, congrats to Hui for earning the right to bark like a dog. In real life, witnessing a livestream where a millionaire throws down cash would leave most people awestruck. But this was the internet, and here, people only dared to punch hard behind their screens. No matter how rich you are, they were more eager to see you as the butt of the joke. Bianran joined the fun, flaunting her dazzling level 75 Emperor account, and entered Lin Tiantian's stream, generously gifting a carnival as medical expenses. Her comment carried teasing tones. "Hui hui, have you learned how to bark yet? Want me to send my dog over to teach you? Ha ha ha, Sister Qingxin, you've stripped the mountain of all its bamboo shoots. Hui hui, everyone's waiting for you." The atmosphere in Lin Tiantian's stream grew increasingly heated, as Bianran sat in the front row, openly enjoying the drama. On camera, Lin Tiantian wore a complicated expression. On one hand, she was so ecstatic about the PK match's high earnings that she was almost fainting. On the other, losing the match made her uneasy. After all, her elder sister wasn't someone to mess with. The chat was filled with demands for Hui Hui to show up, so Lin Tiantian hurried to respond. "Thank you, Sister Qingxin, for the medical expenses. You've been too generous. Aze, Sister Qingxin, how about I bark like a dog instead?" I. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold and arrogant voice interrupted her. "This isn't your place to speak about such matters." In the bottom right corner of Lin Tiantian's stream, the microphone icon trembled slightly. Hui Hui was now connected. Bianran rubbed her chin, surprised to find that Hui Hui had a deep, commanding voice, a mature tone that was crisp, decisive, and highly captivating. Hui Hui didn't waste words. From the microphone came 3 cold, indifferent dog barks. Then, the connection cut off. Bianran let out a light hum. Hui Hui wasn't bad, she kept her word. She then returned to Nanze's stream. By this time, Nanze had already disconnected from Lin Tiantian's stream. "Sister is back. Welcome back, victorious sister. Sister, stick with me. Let me soak in your fortune. Sister, you're killing me with your charm. Sister, can I add you on WeChat?" Nanze's eyes shimmered with a light so real and vivid, brighter than the stars in the night sky, evoking a heartache in those who saw it. Bianran didn't respond. She already understood the purpose behind the request to add her on WeChat, and she could predict how things might unfold. The world outside was like a deep maze, and one careless step could disrupt her plans for a long, peaceful life. After much effort convincing herself that no matter how tempting, life was more precious than fleeting beauty, her resolve crumbled in the next second. Sister, please give me your WeChat." Damn it. Someone was deliberately acting cute. Fine, let's just consider this a good deed for once, just adding on WeChat, nothing else. Bianran secretly made up her mind and typed, "I'll send it in a private message." "Alright sis, I'll add you." Nanze had barely finished speaking when a dazzling level 75 Emperor account appeared at the top of the livestream room. The bold barrage of comments dominated the screen. "Hui Hui, Qingxin, check your private messages." Bianran was just about to message Nanze when she saw this and raised an eyebrow, thinking, what does Hui Hui want? "Qingxin, what's up?" "Hui Hui, battle invitation." "Qingxin?" "Accepted." Hui Hui left the livestream, and Bianran gave a quick explanation to Nanze before exiting as well. Bianran, who always had her private messages turned off, first sent her WeChat ID to Nanze and then opened the battle invitation Hui Hui had sent. After reading it, she couldn't help but laugh. Hui Hui must have been unwilling to accept today's loss. She actually invited her for another match tomorrow. This woman, was she someone President Lin hired as an actor? The coordination was just too perfect. It worked out, though. There were still over 20 million she hadn't spent yet, and now she wouldn't have to bother splurging it herself. 2 matches in 2 days, a gambling scene worth tens of millions of RMB, stirring up a lively buzz. As it drew closer to 11:30, Bianran put down her phone and beckoned to Susan and Yongfeng. "Hey. Sis." The two walked over properly and stood before her. Bianran fumbled through her pocket and pulled out the 400 yuan she had earned from yesterday's bar job, splitting it into 2 shares, 200 each. Though her clothes were washed, before heading out, she had stuffed those 400 yuan back into her pocket. 200 per person was definitely the bar's market rate. Even a whole day of hauling goods in the back warehouse only paid 150. But when she handed over the money, no one dared to take it. No, sis, it's an honor to serve you. Sis, we can't take this money. Helping you was completely voluntary. Bianran couldn't be bothered to argue and forcibly shoved 200 yuan into each of their hands before waving them off. She turned around and walked in the direction of the bar. It was time to change and clock out. Inside, the bar remained lively and bustling. Usually, it wasn't until after midnight that the crowd would start to thin out. The deafening music had such a strong beat that even Bianran felt like jumping in for a dance. Every now and then, a let-it-all-go thought would bubble up: die early, reincarnate early, live in the moment. But another voice would immediately counter sternly: you're still young, billions in wealth are waiting for you to splurge, and there are so many boys in the world who need your kindness. How could you end it like in your last life, dying before you even turn 20? Though Bianran usually lived carefree, that early death in her previous life remained a hurdle she couldn't quite overcome in her otherwise smooth journey. Even though she had crossed that threshold, looking back, the scars were still vivid. Because of this, she had an exceptional fixation on longevity. Letting out a deep sigh, Bianran sensibly refrained from diving into the dance floor. In the break room, some people had already changed and were waiting for the supervisor to hand out pay. After changing, Bianran stepped out, just in time to run into the female lead entering. The two brushed past each other, and Bianran keenly noticed the female lead's dazed expression, her eyes tinged with nervousness and caution. Oh? What happened? Bianran's gossip radar immediately activated, and she sat beside someone who had been complaining about the supervisor yesterday and was now on the same floor as the female lead. That person was gossiping with someone else about the female lead. Hey! Did you see that newbie today? Talk about luck, on her first day, she sold a high-end bottle. I heard the customer even specifically asked for the commission to go to her. I was working in the same area as her. Luck? I'd say it wasn't just luck. What do you mean? Spill it. Well, a rich second-generation heir was sitting in a booth today. When she delivered drinks, he took a liking to her and asked her to drink with him. She refused, and they had a bit of a scuffle. She still wouldn't agree. The supervisor happened to see it and forced her to drink a glass with him. Then the heir insisted on crediting her with the drink sales commission. Wow, there sure are a lot of rich heirs at this bar. As soon as the words were out, the female lead stepped out, and the two fell silent instantly. Bianran put away her phone, pretending to look at it, and turned to glance at the person sitting beside her. Huh? The female lead actually sat down next to her. Chi Shiyu noticed the gaze and smiled faintly, her tone carrying a hint of familiarity. Didn't expect to see you working part-time here too. Bianran's eyes flickered, puzzled. What did she mean? Did they know each other? Chi Shiyu seemed to catch on to her confusion and quickly clarified. Yesterday, my friend accidentally knocked your phone to the ground. The lights were dim, so I didn't see what you looked like, but I recognized the little heart on your pants. It's quite unique. Bianran followed the line of sight and saw a chubby heart sewn onto her knee. It was a patch the original owner had sewn herself after scraping her knee while wearing these pants. So, she had already encountered the female lead yesterday. This girl had a sharp eye. Bianran didn't expect to gain an unexpected connection while working a part-time job, so she followed the topic and started a conversation. My name is Bianran. Did you come to this part-time job after seeing the recruitment ad outside the bar? I'm Chi Shiyu. Yeah, I had no choice. I need money, and the pay here is good. Same here. But honestly, out of all the part-time jobs I've done, this one is the most lucrative. Do you often work part-time? Yeah, my family lives deep in the mountains, really poor. I've done all kinds of jobs. Then we're pretty similar. My family is also in the mountains. I didn't go home this summer break, hoping to earn some money to ease my mom's burden. Travel costs are expensive. A round trip costs at least 1,000. Where are you from? For me, the round trip also costs about 1,000. Wait, are we from the same city? Oh my. And the same university too? You're from this school too? The more they talked, the more Chi Shiyu felt like she and Bianran were old friends. Same city, same university, similar family backgrounds. Now they even ran into each other working part-time at the same bar. A sense of unexplainable familiarity welled up in her heart. At that moment, the supervisor entered, interrupting their conversation. The supervisor had come to distribute wages. When it was Bianran's turn, the supervisor glanced at her and handed her 400 yuan. She pocketed the money, her mind echoing with the sound of relief funds being distributed. Shuyu, I'll wait for you. Let's leave together? Chi Shuyu was just about to nod when a hint of hesitation flickered in her eyes. In the end, she shook her head and declined. You go ahead. It's late, and you have another part-time job at 6 in the morning. Bianran didn't press further, said goodbye, and walked out first. As she reached the doorway, she bumped into two people. The two leaned against the doorway, one on each side, with one of them staring intently at her face, as if searching for something. Bianran froze, her heart tightening. Weren't these the same two people from last night at Guwai's who called her a beggar? She halted her steps, raised an eyebrow slightly, and quickly slipped into the shadows. On the other side, Chi Shuyu, holding her wages, slowly made her way out. Though the money in hand brought her a sense of relief, an underlying anxiety was hard to suppress. The way that spoiled rich kid had looked like he wouldn't let her off yesterday made her fear getting intercepted on her way home. She'd heard that the rich kid had connections in shady circles, definitely not someone she or Bianran could afford to provoke. If Bianran accompanied her, she might get dragged into trouble. That was why she'd refused to leave with Bianran earlier. Chi Shuyu decided to scout the entrance for any sign of trouble before making her next move. If there were people blocking the way, she would immediately activate her backup plan. As she neared the entrance, there was no need for close observation. The two dimwits glaring intently at faces already signaled that the situation was serious. She recognized them as part of the rich kid's entourage. Their appearance here could only mean trouble, and she dared not take any risks with her life. Silently retreating back into the bar, she headed toward the restroom to hide. Bianran witnessed everything. Seeing that Chi Shuyu had her own strategy, she decided to bide her time for now. After a while, Bianran smiled. A blonde, blue-eyed foreign beauty, dressed in a tank top and overalls, carrying a bag, strutted confidently out of the bar. The two by the door didn't even notice and were still muttering. Aren't those part-timers done for the night? Why aren't they coming out yet? Shinji is already getting impatient. Hey, go inside and check. No way, you go. After the foreign beauty safely left, Bianran also stepped outside. As she passed by the two, they froze for a moment, then turned away, muttering under their breath, "You can't see me. You can't see me." They couldn't afford to offend someone staying in the presidential suite at Guwai's, nor could they provoke Shinji. Once out of the bar, Bianran hurried back to Guwai's as if fleeing for her life, quickly freshened up, and lay down by 11:58 p.m. Within 3 seconds, she was fast asleep. The night passed dreamlessly, and she slept soundly until morning. The next morning, Bianran stretched lazily, propped herself up against the headboard, and began scrolling on her phone. WeChat messages flooded in. At the top was Nanze, with 99 plus unread messages. His profile picture was a quirky cartoon pumpkin. The latest message, sent 10 minutes ago, was a good morning cat meme. Scrolling up, there were photos of Nanze showing off his abs and chest from various angles. His physique was smooth, muscles taut, neither overdone nor underdeveloped, with a well-defined V-line. The photos ranged in style, fully covered and wet, semi-revealing and teasing, and boldly exposed. Bianran's eyes widened instantly. Awake. She was definitely awake now. After spending half an hour admiring Nanze's photography skills, she replied, "Good morning, looks great." That good morning seemed to trigger a switch, and Nanze sent several more messages in succession. Bianran didn't respond immediately. Next came a message from President Lin about last night's achievements. President Lin proudly told her that he hadn't placed any bets on last night's PK match, yet he unexpectedly trended on social media, sparking widespread discussion. Bianran replied indifferently, noted. Following that were a few messages from the female lead, full of complaints about the silly rich second-generation heir she'd encountered at the bar last night. That rich heir had apparently gotten her phone number from the supervisor and had been messaging her non-stop since last night until dawn. Each word was sharp enough to make even the nosy aunties at the village entrance bow in defeat. Bianran asked, "Are you still going to the part-time job tonight?" The female lead responded quickly. "Blow up the pond, yes, need money." Bianran sent back an okay emoji and thought to herself that this female lead, despite her gentle exterior, was actually smart, goal-oriented, and adaptable. A girl like her could thrive anywhere. The following messages, Bianran couldn't be bothered to reply to. She flopped onto her bed, wondering what she should do today. Suddenly, she mentally poked Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin. Where's Xiaoling? Has her identity in this world been sorted out yet? It's already the third day. Sis, how about you get up and open the door to check? The moment those words came through, Bianran sprang up like a startled rabbit, flinging open her bedroom door. Nobody was there. Tap, tap, tap. She pushed open the suite's main door, and sure enough, standing outside was a young woman in professional attire, smiling at her. At that moment, Bianran immediately sensed it. This was Xiaoling. She let out a loud awoo, and pounced on Xiaoling with a bear hug, hands and feet all in. Xiaoling. Xiaoling. It's really you. You're finally here. Xiaoling gently wrapped her arms around Bianran, steadily catching her. Xiaoling is also very happy to see Miss again. Her voice was calm and steady, but Bianran felt a warmth in her heart. This was the solid, dependable Xiaoling she knew. Bian Xiaomei, curious about the commotion, came running over. Sis, who is this? She's my friend, Xiaoling. She'll be working as my assistant from now on. Xiaoling, this is my sister, Bian Xiao. Xiaoling politely nodded toward Bian Xiaomei. Hello, Second Mississippi. Bian Xiaomei was startled and waved her hands repeatedly. No, no, no. You're my sister's friend, just call me Xiao Xiao. I'll call you Sister Xiaolin, okay? Understood, Second Mississippi. Bian Xiaomei's expression was so amusing that Bianran couldn't help but laugh out loud. She thought back to her childhood days, trying so hard to teach Xiaoling to call her Aran, but Xiaoling would always respond with, yes, Mississippi. Yes, Miss Aran. Yes, Miss Ranran. Later, Xiao Jin explained that Xiaoling was a creation from a high-dimensional world, and her loyalty to her master was ingrained in her very being. She was destined never to address her master by name directly. Only then did Bianran let go of her obsession with how Xiaoling addressed her. After greeting Xiaoling, Bian Xiaomei quickly slipped away. She'd only enjoyed a few days of good life following her sister, and now someone was calling her Second Mississippi. The title Second Miss sounded like it belonged to someone from a prestigious family. Bian Xiaomei couldn't handle it. She was just an ordinary person who, up until last week, still had to pinch pennies to buy pork ribs. But when Sister Xiaolin met their parents later, would she call them Master and Madam? At the thought of this, Bian Xiaomei couldn't help but chuckle to herself. With Xiaoling's arrival, she immediately took over managing every aspect of Bianran's daily life. From food to clothing, no detail was overlooked. Xiaoling always seemed to know exactly what Bianran needed or wanted. In the afternoon, Bianran took Xiaoling out. Originally, she planned to take her sister to live in the Misty Mountain Villa. But after observing her sister for the past few days, she realized she had clearly underestimated her sister's imagination. If she directly threw Bian Xiao into that isolated and lofty villa in Misty Mountain, it might frighten her, and the consequences would be unimaginable. This wasn't one of those lifeless dolls from her past life. She had to consider her sister's psychological endurance. So, Bianran took Xiaoling to buy an ordinary standalone villa. Though not in the city center, the area was elegant, conveniently located, and just a 30-minute drive from downtown, a great place to live. The villa spanned about 1,000 square meters, offering excellent privacy with independent spaces surrounding it. There was greenery, a courtyard, a swimming pool, a garden, and even a dedicated residence for housekeeping staff. What satisfied Bianran most was the large underground garage in the villa, perfect for her sports car. Although the villa was a bit smaller than she'd have liked, with some renovations, it would surely be comfortable. 70 million yuan, she swiped her card, and the deal was done in an instant. Just after the purchase, the billionaire system let out a ding-dong. Random reward, detected host's first home purchase in this world. A red reward pouch has been triggered. Would you like to open it? Yes? No? Bianran stared at the pouch in front of her, which looked completely different from the usual ones, her brow furrowing slightly. This time, the pouch had a red label in front of it. What kind of mystery did it hold? She immediately turned to Xiaojin, her voice laced with curiosity. Oh, this? The lucky bags are divided into levels. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple, each level is higher than the last. The ones you got before were the most basic, 0 level. I've never heard of this before. The probability of getting a high-level lucky bag is so low it's practically negligible. So, I didn't bother mentioning it, hehe. Xiaojin rarely showed a hint of embarrassment. Bianran let out a light snort and threw a punch into the void in her mind. Bang! Xiaojin didn't budge an inch. She responded calmly, yes. Congratulations, host. You've received 1 billion renminbi, a Ziyulong Manor estate, and a share in Shiha real estate. With the announcement, the surprises poured down like a sudden rainstorm. She set aside the money for now, though she wasn't quite sure where the Ziyulong Manor was located. But a manor is a manor. No matter where it's hidden in the mountains or woods, it wouldn't be a shabby place. As for Shiha Real Estate, it was a top-tier real estate giant in the country, specializing in mid to high-end residential and commercial projects. Their pride and joy, the Shiha Garden in S-City, was a renowned masterpiece combining high-rise apartments, garden houses, and villas. Last year, their sales revenue reached a staggering 150.44 billion yuan. In less than 10 minutes, the previous heads of Ziyulong Manor and Shiha Real Estate each called in succession. Bianran kept the conversations brief, informing them that someone would take over the matters later. After exchanging some pleasantries, the calls ended. Miss, given the current scale of your assets, we'll need a more professional and extensive team for support. Xiaoling quickly compiled a summary of all the assets under her name. But this was merely the beginning, the future business landscape would become even broader. Much like the previous life, they'd need more elite talent to join the fold. Bianran nodded and decisively allocated 500 million yuan to Xiaoling. This matter is up to you. Xiaoling's lips curled slightly, her voice firm, I won't let you down. Her core algorithm dictated that her purpose for existence was tied to her master's need for her. With ample funds at her disposal, Bianran decided to purchase 2 additional villas next to her current one. They were of similar size and price. One for herself, one for Xiaoling, and another for her family. She was never stingy when it came to those she cared about. Xiaoling designed the interiors in 2 styles, one French, one countryside. The one with the larger garage gets the French style, you can pick whichever you like. Bianran accessed the original host's memories. That family had treated her with kindness and wasn't particularly harsh toward Bian Xiaomei either. Though they were biased toward Bianran, Bian father, Bian mother, and the elders had their limitations in understanding. The village chief's family was the wealthiest in town. The chief's dim-witted son, though simple-minded, had a kind heart and was the family's sole heir. Bian Xiaomei had dropped out of high school and worked as an apprentice at a hair salon in town, earning a meager income. Since she was destined to marry someday, it seemed better to marry the village chief's son. Out of respect for the original host, the village chief had always treated the Bian family differently. If Bian Xiaomei married into their family, she wouldn't suffer. After the village chief and his wife passed away, their son would inherit the family's assets, which would then come under Bian Xiaomei's control. At that time, the original host had just entered university, and the dowry from the village chief's family could support her education. Once the original host graduated, she could repay the family in return. The village chief trusted the integrity of educated people and the Bian family, promising to treat Bian Xiaomei as his own. As long as Bian Xiaomei could tolerate his son, the family's assets would naturally be hers. To Bian family's elders, this was already the best arrangement. Bianran lacked the strength to judge whether Bian father and Bian mother's decision was right or wrong, the root of the issue lay in their limited perspectives. People are always unable to comprehend worlds beyond their understanding. Bian father and Bian mother firmly believed that education could change one's destiny, pinning their hopes on the university-bound Bianran for a brighter future. As for Bian Xiaomei, whose academic performance was poor, they used their life experience to map out her future. The lack of effective communication between parents and children had caused tensions to accumulate into the situation they face today. This entanglement was not without resolution. When the time was right, Bianran planned to take her sister back to their hometown. However, one thing puzzled Bianran. Why had the original host's family cut ties with her this year? It was completely contrary to their usual affection. Bianran wasn't the type to remain silent and let things go unspoken. When she returned, she would get to the bottom of it. For now, in this new world, everything had to start afresh. After finishing the arrangements, Xiaojin suddenly asked a question. Sis, should I still have the Bugatti La Voiture Noire delivered to the villa on Misty Mountain? Bianran pondered for a moment. Since she decided to live here, there was no need to send the sports car to Misty Mountain. Xiaojin, have the car sent here instead. Sure, sis. It's expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Mentioning the sports car suddenly reminded Bianran that she didn't yet have a driver's license in this world. But with money, that wouldn't be much of a problem. At this moment, Xiaoling had already gathered information about the Xialong Manor. Xialong Manor, located in the outskirts of the capital, spans an area of approximately 250,000 square meters, about 375 acres. Bianran held a tablet in her hand, her eyes sweeping over the details. So it's in the capital. I'll go check it out in a while. She reckoned she wouldn't have time to run around for now. Unfortunately, time was up, she had to go to work. Before leaving, Bianran changed into her outfit and shoes. After hesitating for less than a second, she grabbed her old phone. Dear phone, retirement is retirement, but the situation now is special. How about coming out to stretch your legs with me? If you don't respond, I'll take that as a yes. Talking to herself, Bianran reached an understanding with her phone. She cheerfully stepped out the door. At the bar entrance, she happened to run into the female lead. Qi Shiyu caught up quickly, walking side by side with Bianran while smiling. Ran, my mom had someone send over some chili sauce. It's made with peppers grown right in our own field. Want some? I can bring you a jar tomorrow. As she said this, Qi Shiyu's eyes sparkled with happiness, almost dazzling Bianran. By the time Bianran realized, her mouth was quicker than her brain and she had already agreed. I was just craving something spicy. Thanks in advance. Hearing this, Qi Shiyu's smile grew even softer. My mom's chili sauce, one bite, and I guarantee you'll want another. Really? Then I'm in for a treat. It's only thanks to you that I get to taste Auntie's chili sauce. Be sure to thank her for me. The two chatted and laughed as they walked into the bar together. When Bianran set out to deliberately approach someone, it was rare for people to refuse to talk to her. But most of the time, her attitude was, if you're not to my taste, get lost. However, the light-hearted, friendly atmosphere they shared evaporated the moment they stepped into the break room. The people in the break room, upon seeing the two of them, more precisely, seeing Qi Shiyu, immediately changed their expressions, and the mood grew heavy. Bianran didn't care, Qi Shiyu had a strong mind. The two went about changing into their work clothes as usual. But someone couldn't hold back and blocked their way. Well, yesterday's sales champion has arrived. The tone was dripping with sarcasm, barely concealing the jealousy. Bar part-time workers didn't typically earn commissions, but Qi Shiyu was an exception, and the manager obviously wasn't on her side. So everyone knew Qi Shiyu had earned a 3,000 yuan commission yesterday. Qi Shiyu, being confronted, didn't get angry. She merely furrowed her brows slightly and asked seriously. What? Think I'm amazing and want to flatter me, maybe ask me to be your mentor? Pfft, ha ha ha. Ignoring the sour look on the other person's face, Bianran burst out laughing. In all seriousness, she said. Shiyu, I'd advise you not to take this one as an apprentice. She'll definitely end up on your criminal record. Ha ha ha. In the middle of the argument, the already distracted Su Sisi wasn't satisfied and shouted at them. What's wrong with me? My mom says I'm not stupid. Qi Shiyu froze, suddenly feeling like she was bullying someone ignorant, hesitating whether to deliver another verbal jab. Bianran, however, had no such hesitation and blurted out. Well, your mom's being pretty polite. Ran, if you put it that way, she might not understand. Qi Shiyu tugged at Bianran's sleeve, thinking she could be more straightforward. Sure enough, Su Sisi immediately fired back. What do you mean? Why would my mom be polite to me? She's my mom, not yours. Are you crazy? Bianran smirked playfully, her gaze lazily sweeping over the furious Su Sisi before tilting her head and saying. Usually, people only comfort fools by saying, you're not stupid. Su Cici's eyes widened in shock, confusion, and disbelief, as if the sky had just fallen. The little commotion in the break room ultimately hurt only Su Cici. She sat in a corner, gloomy and damp, like a poisonous mushroom that couldn't stand the light. Occasionally, she'd glance up to glare at Bianran and Chishuyu, then lower her head to furiously type on her keyboard. No one paid her any mind. Bianran and Chishuyu share the same mindset. Don't argue with fools. Bianran guessed she'd likely be assigned to the warehouse again today. Previously, the person working in the warehouse had been the manager's nephew. Over the past couple of days, he'd gone back to get married. To save the position for him, the manager had the part-time workers fill in temporarily. That's why, when salaries were distributed yesterday, the manager only gave Bianran 400 yuan. The remaining 150 yuan? The manager's nephew still got it. Sure enough, when the manager arrived, Bianran was once again assigned to the warehouse. Ran. Chishuyu cast a worried glance at Bianran. The warehouse work, could a girl handle it? Bianran's lips curved into a faint smile, her eyebrows lifting slightly, revealing a hint of slyness. Don't worry, there's always a clever plan in the mountains. The old routine. Bianran walked straight into the alley behind the bar, preparing to randomly pick two, or maybe just one lucky person. Unfortunately, she ran into Su San and Yang Feng again. Coincidentally, the two of them were being beaten badly, their faces covered in wounds. 5 people with hair dyed in multiple colors surrounded them, their fists and feet lashing like whips. Even harsher than yesterday. They struck wherever was soft, showing no mercy, as if they intended to break them into pieces. As they beat them, they yelled. Are you going to talk? Has Lu Shuji been seen or not? Ah. It hurts so much. Su San and Yang Feng curled up into balls, holding their heads and wailing in pain, completely ignoring the questions being shouted at them. Spit it out. Keep beating them. Bianran's eyes narrowed. After weighing her options, she decided that familiar opponents were still more suitable. She quietly approached them. A side kick swept through. A spinning kick hit its mark directly. Her fists alternated, swinging out in rapid succession. You. The last person standing stared in terror at the woman who had just taken down his 4 companions in an instant. Before he could finish his sentence, a fierce punch struck him, leaving him seeing stars before collapsing unconscious to the ground. Bianran looked down at the 5 defeated, rainbow-haired men, and then at Su San and Yang Feng, who were curled up in the center. She took out her phone and snapped a photo with a click. A blooming flower. After taking the picture, Su San and Yang Feng were still howling in pain. Ah. It hurts so much. Please, stop hitting us. My God, we're going to die. Bianran coldly kicked them, flipping them over like turtles. Their field of vision immediately widened. Huh? They're not hitting us anymore? Wait, are they dead? What? Bianran gave them another kick. Ah. Yang Feng tugged on Su San, who was still yelling, and took a closer look. It was the same sister from yesterday. He thought he was going to be beaten to death by those thugs today, but she showed up. This sister knocked out 5 people in under a minute. Each move left her opponents completely incapacitated, unable to fight back. Yang Feng was shaken to his core, her strength was incredible. Still bruised and swollen, Yang Feng eagerly approached her with a fawning expression. Sis. You're really my hero. I knew you were our savior. Su San also realized it was Bianran who had saved them. After a brief moment of stunned silence, he quickly put on a sycophantic smile. Sis, do you need us for anything today? We're at your service anytime. Bianran's gaze remained indifferent. Let's go. Just like that? Su San and Yang Feng stared at the slender figure ahead. Unlike their cautious demeanor from yesterday, today they were filled with reverence and obedience. Having gained some experience from yesterday, their coordination today was much smoother. Bianran nodded to herself. As expected, experienced people were the easiest to work with. Feeling reassured, she calmly took out her phone and opened G2. Nanze had messaged her when he started his stream, saying he'd learned a new song and wanted to sing it for her. Curious, Bianran entered Nanze's livestream. When she entered, Nanze was looking down, his expression unreadable, radiating a sense of detachment. What's wrong? The number of viewers in the stream had stabilized at around 8,000, thanks to yesterday's PK battle. The chat was flooded with welcoming messages. Sisters here. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Sister, hugs and kisses. Wow. The legendary Big Spender sister is back, feeling so lucky. Our queen has arrived. Everyone step aside, this humble servant is here to serve. Finding no useful information, Bianran simply asked in the public chat. Someone quickly replied. The streamer's been acting lifeless since the stream started. His dancing today is so perfunctory. He keeps looking down at his phone. What happened to professionalism? Dog emoji. For some reason, Bianran felt like the chat resembled a group of kindergarten kids tattling to their teacher. At that moment, Nanze looked up. His eyes suddenly sparkled, as if he had seen something delightful. Sister. You're here. Oh, come on, streamer, I misjudged you, lights a cigarette, dot. Wow. A streamer who really knows how to flatter. Streamer, you're being too reserved. Give me 20 million, and I'll start licking the screen. Streamer, sisters here, go for it. Of course, Nanze noticed the comments. He merely smiled faintly. The shock from last night, brought by this sister, surged through his chest like a tidal wave and had yet to subside, even after he ended his stream. 20 million, such an astronomical figure felt like a meteor from outer space to him. Someone who had only glanced at him once in a livestream had rewarded him with this immense sum. It was the first time he had won a PK battle since Hui Hui's relentless targeting. Excitement burned in his chest like a wildfire. Last night, lying in bed, Nanze repeatedly replayed every moment when Sister Qingxin burst into his livestream. He pulled out the Big Sister Maintenance Handbook sent to him by the first guild he ever joined. That guild was one Hui Hui had dragged him into, but not long after he joined, the two had a falling out, and the guild stopped caring about him. It was only later that he realized the guild was actually Hui Hui's territory. However, the livestream content guide had always been useful to him, with detailed instructions on what dances to perform, what words to say, and what gestures to make. As for the Big Sister Maintenance Handbook, the previous Big Sister had fled before he even got the chance to maintain her. The guidance in the handbook made Nanze start taking photos without hesitation. But when it came time to send the photos, he hesitated for a long time. Would Sister find him too frivolous? But then, another thought occurred to him, wasn't livestreaming all about dancing and entertaining? He sent the photos, unwilling to let Sister Qingxin just be a fleeting passerby. In the seemingly inescapable predicament he was in, a crack finally appeared. She was someone entirely different from Hui Hui, and he was determined to hold on with everything he had. Sister didn't reply all night, and he couldn't sleep either. It wasn't until dawn, when she finally responded, that he felt at ease and fell into a deep sleep. Nanze knew that in her eyes, he was just an insignificant little character. But selfishly, he yearned, even the most insignificant little character longed to embrace the sunlight. Bianran wasn't a mind reader and didn't understand the complex emotions tangled in Nanze's heart. At this moment, Nanze resembled a little puppy waiting to be adopted. Bianran added a puppy filter to his livestream and gently patted his avatar. Nanze played along, rubbing his head against the filter. Sister, do you like puppies? Then I'll go buy a puppy headband tomorrow. Ah. What bad intentions could a streamer possibly have? He just wanted to charm the top supporter on his leaderboard. Bianran casually replied, sure. Nanze's peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons. By the way, sister, I've learned a song, I want to sing it for you. Oh, sister, I can sing too. Wow, Nanze, I misjudged you. Teach me how to win over a sister like this. Crying. Sing, sing, sing. Sister. Let him sing. And if it's not good, make him redo it. Bianran looked at the lively chat room and smiled, sending out a 20,000 coin red envelope. The sparkling golden text danced across the screen. Go ahead and sing, I'm listening. Nanze began singing, his gaze pure and focused, carrying an intoxicating charm. He sang asterisk, I want to sing this song for you. Asterisk. Asterisk, I want to sing this song for you while we're still young and picturesque. Who else could replace you? While we're young, love to your heart's content. I'll sing this song for you with my burning passion, hoping to move you, will you let me? Asterisk. His voice was clean and crystal clear, with a light lift at the end of each line, like a feather softly brushing against the heart. For a fleeting moment, Bianran felt like he wasn't singing "I want to sing this song for you," but rather asterisk "I want to offer myself to you to play with." Asterisk. Damn. She lightly slapped her cheeks, reminding herself to stay clear-headed and banish the messy thoughts from her mind. By the end of the song, who wouldn't be a little dazed? Bianran's fingers unconsciously tapped the screen. Qingxin gifts the streamer Carnival X1. Qingxin gifts the streamer Carnival X10. 666, the streamer's singing is amazing. What a waste you're not a professional singer. Ah. Dying from the sound of the streamer's voice. So good. Lick, lick, lick. Encore. Encore. Guys, stay calm. This song is for sister. Nanze ignored the chat. His eyes were fixed on her, on the other side of the camera. Sister, did you like it? Bianran tapped the carnival gift again and replied with just 2 words, "It's lovely." Nanze smiled brightly, brimming with pride. Thank you for the carnival, sister. Sister, that's enough, really. Sister. You're so generous. Sister, why won't you spoil me like that too? Another dozen carnivals. I'm green with envy. Dog face. Ah. This feels like premium sugar daddy literature. Game over. Nanze, you've fallen for sister's charm. Game over. I've fallen for sister's kindness. Sister. Do you have a boyfriend? If you do, it's fine, we live in a one-husband, one-wife society. I could be your wife. Get lost. Look at me, sister. I eat well, sleep well, and can find my way home in the rain. Can I be your wife? Nanze glanced at the chat, seemingly casually tossing out a remark. Sister, you're so charming, everyone in the chat wants to be your wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, his heart tightened, afraid sister might feel offended. Sure enough, a sparkling, golden comment popped up. Well, my husband's spot is open too, I'm not picky about gender. The playful remark was like a seed, quietly taking root in Nanze's heart. Since Bianran arrived, the number of viewers in the livestream room had been steadily climbing, and the barrage of comments became increasingly creative. Nanze occasionally played along. Streamer, blow a kiss to our Qingxinjia. Streamer. Qingxinjia lit up your exhibition hall, don't you think you should return the favor? Streamer, be smart and keep the big sis happy. Bianran, while lighting up Nanze's exhibition hall, kept a close eye on the time. Yesterday, Hui had issued a challenge, scheduled for 7:30 p.m. Now it was already 7:25 p.m. The matter of the challenge had been specifically mentioned by Hui in Nanze's livestream room, so everyone knew there was a fierce battle tonight. Watching the exhibition hall light up one by one, Nanze's heartbeat fluctuated, like he was soaking in a jar of sweet honey. But in his mind, he couldn't shake off the thoughts of the impending PK battle. He took out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a few messages. Nanze, big sis, you don't have to light up my exhibition hall. There's a PK later. Just having you here makes me happy. Nanze, big sis, I'll withdraw the money you tipped yesterday right away. Withdrawals from the G2 platform require 24 hours. Nanze, I'll transfer the money back to you later. After the platform's cut in taxes, there's not much left, blushing face. Bianran stared at the WeChat messages flashing on the screen, her brows slightly raised. In this day and age, was there really a streamer who would actively return money? Could it be he truly wanted her money to go through the platform, pay the taxes, and then have it all refunded? And conveniently snag a top donor spot for free. If word got out, how could she show her face? She wasn't the type to demand refunds after spending money. A single PK wouldn't bankrupt her. She scratched her head, but her heart was touched by the sincerity of this kid. After some editing, she finally replied with a few words. Qingxin, I tip you because I enjoy your streams. You deserve it. No need to return anything. And then added. Qingxin, don't worry about the PK. It won't do any serious damage. Nanze looked down at the message sent by his big sis, and suddenly felt that his earlier cautious thoughts were unnecessary. He couldn't help but smile. At exactly 7:30 p.m., Lin Tian sent over a PK request. Here we go. The fun begins. Nanze, accept it, hurry. Lost yesterday, and still coming back for more today? Ha ha ha. Big sis. Big sis. Crush them. The barrage was more excited than anyone else. Nanze, helpless, clicked accept, and the screen instantly split into two halves. Lin Tian wasn't as arrogant as yesterday, but as the challenger, her momentum was still strong. Nanze, hui jia slipped up yesterday. Today, you all better watch out. Watch out for what? Another round of dog barking? Talk all you want now, you won't have time to cry later. Same rules as yesterday. Let's go. Nanze nodded in agreement, and a 10-minute countdown bar appeared at the top of the screen. Hui tip streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void 1. Hui tip streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void 30. Hui tip streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void 60. Hui was clearly prepared, coming in with an overwhelming momentum right from the start. But Bianran wasn't one to back down either. Before the PK, she had already topped up 50 million renminbi on the G2 platform. Adding the leftover 20 million rabbit coins from before, she was brimming with confidence. Qingxin tip streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void 20. Qingxin tip streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void 50. Qingxin tip streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void 80. Thank you, big sis, for the Dreamlike Void. This is the first time I've seen this gift. Big sis is amazing. Family, if you've got votes, throw them in too. With yesterday's PK experience, Nanze quickly got into the groove and even managed to rally a wave of casual supporters. The Dreamlike Void was a gift unlocked at level 74, worth 10,000 renminbi, equivalent to 100,000 rabbit coins. In just a few seconds, the scores on both sides broke through the 10 million mark. The entire platform exploded with announcements, streamer Nanze and Lin Tian locked in an intense battle. Come watch now. As the PK began, even the lurking viewers couldn't resist and surged into the battlefield. Wow. Starting off this intense right from the beginning? Rivalry matches are the most exciting. Grabs popcorn. Here we go, here we go. I'm betting on Qingxin to win. Hui is fierce today too. First time seeing G2, what tier is this Dreamlike Void gift? Level 75 exclusive, worth 1 million. Thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Ladies, need a bed warmer? Dog head emoji. Bianran's lips curved slightly as she focused on the relentless score from the opposing side. Hui was on fire today, going head-to-head from the very start. Well, you couldn't blame her for that. In an instant, the chat exploded. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void X 100. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void X 200. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void X 300. The score gap widened instantly, and Hui's face turned dark. Mr. Ming, the other side might be using cheats. Humph, can't you? And no, Mr. Ming. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void X 200. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void X 400. Holy crap. These tips are insane. Less than a minute in and the score's already in the tens of millions. Mark my words, this match might easily hit billions of points, light cigarette. Wow, so this is how the rich play? Special effects are out of this world. Money, 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 it's all money. A tsunami of money swept through the chat, and the hype skyrocketed. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void X 1000. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze Dreamlike Void X 1400. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void X 850. Hui gifted streamer Lin Tian Dreamlike Void X 1200. The number of viewers in the livestream surged, breaking 50,000. Newcomers were overwhelmed by the relentless special effects flashing across the screen. How much money is this? I'm guessing it's over 10 million RMB, light cigarette. Just 2 minutes? Damn. The tension is so thick I don't dare say a word. Both sides are going all out. Those who witnessed yesterday's PK knew the climax was yet to come, shouting their support. Qingxin is the strongest. Qingxin is invincible. Go, sis, crush the other side. When Qingxin steps in, who dares to challenge her? Bianran clicked her tongue softly, glancing at her relentless opponent, finally intrigued. Steamrolling was fun in its own way, but a worthy opponent brought sparks to the game. It had been a long time since anyone could go toe-to-toe with her like this. Then, the chat fired off rapid updates. Qingxin gifted streamer Nan's a dreamlike Void X 1800. Qingxin gifted streamer Nan's a dreamlike Void X 2300. Qingxin gifted streamer Nan's a dreamlike Void X 2800. Hue gifted streamer Lin Tian dreamlike Void X 1500. Hue gifted streamer Lin Tian dreamlike Void X 1800. Hue gifted streamer Lin Tian dreamlike Void X 2100. Mr. Ming, they've spent 20 million already. Keep going. Mr. Ming, their strength is overwhelming. Should we try a sneak attack? Do as you said. Yes, Mr. Ming. From the start of the PK, the entire platform broadcasted the match on a rolling banner, flashing the names of Nanze and Lin Tian repeatedly. This grand spectacle captured the attention of the entire internet. Even President Lin logged in with a small account, secretly entering Nanze's livestream. The stream's viewer count skyrocketed, 100k plus, 120k plus, 130k plus. President Lin's grin stretched wide, her eyes squinting into thin lines. Fantastic. It's been a long time since it's been this lively. Since Bianran likes this Nanze, go draft a new contract for him. The assistant immediately responded, understood, President Lin. Ah, Xiao Sun, remember to call me Vice President Lin, don't mess it up. Yes, Vice President Lin. Excluding the mandatory 2-minute break in the middle, both sides went all out. In the final 5 seconds, the chat exploded. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze dreamlike Void X 7200. Qingxin gifted streamer Nanze dreamlike Void X 8000. Hue gifted streamer Lin Tian dreamlike Void X 7100. Hui rewards streamer Lin Tian with 7,950 Dream Fantasy coins. PK ends. Nanze wins. OMG. 8,000 W. Big sis is too fierce. Ah. Almost drowning in this money. The total has surpassed 100 million. Wow. Qingxin sis. Totally badass. Sis. You're not human, you're my goddess. The bullet comments erupted in chaos, no words could capture their excitement at this moment. They had witnessed, with their own eyes, a battle where the combined amount broke the billion mark within just 10 minutes. Although they weren't the protagonists, they were on site, personally experiencing this frenzy. Various media outlets and marketing accounts had long caught wind of the event. Even before the billion-dollar PK concluded, the articles were already written. At this moment, social platforms were flooded with coverage of the PK. As one of the PK's main players, Bianran stared at the final result, a satisfied smirk tugging at the corner of her lips. She had guessed there would be a last-minute sneak attack and had been prepared for Hui's move. Still, this PK was truly exhilarating. During the intermission, she secretly topped up another 50 million. She acknowledged Hui's financial prowess. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the first task in this world. You have received a 10-fold cashback card and an additional reward, unlimited reward cashback. Unlimited reward cashback, unlimited rewards, whatever you spend is entirely refunded, no platform restrictions, host exclusive use only. Bianran's rabbit coins balance instantly turned into an infinity symbol. The 10-fold cashback card took effect immediately. Zhongjing Bank. The second protagonist, Hui, surprisingly did not fly into a rage. Facing defeat, she merely cast an impatient glance at her trembling subordinates and coldly spat out 2 words. Idiots. When her gaze fell on the name Qingxin on the screen, a strong interest and curiosity flickered in her eyes. This person was not to be underestimated. The third protagonist, Lin Tian, was trembling, his heart pounding like a drum. Oh my god. The cash flow was astronomical, yet the big sis lost again. What should he do? If Hui Huijie got angry and turned her wrath on him, how would he survive? The fourth protagonist, Nanze, was just snapping out of his shock. The kind of thing he never even dared to dream of had actually happened. His big sis had splurged twice, defeating Hui Hui both times, absolutely stunning. Nanze's eyes sparkled with faint, hidden affection. Big sis, you're amazing. Big sis, what do? I'm utterly captivated by you. Ha ha ha. Nans, I'm also smitten by Big sis. Big sis, hugs. Today, I officially become Qingxin boss's little fangirl. +1. +10086. Then I shall be the little fanboy. Bianran also thought she was quite remarkable. She had never been able to bear seeing handsome boys upset, which was why, in her past life, those boys understood her and stayed by her side. Now, her kindness surged again. She wanted to make this clear-eyed yet irresistibly alluring beauty happy and radiant. So she typed a message. Because Nanze is worth it, you are excellent. It was the second time Nanze heard Big Sis say he was worth it and excellent. He recalled his previous, battered self and felt a twinge of emotion, grateful to have met her. So good. Perhaps all the hardships were just building up luck for meeting Big Sis. Warmth spread through Nanze's heart, sweetness overflowing. Although the PK had ended, the punishment remained. Hui Hui upheld her promise and barked 3 times like a dog. At Bianran's request, she also guaranteed that she would no longer trouble Nanze in the future. Afterward, Bianran, feeling bored, took Nanze to engage in more PKs. What baffled her was that the moment Nanze entered a battle, Hui Hui would immediately show up, throwing money like crazy to compete against her. But the scores never reached the peaks of the first 2 rounds. At most, Hui Hui would stop at 1,000,000 points before withdrawing. So, every time, Bianran had to spend at least 1,000,000 points to support Nanze. Bianran raised an eyebrow. What? Not going after Nanze anymore, so now you're after me? Meanwhile, the streamers on the G2 platform were overjoyed. Big or small, every streamer scrambled to connect with Nanze. Not only did they have Hui Huijie's full support, but even if they lost, Qingxin Jia would pay a high consolation fee. This made streamers of all levels ecstatic. At precisely 11:25, Bianran put down her phone on time. As usual, Susan and Yang Feng adamantly refused to accept their wages. Big sis, you saved us. Otherwise, we'd have suffered. We're willing to work for you for free. Exactly, big sis. We owe you an apology too. Yang Feng and Susan exchanged glances, their faces full of guilt. Yesterday, we even teased you. We hope you can overlook it and forgive us. Forgive? Bianran let out a cold laugh. She knew full well these two hadn't grasped the situation. Did they really think she had saved them today out of the kindness of her heart? Did she not know herself better than that? Would something worthless ever catch her eye? She asked directly. If what you see in front of you is truly a weak woman, what would you do after teasing her? Yang Feng and Susan stammered, unable to utter a single word. Bianran's gaze was icy, carrying an oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air. Bullying the weak, afraid of the strong, you're just worthless trash with heads full of crap. Take the money and get lost. The two turned pale, grabbed the money, and scurried away like beaten dogs. Bianran clicked her tongue softly. Living in a foreign place, one must understand their own worth. She merely regarded them as tools, a sharp blade to be used when needed, no expectations of loyalty or feelings. From the very beginning, she had chosen them for the malice lurking within their bones. Though she knew the darkness they harbored deep down. Bianran was neither a judge nor a police officer, let alone a member of some Justice League. However, in stories, the heroine is always smart and kind. So perhaps she could become a symbol of justice. Bianran walked leisurely toward the bar. The earlier incident hadn't disturbed her composure. The world is vast, and there's no shortage of scum and rotten affairs. With her 400 yuan salary and the subsidy from the system. Today she walked shoulder to shoulder with Qi Shiyu. As they approached the entrance, she once again spotted the two clueless bouncers from yesterday. Qi Shiyu frowned slightly, muttering under her breath. It's them again. She quickly grabbed Bianran's arm. Ran, you go ahead. Those two might be looking for me. Bianran nodded, understanding her intention. Are they that rich second-generation's lackeys? Chi Shiyu sighed. I've seen the two of them hanging around that guy. It's probably them. Then I'll head off first. What about you? At this, a sly, triumphant glint flashed in Chi Shiyu's eyes. She winked at Bianran. Just wait for me at the corner up ahead, and you'll see everything. Feigning curiosity, Bianran followed Chi Shiyu's instructions and waited at the intersection. At this hour, the crowd was bustling. In S City, where neon lights and nightlife thrived. The night was only just awakening. She watched the crowd, her gaze eventually landing on Chi Shiyu, who was walking out of the bar. She chuckled softly. So far, her befriend the heroine act was progressing smoothly. As Chi Shiyu approached, Bianran pretended to be surprised. Chi Shiyu spun around in her strappy dress and asked, "How do I look?" Bianran gave her a thumbs up. "Impressive. Aren't you afraid I'll snitch to that rich guy? He does seem pretty generous." Chi Shiyu snorted, looping her arm around Bianran's. "I trust my instincts. Ran, you won't disappoint me." She looked at Bianran, her gaze sincere and unguarded. Bianran laughed. "Well then, congratulations, your instincts are pretty sharp." "Wow. Bian Xiaoran, are you praising me or secretly praising yourself?" At the next intersection, the two parted ways, heading in opposite directions. Back at the hotel, Bianran found her younger sister still wide awake, engrossed in a drama and incessantly complaining. "Oh, come on. What's the heroine doing? Just punch that scumbag already. Ugh, is the male lead's mouth just for eating? Say something, for crying out loud. Please, no one cares if you die, so shut up and just do it already." Bianran glanced at the screen but felt no interest in dramas or movies. Her sister, on the other hand, seemed genuinely upset. "If you don't like it, why are you watching it?" Bianran asked, puzzled. Her sister obediently called her sis and sheepishly explained. "It's not that I don't like it. I'm just bored and watching it to kill time." Bianran nodded, dropping the subject. After taking a shower, she was about to sleep when Nanze sent her a message. It was a voice note. "Sis, can I video call you?" The night was quiet, and Nanze's voice was clean and resonant, with a slightly raspy, moist tone. It carried a hint of a soft plea, almost flirtatious, yet faintly seductive. A glimmer of light flickered in Bianran's eyes. What a captivating voice. But she was about to sleep, what a shame. She was ready to decline. Then, another voice note arrived from Nanze. Caught off guard, Bianran opened it. "Please, sis." The gentle tone, like threads of silk, wrapped around her heart. It carried the plea of someone looking up to a superior, lightly tugging at her heartstrings. Her heartbeat skipped. So pleasant, so pleasant, so pleasant, but did she really want to video call him? If she agreed to the video call, wouldn't that mean meeting him face to face? Bianran hesitated, reluctant to let him get so close and disrupt her self-care routine. But if she were truly resolute about her self-care, she wouldn't be this torn. What tempted Bianran wasn't Nanze himself, but her own restless heart. With so many beauties in the world, was she really destined to remain untouched? Bianran finally understood why beauty could rival power. The allure of beauty, though seemingly gentle, concealed a destructive force. In the past, she never hid her repressed desires. If she wanted something, she would take it, then leave it at that. She finally realized that it was truly difficult to have both the fish and the bear's paw. But now, she was confused again. Perhaps one could have both the fish and the bear's paw. Why must one live to 100 years old? 80 years would suffice, 70 would do as well. Besides, where did these health tips even come from? Xiaohong wasn't an authority, and there were countless methods on the market. How did they happen to align with her preferences? Oh, right, tomorrow she'd have Xiaoling assemble a health team. Still, deep down, she held on to a small hope. She wanted to live to 100. It's fine, sis, you've got the supporting character system. If you can't make it to 100, then so be it. Once you've had your fun, we'll just move on to the next world. Still 18, still dazzling. Xiao Jin's words struck a chord in Bianran. Huh? That's right. She now had the supporting character system. Getting a do-over with memories intact. It wasn't much different from immortality. So, in a way, she really could have both the fish and the bear's paw. Bianran touched her head and chuckled softly. How could she forget she had the supporting character system? How narrow-minded, truly narrow-minded. It was the shock of her sudden death that had trapped her in this dead-end thinking. Perhaps it was because dying suddenly at the prime of her life was simply too hard to accept. Xiao Jin, it's rare for you to actually say something nice. Xiao Jin. Bianran had always been carefree. Once her only lingering regret from the past faded, she quickly let herself go. If you don't live recklessly and I don't live recklessly, we'll both end up mounted on the wall sooner or later. Might as well live recklessly now. Better sooner than later. Elsewhere, the light of expectation in Nanze's eyes dimmed gradually over time. His handsome brows and eyes revealed a trace of confusion. Could it be that his sister didn't like video calls? Maybe he should send her a photo, like yesterday. Yesterday's photo had made his sister seem quite happy. Just as Nanze was pondering what kind of photo to send today, his phone dinged with a WeChat notification. He opened it to find a single word from his sister, okay. In an instant, it felt as if the fog had cleared, and the world became bright again. Nanze's peach blossom eyes sparkled like starlight. He eagerly tapped, video call. And as the ringtone played, his heart pounded uncontrollably, his fingers instinctively clenching. Would his sister like what she saw on the screen? What should he say later? Was his hair still tidy? The video connected, and on the other end, the image filled Nanze's vision. A beauty reclined gracefully against the headboard. Soft lamplight cascading down, her skin like jade, elegant and refined. Her posture leisurely. Yet her eyes were calm and piercing, captivatingly sharp. As if no specter or illusion could escape her gaze. Nanze froze, vividly feeling the emotions in his heart erupt and surge like a tide. A powerful wave of sentiment swept through his thoughts. He thought, if he could become her golden canary, he would likely accept it without hesitation, willingly confined. Not because he couldn't bear to lose his freedom, but because he had never encountered someone worthy of surrendering that freedom for. Bianran arched her brows, a faint smile playing on her lips. Teasingly asking, what's wrong? Mesmerized by your sister? Nanze's dark eyes shimmered like stardust, the corners of his lips curving in a gentle, affectionate smile. How could he not be mesmerized? Sister, you're so charming that it's easy to fall under your spell. Bianran raised an eyebrow, countering with a playful smile, and Nanze's not so bad himself. At this moment, Nanze was dressed in a pure white shirt. The damp fabric semi-translucent, clinging to his form, outlining perfect lines. Yet faintly obscured, exuding a seductive allure. Hearing Bianran's compliment, he seemed like a child who had just received candy. His eyes brimming with confidence and pride. I knew sister would like it. His tone stretched out, playful as a child seeking a reward. Bianran laughed, for serious kids, there's a reward. Nanze, what do you want? A glimmer of slyness flashed through Nanze's peach blossom eyes. Sister, are you in S-City? Extreme Rabbit Live would display a user's location. So it wasn't surprising that Nanze knew she was in S-City. Bianran lowered her gaze, softly murmuring, Her gaze carried a trace of indulgence, quietly waiting for Nanze's response. As their eyes met, Nanze suddenly felt his throat dry, his cheeks involuntarily flushed with a fiery red. Would his sister agree to what he was about to ask? He suppressed the panic in his heart, staring at her unwaveringly, his voice low and magnetic. Sis, can I come see you? Bianran raised her eyelids slightly, her eyes filled with teasing amusement and an unspoken probing. Nanze, are you this considerate to every sister? Not just video calls, but he wants to meet in person too. Those words hit Nanze like a heavy hammer, striking his heart. His face turned pale, and his lips trembled lightly. What did sis mean by that? Did she think he was frivolous and unruly? Or did she see him as lowly and worthless? No, he was definitely not that kind of person. His heart tightened suddenly, the pain feeling like a giant stone pounding against it. In his panic, Nanze blurted out. Sis, you're the first one I've wanted to video call, and also the first person I've wanted to see in person. Really, I've never been like this before. Not in the past, and I won't be in the future. Sis, you have to believe me. A faint ripple appeared in Bianran's eyes. Even if she was just playing around, not everyone could be toyed with so easily by her. Watching Nanze's words becoming increasingly incoherent, she interrupted his self-defense with a soft laugh. Alright, Nanze, stop now. True or false, it wasn't for him to decide. Those words felt like pressing a pause button, or perhaps like a balm to the heart, instantly soothing Nanze's chaotic heartbeat. Sis. Nanze called softly, his eyes tinged red, looking both aggrieved and uneasy, his forced restraint evoking pity, yet also stirring an urge to embrace him. Bianran's voice was soft, but carried the firmness and calm unique to someone in control. Nanze, be good. Wait until I'm done with this busy period, alright? Their gazes met, and Nanze's face grew warm again. His eyes glistened, yet they sparkled with a star-like brilliance. I understand, sis. Bianran urged him to go change his clothes. Nanze's eyes curved into crescents, warmth surging in his heart, with sis showing concern for him. He obediently agreed, but his eyes flickered mischievously. Sis, I'll go change, but can we not hang up the video? Bianran smiled but refused resolutely. No. She was afraid of seeing something that would keep her awake at night, even more so, she feared acting out of impulse and doing something regrettable. She knew herself best, her bottom line was shockingly low, and her final line of defense was as thin as paper. Alright then, good night, sis. Nanze seemed a little disappointed, thinking to himself, sis is really such a stubborn block of wood. After hanging up the video call, with a satisfied smile on his lips, he slowly lowered his head and kissed the dimming glow on the screen. Well, this counts as a goodnight kiss, doesn't it? Bianran lay down and fell asleep instantly, enjoying a peaceful night's rest. At dawn, just as the sun rose above the horizon, Bianran woke up. She intended to roll over and sleep again, but found herself unable to fall back asleep. She touched her smooth cheek. Lately, her sleep quality had been astonishing, falling asleep in 3 seconds and waking up promptly at dawn. Could it be the biological clock ingrained by the body's original owner? Bianran simply got up and walked to the wide floor-to-ceiling windows. The curtains slowly opened, and the morning sunlight bathed her body with a warm glow, as if draping her in a golden radiance. She gazed far into the distance, standing atop the 108th floor, with half of S-City spread out before her eyes. The butler knocked and entered, only to be greeted by this breathtaking scene. If a goddess had descended to the mortal realm, from afar she resembled the brilliance of the rising sun and morning glow. Up close, she was as pure as a white lotus emerging from water. She seemed divine and extraordinary, detached from the mundane world. It wasn't until Bianran frowned and lightly pulled a sheer layer of fabric to shield herself from the piercing sunlight that the butler snapped out of the daze. The butler blurted out. Miss Bien, just now, standing in the morning light, you didn't look human. Bianran froze for a moment. The butler hurried to clarify, realizing her words could easily be misconstrued. No. I mean, you looked too beautiful. No, I mean, you had a certain aura, like a goddess. Bianran watched the butler's flustered explanation and laughed. So it was a compliment, her heart instantly felt at ease. Thank you for the compliment, I quite like it. The butler let out a sigh of relief, thankful that no misunderstanding had occurred. After confirming the breakfast arrangements, she tiptoed out of the room. Xiaoling was overseeing the renovation of the newly purchased villa, with workers working in 2 shifts to expedite completion. Breakfast was handled by the personal butler of the presidential suite. After finishing her breakfast, Bianran transferred the remaining investment funds from the G to Live streaming project in one go. Her account still had nearly 400 million left. After pondering for a moment, she decided to take her younger sister shopping. In the past, her doll clothes were all designed by specialized designers. However they dressed the dolls was how they dressed her little sister. Bianran felt like she was finally becoming a mature older sister. Bianran pushed open her little sister Bien Xiaomei's room door and dragged the dreamy-eyed girl, engrossed in her novels, out of the room. Come on, your big sister is taking you shopping. Now that she no longer had to work part-time, Bien Xiaomei found herself bored and restless. Apart from tagging along with her sister, the rest of her time was spent buried in novels or binge-watching dramas. In comparison, shopping with her sister was undoubtedly the most fun. Ah. Sis, I love you. Holding her sister's hand, Bianran headed straight to the most upscale shopping center in S-City, Dongguan Plaza. Dongguan Plaza was a landmark-level luxury paradise in S-City, hosting over 200 flagship stores of top-tier brands. It was like a fashionable giant beast, devouring the gazes of every dreamer who dared to look its way. Oh my god. Sis, my biggest dream used to be working here as a store clerk. Bian Xiaomei looked up at the colossal structure, her eyes dreamy. Everything here was something she'd only ever seen from a distance, through her phone screen. She admired the luxury, but never dared to step inside. And now, could she really have a chance to own these things? Sis, maybe we should go somewhere else? Bian Xiaomei turned her head, her voice tinged with uncertainty. No, it has to be here. Whatever you want to buy, just buy it. Moments ago, the God-tier wealth system had issued a limited-time mission: spend 500 million yuan at Dongguan Plaza within 3 hours. Success would reward her with an entire commercial street, while failure carried no penalty. Leaving money unused was the real waste. Time was money, and Bianran grabbed her sister's hand, charging into the shopping center. The first floor was mostly dedicated to cosmetics. Bianran wasn't particularly interested in makeup, but what needed to be bought must be bought. Considering the upcoming spending spree, she decided to give her sister a bit of a psychological warm-up. Turning to her, she asked, "What brand do you like?" "Don't worry about the price." Bian Xiaomei's big, watery eyes scanned the area. Without hesitation, she chose Helena Rubinstein. From what Bianran knew, the brand had a good reputation and was considered a standout in the beauty industry. "Alright, let's go." Inside the store, Bianran spoke up, "Recommend suitable skincare and makeup products for us." 2 sales associates quickly approached. "No need to test anything, just buy what catches your eye." Bianran instructed her sister, then pulled one of the sales associates aside. "Your natural skin quality is excellent. This toner, paired with our newly launched Black Gold Essence set, is gentle yet effective. They work wonderfully together. Wrap it up. In the makeup section, your skin tone and texture would be perfect for this loose powder. It gives a natural finish with a silky texture. Wrap it up. These lipstick shades are worth trying, they really enhance your complexion. Pack all the shades you think would suit me." Not wanting to waste time choosing, Bianran directly pulled out her black card. The sales associate's eyes immediately lit up. Meanwhile, the other sales associate quietly regretted not stepping up quicker, lamenting the missed opportunity to serve such a premium customer. "This face mask is packed with nutrients. Would you like to try this cushion foundation? It's convenient and gentle. And here's our signature mascara." Before long, stacks of boxes piled up as high as half a person. "Oh, by the way, what's your best-selling product?" Bianran suddenly remembered something she'd seen online. Didn't this brand have a bandage product? This world bore many similarities to her previous one, but also significant differences. Over the past few days, she had immersed herself online, trying to familiarize herself with this world as quickly as possible. In her previous life, this brand was merely found in large supermarkets. The sales associate immediately replied, "Our best sellers are the black bandage and white bandage creams. They're excellent choices if you're buying for elders at home." Bianran thought of her mother and grandmother back home. Wrap up 2 sets. At Helena Rubinstein, she spent a total of 400,000 yuan. Luxury in beauty and skincare couldn't compare to the exorbitant prices of jewelry, watches, or handbags, which could easily run into the tens of millions. She filled in Gu Weixi's address, instructing them to deliver the purchases directly. Bianran believed she'd adequately prepared her sister for what was to come. Next up, Chanel next door, Dior across the way, and Guerlain beside it. The moment she entered each store, Bianran didn't bother with pleasantries. She simply threw down one sentence. "Whatever suits the 2 of us, wrap it all up. When it's time to pay, come find me with the bill." The black card gleamed coldly between her fingers. Within moments, each store erupted like a drop of water hitting boiling oil, bubbling over with excitement. Xiao Bian had been cheerfully following behind her older sister, a smile on her face, eager to try the foundation from another brand. But her sister's single sentence landed like a heavy blow, leaving her stunned. Wrap it all up. These words echoed in her ears, thundering like a domineering CEO's authoritative command. She froze for a moment before numbly accepting her sister's extravagance. Second floor, Chanel. Miss, may I help you with? Bianran raised her hand, interrupting the sales associate mid-sentence, and strode directly into the store. The staff quickly made way, with several following behind, offering tea and water. The entire mall was on high alert, and word spread like wildfire. While Bianran had just been on the first floor, the staff on the upper levels were already informed of the arrival of the black card VIP. Xiao, pick what you like, Bianran instructed her younger sister while her gaze swept across the shelves. This one, not these. Wrap up all the other clothes in my size. Yes, miss. The shoes, skip this section. On the other side, one pair of each color, but I don't buy red shoes. Understood, miss. Earrings, hair accessories, bracelets, necklaces, pendants, bangles, handbags, one of each. Got it, miss. And include my sisters. We'll check out together. Certainly, Mississippi. Please have a seat here. The staff member handling the bill moved with lightning speed, her fingers practically a blur. Another employee nearby nearly fell to her knees in disbelief. 15 minutes later, Bianran held a cup of milk tea handed to her by a Chanel store associate, with a delicate little cake sitting on the table in front of her. The billing was finally complete. Your total comes to 136 million yuan. Bianran paid decisively, left the delivery address, and, holding her sister's hand, headed towards the neighboring Dior store. Welcome, esteemed guest. At the entrance of the empty store, 2 rows of staff stood at attention. As Bianran entered, they immediately bowed in greeting. The god of wealth has arrived. The god of wealth has arrived. The staff had witnessed the spectacle at Chanel and wished desperately that they could swap places with their counterparts there. In just 30 minutes, Chanel's staff commissions had likely hit 7 figures. This patron had nearly emptied the neighboring store, forcing it to close early. Naturally, Dior went all out to cater to her. Using the same approach, Bianran selectively eliminated a few items and had the rest wrapped up. The staff watched in awe as the total, 96.51 million yuan, appeared on the register, their hearts pounding wildly. They escorted Bianran out with utmost reverence. Behind the scenes, laughter erupted in excitement. Once the initial thrill settled, they began methodically packing and organizing the purchases. Next stop, Givenchy. The store manager personally stood at the entrance to greet her. Ms. Bian, it is our honor to welcome you to Givenchy. Staff members with no customers lined up in 2 rows, greeting her in unison. Welcome, esteemed guest. Bianran nodded and entered the store. In less than 20 minutes, the entire staff was outside, sending her off. She had spent 84.72 million yuan. Outside Givenchy, a crowd had gathered. Their eyes were fixed on Bianran, filled with curiosity and envy. Clearly, they had been drawn by the scenes of lavish spending or were in-store customers who wanted to witness the spree firsthand. Bianran paid them no mind. Xiao Bian skipped forward and tugged at her sister's backpack, whispering softly, "Sister, I want that J12 watch from Chanel." The J12 cockable watch, with a pink sapphire crystal case, pink bracelet, and bezel inlaid with pink sapphire crystals, was priced at 8 million yuan. Beautiful. She bought 2. Without turning her head, Bianran said, "You can wear it. Put it in old Li's bag." Sure enough, Xiao Bian pulled out the watch, causing the surrounding young women to gasp in astonishment. My goodness! The eldest miss goes shopping, and even the Chanel J12 is standard issue. Is it too late to apply for a job as a luxury store associate now? I'm not just envious of the eldest miss, I'm jealous of the staff at Chanel, Dior, and Givenchy. The eldest miss isn't done yet, she's heading to LV. Look! The LV staff are lining up to welcome her, too. Louis Vuitton. Welcome, Ms. Bian. Bianran scanned the store. The clothes didn't catch her interest, but the bags and sneakers stood out. With a wave of her hand, all the items she fancied were wrapped up. She selected fewer clothes this time but went heavy on bags, necklaces, jewelry, and shoes. Practically everything fitting for a young lady found its way into her collection. Another 74.67 million yuan spent. Shopping was like an addiction. Without stopping, Bianran headed straight for the next store. Hermes. In this world, the brand was synonymous with ultimate luxury, drawing countless eyes and expectations. It had always been a symbol of status. Do you think the young lady will go on a crazy shopping spree like before? The people behind her began to place bets, the stakes soaring from a few bucks to 2,000 in no time. Bianran paused slightly as she stepped into the store. This pause made the gamblers nervous. Oh no, would the young lady mind being the subject of their bets? Bianran frowned lightly and signaled her bodyguards to handle it. The two bodyguards were momentarily stunned. Miss, do you mean? Bianran suddenly realized, oh, these weren't the bodyguards from her past life who had spent 10 years with her and could understand her with just a glance. Make those people taking photos and videos stop. The two bodyguards, well-trained, quickly understood this time and executed her order decisively. They even managed to persuade the offenders to delete all photos and videos. Bianran nodded in satisfaction and continued forward. The Hermes store clerks, who had been nervously watching her every move, quietly let out a sigh of relief. They were terrified. They had thought this goddess of wealth was displeased with their store. Out in the world, isn't everyone just here for money? Once they confirmed that Bianran was here to shop at Hermes and had never made purchases from this particular store before, no one brought up any talk of purchase quotas. Everything was tailored to her preferences. The saying, those who adapt to the circumstances are wise, fit perfectly here. Little sister, pick what you like. Bianran glanced at Bian Xiaomei beside her. Bian Xiaomei immediately replied, wrap them all up? Bianran smiled. Yes, that's right. The Hermes store clerks looked enviously at the beaming Bian Xiaomei, secretly wishing they could have a sister like Miss Bian in their next life. Before long, the clerks were too busy to dwell on such thoughts. Not this one, not that one. I'll take everything else. Bianran moved swiftly through the store. With just one round, she could eliminate anything she didn't love. Having visited so many stores, she now had only half an hour left to swipe her card, with a remaining credit limit of 126.5 million. If she didn't spend it all at Hermes, she'd have to move to the next store. Bianran picked up her pace, selecting items even faster. Miss Bian, this is the newly arrived white Birkin series made from Himalayan crocodile skin. All of these are rare treasures and would suit you perfectly. Would you like to take a look? The store manager presented a bag that could only be described as the crown jewel of the shop. Bianran was just about to agree, sure, pack them all. Before the words left her mouth, a brash voice interrupted. Wait. That bag is mine. She turned to see a young man swaggering in. He wore a patchwork floral shirt, had his hair dyed white, and walked in flanked by two beauties on either side. He addressed the store clerks with zero courtesy. Pack up all these bags for me. I want them all. The store manager glanced at Bianran, then said awkwardly to the young man, I'm sorry, sir, but these bags were chosen by this lady first. It was only then that the young man turned his gaze to Bianran, a flash of amazement in his eyes. Damn, this woman was stunning, with an incredible figure to match. He let go of the beauties clinging to his arms and swaggered towards Bianran with a grin. Hey, gorgeous, you got your eye on these bags too? Which one do you want? I'll buy it for you. His voice brimmed with confidence. But you promised to buy them for us, whined the two beauties, their expressions darkening as they glared daggers at Bianran, as if she were an enemy they just met. True, cutting off someone's financial lifeline was akin to digging their grave. But what did their ancestral grave being desecrated have to do with Bianran? Bianran's gaze landed on the cocky young man. Oh, so there really were people with this much free time to flaunt their wealth. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a faintly mocking smile played at her lips as she delivered the most dismissive words in the calmest tone. Pay for me? You're not worthy. The young man froze, stunned by her words. Then anger surged through him. How dare this woman look down on him? His face darkened, and he sneered, huh? Do you even know who I am? Du Ming, ever heard of me? Du Ming locked eyes with Bianran, trying to gauge her reaction. Though he wasn't one of the top-tier elites in S-City, he had mingled with that circle. Yet he had never seen this woman before. His mind immediately concluded that she was bluffing or deliberately provoking him. With that realization, Du Ming felt a bit relieved. Who was Du Ming? Bianran couldn't be bothered to answer. Her smile widened slightly as she turned to the store manager and said in a calm voice, "Have you tallied up the price for everything I just bought? Let this Mr. Du Ming pay for it." A flicker of awe, "So I was right," crossed Du Ming's eyes. He got it, this was her idea of flirting. He let out a playful whistle, his lewd gaze making people uncomfortable. To the store manager, he said, "I'll cover all of this beauty's expenses today." Then, raising his brows at Bianran, he added, "Sweetheart, how about we find a place later to have a nice chat about life?" The store manager cast Du Ming a long, meaningful glance before handing him a thick stack of invoices. "Mr. Du, here's the tally for the lady's purchases so far. You can take this first, she's not done shopping yet." Du Ming was dumbstruck by the total. He opened it and gasped in shock, "How can it be this much?" The bill wasn't just ordinary figures, it felt like a massive boulder crushing his chest. With just one glance, the amount was terrifyingly high, easily surpassing tens of millions. Du Ming's frivolous expression instantly vanished, his eyes turning dark and menacing. "Humph, did you do this on purpose? Trying to take me for a fool? Or are you all conspiring against me?" He suspiciously glanced at the store manager and the two women behind him. Could it be that he had fallen into a trap today? The two women immediately shook their heads. "Brother Ming, we don't even know her." The store manager. Bianran lightly smiled and handed her black card to the store manager. "I'm almost done shopping. Go ahead and charge it." Du Ming and the two women behind him were dumbfounded, staring as Bianran pulled out a black card, then watched as the store manager swiped a payment of 113 million. 113 million. Du Ming's eyes widened like saucers, and he sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. He, a man barely capable of handling even a few million, had just been shouting about covering the bill for a woman who casually spent over 100 million. In an instant, he snapped out of his ignorant confusion, feeling like a discarded puppet, utterly exposed and humiliated. What to do? What to do? This time, he'd really kicked an iron wall. And to make matters worse, Bianran's younger sister chuckled mockingly. "Sis, he's so funny. Is he a clown? Or a paranoid clown?" Du Ming's cheeks burned with mortification, but he forced a smile onto his face. "This young lady, no, miss, you're absolutely right. If my clownish antics brought you to any amusement, it's my honor. Earlier, my eyes must have been blind, unable to recognize true gold. Here's what I'll do to show my sincerity, for your next purchases." Before finishing his sentence, Du Ming abruptly stopped. The crowd around him was already casting astonished glances. What now? Was he about to cover everything again? Cold sweat broke out on Du Ming's forehead as he almost blurted out, "I'll cover it all," but quickly changed his tone. "Wishing you a smooth shopping experience. I'm happy to contribute in my own humble way." Bianran slightly curled her lips. "There's no need to waste your humble way on me. Here's a better idea, in your name, donate 10 million to the Xie Foundation. I want to see your name on their official website. Got it?" The Xie Foundation was one of the world's largest charitable organizations, overseen personally by the current president of the Xie Group, with a stellar reputation. Du Ming's heart twisted in agony, but he didn't dare to delay and promptly promised. Understood, understood. Rest assured, I'll make it happen." Bianran, satisfied, mimicked his earlier whistle and teased, "Little brother, next time you want to show off, bring more money." With that, she took her sister and walked out, leaving the Hermes store employees reluctantly watching her leave as they headed to the next shop. Du Ming, utterly defeated, left the store with the two women in tow, his face ashen. No sooner had they stepped outside than they were surrounded by a crowd. "Wow, man, you're the bravest guy I've ever seen, daring to act up in front of a real tycoon. Bro, you're incredible. I salute you." "Thanks, man. Because of you, I made almost 10 grand. Du Ming was utterly bewildered. "What do you mean?" The onlookers who had been following Bianran explained enthusiastically. Only then did he learn that in just a few hours, that woman had already spent 300 or 400 million at Dongguan Plaza. 300 or 400 million. It turned out those luxury stores had all been her targets. It turned out they had refused other customers earlier because they were too busy serving her. Du Ming's head buzzed, and he was completely thrown off balance. Who exactly was this woman? How could there have been no rumors about someone like her? In reality, Du Ming's family wasn't poor. The Du Group had a market value exceeding 10 billion. 3 or 400 million in liquid cash? His family could definitely afford it. But that kind of money could only be authorized by his father, and whether it could be accessed at a moment's notice was another question entirely. Yet this woman had casually spent 3 or 400 million just shopping. If he'd known such a powerful figure was hiding in S City, he would have stayed home and kept out of trouble. Now, he was utterly broke. And he'd lost face in front of a true powerhouse. Brother Ming, why are you so worried? Didn't she say she wouldn't hold it against you anymore? Yeah, Brother Ming, donating to a charity isn't that hard to arrange. Seeing Du Ming's grim expression, the two women on either side of him tried to comfort him. Du Ming let out an irritable sigh. What do you know? The current president of the Xie Group, Xie Yanxi, personally reviews any donation over 5 million. Do I dare try to pull tricks in front of him? He heaved a long sigh and waved off the two beauties at his side. Dejected, he called his father. The timing was perfect. Just as the 500 million was spent, a crisp notification sounded in Bianran's mind. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You've completed the limited time mission and earned Dongguan Plaza Commercial Street No. 1. Dongguan Commercial Street, spanning 2.2 kilometers, was one of the most bustling districts in S City. The broadcast had just ended when the phone rang urgently. Hello, Miss Bian, I'm the person in charge of Dongguan Plaza. As soon as she hung up, another call came through. Hello, this is the property manager of Dongguan Commercial Street. In less than 10 minutes, Bianran signed all the contracts. From today onwards, Dongguan Plaza and the entire Dongguan Commercial Street belonged to her. After signing the agreements, Bianran stretched lazily and went to find her sister, whom she had sent off earlier. Come on, let's get something to eat. Bian's younger sister felt a gentle tug on her braid and immediately heard her sister's voice. She turned around, her eyes filled with anticipation. What are we eating? The two sisters walked together, discussing what to eat. Big sis. Big sis. A familiar voice called out from behind, growing closer and closer. The sisters stopped and turned to look. It couldn't be more familiar. It was Du Ming, who had failed miserably at posturing in front of Bianran just minutes ago. Du Ming ran over, his face beaming with enthusiasm. Sis, today marks the beginning of our acquaintance through mishap. I have a friend with a private horse ranch. There's a horse race happening today. Would you like to check it out? Horse race? A flicker of interest crossed Bianran's eyes. How big is the private ranch? Seeing her intrigued, Du Ming became animated. Sis, my friend's ranch is huge, one of the best in S City. It's absolutely worth a visit. His eyes sparkled with expectation as he finished speaking. Don't misunderstand, he had no ulterior motives. He wasn't seeking revenge or trying to set a trap. He just wanted to win over this powerhouse. Cunning and calculating. After a phone call with his father, Du Ming had an epiphany. His goal now was to become the loyal, devoted dog by this big sister's side. Don't underestimate being someone's dog, this opportunity could elevate his social standing. Who could resist? When it came to horse racing, Bianran had owned a ranch in her previous life. She occasionally competed herself, relishing the raw thrill and ruthlessness of the races. Simply put, it was an adrenaline rush. Bianran loved the intensity and excitement. Du Ming's suggestion hit her sweet spot. She put on her sunglasses, a faint smile on her lips. Let's go. Bian's younger sister tugged at her sleeve. Big sis, what about me? While Bianran was seeking thrills, as for Du Ming, it was unclear whether he aimed to settle a score or simply curry favor with her. If it was the former, who knows how much chaos it might cause or what trouble it could stir up. After all, when she went wild, no one could stop her. At least, not in this world. In a flash, Bianran made up her mind. I'll transfer you some money, you can go have fun on your own. Bian's younger sister obediently didn't cling to her. To be honest, she hadn't fully processed the events of the day. It all felt like a dream. She planned to go home and sleep, then check if the 8 million yuan watch on her wrist was still there. The sisters went their separate ways. Bianran made a call to arrange a bodyguard for her younger sister. However, the younger sister declined. She wasn't used to having someone follow her around, it felt too strange. Big sis, don't worry, I'll just take a cab home. Seeing her sister uncomfortable, Bianran didn't insist. Big sis, why not ride in my car? Du Ming eagerly paved the way, his demeanor ingratiating. Bianran shook her head, her gaze wary. Dogs are man's most loyal friends, but don't trust other people's dogs so easily. You lead the way, and stop calling me big sis. Call me Bianran. Got it, Ranjia. Du Ming drove a fiery red Ferrari F8. To leave a good impression on Bianran, he drove with extra caution, adhering strictly to the rules. The ranch was located on the outskirts of S City, about an hour and a half's drive away, assuming there was no traffic. But today, there was traffic. Du Ming smacked the steering wheel in frustration, muttering to himself, damn Twin Towers, why do they have to act up now? Coincidentally, Bianran was discussing those very towers. Those two towers always cause problems. Every time they do, the roads get jammed. The bodyguard sitting in the front seat seemed familiar with the situation. Oh? What kind of problems? Bianran gestured for him to continue. Oldly, noticing Miss Bian's interest, spared no detail as he shared what he knew. The Twin Towers were initiated by the Su family 5 years ago. Back then, it was a big deal, they claimed it would become the new landmark of S City. But within a year, the construction site was plagued by accidents. And they weren't ordinary accidents, no collapses or mechanical injuries. Then the Wang family took over, and things calmed down for a while, only for the incidents to resume a year later. After that, it passed through the hands of the Chen family, the Wen family, and now the Yao family. This building changes its owner every year. The Yao family finally managed to construct it to the top, but no matter what, they just can't seem to finish the roof. In the past few days, more than one person has lost their life. Bianran raised an eyebrow. That's strange? Hasn't the Yao family asked someone to take a look? Oldly scratched his head. I'm not sure about that. But old Chen, your second uncle's sister-in-law's ex-husband's great-uncle's neighbor once worked at the Twin Towers. Do you know any inside story? Gossiping is human nature. Driver old Chen had been itching to talk, and now he finally got the chance. He quickly chimed in, they did find someone, really. That great-uncle's neighbor said, back when the Wang family took over the Twin Towers, they hired a Taoist priest named Qing Ning. And he came from a famous lineage. What did the Taoist say? Oldly eagerly urged him on, this was fresh gossip. Usually, they wouldn't dare chat idly in front of their boss, but today was just the right occasion. Old Chen didn't hold back. Qing Ning said this land is a place where wealth energy and positive energy fiercely collide. If it were just wealth energy or just positive energy, the place would be perfect. But the clash of the two energies is too intense, and the building can only be completed if an even stronger force suppresses them. Wow, there's such a saying? Doesn't that mean even the Yao family doesn't have the power to suppress it all? Oldly scratched his head again, smiling as he thought, great, we've got a new topic for drinking and chatting. Bianran listened, her lips curling slightly as she took it all as a joke. As the conversation dwindled, the car fell into silence. A few minutes later, the road cleared, and they resumed their journey. An hour and a half later, the two cars stopped one after the other. Ranjia, this way, please. Bianran swept her gaze around. The luxury cars parked here were all top brands, Ferrari, Lamborghini, McLaren, Pagani. Not bad, today promised to be fun. Ding random task, spend 100 million renminbi at Hongfei racetrack. Task reward, Kender racetrack. Task failure, none. Kender racetrack, located in Europe, is one of the largest racetracks in the world. Numerous international events are held there, making it a paradise for equestrian enthusiasts. Bianran paused mid-step, glancing sideways at Du Ming, who was playing on his phone. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Though Hongfei was a private racetrack, it combined horse breeding, racing, equestrian clubs, and betting all in one, with vast grounds. Du Ming directly led Bianran through the VIP passageway, heading straight to the third-floor VIP box. Ranjia, this racetrack belongs to my buddy's sister. I can take you to the most exclusive box, others wouldn't have it so easy. Du Ming wasn't exaggerating. From her past life experience, gaining access to a VIP owner's box required being a member of the WS Jockey Club. The WS Jockey Club was one of the largest horse racing organizations in the last world. The membership requirements were sky high, owning a racehorse worth millions, paying an annual membership fee of 5 million, and needing a recommendation from honorary directors and approval from 3 existing members. The economic status of this world was similar to the last one, so the membership conditions should be comparable. However, this was a private racetrack, so she couldn't fully apply past experiences. The door creaked open as they entered. Ranjia. Over here, over here. Du Ming's voice was urgent as his eyes scanned the box. He was speculating about Bianran's identity, but her effortless spending of 300 to 400 million at Dongguan Plaza showed she was no ordinary person. So, he decisively led Bianran to the very front seat of the box. The lighting was the best there, the view expansive, making it the focal point of the entire space. Bianran sat down calmly, like a relaxed yet poised leopard. Du Ming looked at her, his heart skipping a beat, and his thoughts solidified further. This Ranjia, her background was unfathomable, and he had to do everything to stay by her side. The others in the private room watched Du Ming's actions, half believing, their eyes filled with curiosity. Someone quietly asked him on their phone who exactly this mysterious VIP was sent by. Du Ming, however, acted mysteriously, giving vague answers, leaving everyone guessing. Bianran paid no attention to the commotion behind her, leaning back in her chair, stretching out like a leopard just waking up. Her view was excellent, allowing her to clearly see both the starting and finishing points of the horse race. The race hadn't started yet, and a few horses were leisurely pacing on the track, warming up. Most of them were thoroughbreds. Their chestnut coats gleamed with a glossy shine under the sunlight, their muscle lines smooth and exuding wild strength. Every hoofbeat was as thunderous as a storm, as if it could tear through the air. Bianran's eyes were full of admiration, and her heart inexplicably excited. She imagined riding a spirited horse full of vitality, feeling its burning passion, charging together toward the finish line, her blood boiling. Though it was a bit melodramatic. Still, why not get a thoroughbred? Coincidentally, after completing the mission, the tycoon system would reward her with a racetrack. Just as her thoughts shifted, Du Ming's voice reached her ears. Ranjia. Which horse do you think will win this race? Bianran had no intention of responding to him, pretending not to hear. However, Du Ming, like a street vendor hawking goods, kept firing questions non-stop. She rolled her eyes helplessly, deciding to endure for now. Fine, let's see what this guy is up to. Which horse do you want me to look at? Bianran responded coldly. Ranjia. Look at that number 5 horse, tall and mighty. I think it has a big chance of winning. Bianran followed his gaze. The number 5 horse was indeed tall and imposing. But horse racing isn't about comparing physiques, everyone knows that. If it were about size, the racetrack would have long turned into a horse exhibition. She suspected Du Ming was trying to fool a novice, attempting to lure her into betting on a dark horse and losing money. Bianran shot him a cold glance. Before placing a bet, experienced people always check the official manual first, which records in detail the names, ages, bloodlines, and past performances of the competing horses, the rider's skills, recent performances, and the trainer's strategies. It's also essential to consider the day's weather, track conditions, and observe the horse's physical state and emotional aura. All of this, and Du Ming only said, look at its size. Bianran understood in her heart that Du Ming was just an amateur trying to take advantage of the situation. He had followed her all the way from Dongguan Plaza, being overly attentive, just for this moment. Did he want to see her suffer a loss in horse racing? Whether it's a dark horse or not, she's a master among masters. Du Ming urged again, Ranjia, what do you think? Bianran replied perfunctorily, not bad. Remember to bet on it. Hearing this, Du Ming was overjoyed. One step closer to becoming Sister Ran's confidant. Sister Ran, I'll get you something to eat and drink. Yes. Bianran continued to focus on the horse race, her lips slightly curved, completely indifferent to Du Ming's busyness. After Du Ming left, a few people couldn't resist their curiosity and stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Watching horse races is not only about gambling luck but also a great opportunity to network. But Bianran just wanted to quietly watch the horses. With a light remark, she brushed them off, and the visitors tactfully retreated. After watching around, Bianran felt slightly disappointed. The horses were all good, but none had the wildness and dominance of a top-tier steed. Just as she was feeling bored, the door to the private box was suddenly pushed open. And a group of people surged in noisily, their voices overlapping. Young Master Xia. Hello, young Master Xia. Young Master Xia is here. Bianran was looking down, replying to a message, when she suddenly felt the atmosphere around her grow heavy, like an invisible wall pressing down. Instinctively, she turned her head, her gaze catching that familiar and intense presence among the group at the door. The newcomer had short, fiery red hair as dazzling as flames, a black diamond earring glinting coldly on his earlobe. His straight nose carved out sharp contours, and his face carried an untamed wildness. His brows were slightly furrowed, a hint of impatience in his eyes, which swept over Bianran like a blade. The air in the private box grew stiflingly heavy, and the crowd quietly stepped back, as if afraid of provoking an invisible beast. Bianran remained composed, meeting his gaze without flinching. She spoke lightly, her tone relaxed yet provocative. Young Master Xie? What, have you set your sights on my spot? As her words fell, those in the box who recognized Xie Yunqi felt their hearts tighten abruptly. Someone tried to ease the tension, their voice gentle yet tinged with subtle anxiety. Miss, how about changing seats? The one next to you is empty. Bianran raised her hand, interrupting the endless stream of kindness. Does young Master Xia understand the concept of first come, first served? She sneered inwardly, not caring whether he understood or not. Whether through persuasion or coercion, his expression would surely be entertaining. Other noble heirs were rendered speechless by her imposing aura. Oh my! Where did this wildflower come from, daring to confront second young Master Xia? Second young Master Xia has never been one to reason. Rumor has it, the last person who dared to belittle him now has grass growing taller than their waist on their grave. This girl looks young, and almost no one in S-City's upper circles has seen her before. Someone whispered, urging to have her escorted out. But the aura she exuded while sitting there and her stance against Xie Yunqi showed no sign of lacking confidence. In terms of presence alone, Bianran was in no way inferior to the standing Xie Yunqi. The crowd scratched their heads, racking their brains to find any trace of her background. Someone, eager to curry favor with Xie Yunqi, tried to step forward and offer their flattery. Xie Yunqi swept a cold glance over them, raised an eyebrow slightly, let out a mocking laugh, and spoke in a casual tone. Then you'd better sit tight, so I can see what you're really capable of. With that, he took a seat beside Bianran. Bianran chuckled softly, you're welcome. The arrogance rooted deep in her bones was second to none. However, few could provoke her to reveal this confidence. Xie Yunqi toyed with a piece of emerald jade in his hand, his smile profound and inscrutable. He hadn't expected such an interesting person to exist in S-City. It had been a long time since anyone dared to act so recklessly in front of him. He hoped she truly possessed the strength to back it up. Otherwise, woman or not, he wouldn't show mercy. Du Ming entered carrying a large platter of food, his face brimming with excitement. Completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the room, he exclaimed, Sister Ran. I went to the kitchen just for this. Freshly made by the head chef. Grinning broadly, he eagerly placed the platter on the small table between Bianran and Xie Yunqi. Bianran couldn't help but smile. Xie Yunqi, however, impatiently withdrew his hand resting on the table, his gaze full of disdain as he cast a cold glance at Du Ming. Before long, Du Ming was pulled away by someone. What he was taken to do, Bianran didn't know, but she noticed that he returned looking flustered. Standing obediently behind Bianran, his mind couldn't help but replay the conversation he had just had with his friend. Ming Kong, brother, give me a hint. Who exactly is that lady you brought along? Du Ming, to be honest, I don't know either. Ming Kong, then why are you so eager to please her? She just had a conflict with young Master Xie and didn't lose ground at all. Du Ming, young Master Xie? Which Xie family? Ming Kong, which one? The Xie family in the capital, of course. Du Ming, the one next to Sister Ran, is that young Master Xie? Didn't I hear he went to Qianyan Bay? Why is he here now? Ming Kong, he changed his mind halfway. By the way, what's Sister Ran's full name? Du Ming, Bianran. Wait, I think I just shook off his arm earlier. Did I? Or did he pull it back himself? Oh my god. Ming Kong, never heard of the Bian family having any background. Brother, you're on your own now. You came in and immediately started fawning over Sister Ran without even greeting young Master Xia. You better pray that Sister Ran can really keep young Master Xia in check. At this moment, Du Ming held his breath, not even daring to let out a fart. He hadn't expected the King of Hell from the Xia family to show up, and Sister Ran still dared to go head-to-head with him. What was worse, he had already unintentionally offended this King of Hell. The Xia family, a top-tier family in the capital, had deep roots and an unshakable status. Their family members were spread across the business and political worlds, wielding immense influence. Xia Yunqi was one of the only two heirs of this generation of the Xia family. The other was his elder brother, Xia Yunci. These two brothers were both outstanding figures. Among them, Xia Yunqi's reputation was even more prominent, infamous for his unruly nature and vengeful tendencies. He was a tough character that was hard to deal with. Thinking of this, Du Ming felt a wave of bitterness and sorrow in his heart. Now, his only hope rested on Sister Ran. Bianran, however, was completely unaware that Du Ming had pinned all his hopes on her. She was picking out the most appetizing-looking food on her plate while scrolling through her phone, replying to Nanze's messages. Ever since their video call yesterday, Nanze had to report everything he did to her first. Bianran chuckled to herself, wasn't this just like raising a digital pet? Occasionally, when she came across something interesting, she would casually respond. Time quietly slipped through her fingers, and the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tense as the horse race was about to start with the sound of a gunshot. Miss, what do you think of today's horse race? A stranger, speaking respectfully yet with a hint of probing, struck up a conversation with Bianran. Bianran's gaze was sharp, her memory clear. Wasn't this the same shadow who had been closely following that young Master Xia from the beginning? Oh, sending the wolf out to test the waters first. She slightly raised her eyelids and gave him a cold glance. That look, like an icy blade slicing through, made the man's breathing quicken, and sweat trickled down his forehead. A black credit card was slapped onto the small table with a snap. Bianran turned her head to look at Xia Yunqi, the corners of her lips slightly curved, a trace of languid contempt appearing in her expression. Care to play? Xia Yunqi had to admit, this person's arrogance was identical to his own, instantly igniting his competitive spirit. Likewise, a black card landed on the table. His demeanor was nonchalant, his gaze carrying a roguish air. How big can you play? Don't cry if you lose. Bianran raised an eyebrow. Whatever you bet, I'll match, whatever I bet, you match. A flicker of disdain crossed Xia Yunqi's eyes. 5 million. Bianran refused to back down. 10 million. 20 million. 40 million. 80 million. Bianran's lips curled slightly. 160 million. Ding dong, system detection, the host is brimming with grandeur. A special reward of 2 billion as encouragement. 320 million. Xia Yunqi had barely finished speaking when someone suddenly interrupted. Sorry. You two bosses, our racetrack has limited capacity, the betting cap is 100 million. Ming Kong cautiously stood beside Bianran and Xia Yunqi, feeling the oppressive force of their sharp gazes. He screamed internally. Help! Sister! Please come save me. I can't hold on much longer. He absolutely wasn't someone who liked to interrupt, but this time he had no choice. If he didn't stop them, with these two throwing around billions, a 10 billion bet wouldn't be out of the question. If one side won after the race, his family would undoubtedly go bankrupt. Even if his sister scolded him, he'd have to take it. Offending these two bosses while also facing his sister's wrath. Bianran's gaze was calm as she turned to Xia Yunqi, looking directly at him. 100 million, win outright or place? Horse race betting commonly uses two methods, outright win, which is guessing the champion, or place, which is guessing the top three. Of course, there are many variations and endless possibilities. Xia Yunqi met her gaze. A brief exchange of glances, his brows slightly raised, and he looked away. 100 million, win only. Bianran chuckled lightly, just as she had hoped. Bet on horse number 8, win only, 100 million. Got it. Sis. I'll place the bet for you right away. Ming Kong responded even faster than Du Ming, with a tone of reverence. Xia Yunqi glanced at Bianran, number 10. Got it. Bro. Right on it. Ming Kong acted like a loyal lapdog, desperately trying to erase his earlier blunder. The other noble heirs remained silent. The aura between the two was like clashing sword edges, a direct confrontation. That young lady dared to face off against young Master Xia head-on, her strength was evidently extraordinary. The onlookers could only hold their breath and wait, as undercurrents surged. The gunshot rang out. 14 fine horses bolted like untamed beasts, their hoofs thundered through the skies, and the wind blades sliced through the air. Cheers erupted from the stands one after another. In the final sprint, the frenzied shouts surged like waves. The atmosphere in the private box was infectious, and everyone stood up one after another. Time seemed to stretch here, nerves taut like strings ready to snap. The first horse crossed the finish line, and the giant screen displayed the words number 8, piercing into view. Number 10 fell slightly behind. During the looped broadcast, Bianran's lips curled into a trace of contempt. Young Master Xia, your taste isn't that great. Her words were bright and bold, carrying an air of disdain, striking directly at Xia Yunqi's heart. He stared coldly at this audacious and unruly woman, his face darkened. He, actually lost. Yet he felt an unusual excitement. The desire to win erupted like a volcano, with hidden surging currents beneath his arrogant gaze. Just 1 billion, shall we go another round? Bianran raised her eyebrows lightly, her expression indifferent. Tell me. She had no interest in boring matters. Xia Yunqi's gaze suddenly sharpened, like a hunter locking onto his prey, his voice low and resolute, each word striking firmly. You and I, personally. Bianran let out a light snort, just about to agree, but then revealed a hint of curiosity. What if she didn't know how to ride a horse? What would he do then? If she were the one facing this situation? In a good mood, she'd willingly admit defeat, in a bad mood, she'd stubbornly tie herself to the horse and fight it out. Bianran spoke up with a hint of doubt. Xia Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile, his grin sharp and cutting. I'll tie you to the horse if I have to. Bianran was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile. Xia Yunqi didn't understand why these words could make someone laugh, but he didn't care. Go big? Bianran's tone carried an irresistible dominance. Bianran lowered her gaze slightly, her smile fading. All right. Hearing this, Ming Kang's heart trembled, almost making his head spin. That was considered small just now? How big are we going now? He anxiously paced in circles, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Why don't you two big shots have a private bet? Xia Yunqi sneered coldly, get lost. These words undoubtedly confirmed Ming Kang's suggestion. After all, his temper wasn't good, but his mind was clear. The cooperation between the Ming family and the Xie family was as solid as steel. Bianran, on the other hand, didn't care at all. Ming Kong let out a sigh of relief and enthusiastically took on the role of referee. So, what are you two big shots betting on? Betting on a solo win. The two spoke almost simultaneously, without hesitation, each choosing themselves. And the stakes? Xia Yunqi's gaze was unrestrained, carrying a sense of oppression. Nangong number 1. As the words fell, a hissing sound echoed around them. Hiss, betting with such a top-tier mansion? If it were my family, I'd be beaten for 3 days straight. My goodness, is this the foundation of the Xie family? South Palace number 1, an absolute symbol of status. One of the nation's top luxury residences. In S City, the only ones comparable are the mountaintop villa at Misty Mountain and the 2 at Rock Moon Bay. Let's see how the young lady responds. The crowd's eyes burned with anticipation, but Bianran slowly spoke. Misty Mountain mountaintop villa. Another wave of astonished exclamations surged. Hiss, Misty Mountain mountaintop villa. Is this young lady truly the owner there? One must have absolute power to possess it. She clearly isn't an ordinary person. Nonsense. What ordinary person would dare to be so bold with young Master Xia? This wager, this scene, it's all grand scale. No one doubted Xia Yunqi's South Palace No. 1, nor did anyone question Bianran's control over the Misty mountaintop villa. It seemed to have become a given. The horse race wasn't just one round. The half-hour intermission became a preparation period for Xia Yunqi and Bianran. Ming Kong personally escorted the two to select racehorses. Inside the racetrack, there were numerous racehorses. Forming a temporary team tested the riders' judgment and skills. Bianran was naturally perceptive, able to sense fluctuations in animals' emotions. She observed several racehorses and chose the purebred horse whose aura matched hers the most. The sound of hooves hitting the ground was filled with battle spirit, and Bianran's heart stirred with excitement. After running a few laps around the field with the reins in hand, the next race was about to start. In the stands, whispers rose and fell. Huh? Why have number 3 and number 5 switched riders? No idea, it's not recorded in the program. I heard 2 big shots are personally competing. Number 3 and number 5 must be them. Big shots? This is the Ming family's racetrack. Then they must be even more influential than the Ming family. I'll definitely watch closely later. This might be the closest I'll ever get to such important figures. Qi Shiyu held her breath, staring unblinkingly at the figure marked as number 3. Truly extraordinary. Shuyu. Shuyu. Someone beside her shook her. Qi Shiyu snapped back to reality and apologized. Sorry, Feifei, I got distracted just now. Feifei complained and then asked, Shuyu, are you going to place a bet? Qi Shiyu habitually shook her head, then suddenly spoke with determination, I'm betting. Feifei turned to look at her in surprise. On the racetrack. Bianran held the reins in one hand, gently stroked the horse's neck with the other, and kept her gaze fixed straight ahead. Perhaps it was the rising and falling cheers of the audience, perhaps it was the rider's unwavering belief in victory, or perhaps it was the slight restlessness of the horses. In any case, Bianran was swept into this intense competition and passion. The gunshot exploded. Whoosh! Like an arrow piercing through the air, she charged forward. Bianran gripped the reins tightly, her muscles taut yet flexible, precisely guiding the horse's direction. Run! The wind howled, mingling with the rhythm of her heartbeat and the horse's hooves. Bianran and the horse seemed to merge into one. In her eyes, there was only one word. Win. The horse's hooves kicked up dust, filling the air. A figure draped in chestnut red, marked with the number 3, dashed across the finish line like lightning. Nay. The horse beneath Bianran suddenly leaped, its front hooves off the ground, its back arched, letting out a spirited neigh. The audience erupted into deafening cheers. Ah! Number 3. So cool. Number 3. Number 3. Number 3. I love you. Bianran slightly tightened the reins, her breathing rapid, her cheeks flushed with heat, her eyes bright and determined, the excitement still surging within her. She savored this moment of victory and applause. Of course, she didn't forget to add fuel to the fire for the loser. She glanced sideways at Xia Yunqi, her gaze sharp, carrying a smug smile. You lost again. Xia Yunqi looked up at the girl before him, her confidence, her sharpness, her heroic demeanor, her beauty. In that moment, it felt as if it was etched into his heart, every detail vivid and bright. An indescribable emotion rapidly spread within him. His usually defiant brows and eyes now revealed a trace of confusion. His heartbeat suddenly quickened, was it because of the horse race? But the confusion lasted only a moment. Soon, he steadied himself. Xia Yunqi tightened the reins, his horse stepped forward. He removed his equestrian helmet with one hand, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. He raised his chin slightly and said calmly. A bet is a bet. You're impressive. After a pause, he added. My name is Xia Yunqi. What's yours? Bianran glanced at him playfully, her red hair flowing, black earrings glinting, her brows and eyes exuding defiance. But she keenly noticed that the person before her had changed. Bianran. She chuckled softly, her voice low and gentle, as if savoring the process of taming a wild horse. Bianran. Xia Yunqi unconsciously repeated, the corners of his lips slightly lifting. That name, it sounded surprisingly pleasant. In a private room not open to the public, a man and a woman stood side by side. President Xia, it seems like Nangong number 1 will have to change its surname today. A teasing, mature female voice rang out. President Xia was evidently Xia Yanxi, the current head of the Xia group. Xia Yanxi smiled faintly at the remark, exuding elegance and composure. If Yunqi lost, he has no one to blame but himself. As the horse race concluded, Bianran's name quickly spread among the elite circles of S City. Countless people wanted to investigate her background, but they found no leads. They even suspected that all the traces they could find were nothing but a smokescreen. However, befriending someone like her could only be beneficial. For a time, Bianran became the person everyone in the elite circles sought to connect with. At this moment, Bianran was still unaware that she was being stopped by Xia Yunqi, who was asking to add her on WeChat. Xia Yunqi watched her actions, unable to hide the joy in his expression. A friend request popped up on his phone screen. He quickly clicked accept and, after some deliberation, wrote a single word in the notes, Ran. The joy lasted less than 2 seconds. As for Nangong number 1, contact my assistant. I'll give you their number. Xia Yunqi clicked his tongue lightly, as if mentioning it casually. There's a race at Qianyan Bay tomorrow, are you going? Bianran smiled, her voice light. What? Haven't lost enough today? Xia Yunqi said lazily. Only you are worthy of being my opponent. Bianran waved her hand behind her back. We'll see tomorrow. Now, it was time for her once-a-day work session. She returned to the hotel, did a simple disguise, and walked toward the bar with a composed stride. In her mind, she was pondering a question. Which path does Qi Shiyu really want to take? The plot says she eventually entered the entertainment industry, winning the Triple Gold Best Actress and the Grand Slam Best Actress. But her goal seems to go beyond that. She's looking for a backer. Whether it was appearing at the racetrack or actively approaching her. And after finding one, the human heart is unpredictable. Bianran quickly let it go. Whatever Qi Shiyu wanted to do, she would just be an observer. As soon as she entered the lounge, Qi Shiyu waved to her. Bianran wore a smile on her face, the arrogance and wildness from the racetrack earlier had long been buried deep within her bones. Shiyu. Ran, look. My mom made chili sauce. Qi Shiyu handed 2 large jars of chili sauce to Bianran. Inside the jars, the fiery red chili sauce emitted a faint spicy aroma, directly hitting the tip of the nose. This was truly mouth-watering. And genuinely likable. Shiyu, thank you. Your mom's skills are so good, she could totally sell this. Bianran's words carried sincerity, and Qi Shiyu's lips curved into a slight smile upon hearing them. As long as you like it. If my mom knew someone praised her, she'd probably make a few more jars for you overnight. Haha, if my sister eats this, she'll definitely praise your mom to the skies. Speaking of your sister, does she have a rebellious face? Bianran tilted her head, her brows slightly furrowed. Rebellious face? You mean like during adolescence? Qi Shiyu sighed, his voice low. Rebellious phase, as in doing whatever they want, being stubborn, thinking they're all grown up, but in the end, they're still just a little kid. Bianran recalled the original host's memories. My sister doesn't seem to have had a rebellious phase. Running away from marriage wasn't rebellion, it was just choosing a better path. Recently, she's been insisting on dropping out of school to work. But she just started middle school. Kids, they need to study well to have a future. The more Qi Shiyu spoke, the more anxious he became, his voice tinged with frustration. Bianran, however, caught on to one word, future. Are you still worried about your sister's future? Qi Shiyu nodded, her expression resolute. Of course, as her elder sister, who wouldn't care about how her future turns out? Isn't it enough to just feed her well and take care of her? Like raising a doll, dressing her in pretty clothes, giving her jewelry, and keeping her at home. Qi Shiyu shook her head, her tone firm. No way. My sister is a person, not a pet. She needs to find the meaning of her own life, not be kept in captivity. Of course, if the elder sister is willing to support her and the younger sister is willing to be supported, that's another matter. Bianran listened, unusually falling into deep thought. Perhaps she should go back and ask her sister what she really wants. She tucked this matter into her heart, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. And what about you? What do you want to do in the future? Chi Shiyu's face stiffened, her lashes lowered, and she slowly spoke, each word ringing with determination. I want to become a rule maker. This was the first time she revealed her ambition in front of someone else. She did not regret it. With no one to rely on behind her, achieving her ambition required leveraging others. Why would others help her? Through emotions, through value. No one dislikes a sincere person. As for value, it depends on potential. Her intuition told her that sincerity was the most important thing in front of Bianran. Appreciation flashed in Bianran's eyes. She asked again, there are 360 professions, and every profession can produce a top talent. Which field's rules do you want to set? Chi Shiyu opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but hesitated. Bianran's gaze was gentle, like a patient and tolerant sage. Chi Shiyu's heartbeat trembled slightly. I don't know, it feels like entering the entertainment industry would be the easiest. Oh? You want to accumulate wealth in the entertainment industry? Yes. Why not choose politics or business? Power is more concentrated there. I don't have the confidence. Bianran nodded lightly, appreciating her ambition. But Chi Shiyu had yet to witness a true rulemaker. Once she saw the honor, status, and wealth that power could bring, her thoughts would change. Bianran smiled. I have high hopes for you. When you become a big shot in the future, remember to look out for me. Chi Shiyu voiced the desire buried deep in her heart, feeling a bit more at ease. You trust me that much? Don't you think I'm... She frowned and uttered a word, overambitious? Society often treats overambitious as praise for men but criticism for women. Bianran laughed out loud. This is nothing, I even want to be the world's richest person. Ambition is wanting to climb higher, but when you climb higher, what about the people above? Not everyone can have a position, right? So limiting ambition is necessary. Actually, ambition is equivalent to drive. Isn't it good to have drive? You should be proud of it. Chi Shiyu smiled softly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. Ran, you really know how to talk. Yes, I should be proud. Stars sparkled in Bianran's eyes, her smile faintly glowing. Everything seemed to follow the old trajectory, yet the details were surging with hidden currents. No one could say for sure. This wasn't a reality show, but the real world, where anything was possible. Closest to them, Su Sisi rolled her eyes with a cold sneer. A rule maker, world's richest person. Even better at bragging than my dad. Bianran and Chi Shiyu exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Talking about this in a bar really did seem a bit pretentious. The two couldn't help but laugh out loud together. Crazy. Su Sisi muttered as she slowly distanced herself from them. Who would have thought that years later, this little episode would become the only topic of conversation in her dull life? Not long after, the supervisor arrived. As expected, Bianran was sent to the warehouse again. She still took the narrow alley behind the bar. To others, this place was messy and reeked of stench. But to Bianran, it was a treasure trove for labor digging. Messy, it was truly messy. After just a few steps, Bianran suddenly felt an unusual sensation under her foot. She lifted her foot to take a look. Oh my God. A slender, well-defined hand, stained with blood, lay quietly. She glanced along the arm to the side. A mountain of thick cardboard and boxes. There, a person was lying. Alive. Bianran reached out to check his pulse. Still alive. Save him? Or not? Bianran never hesitated. She rummaged through her pocket and, hey, found a coin. You're lucky today, running into me with a coin. She tossed the coin high into the air. Heads, save him. Tails, don't. The coin spun and landed. Bianran glanced at it. Oh, heads. All right, then I won't save him. She lifted her leg, ready to leave. Suddenly, that hand, as if it had eyes, grabbed her ankle fiercely. Before Bianran could react, the person gripped tightly, causing her to frown in pain. She impatiently kicked. but couldn't shake it off. Hey, buddy, we're not destined to be. Forced things don't work out, so let go, will you? The piled-up cardboard boxes slightly wobbled. A hoarse, weak voice drifted into Bianran's ears. Help me. The voice was frail, filled with helplessness and pleading. Bianran. Buddy, I'm coming to save you. They say forced things don't work out, but at least they quench thirst. She quickly pushed aside the cardboard boxes, revealing a man curled up underneath. Bianran was shocked. Wasn't this the handsome man she had met in the rental apartment that day? But now, he looked pitiful. His face was deathly pale, as fragile as a porcelain doll, and his skin was stained with blood. Brows furrowed tightly, pain written all over his face. Covered in scars, clothes tattered, like a wounded little beast, tightly curled up. The once cold and distant man had now become so fragile. Bianran's heart tightened, aching with unease. She hurriedly took out her phone and snapped a photo with a click. Friend, hang in there. I'll take you to the hospital right away. As she dialed the number and was about to speak, the man's icy body suddenly collapsed forward. Bianran was startled and quickly caught him. His entire body slumped weakly against hers. Warm breaths gently brushed against her neck, bringing a tingling sensation. Don't go to the hospital. The man's voice trembled, as if instinctively fearing the hospital. All right, we won't go. Let go of my hand. Bianran quickly agreed, holding him up to prevent him from falling, while her other hand, pulled away from her ear by him, could only loudly apologize to the person on the other end of the call. In her life, she had rarely apologized to anyone. Bianran fiercely shook off her playful thoughts. All right, I hung up. Where do you want to go? I'll take you. She coaxed him into letting go of her hand. When she asked where he wanted to go, the man kept his brows furrowed, his expression dazed. Seeing this, Bianran couldn't help but curse. Looking at the man's face, her patience quietly returned. She resigned herself to supporting him and headed toward the warehouse. Oh my goodness! As she reached the warehouse door, Bianran saw two people squatting there. The two were bare-chested, with a thorny branch strapped to their backs. Bianran approached and unceremoniously kicked each of them. What are you doing? Don't you know this affects the city's image? The two who were kicked turned around and knelt down, their voices loud and clear. Sis. We know we were wrong. Sis. We should respect women, we understand your point now. Sis. We admit our mistakes and will change. Sis. If we can't be gentlemen, we'll at least be normal people and not cause trouble for society. These two were none other than Susan and Yang Fong. Their voices overlapped, and Bianran glanced at them, secretly wondering, today, these two actually seem like real people. After you went back, who taught you a lesson? She asked. Yang Fong smiled awkwardly. My mom, she broke it down for us, and we finally understood. Sis, I promise. We really know we were wrong. In the past, we only approached those who were willing, never forced anyone. I swear. His expression was serious, and Susan nodded in agreement. What they said was true. Not because they were noble, but because they were afraid of going to jail. Spending money to play is still playing, who wants to end up in jail? The time I ran into Sis, it was because a customer suddenly stopped me in the alley and dragged me over. Bianran glanced at them impatiently without saying a word. Actions speak louder than words, and deeds are more important than talk. What matters is not what you say, but what you do. Besides, what kind of people they become has nothing to do with her. Alright, say your piece and get lost. Can't you see I'm still holding someone here? The implication was clear, a good dog doesn't block the way. Susan and Yang Fong immediately stood up and cleared the path. But when they saw who Bianran was supporting, they were so shocked they almost took a step back. Is that Brother Liu? Yang Fong's eyes widened. Seems like it. Susan wasn't sure either. Bianran helped the person into the room and turned to glance at Yang Fong. You know him? Yang Fong nodded, then shook his head. Bianran frowned. Yang Fong quickly explained. My brother works with Brother Liu. I've seen Brother Liu a few times. Liu? You mean Liu Shuji? Bianran recalled how those people yesterday surrounded Yang Feng and Susan, asking about Lu Shuji's whereabouts. Yang Feng looked at her with admiration. Sis, you're so smart. Bianran glanced at the two of them. Is he involved in the underworld? Yang Feng nodded. Brother Lu has significant influence in the underground forces of Southeast Asia. Bianran lifted Lu Shuji's chin, thinking to herself, this cold and distant face belongs to a gangster figure, truly hard to imagine. However, why are you answering everything I ask now, when yesterday you were so tight-lipped? Yang Feng grinned. He muttered softly, this is idle treatment. What? Bianran didn't catch what he said, but seeing his bashful demeanor, she didn't bother to press further. Since they knew Lu Shuji. You guys take him home or to his base, he refuses to go to the hospital. Susan turned to Yang Feng and said, Fengzi, sis wants you to arrange for Brother Lu. Hurry up, I'll help sis with the work. After saying that, he picked up a box of wine and dashed out quickly. Leaving only Yang Feng behind, under Bianran's gaze, he cautiously said. Sis, this. I don't know where Brother Lu's home or base is either. Bianran calmly replied, call your brother. Yang Feng scratched his head, I haven't been able to reach my brother for a week. Check his pockets to see if he has a phone. Yang Feng obediently stepped forward, sis, he didn't bring one. Bianran let out a breath, turned her head to look at Lu Shuji's injuries, and couldn't help but want to slap herself. She took out her phone and made a call. Come to my place and pick someone up. 20 minutes later, Xiaoling arrived with some people. Miss, this person is seriously injured. Where should we put him? Bianran thought for a moment. Take him to Guai's, book a suite for him, and get a doctor over. Xiaoling adjusted her glasses. Understood, Mississippi. When Bianran returned to Guai's after work, the doctors had already rotated shifts multiple times. Lu Shuji was almost wrapped up like a mummy. She glanced at him, gave a few instructions about care details, and left the room. Thinking about what Qi Shiyu had said about her sister's future. Back home, Bianran immediately snatched the phone from her sister's hand, her tone serious. Xiao Xiao, do you have any aspirations or goals? Bian Xiaomei blinked in confusion. Sis, what are aspirations and goals? Bianran rephrased. What do you want to do in the future? Bian Xiaomei suddenly understood and squeezed out a sentence. Be a couch potato? You want to be a couch potato for your whole life? 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years? Bianran confirmed again. A lifetime as a salted fish. Bian Xiaomei followed her sister's imagination. The first year as a salted fish was fine, by the 3rd year the fish body started to dry out, by the 6th year the surface grew moldy, and by the 9th year it became a paradise for bacteria. And then there were 20, 30 more years. Thinking of this, Bian Xiaomei shuddered. She quickly sat up and shook her head. No, no, no. Sis. I don't want to be a salted fish for my whole life. Then what do you want to do in the future? Something as a career, or do you want to continue studying? Bian Xiaomei lowered her head in thought. Suddenly, her expression changed, and she exclaimed, no, no, no. Sis. I definitely don't want to study. She thought studying was the most painful thing in the world, bar none. Back when their parents agreed to let her drop out of school, she almost lit firecrackers to celebrate. Bianran didn't expect her sister to be so resistant to academics. If you don't want to study, then don't. No need to get so worked up. Bian Xiaomei smiled ingratiatingly and hesitated before speaking. Sis, I want to be a director. Bianran remembered how her sister loved watching TV dramas when she was bored and nodded in understanding. Then, thinking about how her sister disliked school, she said, I'll help you arrange it. Since you don't like studying, you can learn while working. Bian Xiaomei hadn't held out much hope, but hearing her sister say this, she suddenly lunged forward and kissed her. Sis. You're amazing. I love you to death. Ah. She felt like she was the luckiest sister in the world. After playing around with her sister for a while, Bianran returned to her room. Before sleeping, she had a video call with Nanze. After putting down her phone, she suddenly felt like she had forgotten something. Oh, right, the reward. Kenda racecourse. Sis. Hope you didn't forget about the time difference. Bianran fell asleep in 3 seconds. Meanwhile, someone lay awake for 3 hours, their eyes still open. Xia Yunqi closed his eyes, and the scene of Bianran winning the horse race appeared in his mind. Bright, confident, flamboyant, unrestrained. He felt that all the beautiful words belonged to that moment. The corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted into a smile. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. That unrestrained face rarely showed confusion and puzzlement. Could today's defeat have such a deep impact? To the point where he could still remember the expression of his opponent at the moment of victory. Not just the expression, but also her hair fluttering in the wind, her neatly trimmed nails, her slender yet strong fingers, and the stark contrast with the black reins. He pulled back his scattered thoughts, becoming even more certain of the weight of today's defeat. Thinking about tomorrow's plan to race cars with Iran, he wondered what she would look like while driving. Perhaps just as dazzling as today. Why does he always think of her? Xia Yunqi's expression tightened, his thoughts looping endlessly. The night faded away, and the morning light bathed the earth. A new day had begun. Bianran got up and first went to check on Lu Shuji, finding him still asleep. Perhaps he needed more time. She left regretfully, after all, she preferred beauties in motion. Unexpectedly, Lu Shuji remained in a deep sleep for 3 whole days. If the doctor hadn't assured her that his body was fine, just mentally exhausted and in need of rest, Bianran would have sent him to the hospital long ago. During these 3 days, Bianran didn't idle. She spent her days indulging in entertainment and her nights working part-time, making friends, and browsing live streams. Coincidentally, no matter where she went, she always ran into Xia Yunqi. Though he was unruly, he had the capital to be arrogant. Whether it was car racing, horse racing, polo, sailing, rowing, shooting, or combat, he could match Bianran in every way. Having such a playmate wasn't bad at all. Over these few days, most of the tasks issued by the tycoon system were completed amidst the fun. In just a few days, Bianran's assets multiplied several times over. Her account now held approximately 4 billion in cash. There was also Yuanhe Capital, a nationally renowned venture capital institution and a benchmark in the investment field, with its subsidiary Ichuang Investment. And Sia Group, a world-class luxury yacht designer and manufacturer, hailed as the Rolls-Royce of the yacht industry. Junqing Law Firm, one of the top 10 law firms in the country, is renowned for its expertise in corporate, intellectual property, litigation, mergers and acquisitions, and private equity, offering a wide range of legal services, as well as villas, estates, and real estate across various locations. Top-tier sports cars and luxury yachts are easily within reach, and there's even an overseas military factory. However, having numerous assets also comes with its own troubles. Namely the need for someone to manage them. Bianran thought, it's time to establish her own business group. She couldn't rely on Xiaoling or herself to oversee everything, could she? Choosing a location became a challenge. Both S City and Jing City would work, with the only requirement being that the office building couldn't be too small. The future group would only grow larger, so the space needed to be sufficient. But currently, there wasn't an office building that met the requirements. Building one herself was an option, but acquiring land, construction, and completion would take at least a year. How great it would be to come across a vacant building ready to use. Bianran took a deep breath, her brows furrowed. Hey, what's wrong? You look a bit off. Xia Yunqi had just set down the cue stick steadily, his eyes unconsciously glancing at Bianran, only to find that she wasn't looking at him at all. He walked over, handed her the cue stick, and hinted for her to give it a try. Bianran glanced at him indifferently and calmly set the cue stick aside. Feeling restless, don't bother me. Xia Yunqi was stunned, feeling somewhat ignored. But he wasn't angry. There had been a lot going on these days, and he had grown accustomed to this feeling of being neglected. Before the words were finished, he spoke first. What's wrong? Miss Bian, is there something on your mind? Share it with us. Yeah, Sister Ran, if there's anything bothering you, tell us, and we'll help figure it out. Ming Kong and Du Ming also came over. Xia Yunqi looked at them, feeling inexplicably irritated, but couldn't pinpoint the reason. Following his instincts, he lightly kicked Ming Kong. Why are you guys everywhere? Ming Kang's eyes darted around, and he smiled ingratiatingly and obediently. We're just here to join the fun. The one who can really help is young Master Xia. We're probably still a bit lacking. Xia Yunqi felt much better. Ming Kong sensed his change in mood, feeling a warmth in his heart, and became even more eager to curry favor with Xia Yunqi and Bianran. Bianran thought it over again and again. The location of S-City was decent, and the only vacant building was the rumored eerie Twin Towers. She asked. Do you know anyone from the Yao family? A hint of interest flashed in Xia Yunqi's eyes. Why are you looking for the Yao family? His mind quickly ran through possibilities. The Yao family was fairly average in S-City, with nothing particularly special about their businesses, except for the somewhat infamous Twin Towers. Are you planning to take over the Twin Towers? Xia Yunqi reacted quickly, his brow slightly furrowed. I have this idea. Bianran nodded, knowing in her heart that just having the idea wasn't enough, it also depended on whether the other party was willing to sell. Xia Yunqi disagreed slightly. That Twin Towers building is indeed gloomy. Back then, my family invited a master to personally take a look, and he advised us not to take it over. Ming Kong and Du Ming exchanged glances, their faces full of surprise. Could it be that even a top-tier family like the Xia family couldn't suppress that eerie aura? Bianran also frowned slightly and voiced their doubts. Even your family can't suppress that aura? Xia Yunqi's tone was serious, his gaze firm. The Twin Towers building has a great location and should have been highly sought after, but it ended up in the hands of the Yao family. That says something. Those truly confident elite families don't want to touch this bad luck. Bianran silently chanted in her heart, frantically calling out to Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, can I break the eerie aura of the Twin Towers building? No problem at all, sis. She was full of confidence. After all, with the divine tycoon system, her wealth naturally exuded prosperity. She said to Xia Yunqi, I know about those issues, but I'm still interested in the Twin Towers building. Xia Yunqi raised an eyebrow, seemingly feeling that his words had been in vain. He thought to himself, even if buying the Twin Towers building turned out to be a loss, it wouldn't matter, just a few billion. Might as well buy a yacht instead. If it turned out to be a loss, he'd just gift her a yacht as compensation. If you're really interested, I can help connect you with the Yao family. Bianran smiled and raised her eyebrows. Thank you, Xia Yunqi. With a direction for the company's location decided, Bianran's mood gradually lightened. Didn't return to the hotel until after dinner. Back at the hotel, she habitually went to check on Lu Shuji. No matter what her initial intentions were in saving him, after all, she did save him. She wasn't one to play the game of doing good deeds anonymously. She thought she wouldn't see the beautiful man who could talk again tonight, but unexpectedly, Lu Shuji opened the door for her on his own. Bianran was stunned. The face before her was still soul-stirring. That face had distinct features, a high nose bridge, and eyes as calm as water. The color of his lips appeared pale due to his injuries, but it perfectly balanced the cold aloofness he exuded. Bianran was entranced. It wasn't until a hint of amusement flashed in Lu Shuji's eyes and a hand waved in front of her that she snapped out of it. Bianran smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I came to check on you. Check on you as in just to take a look. Bianran stared at this stunning man, realizing that his smile made him even more captivating. His brows and eyes were bright and clear, like a lake after the rain, shimmering with light. Lu Shuji nodded slightly, stepped aside to make way, and said in a cool voice, I know you, you're the one who saved me. Come in and have a seat. You know me? Bianran asked as she walked in, her heartbeat slightly quickening. Lu Shuji paused for a moment. We met once. The caregiver who looked after me also showed me your photo. Bianran nodded slightly. The caregiver had taken the money and indeed done the job. She asked curiously, You removed the bandages so quickly? Lu Shuji handed her a bottle of water, his tone indifferent. It's just a minor injury, no need for a bandage. By the way, thanks for saving me this time. What do you want? Lu Shuji's gaze was serious, completely different from the cold indifference of their first meeting. In those eyes, Bianran's figure was reflected. Bianran blurted out, How about repaying a life-saving grace with your hand in marriage? As soon as the words left her mouth, she noticed Lu Shuji's brows furrow tightly, and his pale face unexpectedly flushed with a hint of red. Could he be angry? That was her first thought. No, maybe he's shy? That was her second thought. Because even the tips of Lu Shuji's ears had turned red. He pressed his lips together, just about to speak, when the doorbell suddenly rang. Bianran watched him stand up to answer the door. When the door opened, Lu Shuji had his back to her, and only a cold question came through, "What is it?" Outside the door, a group of men in black trembled under his icy gaze. "Boss," news came from Jingji's side. "He needs you to go back," the leading man stammered. He shrank his neck, afraid of provoking any hostility, and dared not say more. The boss finally spoke, his voice as chilling as a cold wind. "Wait downstairs." "Why yes." The men in black scrambled, their hurried footsteps heading toward the elevator. Bianran saw Lu Shuji's heavy expression and asked, "What's wrong? Are they your subordinates? Did they come looking for you?" Lu Shuji's expression was complicated. "Do you know what I do?" he asked tentatively. Bianran nodded, "I know." A shadow flickered in his eyes. "What do you think?" Bianran smiled, "I look with my eyes." Seeing him speechless, she couldn't help but laugh. "I think there could be some kind of relationship between us." The relationship could be in bed, or it could be transactional. A trace of amusement flashed in Lu Shuji's eyes as he handed over a box. Bianran opened it and saw a lustrous and smooth jade thumb ring. "Is this a thank you gift?" He nodded. "You could say that." "Could say that?" Bianran pondered the phrase and laughed. "Don't tell me this is a family heirloom?" Lu Shuji's cheeks flushed red. He avoided answering, coughed lightly, and said, "I have something to do, so I'll leave first." After speaking, he moved like the wind and quickly left. Bianran couldn't help but laugh, wondering if she had scared him off. Elsewhere, the elevator dinged as it reached the first floor. Lu Shuji's heart pounded like a drum but gradually calmed down. They had actually met more than twice. The first time was in a narrow hallway, where, for some reason, he inexplicably struck up a conversation with her. Following her and her group downstairs, he felt a bit of anticipation, thinking the girl seemed to like him. He thought that if she asked for his contact information, he would definitely give it. Unexpectedly, she turned around and ran off. The second time was when Yang Feng and Susan were cornered, and he was ready to step in. After all, Yang Feng was Yang Zheng's younger brother. Unexpectedly, he encountered that girl again. She was quick and agile. The third time, she saved him. He fell dazedly onto her, and that faint fragrance lingered in his mind, taking root and sprouting. It was the first time he thanked his parents for giving him his appearance. Otherwise, how could he have caught this sentimental little fish? Outside the elevator, a man in black approached. "Boss." Lu Shuji's expression was cold and stern. "Return to the base." After laughing, Bianran suddenly realized she hadn't gotten the contact information of the beautiful woman. 1 second of heartbreak. Back in the suite, Xiaoling had been waiting for a long time. "Miss, the villa in Shangling Garden has been fully renovated and is ready for you to move in at any time. The villa at the summit of Mist Mountain is also nearly completed. Here are the documents that require your signature. These are the private team members we recruited for you. You can review the list." Shangling Garden was already part of Bianran's property. Back then, it was chosen to accommodate her sister's emotional needs. Now that her sister had joined the film crew, it seemed she didn't need to live there anymore. Should she wait for her sister to return before moving in? After all, her sister was filming a costume drama with over 100 episodes, so Bianran directly arranged for her to join. Under the temptation of money, the director vowed with utmost confidence. Even if she were like mud, he would make sure she sticks to the wall. Bianran appreciated this kind of confident director, and with a big wave of her hand, the crew's budget instantly increased significantly. The matter was settled swiftly, and Bianran turned around and walked into the bar. Qi Shuyu was unusually excited today, her eyes shining like lit bulbs. As soon as Bianran entered, she couldn't wait to share her experience from today. "Ran. The senior asked me to volunteer for the Political and Business Joint Conference." "Oh? How did it feel?" "I was wrong before. Seeing that conference with my own eyes today, I finally understand what true power is." Bianran listened quietly, the smile on her lips slowly blooming. Qi Shuyu, as expected of the female lead, understands with just a word. Bianran tentatively activated the supporting character system, but the system remained completely unresponsive. No warnings, no errors. The task progress showed 60% completion. Bianran's smile deepened. It seemed these changes hadn't been detected by the system. She immediately blocked the supporting character system. Sis, be careful not to overplay it. Xiao Jin's helpless voice sounded in her mind. I'm being careful. Up until now, at least on the surface, I'm the poor friend of the female lead. Isn't that following the plot? Bianran chuckled lightly. If she really had to follow the script word for word, wouldn't that turn into a reality show? If the supporting character system required her to repeatedly act out a reality show in exchange for immortality, she'd rather not have that immortality. She has always taken the road less traveled. On the first day of her part-time job, she left a flaw, testing her luck. On the second day, she left another flaw. On the third day, she patched up all the loopholes in one go. If the female lead paid attention, she would notice these. What would happen next? The female lead is smart. She chose to pretend she hadn't seen anything and genuinely made friends. Coincidentally, Bianran's task was to be the female lead's friend. Bianran went with the flow and became friends with the female lead. As for that chance encounter with the female lead at the horse ranch, it was purely accidental. It was Ming Kong who told her that someone had bet 5,000 on horse number 3. Upon checking, wasn't that Chishuyu? The real-life Chishuyu is far more complex and vivid than the brief description in the script. Smart, ambitious, meticulous, and skilled at reading people. Bianran looks forward to seeing whether she will make her mark in politics or business, and also anticipates her ultimate fate. Power is the most dazzling true gold in this world. Bianran's eyes shifted slightly, and she changed the topic. Shuyu, I have another part-time job here. Do you want to try it? Chi Shuyu asked curiously, what kind of part-time job? Teaching at a wealthy family's house. Do you want to give it a shot? If you pass the interview, the pay is good. The tutoring time is in the evening, safety is guaranteed, and there will be someone to pick you up and drop you off. Think about it. Chi Shuyu thought for a moment and asked, what grade? Bianran recalled the sweet-talking little rascal she met last time and chuckled, just started middle school, but he's a bit cunning. Be careful not to get swayed by his sweet words. Chi Shuyu hesitated and looked at Bianran. You're introducing this job to me, but what about you? Bianran gave a sly smile. Of course, I have better options. Yes, she didn't want to go back to that class. After all, she had already become friends with the female lead. When the critical moment came, she could just borrow money from her. So, she carefully selected a new part-time job for the female lead. Chi Shuyu considered it. Being a tutor was much better than working at a bar. And since it was recommended by Ranran, she readily agreed. The next day, a Maybach drove her into a low-key yet luxurious mansion. Chi Shuyu looked around at the tastefully designed villa, the neatly lined-up servants, the impeccably trimmed lawn, and the quietly parked golf cart, her heart racing. This wasn't just a wealthy family, it was extreme wealth. Inside the main house, she saw the minister of the Municipal Party Committee Organization Department, who she had just met yesterday, and was stunned again. Wow, her friend really came through. Chi Shuyu walked forward with a graceful smile. Meanwhile, Bianran, who was playing a game, suddenly sneezed. Sis, do you have a cold? Beside her, Nanze hurriedly put down his phone, intending to raise the air conditioning temperature. Bianran lightly kicked him. Hey! Don't move. I'm in the middle of a team fight, come back quickly. Nanze obediently picked up his phone again, glanced at Bianran, and seeing she had no other symptoms, followed her instructions and continued the game. The way they interacted was less like a streamer and her top supporter, and more like lovers. While playing the game, Nanze kept sneaking glances at Bianran with his eyes. His beautiful peach blossom eyes sparkled with intense infatuation and longing, like a graceful and enchanting spirit softly seeking affection. Seizing the moment when a game had just ended, he grabbed the foot resting on him, his fingers slowly sliding up and down along her abdomen through the thin fabric. Nanze breathed softly, his voice laced with endless tenderness and passion. Those peach blossom eyes rippled like spring water, gazing deeply at Bianran, his voice low, carrying a gentle tease and seduction. Sis, do you want to tease this little puppy again? Bang! That sentence was like a bullet, hitting Bianran's heart with precision. Indeed, she was famously unable to resist temptation. A delicious piece of meat was already at her lips, wouldn't it be rude not to eat it? Bianran chomped down on this juicy meat with a howl. Passionate, entangled, frenzied, like dry wood meeting a raging fire, igniting instantly. The next day, the sunlight had already slanted its way onto the windowsill. Bianran was rudely awakened by the sound of her phone ringing. She untangled the arm wrapped around her, groggily reached for her phone, and squinted at the screen. Xiayunqi, 187, wild. She decisively hung up. Ring 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 ring. Ring 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 ring. Ring. The phone rang again, piercing through the quiet. Bianran didn't want to deal with it. Nanze, taking advantage of his long arms, reached over her and grabbed the phone, asking softly. Sis, should I answer it? His voice, still husky from sleep, carried a sensual undertone as he leaned close to Bianran's ear. Bianran lowered her head slightly and mumbled. Don't answer. Hang up. All right. Nanze drowsily hung up the call, intending to cuddle his sister and drift back into deep sleep. But before even a second had passed, the phone rang again, sharp and relentless like a devil's shriek. Bianran's anger instantly flared up, her face heating with frustration. She picked up the phone. Hello? What is it? On the other end of the phone, Xiayunqi gazed at the brilliant and passionate sunlight, a lazy smile playing on his lips, his tone casual. Are you crazy? There's a rare gem here in Shiwanda. Do you want to come and take a look? No, don't call me today. After finishing her words, Bianran abruptly hung up and tossed the phone aside. Xiayunqi stared at the disconnected screen, his brows furrowed, his mood suddenly darkened. Was she really in a fiery mood today? Having her sweet dreams interrupted by these calls, Bianran was now fully awake. Nanze propped one arm on the edge of the bed, leaned closer, and gently kissed Bianran's slightly furrowed brows, speaking softly. Sis, don't be mad. I'll go make breakfast for you, so you can taste my cooking. Bianran looked at the peach blossom eyes so close to her, where her clear reflection was mirrored. Their breaths intertwined, their gazes locked. Nanze was easily captivated, his eyes burning with endless tenderness and increasingly intense desire. He teased with a smile, deliberately lowering his voice. Sis, can you tease the little puppy one more time? By the time the two sat properly at the dining table, it was already lunchtime. Today's lunch was personally prepared by Nanze. Bianran originally planned not to be too critical, as hard work deserved praise. Unexpectedly, the dishes Nanze made turned out to be surprisingly delicious. Nanze's beautiful peach blossom eyes were fixed on Bianran, sparkling with anticipation. Sis, how does it taste? Is it good? Bianran nodded, it was already quite good according to common sense. Pretty good, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so great. Nanze's lips curved into a noticeable smile. The book was right, if you want to win someone's heart, you must first win their stomach. If you like it, sister, I can cook for you often in the future. Bianran smiled and nodded, seemingly accepting his promise. Actually, Bianran has always been someone who lives in the moment. Who can really predict the future? Right now, sitting beside her is Nanze. As for what the future holds, she doesn't want to think too much about it. The only thing that had ever mattered to her was her longing for longevity when she was trapped in a dead end. At other times, she just wanted to live happily in the moment. She turned her head, suddenly remembering something else. I heard Ji to Live asked you to sign a new contract? You didn't accept? Was the contract unsuitable, or do you have other plans? At the mention of this, Nanze's back unconsciously tensed, and he pressed his lips together. Sis, I want to be a gaming streamer. Why the sudden change of direction? Aren't you doing well in the beauty category? Bianran looked up, full of doubt. Since those two major showdowns, coupled with subsequent capital operations, G2 Live had already become a top-tier platform. It was currently in a period of rapid growth. Nanze's live stream performance was also impressive, with his fan count surpassing 30,000. Why would he suddenly want to switch to the gaming category? These were two completely different battlegrounds. Hearing Bianran's words, Nanze's heart tightened. He had indeed excelled in the beauty category, with considerable income. But those songs, he only wanted to sing for his sister. And those dances, he only wanted to use to entice her. The soil gently embraced by the clouds had begun to nurture its own secret desires. The fans in his live stream had always been warm and supportive. Whenever they urged him to sing or dance, he always gladly obliged. But now, he had a clearer direction in his heart. These secrets, he couldn't tell his sister. He knew that once he confessed, his feelings would only become a heavy burden for her. He understood more than ever that he was not worthy of her. But as long as his sister didn't abandon him and was willing to let him stay by her side, he would never leave. Nanze lowered his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting into a faint smile, and then he wove a new excuse. I've always wanted to be a gaming streamer, but I never had the courage. Now, maybe I can give it a try. Bianran nodded. Then I'll help you negotiate a new contract. Thank you, sister. Nanze's eyes sparkled like stars, and the smile on his lips spread uncontrollably. Bianran spent 3 days with Nanze. After 3 days, Xiaoyunqi's urging became increasingly insistent, and Bianran finally prepared to send Nanze away. Sister, you have to come find me when you're done. At the moment of parting, the over 1.8-meter tall Nanze acted as coquettish as a child. Bianran reached out and ruffled his hair. Got it, you little charmer. Sister, give me a kiss. The next second, his lips were gently sealed by Bianran's, a tender melody of sucking and nibbling intertwining. Nanze let out a satisfied hum, his peach blossom eyes filled with deep affection and lingering emotion. No one knew how much time had passed before they finally parted, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Sister, don't forget me. I definitely won't. Take a look at my messages when you have time. Alright, got it. At the door, they said goodbye for a full 10 minutes before Nanze reluctantly left. Just as Bianran saw him off, someone suddenly emerged from the shadows at the end of the hallway. Didn't you say you'd repay me with your body? Why didn't you wait for me? The voice was cool and clear, like a breeze under a solitary moon, carrying a faint sense of melancholy and disappointment. Bianran turned around. Unexpectedly, it was that stunning beauty. But the meaning behind the words was full of helplessness. You saw everything? Lu Shuji nodded, his voice low. Strands of hair fell over his eyes, concealing the dark hues hidden within them. From Bianran's perspective, the beauty's despondent appearance was heart-wrenching. He remained cold and distant, yet the unintentional vulnerability he revealed was particularly striking. Bianran knew she wasn't a good person, even somewhat selfish. But she hadn't expected Lu Shuji to be so candid. She cleared her throat lightly and awkwardly explained. What I said about repaying with my body that day was actually a joke. Lu Shuji suddenly looked up, their eyes meeting. In his dark eyes, scattered fragments of light shimmered, and an overwhelming sadness surged like a tide, making Bianran's heart tighten. So, you don't want me anymore? Bianran quickly shook her head. Thinking about it, when had she ever truly wanted him? Then she nodded. Lu Shuji watched Bianran's actions, his face expressionless, yet the bitterness overflowing from his eyes almost drowned him. He slowly took a few steps back, his voice striving to remain steady, but it unintentionally choked. Alright, I understand. It's me who doesn't deserve that person just now. It's me who was delusional. Bianran's heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly interrupted. No, Lu Shuji, you're important too. Also? A flash of coldness appeared in Lu Shuji's eyes, but he urgently pressed on. Then in your heart, do I still have even the slightest place? Bianran nodded firmly. Of course. She couldn't give him a large place, but a tiny bit, absolutely. Lu Shuji seemed like a parched land receiving rain, as if he had grasped a lifeline, a hint of confidence appearing in his gaze. You said before that a life-saving grace should be repaid with marriage. I even gave you my family heirloom. You have to take responsibility for me. If it were purely about intimacy, Bianran would have been happy long ago. But talking about responsibility. She tentatively asked, how do you want me to take responsibility? Lu Shuji tightly pressed his lips together, his usually stern brows and eyes tinged with a hint of shyness. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register our marriage. Bianran frowned, full of hesitation and innocence. Asu, I want to take responsibility for you too, but things have an order. If I take responsibility for you first, what about the ones before? Lu Shuji froze, as if a knife had pierced straight into his heart. His jet-black eyes quickly lost their luster, a layer of mist forming over them. Fine. Fine. I'll leave. He turned and walked away briskly, but after only a few steps, he collapsed to the ground with a loud thud. Bianran's eyelid twitched sharply, the pain tugging at her heart. Realizing what had happened, she quickly helped him into the house and dialed the doctor. It's nothing, just a fever. Have him eat light meals for the next couple of days. The young doctor's eyes glimmered with amusement as he finished giving Bianran his final instructions, then hurriedly disappeared down the corridor. Bianran's gaze fell on the man lying down. Lu Shuji, in his sleep, exuded an unusually gentle aura. She couldn't help but smile, her fingertips lightly tapping his jade-like, cool cheek. Why is it that every time I meet you, you're either sick or injured? Even a mafia boss is this fragile? Thinking about how Lu Shuji was currently ill, Bianran played games while keeping him company. She had just started 2 rounds when her phone rang incessantly. Quietly stepping out of the room, she answered the call. What's the matter? Xia Yunqi's sharp voice exploded in her ear. I'm fine, can't I come to you? Where are you? Gu Wei Si, just say it directly. I'm downstairs, coming up to find you right away. Let's see what exactly has caught you, keeping you inside for days. Xia Yunqi's voice carried impatience and anger. Don't come up, I'll come down to find you. Bianran interrupted first. Wait for me downstairs, hanging up. When she changed clothes and went downstairs, Xia Yunqi's irritation had reached its peak. Upon seeing Bianran, his anger instantly dissipated. If I hadn't come to find you, would you have stayed home all day? Bianran shook her head. No, I was planning to go out, but something unexpected happened. Unexpected? What happened? Are you okay? I'm fine, just a small trouble. Bianran cursed inwardly, the trouble wasn't hers. Xia Yunqi looked Bianran up and down, seeing her calm expression, his tense nerves relaxed slightly. He raised an eyebrow lazily and said, Let's go. Where to? To meet the Yao family. Xia Yunqi's tone was contemptuous, staring at Bianran as if she were a fool. If it weren't for the sudden mishap a few days ago, the Gemini Towers would already be yours. Bianran was at a loss for words, indeed her mind had been disturbed by one thing after another. The Yao family arranged to meet at a high-end private club, Jinxian Pavilion. That was the territory controlled by the Yao family. Did you choose this place? Bianran asked curiously. Xia Yunqi clicked his tongue lightly, full of disdain. The Yao family chose it. Bianran nodded and said with a smile, Doesn't seem like your style. Ahead, a waitress in a high-slit cheongsam respectfully led the way, bowing to invite them inside. In the hall, the Yao family members had already stood up, warmly welcoming them. No need for introductions, Miss Bian, young Master Xia, please have a seat. Bianran nodded in response, Mr. Yao. Handling such occasions was a breeze. Although it seemed like she was buying the Yao family's assets, the Yao family was eager to let go. The transaction progressed smoothly. 10 billion was easily settled. Bianran smiled with satisfaction, completing another task from the tycoon system. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing a random task and acquiring Huafengtai Construction Company 1. Huafengtai is a giant group integrating survey and design, construction and installation, industrial manufacturing, and real estate development, and is one of the largest construction contractors in the country. Miss Bian, may I ask which construction team you prefer? Mr. Yao probed. Bianran paused slightly, I've already chosen the construction team. President Yao shook his head regretfully and said no more. The formalities were completed, and there was no extra sentiment between the two parties. President Yao was also tactful and did not pester. Walking out of the club, Bianran left like the wind. Leaving only one sentence, I'll treat you to a meal next time, before getting in the car and leaving. Xia Yunqi couldn't hide his smile, staring at the car's tail and cursing, heartless. Yet his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Bianran was indeed busy. Since securing the Twin Towers, the follow-up matters had to be expedited. This time, the Twin Towers changing hands again became a hot topic in the city. The wealthy families held their breath in anticipation. They watched to see if this dark horse, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, could truly take control of the Twin Towers. Ordinary citizens were also eagerly awaiting. Although unaware of the big shot's identity, once the Twin Towers were completed, they would undoubtedly become the new landmark of S-City, the city's new face. Hua Fengtai's strongest construction team quickly arrived in S-City. They swiftly took over the nearly completed Twin Towers. On the day of the topping out ceremony, Bianran also appeared on site. After all, if it failed, at least she could witness the building's oddities and gain some insight. If it succeeded, it would mean breaking the curse. Xiaoling stayed close to Bianran, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, ready to handle any sudden situation. The process was swift, without any unnecessary delays. The moment the dust settled, thunderous applause erupted, and cheers exploded in the air. Photographers clicked their shutters repeatedly, while passers-by stopped in their tracks, looking up at the building. In the distance, the hearts of the elite families trembled violently. Had it really been topped out? What did this mean? The news of S-City's Twin Towers completed spread like a storm, sweeping across all directions. Bianran's eyes sparkled, her entire being seemingly enveloped in a dazzling halo. These Twin Towers were truly magnificent. Standing beside Bianran, Xia Yunqi, after his initial moment of surprise, displayed a deep sense of pride on his face. A silent thought emerged in his heart: the person he had chosen was indeed extraordinary, radiant, and unparalleled. Realizing his own thoughts, Xia Yunqi trembled slightly. The person he had chosen? This sentence echoed repeatedly in his mind, and he let out a low chuckle. Looking at Bianran again, his gaze was filled with tenderness and determination. The buzz around the Twin Towers had yet to fade, but the true owner was already being urged to host a celebration. Tonight, Bianran was in an excellent mood and directly booked the entire venue. In her previous life, she had died at just 20 years old, never lacking youthful blood and passion. This allowed her to completely let loose tonight and enjoy herself to the fullest. She shone as brightly as the sun hanging high in the sky, making it impossible for anyone to look directly at her. However, there were also people who dared to look directly. Xia Yunqi's gaze remained fixed on Bianran, carefully observing her every subtle expression. She hadn't even taken a sip of alcohol. Noticing that she seemed a bit tipsy, he stood up, ready to take her home. The excitement in Bianran's mind was still bubbling. Seeing Xia Yunqi move, her first reaction was to whistle. "Wow, handsome guy, good evening." Xia Yunqi looked at the woman in front of him, slightly drunk, her face flushed, with stray strands of hair casually falling across her forehead. He felt both gratified and helpless. Even drunk, she still knew how to admire a handsome guy. But the one she was looking at was him. Suppressing a smug smile, Xia Yunqi leaned closer and said softly, "Handsome guy is taking you home." The scene was noisy, so he had to lean in to be heard clearly. He found excuses for his actions in his mind, tinged with a bit of self-mockery. "Huh? What? Going home?" Bianran leaned against Xia Yunqi's shoulder, her face very close, her voice carrying a hint of coquettishness. "No. I don't want to go home." As she spoke, she deliberately pulled away slightly. Xia Yunqi grabbed her firmly, stopping her from running away. "I'll take you to eat something delicious." These days of interaction allowed Xia Yunqi to accurately capture Bianran's preferences. As soon as the words were spoken, Bianran's resistance visibly softened. He took the opportunity to lead her out of the private room. Just as they stepped out the door, Bianran stopped in her tracks, her gaze full of accusation as she stared at Xia Yunqi. Xia Yunqi coaxed her, saying, "Aran, we're not there yet. Let's walk a bit further, alright?" He set aside his usual pride, his voice soft and tender like flowing water. If acquaintances heard him, they would surely exclaim, "This isn't him." Bianran stared fixedly at the person in front of her, her expression serious, making Xia Yunqi's heart race. But suddenly, she blurted out, "You're really handsome. I trust you. Let's go. Lead the way." Xia Yunqi couldn't help but laugh out loud, reaching out to support her. Only to have his hand slapped away. Bianran was angry, her palm landing heavily on the back of his hand. "I'm in the prime of my youth, full of vigor, brimming with energy, strong and capable. Who needs your support? What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on me?" Xia Yunqi touched the spot where he was hit, neither daring to be angry nor to speak up. He could only reply gently. It's my fault. I deeply understand now. I completely believe in your abilities. Can we go now? Bianran straightened her back, her chin slightly raised, her eyes filled with pride and confidence. Forgiven. Let's go. Xiaoyunqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he quickly realized he had relaxed too soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 2, 3, 4. With every step Xiaoyunqi took, he turned back, staring at this person who couldn't walk straight, chanting slogans, and advancing in a spiral. His heart shattered. Xiaoling silently followed beside them, neither too far nor too close, existing like a shadow. As a loyal servant to her master, she knew exactly when to appear and when to retreat. A short walk of just a few minutes took Xiaoyunqi and Bianran half an hour. You're really something. Xiaoyunqi couldn't help but complain. Of course I am. Are you not? Bianran's eyes darted around as she sized up Xiaoyunqi from head to toe. She let out a light snort and laughed disdainfully. So you're just a paper tiger after all. Xiaoyunqi gritted his teeth in anger, his words sharp as knives, each one thrown out with force. I am capable. He kept chanting in his mind, reminding himself not to argue with someone drunk. Under Xiaoyunqi's persuasion, Bianran stopped causing trouble and obediently climbed into the car. Barely 3 seconds after sitting down, she fell into a deep sleep. Xiaoyunqi turned his head to look at her, his eyes glinting with amusement. Now you're being obedient. The car wheels gently rolled over the road, steadily stopping beneath the Guai's building. Xiaoyunqi saw Bianran still in her dreams, her lips soft and serene, unwilling to wake her, simply accompanying her quietly. As time passed, his gaze unconsciously fell on her peaceful sleeping face. Her fair skin was as smooth as porcelain, her closed eyes tranquil like a lake's surface, and her long eyelashes cast a faint shadow. She slept so soundly, as if the entire world had quieted down. Xiaoyunqi's heart began to melt. His slender fingers gently brushed her cheek, seemingly unsatisfied, he took out his phone and pressed the shutter. Bianran felt herself soaring freely in the sky, when suddenly an annoying mosquito buzzed incessantly, circling around her. No matter how she tried to chase it away, it wouldn't leave, making her so angry she used all her strength, wanting to swat the bothersome insect. A sudden sense of weightlessness hit her, and Bianran abruptly opened her eyes. The mosquito was gone, replaced by a handsome man. She cheerfully leaned closer, her voice crisp. Hey handsome, hello. Where did you come from? Xiaoyunqi froze, their faces so close he could almost feel the warmth of her breath. Just a little closer, and their lips would touch. Bianran saw he remained silent, furrowing her brows and complaining, are you mute? The strong scent of alcohol lingered between them. Xiaoyunqi was drunk too, thoroughly intoxicated. His gaze locked onto her incessantly chattering red lips, his eyes burning with intense emotions, like molten lava, and finally, he fiercely bit down. Bianran felt the tenderness and slight sting on her lips and immediately fought back. Their breaths quickened, like two blazing flames. Desire painted Xiaoyunqi's brows, and he murmured deeply, Aran, I love you. When they separated, his Adam's apple moved, and his eyes were filled with burning desire. He wanted so much to get closer but suddenly realized he couldn't confess rashly. If he regretted it afterward, that would be terrible. He forcefully suppressed the fervor in his heart, calming his restlessness. Aran, be good, go back to sleep, or you'll feel uncomfortable tomorrow. Bianran blinked her eyes and asked pitifully, can't we keep kissing? Xiaoyunqi's body was surging with heat, his desire almost breaking through his skin, but he still held back, maintaining his last shred of composure, and called for Xiaoling. He personally handed Bianran over to her. Xiaoling glanced at Xiaoyunqi, saw him leave as if fleeing, and said nothing. Bianran got out of the car, sobered up a bit by the night breeze, and softly asked Xiaoling, why did he run away? Xiaoling replied, maybe he had something urgent to attend to. Woo, the handsome guy ran away, so sad. Xiaoling, find me someone else to play with. Bianran's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiaoling expectantly. Xiaoling's lips curved slightly, alright, Mississippi. This was also why she hadn't stopped Xiaoyunqi from approaching Miss earlier. When Miss gets drunk, she becomes excited and needs someone to accompany and coax her, and it has to be someone handsome. Xiaoling had thought it would be young Master Xia accompanying her. Just as Xiaoling was about to take Bianran upstairs and find someone else to keep her company, a cold and stern figure appeared before them. "Hand her over to me, I'll take good care of her." Lu Shuji appeared cold and untainted, as if untouched by the dust of the world, someone who seemed trustworthy. Xiaoling has her own judgment. After confirming that he wouldn't harm the young lady and that his appearance matched her aesthetic, she handed over the eager young lady to him. "Beauty, what's your name?" Bianran happily stepped forward to strike up a conversation. "My surname is Gong, just call me husband." "Old Gong?" "Okay." "Old Gong." "Okay." The next morning, Bianran woke up from her dream, feeling that something was off everywhere. Headache, dry mouth, and a heavy body. She groped around with her eyes closed. There was someone lying beside her. Huh? A person? Bianran instantly woke up. She abruptly opened her eyes, and a perfect face came into view. Lu Shuji. Their posture was also unusually strange. Lu Shuji's hands were tied, the corners of his mouth had several cuts, and there were kiss marks on his neck. Bianran looked down at herself. "Did you do this?" Lu Shuji slightly opened his eyes, his threatening gaze fixed firmly on her. As if saying, "Bianran, dare to deny it, and I'll bite you to death." Bianran couldn't deny it, she did indeed have a peculiar little quirk. Plus, she completely blacked out from drinking yesterday. This matter could be explained, it was indeed something she could have done. "If you're wrong, you must dare to face it." Bianran leaned forward and affectionately helped Lu Shuji untie the rope. Sweet words filled the air like honey. It wasn't until after breakfast that the beautiful man's expression slightly softened. He glanced at Bianran, seeing her staring at him intently, and spoke with satisfaction. "My first time, you must remember me from now on. Know what to say in what situation." Bianran nodded repeatedly. "You'll always be in my heart, who could bear to put you out of their mind? Good that you know your stuff. Besides, even if I'm the latecomer, you can't treat me worse than others." "Of course not." Just as Bianran was enduring the cheesiness, trying to recite some lines of love she'd collected in her past life, the doorbell suddenly rang. Bianran didn't think much and went straight to open the door. Outside, Xia Yunqi's smile instantly collapsed, and intense anger swept through like a storm. "Who is he? Did you sleep with him?" Bianran followed Xia Yunqi's gaze and saw Lu Shuji standing right behind her. "Yeah. Slept with him." Bianran nodded, as if this matter couldn't be more obvious. Xia Yunqi's face changed drastically, a dark cloud enveloping his entire being, his eyes gradually tinged with blood. His voice trembled, yet it was full of self-deceptive anger. "Did he take advantage of you while you were drunk?" Bianran remained silent. To be honest, she couldn't remember clearly. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. In the end, she uttered two words, calm yet resolute, "Doesn't count." Xia Yunqi felt as if countless hands were twisting and distorting his heart. Everything had been fine just last night. He had racked his brain all night, thinking about how to confess. But now it felt like he was being torn apart like a trapped beast. Until he saw that scornful smile on that bastard's face. His anger ignited instantly, as if he had found an outlet for his fury. "Iran. It must be that pretty boy's fault." Xia Yunqi's eyes turned fierce, and without hesitation, he threw a punch. The punch tore through the air with a sharp whistle. Xia Yunqi went mad, each punch merciless and relentless. Lu Shuji, with his agile skills, countered with deadly precision, honed on the edge of life and death. Bianran leaned against the wall, watching the two fight more and more fiercely. She did not step in to stop them. It wasn't until the two were gradually exhausted that Bianran had someone pull them apart. "Had enough? Then leave." She didn't favor anyone and directly kicked the two of them out. "Aran. You actually kicked me out for this pretty boy? What are we then?" Xia Yunqi was burning with anger, his chest felt like it was being crushed by a boulder, making it almost impossible to breathe. This woman was truly heartless. Lu Shuji glanced at the tightly closed door, gave Xia Yunqi a meaningful look, and turned to leave without a word. After sending them off, Bianran hummed a little tune in relief. Men may be beautiful, but don't get too attached. One was deeply scheming, the other unruly and defiant. Let them go wherever they please. She had more important things to do. Half of the summer vacation had passed, and the day to borrow money from the female lead was fast approaching. Bianran thought about Qi Shiyu's situation and called for Xiaoling. Xiaoling, go to H province and find someone named Qi Quan. Understood, Mississippi. Bianran thought for a moment. It was time for her to move as well. Distribute these things and move them to several villas. Understood, Mississippi. The housekeeping staff at Wushan Villa are all in place. Yes. She lazily nodded. Bianran lived a carefree and leisurely life. Xie Yunqi, however, was furious all day, causing everyone around him to keep their distance. Finally falling in love with someone, only to find out they are staying with someone else. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? Just the night before, they were passionately kissing, and Xie Yunqi had even thought of a name for their child. Why? Why is this happening? On the other end of the phone, Xie Yunqi listened to his younger brother drinking and smashing things, and gently suggested. Why not take a break? There's some trouble with the business in Europe, you can go handle it. Xie Yunqi's usually proud demeanor showed a hint of desolation as he drunkenly agreed. Fine. I'll go. Xie Yunqi listened with satisfaction and hung up the phone the next second. On the second day after moving into the villa at the top of Misty Mountain, Bianran found someone at the door. If it had been someone else, she might not have taken a second look. But this person was wearing tattered Taoist robes, with eyes full of hardship and vicissitudes. Bianran's curiosity was piqued. How could someone look both old and young at the same time? So, she had the frail little Taoist carried inside. At this moment, Bianran was sitting at the dining table, watching the little Taoist across from her devour a bowl of plain noodle soup. Plain noodle soup was not her usual way of hosting guests. But the little Taoist had insisted on just a bowl of plain noodle soup. Perhaps it was some kind of rule in their line of work. When the little Taoist had nearly finished eating, Bianran gave a look, and the servant beside her swiftly cleared the dishes from the table. She lazily propped her chin on her hand, but her gaze was as sharp as a knife. Speak, little Taoist, who exactly are you? Why have you come here? Mist Mountain is a forbidden land that not just anyone can step into. At the foot of the mountain, there is tight security, safeguarding the safety and secrets of the owner here. At the mountaintop, apart from her household, there is no one else. Bianran understood in her heart that this little Taoist must have come for her. If she guessed wrong, then she would simply treat it as not guessing. The little Taoist introduced himself first. Miss Bian, greetings. My Taoist name is Qing Ning, a disciple of the Longhu mountain lineage, and the only one to emerge into the world. Are you here to find me? That's right. Qing Ning's tone was initially firm, then carried a hint of shyness. Miss Bian, I would like to stay at your place for a while. Bianran sized up Qing Ning, the name seemed familiar. Suddenly, she remembered. You previously helped the Wang family investigate the Twin Towers? Qing Ning nodded, his words carrying a clear sense of flattery. At that time, I thought only someone with substantial wealth and fortune deserved to own the Twin Towers. Now it seems, I was right. These words piqued Bianran's interest. Taoists are said to be skilled in divination, why not help me take a look? Qing Ning gave a bitter smile. Miss Bian, it's not that I'm boasting, nor that I'm incompetent, but your fate and fortune are truly concealed by the mysteries of heaven, with only your dazzling and unhidden wealth standing out. Qing Ning's gaze was piercing. One glance to see fate, another to measure fortune. As the most outstanding disciple of Mount Longhu, he had never failed. Yet, when facing Miss Bian, this skill seemed to falter. How strange. Bianran was not surprised by this response. She carried two systems within her. If even a young Taoist could see through her, then what would be the point of those systems? Seeing that Qing Ning couldn't decipher her, she casually pointed to someone nearby. Qing Ning glanced twice and immediately said. This lady is 52 years old, her parents are still alive, she's widowed, has 2 sons, and has no fate for great wealth in her life, but... Before he could finish, the person pointed out looked shocked. Miss, everything Qing Ning Taoist said is absolutely correct. Bianran waved her hand to signal her to step back, her gaze fixed on Qing Ning. I believe you have real skills, but why have you come to stay at my place? What benefit can I offer you? Qing Ning looked sincere. Miss Bien, to be honest, we Taoists often have 3 deficiencies and 5 lacks. My fate lacks wealth. When anything is lacking to the extreme, it becomes fatal. So, for someone like me who lacks wealth, being under the protection of someone as prosperous as you would make life much smoother. In exchange, as long as it doesn't go against my conscience, I am willing to serve you while staying here. Bianran pondered silently. The Taoist sects often hid deceitful individuals. If Qingming harbored ill intentions, he would certainly have ways to harm her without leaving a trace. Just as she was deep in thought, a whisper suddenly echoed in her mind. Sis, agree with him, let him teach you something. They have secret health-preserving methods. Bianran lowered her gaze, then looked at Qingming again, suddenly asking a question that caught him off guard. Qingming, can you tell me, what does the world look like in your eyes? Qingming was momentarily stunned. A hint of hesitation flashed across his face. Could this question be answered? He recalled the prohibition order from his master, which seemed not to involve this matter. Then it could be answered. Miss Bien, the world in my eyes is distinctly divided into 2 extremes. One side is secretive and closed off, the other is the bustling mortal world. Bianran nodded, signaling him to continue. Qingming cleared his throat and began to speak in a calm and composed manner. The secretive and closed-off side refers to those hidden families. Indeed, such families exist in this world. Don't overestimate them. Although 1 or 2 families are quite powerful, the majority have already fallen into decline. But don't underestimate them either, because occasionally they send out talented members of their families, either into politics or business, to act as their eyes in the outside world. Hidden families have their own unique hierarchy, which is not based on external influence. Therefore, even a weak family might produce political or business giants. On the other side, the bustling mortal world is the complex world we are currently experiencing. Bianran chuckled lightly. As expected, hidden families were not mere rumors. Alright, go pick a room for yourself to stay in. Qingming hadn't expected Miss Bien to be so straightforward, and his face instantly lit up with joy. Miss Bien. Thank you, thank you. Is there anything else you want to know? If I can say it, I'll tell you everything. Her originally upright sitting posture instantly collapsed into a puddle of mud, slumping lazily to the side. Bianran raised an eyebrow, unceremoniously. Does your sect have any health-preserving secrets? Qingming patted her chest. No problem, Miss Bien, leave it to me. I'll bring you a detailed tutorial tomorrow. Alright, Qingming, go find a place to stay yourself. After sending Qingming away, Bianran and Xiaoling walked into the study. The desk was piled high with reports filled with secrets about the hidden families. Bianran stood by the window, her gaze piercing through the flourishing courtyard. Xiaoling, hidden families really do exist in this world. Miss, I will definitely find their information. If they don't exist, then create one. The more secretive, the better. Understood, Mississippi. Bianran's gaze was profound. Her name spread rapidly among the elite circles with the completion of the Twin Towers, attracting countless covetous eyes. If it weren't for that mission almost failing, she wouldn't have needed to rely on the name of hidden families to buy time. Now, let the rats in the shadows taste some pain. After a while, release a cat to bring these rats to their doom. The corner of her mouth lifted slightly, and she murmured, Go, kill a couple of chickens to scare the monkeys. Yes, Mississippi. In just 2 or 3 days, the entire upper echelon of S-City seemed to have experienced a storm, with continuous upheavals in both political and business circles. Deputy Mayor Ma was suspended and investigated, implicating a large number of people. The financial market was manipulated, and within a few days, billions of funds vanished into thin air. The long-established Bai family went bankrupt overnight. The mastermind behind all this made no attempt to hide. All clues pointed to the young man who had just acquired the Twin Towers, Bianran. It was like a wake-up call, deterring those secretly watching from acting recklessly. Countless invitations were sent to Bianran. Some sought to curry favor, some showed weakness, while others probed in secret. Xiaoling, this is the list I've filtered. Take a look. Bianran lounged casually on the soft sofa and pulled out an invitation. Attend this one. Alright, miss, I'll arrange it immediately. She had chosen an invitation to an auction. The Yuan family's Yuan Jiashi auction, a top-tier event in the Asian auction market. Held in S-City every 6 months, its transaction volume never fell below 2 billion. Such auctions always brought unexpected gains to Bianran. After saying this, Bianran glanced at Xiaoling, who seemed hesitant to speak, and frowned slightly. What? Is there something else? Xiaoling hesitated, her voice lowered slightly. Miss, it seems your parents are coming to S-City. Bianran was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Oh, it's her parents in this lifetime. Is someone guiding them? Since entering this world, she had concealed her identity, but due to the Twin Towers incident, she was now in the spotlight. Someone wanted to test her limits. Probably not, it seems to be related to you. Bianran nodded, then thought for a moment. The current situation was stable, so why not take a trip back home? As long as she returned to S-City before the auction, it would be fine. She decided to act immediately. Bianran immediately called her younger sister, urging her to return quickly. Far away in the mountains, feeding mosquitoes, Bian's younger sister didn't hesitate to ask the director for leave. The director was heartbroken, as if the sky was falling. Girl, this is the prime time for you to make your mark. Don't give up on your dreams because of a little setback. Wasn't I just a bit loud a few days ago? You're still very talented. Bian's younger sister interrupted expressionlessly, my sister told me to go back. I'll come back later, don't worry. The director was stunned, then immediately smiled and approved the leave, reminding her. Show girl, help me pass a message to your sister, finish your business and come back soon, we'll miss you. Bian's younger sister rolled her eyes. Miss her? Clearly, they missed her sister's sponsorship. Thinking about seeing her sister, she wasted no time and hurried back. Following the address given by her sister, Bian Xiaomei made her way to Shangling Garden. However, she was stopped by the security guard at the gate. Young lady, what are you here for? Bian Xiaomei honestly said she was going home and even provided the house number. The security guard looked her up and down, his tone full of mockery. Heh, young lady, I've seen plenty like you. Claiming you're going home, but in the end, you're either an influencer or here to find a man. How about this, have the resident inside call the security office. Bian Xiaomei clutched her mud-stained suitcase tightly with one hand, while gripping her phone firmly with the other. Hello? Sis. I can't get in. The security guard said the resident has to call the security office. The security guard blocking Bian Xiaomei was initially indifferent. He had seen this kind of act too many times. What usually followed was that the resident wasn't home or was too busy to answer the call. But after the young girl finished her call, she stood there as steady as a rock, with a look of confidence in her eyes. The security guard began to hesitate. This young lady is dressed so drably, looking like she's fleeing from something. Could she be the owner of a villa? Impossible. Suddenly, the phone in the security room rang urgently. Hello? Who is this? Oh. It's Assistant Lin. Oh. Yes, alright. I understand. After hanging up the phone, the security guard rushed out, bending over and smiling like a blooming flower. Miss Bian. Apologies. This is Li Si, who just started and isn't familiar with the situation. He didn't realize it was you returning. We'll help you register your information right away. Bian Xiaomei stared at the security guard whose attitude had suddenly changed, secretly marveling. Wow. The service in this villa area is really different. Even the security guards treat the owners like gods. After registering her information with the security guard, someone helped her carry her suitcase and led her inside. After Bian Xiaomei left, the security guard Li Si, who had stopped her earlier, couldn't help but ask his colleague. Old Joe was smiling so much his face wrinkles were about to split. What's the identity of this young lady? His colleague chuckled. A relative of the big boss of Shangling Garden. Remember that. Bian Xiaomei arrived at the villa with the house number 1615 and pressed the doorbell. The door quickly opened. A woman around 50 years old came out to greet her, smiling as she said. You must be Miss Bian Xiao, right? Ah. That's me. Just call me Bian Xiao or Xiao Xiao, no need to call me Miss. Bian Xiaomei stood at the door, curiously observing the spacious villa. So beautiful, and so big. Miss Bian Xiaoxiao, come in quickly. My surname is Chen, you can just call me Aunt Chen. Bian Xiaomei nodded. Her sister had mentioned there was a housekeeper named Aunt Chen at home. Is my sister not home? Aunt Chen helped carry the luggage and quickly replied. The eldest miss went out for something and will be back later. You can explore the villa yourself first and pick a room you like. By the way, the eldest miss's room is on the 3rd floor. Bian Xiaomei's eyes sparkled, and her steps were light. This was their new home, and she wanted to take a good look around. When Bianran returned to Shengling Garden, Bian Xiaomei had just calmed down from her excitement, stopped running and jumping, and was sitting on the sofa happily eating the cookies Aunt Chen had made. Hearing sounds outside the door, she dashed out to greet her sister. Seeing Bianran, she shouted, "Sis," and then joyfully threw herself into her arms. Bianran casually rubbed her sister's round cheeks and said with a smile. What have you been eating in the mountains? How did you get chubbier? Bian Xiaomei was extremely proud. I didn't want the money you sponsored to go to waste, so I ate as much as I could every meal. 1 meal equals 2 for others, 1 day equals 6 for others, and 2 days equals. Bianran burst out laughing and revealed the harsh truth. If you want to eat back the money I sponsored, it's enough to feed you for a lifetime. Ah. Bian Xiaomei widened her eyes in surprise. Sis, how much did you sponsor exactly? Bianran raised an eyebrow without answering, took her hand, and led her inside, asking. Which room did you choose? The 3rd floor, right next to yours. Oh, not bad. Are you getting used to the crew? The two sisters chatted as they walked. Suddenly, the younger sister asked. Sis, why did you call me back? I plan to go back to our hometown before school starts. Heading back? The younger sister was first surprised, then expectant, and finally fell silent. The older sister noticed and gently patted her head, her gaze softening. Still mad at mom and dad for wanting to marry you off to the village chief's son? The younger sister shook her head. I'm not mad anymore. After coming out, I've seen a lot. I know what parents who don't love their kids are like. If mom and dad could come and see, maybe they wouldn't insist on marrying me to the village chief's son. The older sister laughed and teased. Not bad. Little Shou is starting to think for herself. Looks like eating isn't just for growing taller. The younger sister puffed up her cheeks and glared at her sister. Sis. I'm not stupid. I just. At this point, the younger sister's voice grew softer and softer, like a flickering candle in the wind. The older sister touched her earlobe and raised an eyebrow, asking, Huh? Are you saying you're intimidated by how amazing I am, and you feel unworthy, so you don't dare go home? The younger sister rolled her eyes, closed them, steeled herself, and suddenly raised her voice. This whole year, mom and dad haven't cared about us at all. They haven't even called once. The older sister's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thinking of the information secretly uncovered by someone in H province about the people below, her gaze instantly turned colder. Actually, mom and dad did call us and even sent money through someone. What? Bian Xiaomei asked urgently. Then why have we never received it? I called mom and dad during the new year, but no one answered. Bianran explained. They called because I got a campus card. Your phone was lost once, and mom and dad were deceived by Qian Mei and changed the number. Oh. Right. Mom and dad gave the money to Qian Mei to bring to us. Bian Xiaomei was so angry her teeth were chattering. So, all of this was Qian Mei's doing behind the scenes? Bianran nodded. All right. That Qian Mei. She dares to call herself our cousin? Huh. Just wait until I go back and deal with her. Since she was returning to her hometown, Bianran would not remain low-key and silent. An investment and a donation, totaling over 2 billion. For Chong City, a third-tier small city, this was an astronomical figure. The top officials of Chong City held a special meeting, vowing to give Miss Bian a warm and thorough reception. As a result, officials across Chong City were busy running around, closely monitoring her every move. Once her return date was confirmed, arrangements for special transportation were made. As soon as the plane landed, she was greeted with overwhelming praise. Miss Bian is truly a phoenix among dragons. Having Miss Bian in Chong City is truly our city's fortune. Mayor Lee, you're too kind. As a native of Chong City, I just want to contribute to my hometown. Ha ha ha. Miss Bian is truly the pride of Chong City. Bianran didn't stay long in Chong City. After a simple meal with the mayor and municipal leaders, she declined various invitations and took her sister for a brief tour around the city. Although she emphasized keeping a low profile, she encountered green lights all the way, met influential people everywhere, and everything went smoothly wherever she went. Sis, I've already helped 3 elderly ladies cross the street. Bian Xiaomei couldn't help but complain. Bianran frowned deeply, completely uninterested. Let's head straight back to Tao Village. From Chong City to Tao Village, the drive takes about 3 hours. The mountain roads are winding and rugged. It wasn't until last year that the road to the village entrance was completed. The village has only one main road that is wide and smooth, while the other paths remain dirt or gravel roads. The Bian family lives at the end of the village, right at the end of the main road. As the car drove into Tao Village, the setting sun hung low on the horizon, and wisps of smoke rose from the chimneys. This was the most leisurely time of day in the village. From afar, the elderly cooling off at the village entrance had already fixed their gaze on the car, sparking a flurry of conversation. Oh wow, look at that car, it's so beautiful. Yeah, it looks quite fancy. Fancy? That car's worth at most 10,000, just one more wheel than a tricycle. You're just being sour. The second-hand car de Gouet from the neighboring village bought was 30,000, and this one looks way better, it must be more expensive. Where did this car come from? Haven't seen it pass through here before. Who knows? There are still Hua Village, Xing Village, and a few others down the road. Maybe someone struck it rich. Don't envy them, our village will have its day too. Hey, that Ran girl has been smart since she was little. She hasn't been back for a year. I've always said it's the fault of the Bian couple. That show girl is Ran's younger sister. If the elder sister is successful, why did the younger one have to marry a fool? You just don't get it. The village chief's family has deep pockets. A group of people were chattering away, discussing the trivial matters of the Bian family. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out, word by word, as if ordering from a menu. Second aunt, third uncle, third aunt, Aunt Li, big aunt, sister Hong, sister De, hello. My sister and I are back. The speaker's voice was distinct, like a sudden clap of thunder, silencing the crowd. Everyone looked up in unison, only to see a luxurious car parked at the village entrance, its window slowly rolling down. The one greeting them, who else could it be but Bian Xiao, that girl? After the initial surprise, the elderly men and women immediately became excited. Xiao girl, you and your sister are back. Where's Ran girl? Is this car yours? It must be worth a lot. The car is so beautiful, drive slowly when entering the village. Ran girl is amazing. We were just talking about her, and now she's already driven back. Did you tell your parents you're back? Yesterday, they were still talking to me about wanting to visit you. Bianran glanced at her younger sister, whose face flushed with embarrassment. She clasped her hands together, as if pleading for forgiveness, and made a bow. Time rewinds to 1 minute earlier. Sis. Can we stop at the village entrance for a bit? Fine, but you'll deal with the consequences yourself. No problem, sis. Bian Xiaomei didn't have any bad intentions, she just wanted to show off a little. She remembered a saying, roughly meaning that having wealth and not flaunting it is like wearing luxurious clothes in the dark, it can't be seen. She felt it made a lot of sense. But now, faced with the situation, she found that as soon as one problem was solved, the next one came, followed by another. Moreover, people in the village who heard the news were still coming one after another. They were about to be surrounded. Bian Xiaomei hurriedly sought help from her sister. Bianran sneered, her lips twitching, and coldly dropped a sentence, your pocket money for the next 3 days is gone. Then she cleaned up the mess for Bian Xiaomei. The car started quickly. The car headed towards the village. The old men, old women, aunts, and ladies finally snapped out of their earlier shock. Oh my, this Ran girl has such a strong presence. Yeah, I didn't even dare to look her in the eye just now. Come on, let's go to the Bian family and take a look. In this village, people's footsteps were even faster than cars. Just as Bianran and her group reached the edge of the village, Bian family's grandparents and parents were already waiting at the door. A crowd of onlookers had also gathered at the Bian family's entrance. Sis. Look. Mom and Dad are waiting for us at the door. Grandpa and Grandma too. Bian Xiaomei cheered with her mouth, but her hand clung tightly to Bianran's clothes. The image of her parents in Bianran's mind overlapped with the waiting figures in front of her. A sudden wave of nervousness surged in her heart. The words Mom and Dad felt both unfamiliar and heavy to her. Actually, it wasn't just them who were nervous, the Bian family was equally uneasy. Mother Bian was overwhelmed with mixed emotions, her hands tightly gripping Father Bian's arm. Father Bian, however, kept his eyes fixed on the approaching car, his eyes gradually welling up. Grandpa and Grandma were grinning from ear to ear, occasionally turning around to quickly wipe the tears from the corners of their eyes. As the car came to a stop, Mother Bian hurriedly took a few steps forward. Seeing her two daughters get out of the car, she couldn't help but rush over and hug them tightly. Xiao Ran. Xiao Xiao. Mom. After a year apart, the family was reunited, and the Bian elders had so much to say. But the neighbors and villagers had gathered around, full of curiosity. The family had to deal with these people first. Bianran briefly recounted her experiences, handed out some gifts to the villagers, and even prepared red envelopes for the children. Amid the lively crowd, everyone gained something and knew when to leave. They all called their families to go home for dinner. Those with children were especially eager, pulling their kids along as they headed home. As soon as they entered the house, Mother Bian pulled Bianran aside and asked in a low voice. Xiao Ran, how much money did you put in those red envelopes just now? Mother Bian was slightly shorter than Bianran, and years of hard work had left her skin rough and dark, but the concern in her eyes was genuine. Bianran smiled and blurted out, Mom. Mom, don't worry, I have money now. Mother Bian wasn't so easily reassured and gently gave her a light slap. Child, do you think a penny isn't money? That's all hard-earned by you. Tell Mom, how much money was in the red envelope? Bianran clearly didn't realize the seriousness of the situation and answered honestly. 100. What? Bian's mother's voice suddenly rose, attracting the attention of the people in the room. Her mother, what's wrong? Bian's father asked in confusion. Bian's mother couldn't bear to scold her daughter who had just returned, and Bian's father's question conveniently diverted her attention. She walked over in a few steps and pinched Bian's father hard. Do you know how much money your daughter put in the red envelope? 100. And just now, she spent thousands in one go. Hiss, what? 100. Bian's father was also shocked. A serious family meeting was held in the Bian household over the 100 in Bianran's red envelope. Even Xiao Ling, who usually had a very low presence, was allowed to participate. Xiao Ran. Money doesn't grow on trees. Mom knows you have money now, but you still need to be mindful of how you spend it, right? Granddaughter, you should listen to your mom on this. Ran, you really didn't handle this well. Granddaughter, Grandpa knows you're capable, but money, you see, needs to be saved bit by bit to grow more. The family members took turns advising her to save, and Bianran smiled helplessly. She held 20 billion in her hands, spending money like water, yet here she was being told to save a few thousand. True empathy is rare in this world. Sister Bian smiled so much that the corners of her eyes curved, while Xiao Ling was already lost in thought, her gaze unfocused. Taking advantage of the elder's temporary pause, Bianran wanted to showcase her abilities and prove that the money in the red envelope was insignificant. But Sister Bian seized the opportunity first. Mom, Dad, Grandpa, Grandma, you don't need to persuade Sis to save those few thousand yuan. Do you know how much the car outside costs? 4 pairs of eyes instantly fixed on her. Bian's mother asked, how much? Sister Bian proudly said, 1.5 million. And that's the cheapest car Sis owns. The elders were rendered speechless. Sister Bian continued proudly, and that's not all. These pants cost 30,000, the shoes 40,000, and the watch on my hand is worth 8 million. Sis also has a villa in S City, worth at least tens of millions. This time, Sis even donated money to Chong City. I don't know the exact amount, but the mayor of Chong City personally came to meet her. The elders' faces stiffened as they tried to process this string of numbers. Grandpa asked Bianran in a trembling voice. Xiao Ran, is what your sister said true? Bianran solemnly nodded. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, I need to go burn incense for our ancestors. Grandma slapped her thigh and tried to rush out. Bianran and Sister Bian pleaded earnestly, finally stopping her. I'll go make dinner. Bian's mother's voice was faint as she hurriedly walked toward the kitchen. Bian's father went outside, stood by the car, and guarded it to prevent the children from getting close. Bianran looked at the reactions of this family and suddenly burst into laughter. The word family is truly magical and complex. Bian's mother moved swiftly, and soon the wooden table was filled with dishes. Bianran, Bian Xiaomei, and Xiao Ling became the center of attention. Bianran had never experienced anything like this before, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even though it was a simple and dilapidated brick house, at this moment, it seemed no less than a luxurious villa in her eyes. After dinner, under curious gazes, Bianran began weaving stories. Exclamations of amazement echoed from time to time in the Bian family courtyard. As the elders started speaking, Qian Mei's hidden secrets were revealed. Bian's mother gritted her teeth in anger. That Qian Mei. She talks sweetly on the surface, but behind our backs, she says you'll hate us for a lifetime. And what about the 8,000 yuan? That wretched girl. Qian Mei was the cousin of Bianran and Bian Xiaomei, who had previously worked in S City with others. Bian's father and mother had entrusted her with the money, but she had secretly misappropriated it. Bian Xiaomei's eyes darted around, adding fuel to the fire. We were so miserable before. During New Year, we only dared to buy one piece of pork rib. Big Sis worked 3 jobs every day and had to start a business. I was too young, and no boss wanted to hire me, so I could only take part-time jobs, lots of work, little pay. Luckily, Sis succeeded in her business, otherwise, we wouldn't even have had the money to come home. Hearing this, Bian's mother and father were so heartbroken they almost shed tears. Grandpa and Grandma also kept calling them good grandchildren, lamenting that they had trusted the wrong person. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, there was a knock at the Bian family's door. Brother! It's your sister. Open the door quickly. Although they had slept, the elders' anger from last night had not subsided, and now, early in the morning, the culprit had come knocking. The doorway quickly erupted with the sounds of arguing and scolding. Bianran got up to watch the commotion. Bian's mother wanted to hit Qian Mei but couldn't find a suitable object, so she quickly handed over a shoe. Ah! Mom! Help me! Aunt is hitting me! Qian Mei, wearing 6-centimeter high heels, tried to run but couldn't move fast. She was grabbed by Bian's mother and given a thorough beating. Oh dear, sister-in-law, what are you doing? Why are you arguing with a child? The scene was utter chaos. Bian Xiaomei leaned against the door, watching coldly, and smugly reminded, Mom. Don't forget to make cousin pay back the money. 8,000 yuan. The villagers, who were early risers, had just watched a drama at the Bian family yesterday. Now hearing the sounds of a fight, they naturally gathered around. They didn't know the exact reason, but upon hearing Bian Xiaomei's words, they all moved closer to her. Show girl, why is your mom arguing with your aunt? Yeah, Xiao, haven't your 2 families always gotten along well? When Bian Xiao heard someone ask, she immediately started crying and recounting Qian Mei's actions. It wasn't until the village chief arrived that the commotion gradually subsided. Back inside the house, the village chief's gaze fell on Bianran, full of emotion. He turned around and solemnly apologized to Bian Xiaomei. Bian Xiaomei grinned broadly. Ah, uncle, that's all old news. Everyone's moving in a better direction now. She had long let it go. In the future, no matter what, she would never get involved with the village chief's son again. The village chief cast an envious glance at Bian's father and mother. You've truly raised 2 wonderful daughters. Alright, the rest is your family's business, I won't meddle anymore. I'll take my leave now. The village chief left, and only the Bian family remained in the house. Bianran prepared to utilize her knowledge reserves to deal with these so-called relatives. Unexpectedly, Bian's mother took decisive action. With the strong support of Bian's grandparents and father, not only did she drive away the aunt who tried to establish connections, but she also forced her to admit to the 8,000 yuan debt. When you're poor, no one asks about you in a crowd. When you're rich, even distant relatives come from the mountains. As soon as the aunt left, the Bien family's relatives swarmed to the door like cats smelling fish. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the two cars, filled with envy and curiosity. I heard that yesterday Xiaoran drove back a car. How come there are two today? The other one arrived this morning. Xiaoran said she's taking us to the city. To the city? Will we even come back? Everything in this house listens to Xiaoran now. Why don't you go ask her? Everyone's gaze fell on Bianran, who was sitting to the side, head down, scrolling on her phone. For some reason, they felt a bit nervous, as if facing a high-ranking official. Forget it, forget it. Xiaoran has made it big, but she can't forget us poor relatives. Don't worry, Xiaoran said she plans to build a factory in the county. When the time comes, all the good things will be for our family. Build a factory? Oh my, how much will that cost? Xiaoran said it would take 5 million. My goodness! Xiaoran is really making money. Using the same set of lines, one group of relatives after another was sent away. In less than half a day, the news that the Bien family has a factory in the county, earning 5 million a month, had spread like wildfire. Bianran's curiosity was completely worn out by the relatives. With the protective fierceness of a mother bear, Bianran hardly had to exert any effort. She decided to take her grandparents and parents to the city today. Why go to the city? It's already afternoon. Where would so many of us stay? Why not leave early tomorrow instead? Yes, Ran, it's already getting dark, and there won't be much to see. Why not go during the day? You can even show us around. Although Bian's father and mother knew their daughter had become wealthy, their old frugal mindset still prevailed. Bianran patiently explained. I have a house in the city that can accommodate all 6 of us. I've registered the house under Mom's name, so we can stay there whenever we come back. Bian's mother was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. Bian's father, however, focused on the underlying meaning of her words. Ran, you said whenever we come back as a family. What do you mean by that? Dad, I want to bring you, Mom, and Grandpa and Grandma to S City. That way, we can all live together, and you won't have to work so hard in the fields anymore. The elders of the Bien family were swayed upon hearing about moving to S City. On one hand, they were reluctant to leave their homeland, on the other, they feared burdening their children, leaving them hesitant. Bianran exchanged a glance with her younger sister. Bian's younger sister stepped forward knowingly. Finally, Bianran said, my sister and I will be developing our careers in S City in the future, and we won't have much time to come back. The elders of the Bien family made their decision. All right. We'll go to S City with you. Once the decision was made, Bian's mother and grandmother began packing, while Bian's grandfather and father went out to entrust the crops in the fields to reliable people. Bianran repeatedly emphasized that they didn't need to bring much, only valuable items. Mother Bian pulled out an old, large box. Mom, what's in this box? Mother Bian smiled and touched the box. This is the dowry my grandmother left me. The patterns on this box are quite beautiful. Why haven't I seen you use it before? Bian Xiaomei gently stroked the design on the box, a slender-necked vase holding a lotus flower, vivid and elegant. You child, isn't this the box that was wrapped in cloth before? Bianran's gaze was drawn to it. A slender-necked vase holding a lotus flower. These past days, she had gone through countless emblems of hidden families, her mind automatically searching for related images and information. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Gu family emblem. Xiaoling. Xiaoling stepped forward and nodded, confirming Bianran's suspicion. Miss, it is indeed the Gu family emblem. Bianran lowered her head and chuckled softly. What an unexpected surprise. She decisively deleted the fabricated hidden family emblems from her phone. As night fell, the group hurried back to the city. Bianran owned numerous properties in Chang City, and the most luxurious villa district was entirely hers. She chose a lavish villa, and the Bian family gradually moved in. The subordinates who stayed in the city earlier sent over daily necessities. In the evening, Bianran asked her younger sister to take their parents and grandparents out for a casual stroll, planning to visit the shopping mall in the city center tomorrow. After one night, with the help of various forces, Bianran had almost uncovered the details of the Gu family. To be precise, it was Bianran's maternal grandmother's branch that belonged to the Gu family, which had long since declined. Trying to get in touch with them was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Because of this, Bianran stayed in Chong City for a few more days. During these days, Bianran's parents and grandparents were not idle either. When they left the village initially, they had left their city address with the villagers and relatives. As a result, many acquaintances came to visit the new house. Bianran's parents and grandparents, after the initial shock, gradually became accustomed to the villa. Instead, under the astonished gazes of others, they proudly carried themselves like eagles atop a mountain peak. "Look, this is our daughter/granddaughter, truly remarkable." However, these visiting relatives did not cause any trouble, as they still relied on Bianran's factory, which was about to be completed in the county. City was too far, but the factory in the county was close and tangible. This factory, from site selection to production, involved countless efforts. Therefore, these relatives came not just to see the new house but also to seek some work opportunities from Bianran. But Bianran was often not at home, so the relatives had to find another way. They spent their days accompanying Bianran's parents and grandparents, chatting and joking around. "Oh dear, sis, they're so noisy, my head hurts." In the evening, as soon as Bianran returned home, her younger sister immediately complained. "Next time they want to find work, just send them to third uncle's place, to Bianyun. I've already handed over the factory matters to him." "Got it, sis." Bianran was busy every day, like a flame that never stopped flickering. 3 days later, she finally reached an agreement with the Gu family. She could use the Gu family's name, but she had to help stabilize the footing of the young girl from this generation of the Gu family. Bianran studied the young girl in front of her. Her face was as cold as ice, her demeanor as aloof as a pine tree on a mountain peak. "Your name is Gu Shermian? How old are you?" 17. "Do you have any qualifications?" "No need." "Which industry do you want to enter?" The young girl coldly spat out 2 words, education. Bianran asked, "Which stage do you want to teach?" "Anything." "How about going to school first?" "All right." After the conversation ended, Bianran unconsciously touched her arm, a chill creeping into her heart. The day before the auction, Bianran brought her family and Gu Shermian back to City. The bustling, noisy, dazzling cityscape, with its endless streams of cars and extravagant lifestyle, constantly challenged the perceptions of Bian's parents and grandparents. Scenes they had only ever seen on television were now vividly unfolding before their eyes. And there was a beautiful, grand villa, there were even people serving inside. Bian's grandparents, who had spent their lives toiling in the fields, had unexpectedly become landlords. The hoe that had never left their hands was replaced by the keys to the city, and even Father Bian and Mother Bian hadn't expected to have a day to enjoy life. What followed were more firsts. Bianran handed a bank card to Bian Xiaomei. Without saying much, Bian Xiaomei playfully saluted. "Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed to be completed." After settling her family, Bianran looked headache-inducing at Gu Shermian, who had been following her all the way. "Where do you want to live?" "Anything." "Should I buy you a house near my school?" All right. Go with Xiao Tan, she'll help you arrange everything." Xiao Tan was the newly hired assistant, Xiao Ling's deputy. "No." Bianran gave her a curious glance. On Gu Shermian's cold face, a rare trace of emotion flickered. Her gaze avoided Bianran's, biting her lip, she hesitated and said, "I only trust you." Bianran smiled, "Oh, then let's go." After taking care of everything with Gu Shermian, as they were leaving Tianming community, they unexpectedly ran into Qingming. Qingming was pulling someone, insisting on telling their fortune. The other person was enraged, threatening to call the police, and only then did Qingming reluctantly let go. Bianran silently walked up to Qingming and lightly patted his shoulder. "Hey! What are you doing?" "Ah." Qingming was so startled that she jumped 2 meters away. Turning around, she saw it was Bianran and let out a long sigh of relief. Her eyes immediately lit up, as if she'd found a savior, rubbing her hands as she walked over quickly. "Hee, kind Bian, can you treat me to a bowl of noodles?" In a small roadside noodle shop, Bianran helplessly watched Qingming wolfing down her food across the table. "So, you even spent all your fare back to Misty Mountain?" It's not entirely my fault, %#*. Qing Ming's mouth was stuffed with noodles, and her words were muffled, making it impossible for Bianran to understand what she was saying. You just stay here and eat, I'm leaving. Watching someone else eat noodles, Bianran felt utterly bored and was about to find some entertainment. Hey, 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 hey. Qing Ming panicked and quickly pulled out a stack of talisman papers from her pocket, selecting one to hand to Bianran. Bianran took it and examined it carefully. The talisman paper was scribbled with messy ink, like ghostly scrawls, completely incomprehensible. What is this talisman called? Peach % talisman. Bianran half heard and half guessed, could it be, escape? Escape disaster talisman? Focused on eating her noodles, Qing Ming didn't catch the full question and just nodded repeatedly. Bianran gently stroked the talisman paper with her fingertips and ultimately decided to carry it close to her. Better to believe it exists than to dismiss it. Bianran did not return to Shengling Garden but went straight back to Misty Mountain. Family can indeed bring warmth, but she was more accustomed to being alone. The next day, Bianran took Xiaoling to the Yuanjiashi auction. Her intricate connections with the hidden families made those prominent figures from such backgrounds regard her as part of their camp. Using this power came without any shame. In contrast, those who didn't even qualify to leverage such power were more pitiful. Bianran herself held immense value, and now with allies, she was particularly favored in the realm of power. As soon as she appeared, she received top-tier hospitality. The new president of Yuanjiashi, the young and handsome Yuan Heli, introduced himself with a smile. Miss Bian, hello. I'm Yuan Heli. I'm delighted you could attend today's auction. Bianran nodded slightly and returned the greeting. Yuan Heli stared at the composed and commanding woman before him, as if she was born to be a ruler. He finally understood the praises his friends had for her. Beauty is the least remarkable of Miss Bian's qualities. Yuan Heli froze for a moment, his heartbeat suddenly quickening under Bianran's sharp gaze. He immediately composed himself, reminding himself not to forget his position. Apologies, Miss Bian, you're truly outstanding. I lost my composure. Please, this way. Thank you, President Yuan. Bianran had no reservations about personally guiding Yuan Heli. People who didn't know Bianran gathered around, discussing fervently. Who is that lady? Which family is she from? The one who acquired the Gemini Towers. What? It's Bianran? You know her? Introduce me. Introduce you? Don't make noise, I'm also looking for someone to help me. Yuan Heli conversed politely and humorously along the way, leaving a deep impression on Bianran. When he suggested exchanging contact information, Bianran did not refuse. Miss Bian, enjoy the auction. I won't disturb you further. As he left, Yuan Heli winked at Bianran and thoughtfully closed the private room door. Outside the door, he glanced at the newly added WeChat contact on his phone, his lips curling into a smile as he instructed the server. Bring some dessert to the guests in this private room. Understood, Mr. Yuan. Inside the private room, Bianran casually scanned her surroundings. The second-floor private room overlooked the entire first floor through its windows. The auction venue was spacious, with understated yet luxurious decor. The auction had not yet started, and it was the time for socializing. Yuan Jiasher's biannual auction attracted participants with assets of at least billions and liquid funds starting in the tens of millions. Even those seated on the first floor were all individuals of considerable wealth. Those who could access the second-floor private rooms held top-tier power and status. In the eyes of many, this auction is not just a transaction but also a grand networking event. Every time, people scrambled desperately to get in. As Bianran just sat down, a message from Ming Kong popped up on her phone. Kong Yi is here, Ran Jia, have you arrived? Flattering. Qing Xian, yes. Kong Yi is here, which private room is Ran Jia in? Cautiously. Qing Xian, room 5. Kong Yi is here, Ran Jia, my sister wants to meet you, is that okay? Pleading. Qing Xian, sure, okay. Kong Yi is here, Ran Jia, my other brother also wants to meet you, is that okay? Begging. Qing Xian, sure, okay. As soon as the message was sent, there was a knock on the private room door. Bianran? She couldn't help but suspect that Ming Kong was squatting outside the door sending messages. Xiaoling went to open the door. 3 people entered, led by Ming Kong, whose expression was solemn, as if he were participating in a high-level diplomatic meeting. Ming Kong bowed first, his voice low yet polite, Bianran Jia, hello. After speaking, he stepped aside, making room and signaling for the people behind him to come in. Ran Jia, this is my sister, the head of our family, president of the Ming Group, Ming Hui. Ming Kong introduced, with a hint of pride in his tone. Bianran's gaze fell on Ming Hui. The woman stood tall, dressed sharply, the sharp clacking of her high heels on the floor like a blade. Her height was almost equal to Ming Kang's. At this moment, her gaze was sharp, like an undercurrent lurking beneath the ice, filled with intense curiosity yet faintly tinged with vigilance, as if secretly probing. Miss Bian, a pleasure to meet you. Ming Hui's voice was calm yet magnetic. Mr. Ming, a pleasure to meet you. Bianran responded, reaching out to shake Ming Hui's fair and slender hand. A warm and smooth sensation came from the palm, and Bianran was suddenly startled. This voice, it seemed familiar. Before her thoughts could clear, a gentle laugh sounded. Ran Jia, this is the president of Xia Corporation, Xia Yanxi. Miss Bianran, it's a pleasure to meet you. The voice was soft, carrying a hint of laughter. Bianran turned her head accordingly, her gaze landing on Xia Yanxi. The man had handsome features, his smile hidden in his deep phoenix eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered like a fan, staring unblinkingly at Bianran. Her heartbeat suddenly quickened. Not from affection, but from alertness. This man was as dangerous as a venomous snake concealed in the darkness of the night. Bianran's lips curved into a faint smile as she shook Xia Yanxi's outstretched right hand. Mr. Xia, a pleasure to meet you. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, a sudden warmth slid across her palm, soft as a feather, sending a tingling sensation through her. Bianran looked up, her gaze meeting Xia Yanxi's phoenix eyes. Their eyes locked, and his phoenix eyes sparkled with a hint of laughter, calm and composed. This man was intriguing. Bold and fearless. She invited the 3 to take their seats, exchanged a few pleasantries, but her gaze lingered on Xia Yanxi, as if harboring questions. Although President Xia and Yunxi are brothers, they look very different. Xia Yanxi's smile remained unchanged as he slowly explained. I resemble our mother more, while Yunxi takes after our father. The tone shifted, and his gaze grew steady. Even twins have differences. Though we share the same parents, our appearances differ, and our personalities are worlds apart. Oh? Bianran raised an eyebrow, curiosity evident. Xia Yanxi's smile was sincere, without a trace of concealment. Yunxi has a naive and domineering nature. He believes the world should revolve around him, and in the eyes of those he likes, there should only be him. I'm different. I only wish for the happiness of the one I love. If my feelings are reciprocated, I would be completely content. His gaze was unwavering, fixed on Bianran. Like water slowly brought to a boil, gentle yet carrying a hint of warmth. Bianran's sense of caution buzzed loudly. At this moment, she found it inconvenient to respond and hurriedly changed the subject. It's normal for President Xia and Yunxi to be different, just like no 2 leaves are the same. But President Ming's voice feels familiar to me. Have we met before? As soon as the words left her mouth, Bianran regretted it, her mind going blank. Ming Hui was slightly taken aback, then curved her lips into a meaningful smile. Perhaps it's a coincidence. I noticed Miss Bian's WeChat name is Qingxin. I once encountered an opponent named Qingxin during a livestream on G2. Bianran chuckled lightly, haha, what a coincidence. A memory flashed through her mind. That opponent named Hui Hui had defeated her twice in PK battles on G2 Live, forcing her to bark like a dog twice. So, Hui Hui was actually Ming Hui. Bianran remained silent, afraid that as soon as she spoke, it would come off as mocking. After all, her opponent was a defeated rival, and she had a sharp tongue. The atmosphere instantly became a bit awkward. Seeing this, Ming Kong immediately acted as a lubricant, his voice exaggerated and frivolous. Oh wow, what a coincidence. Someone else has the same WeChat name as Sister Ran? Bianran glanced at him, too disdainful to respond. Ming Hui looked utterly disgusted, just wanting to spar a few more words with Bianran. Xia Yanxi, however, didn't spare Ming Kong a glance, his gaze fixed solely on Bianran. Ming Kong was momentarily annoyed but then turned his head with a cheerful smile and asked. By the way, Sister Ran, your WeChat name is Qingxin. Does it mean pure heart and few desires? As soon as the words left his mouth, the air turned icy cold, a chill piercing through like an ice spike. Ming Kong shuddered violently, his eyes darting around, only to meet Xia Yanxi's calm, mirror-like gaze. His heart skipped a beat, and with the alertness of a small animal, he quickly asked after Bianran softly replied, yes, I was abstinent at the time. Sister Ran, what about now? Bianran took a deep breath, her voice low. I can only blame myself for walking into a dead end back then. All those rules are now broken. Ming Kong immediately felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. But his expression turned peculiar, as if he had uncovered some earth-shattering secret. Yet he didn't dare to voice it. The group chatted a bit more, the atmosphere becoming harmonious. After exchanging contact information, the auction officially began. The three returned to their respective seats. Ming Hui smiled and said, Bianran, let's compete again when you have time. Bianran said without hesitation, when I have time, I can compare anything. Xia Yanxi smiled and said, Xiao Ran, we're friends now. Next time we meet, don't call me President Xia, just call me ACI. Bianran responded, alright, President Xia. Ming Kong also shouted, Sister Ran, have fun. Bianran nodded, her tone firm, of course. In the auction hall, the chime of a bell rang out, signaling the official start of the Yuan Jiashi auction. On stage, the auctioneer in a red cheongsam smiled as she began, her words warm yet rhythmic. The first auction item was unveiled. The first item of this auction is the goddess of the diamond world, Bulgari's vivid yellow diamond. Starting price is 7 million, with each bid increment no less than 100,000. On the big screen, every facet of the diamond sparkled brilliantly. Immediately, bids rang out one after another. The auctioneer waved her hand like a dance, her voice powerful and resonant, energizing the entire room. Great! Number 25 in the inner hall, 7.2 million. Any counterbids? Number 40 bids 7.5 million. 8 million. 10 million. 12 million. The air grew tense. Congratulations to box number 3, sold for 15 million. Bianran wasn't in a hurry to leave, the auction had just begun, and jewelry was only the prelude. There were still antiques, jade, and artworks to come. Her eyes shifted, revealing a cold smile. Xiaoling, where's the list of those behind-the-scenes players you gathered earlier? Are any of them attending this auction? Bianran held grudges as if carved in stone. She had Xiaoling note down every single person who had wronged her behind the scenes of the Twin Towers. Xiaoling, like a worm in her stomach, handed over a piece of paper. Miss, these are the numbers of the attendees at the auction. Meanwhile, Huang He stared at the jade necklace on the stage, a vision of that coquettish beauty flashing in his mind. He was determined to win it and make her happy. Starting bid, 6 million, with increments of 100,000. As soon as the auctioneer finished speaking, Huang He raised his paddle. Number 31, 6.5 million. 7 million. 10 million. 12.5 million. The auctioneer urged, number 31, 12.5 million. Any other bids? This jade necklace, composed of 11 imperial green cabochons, was valued at around 10 million. It had already exceeded its market value, and no one else in the room was bidding. The hammer fell for the first time, with no further bids. The second hammer, still no response. Confidence flashed in Huang He's eyes as he imagined the beauty's delighted smile. Suddenly, before the third hammer. Number 45 bids 13 million. Number 31, would you like to raise it to 13.5 million? Huang He decisively raised his paddle. Number 45, 14 million. Number 31, 14.5 million. Number 45, 14.6 million. 14.7 million. 18 million. Anyone else? Number 31, want to try 18.5 million? Huang He hesitated. The premium was obvious, he should let it go. But unwillingness lingered in his heart. His competitor wasn't someone from the private box, so he gritted his teeth and added another 100,000. Number 31, 18.1 million. The hammer struck repeatedly. First call. Second call. Third call, Congratulations to number 31. Huang He won the auction item, but his mood was gloomy. He wasn't the only one to encounter such situations, and it wasn't the first time either. No matter what he bid on, someone always jumped in to disrupt. If not for Yuan Jiasher's reputation, he would have suspected foul play. Bianran smiled as she watched the scene below. She wasn't foolish enough to raise the price herself. The moment those people saw their opponent was from a private box, they wouldn't compete too fiercely. Halfway through the jewelry auction, Bianran finally made her move. Congratulations to box number 5 for winning the 17-carat vivid blue diamond at a final price of 250 million. Congratulations to box number 5 for winning the 11.5-carat rare cushion-cut pink diamond at a final price of 420 million. Congratulations to box number 5 for winning the Imperial Jadeite Great Wall. Final price, 430 million. Bianran continued to bid. By the halftime break, everyone understood that the money in box number 5 was astonishingly abundant. She lowered her head to look at the task progress on the tycoon system. Random task, spend 20 billion renminbi, reward, 1 Mosto military factory, no penalty for failure. Task progress, 12.8 billion/20 billion. The Mosto military factory is not an ordinary military facility. It does not belong to any country, yet it possesses the most advanced weapon manufacturing lines. To restrain it, the United Nations' 5 permanent members signed a strict agreement. As long as it doesn't act recklessly or commit crimes against humanity, the 5 permanent members are willing to meet all the conditions of the factory's owner. The island where this military factory is located even hosts consulates from various countries. Bianran nodded, her resolve even firmer. To her, this money was nothing at all. But clearly, others didn't think the same. The door to the box was knocked on. Outside the door were the 3 people who had visited her earlier. Fortunately, they didn't presumptuously come to persuade her. Instead, seeing Bianran's relaxed demeanor, they invited her to the adjacent lounge for tea. Sure. Bianran readily agreed. This auction was meticulously crafted by the Yuan family at great expense. In addition to various auction halls, there were abundant entertainment facilities. Every effort was made to ensure each guest enjoyed the ultimate experience. Halfway to the lounge, the 4 encountered the auction's host, Yuan Heli. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yuan Heli proactively suggested joining them. So the 4 became 5. Half an hour later, the next auction was about to begin. Bianran was the first to suggest going back. Ming Kong was restless, his eyes full of admiration. Sister Ran is truly amazing, staying so composed in such a turbulent setting. Yuan Heli glanced at his watch, stood up, and said, "It's indeed time to start. Miss Bian, let me escort you back." Xia Yanci had a smile on his lips, yet carried an oppressive aura. Does President Yuan think we're not people? We came with Xiao Ran, so naturally, we'll leave together. Or are you implying that your auction house isn't safe? His gaze was as sharp as a blade, forcing Yuan Heli to breathe slightly heavier. His mind was completely clear, and he clenched his fists tightly, full of unwillingness. Bianran looked at the stalemate before her, already losing interest. She spoke. President Yuan, it's just a few steps. Don't trouble yourself. Isn't there another auction you need to oversee? Yuan Heli forced a smile and had no choice but to relent. All right, then I won't see Miss Bian off. I wish you a pleasant time at the next auction. The 4 of them returned to the second floor. The Ming siblings' private room was number 3, Bianran's was number 5, and Xia Yanci's was number 7. First, they passed by room number 3 and bid farewell to the Ming siblings. Then they arrived at Bianran's room number 5. Goodbye, President Xia. Bianran nodded politely and pushed the door open to enter. Before the door could close, a cold aura suddenly enveloped her. A large, well-defined hand covered hers on the doorknob. With a deft force, she was suddenly pulled into an embrace, her back against the door. Behind her was the cold door, and in front of her was the man's firm and muscular chest. The 2 were pressed closely together, with only a thin layer of fabric between them, allowing them to feel each other's warmth. Bianran looked up, and right in front of her was Xia Yanci, just inches away. What, do you have something? Before she could finish her sentence, the lights suddenly dimmed. Warm breath came rushing in, followed closely by the damp, rough sensation on her lips. Bianran felt her lips being gently bitten, a tingling numbness spreading. You. Xia Yanxi's eyes were moist, his emotions intense and impossible to hide. A large hand clasped the back of her head, thumb pressing against her chin, slightly lifting it. Taking advantage of her pause in speaking, he forcefully invaded. Lips and tongues intertwined, heavy sucking, carrying an unstoppable sense of oppression. Like a raging storm, wild and unrestrained. His hand tightly encircled her slender waist, the grip growing firmer. Their bodies pressed closer and closer. In the dimness, hearing became exceptionally sharp. Heartbeats pounded wildly, mixed with the sound of breaths, striking each other's eardrums. Like the strongest intoxicating medicine, it was utterly mesmerizing. Xia Yanxi held her tightly, a faint blush rising in his phoenix eyes. Their breaths intertwined, lips and teeth connected. At this moment, a deep sense of satisfaction surged within him. This kiss stretched on endlessly. When they finally stopped, their breaths were still rapid. Bianran's arm rested on Xia Yanxi's shoulder, her fingertips gently playing with the hair behind his ear. What's this? President Xia just plucked one of my peach blossoms, and now you're planning to compensate me with yourself? Xia Yanxi's breathing was deep, heat waves spreading from her body, and the corners of her mouth curved into a satisfied smile. He gently kissed her lips, his tone ambiguous yet playful. I'm better than him, Ran. Try me, how about it? The intense atmosphere made Bianran's head dizzy. Her arms around Xia Yanxi suddenly tightened, followed by a crisp sound of water. Xia Yanxi walked out of private room number 5, a barely noticeable trace of blood on the corner of his lips, with lingering tenderness in his eyes. His dark suit remained sharp, but his black shirt was crumpled into a mess, the top button missing, and the collar wide open. As soon as Xia Yanxi left, Xiaoling pushed the door open and entered. She always knew when to appear and when to step back. Earlier, without the master's tacit approval, Xia Yanxi wouldn't have been able to touch even a strand of Bianran's hair. When Xia Yanxi closed the door and left, Xiaoling stepped back 3 paces, quietly standing guard. In the second half of the auction, Bianran delayed for 20 minutes but still spent money like water. Congratulations to private room number 5. Successfully bidding for the Ming judging polychrome fish and algae pattern lidded jar, sold for 200 million. Congratulations to private room number 5. Successfully bidding for the Qing Qianlong pastel hollowed out auspicious rotating vase, sold for 600 million. Congratulations to private room number 5. Successfully bidding for the Yuan Dynasty blue and white vase depicting Xiaohe chasing Han Xian under the moon, sold for 750 million. Congratulations to private room number 5. Successfully bidding for Huang Tingjian's inscription on the steel of the grinding stone, sold for 450 million. Congratulations to private room number 5. Successfully bidding for Wang Shiji's Ping in Tai, sold for 400 million. The final auction item fell into Bianran's hands, marking the end of the auction. At the same time, the progress of the random task from the tycoon system was just one step away. Random task, spend 20 billion, reward, Mosto Military Factory 1, failure has no penalty. Progress, 19.5 billion/20 billion. Bianran clicked her tongue lightly and dialed the phone number for her younger sister's film crew. Director Mo, I'll invest 500 million for you. Include Bian Xiu in your next production. Director Mo was so thrilled he almost jumped up. Originally, Miss Bian's sponsorship was already enough to secure Bian Xiu a spot in the cast, but now an additional 500 million was added. He repeatedly promised to give his all, ensuring Bian Xiu would fully inherit his expertise. Miss Bian, rest assured, I treat Xiao Xiu even closer than my own apprentice. She won't leave empty-handed. As soon as Bianran transferred the 500 million, the system notification from the godly tycoon system suddenly chimed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task and acquiring Mosto Arms Factory 1. She smiled faintly, adding another heavyweight bargaining chip to her unrestrained capital. Walking out of the auction hall, the night was deep, and Bianran saw Xia Yanxi at the entrance. He stood alone at the bustling entrance, no one daring to approach, his aura as cold and distant as an iceberg. Bianran chuckled lightly and stepped toward him. Xia Yanxi caught sight of her figure from the corner of his eye, his previously indifferent expression lighting up with a spark. Ran, guess what I'm doing? Waiting for me? Bianran, as always, was cheeky. A trace of amusement flickered in Xiaoyanxi's eyes. Seems like we're on the same wavelength. Waiting for me to do what? Bianran was puzzled, her lips curving into a teasing smile. Could it be that you're planning to offer yourself to me tonight? You guessed it right again, I'm going home with you tonight. Bianran was stunned. Don't you think it's too fast? No, not fast at all. I've been thinking about it for 262 hours, 52 minutes, and 30 seconds. That's long enough. Xiaoyanxi smiled seductively, his gaze bold yet straightforward. In the adult world, if you want something, you go for it. Xiaoyanxi's demeanor was exactly to Bianran's taste. So. The next day, Bianran and Xiaoyanxi's location, Mist Mountain Summit Villa. The third day, still Mist Mountain Summit Villa. On the fourth morning, Bianran kicked Xiaoyanxi off the bed. Bro, seriously, are you not planning to leave? Xiaoyanxi, helpless, asked for a goodbye kiss before leaving obediently. However, that night, he came back again. The reason was that the villa's shower was broken, so he came to the neighbor's house to borrow theirs. On the fifth day, Bianran decided not to stay at Mist Mountain and returned to Shengling Garden. Although at Shengling Garden, she lived in her own villa and only went to her parents' house for meals. As summer vacation neared its end, Bianran's supporting character task also entered its final stage. Borrowing money from the female lead. On a sunny morning, Bianran dialed Qi Shiyu's number. Hey, Ran. Bianran hesitated as she prepared to ask for money for the first time. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she stopped, torn between finding an excuse or speaking directly. In the end, she chose to be direct. Shiyu, can you lend me some money? Ran, how much do you need? About, a lot. Qi Shiyu didn't hesitate at all. She counted the money in her wallet and said firmly, Ran, I have 50,000 here. I'll transfer it to you right away. As soon as the call ended, Bianran's phone screen lit up, and 50,000 was credited to her account in an orderly manner. The supporting character system came online after a long absence. Beep, successfully connected to host number 20. Beep, deviation detected. Beep, deviation corrected. Beep, task completed. Bianran tentatively asked the supporting character system, I've completed the task. When will I go to the next world? Beep, when the host's body naturally dies. Do I still need to follow the plot from now on? Beep, you are free to act as long as it doesn't affect the outcome. Alright, you can step back now. Beep, stepping back. Bianran muttered to herself, why does this supporting character system feel so strange? Sis, don't think every system is as lucky as me. Xiao Jin's sarcastic voice echoed in her mind. Every time the system appeared, Bianran would tell it to shut up and not talk too much. Who wants to listen to its nagging anyway? The subsequent development followed the plot. It was still the male lead, Si Wenjing, who extended a helping hand. But this time, it wasn't Qi Shiyu who was desperate. Instead, her mother suddenly fell ill, and Si Wenjing helped transfer her mother to the best hospital. As for the 50,000 yuan, Qi Shiyu never asked Bianran for it. At some point, this sum of money became an unspoken secret between them. The day before school started, Bianran found someone at her doorstep. It was Xiaoyanxi. Xiaoyanxi's rebellious brows and eyes softened, replaced by caution and flattery. Ah Ran. Xiaoyanxi, long time no see. What made you think of looking for me? What tricks are you planning now? I want to. Bianran patiently waited for him to continue. Xiaoyanxi's face turned red as fire, and he loudly said a few words. Bianran smiled, come on, let's go inside. 6 months later, the Twin Towers were fully renovated and officially became the headquarters of Qingxin Group. President Bian replaced Miss Bian as the new title the outside world used for Bianran. With the establishment of Qingxin Group, the list of its subsidiaries shocked the elite families. Unknowingly, Bianran had become a bona fide world's richest person. President Bian loves to have fun, and everyone knows it. Another Yuan Jiashi auction was about to take place. Bianran had just arrived at the door when a boy rushed out in a panic from inside. As he passed by Bianran, his excessive nervousness caused him to fall heavily to the ground. Are you okay? Bianran squatted down, helped him up, and spoke gently. Thank you, you're so kind. The boy's pure deer-like eyes sparkled with light, his trust and reliance completely unhidden, yet like hooks, they gripped the heart. Of course my sister is a good person. A clear voice came from behind, and the boy's tightly held hand was gently taken away. Bianran lightly patted Nanze's hand. Let's go, we're late today. Once inside the private room, Nanze began to act spoiled. Bianran couldn't help but tell him to behave. But if I behave, someone else will steal my sister away. Nanze had long seen through his sister's personality and wouldn't dare to obediently listen. Bianran withdrew her hand, lifted his chin, and kissed him. Be good. I only like one type, and I didn't even fancy the one just now. Just as Nanze was coaxed, the private room door was knocked on. It was the head of the Zhao family from Jing City, whom she had met once at a banquet. Old Zhao started with flattery as soon as he spoke. President Bian, you truly are outstanding. Ever since I saw you last time, I felt that no one in the younger generation could compare to you. You are the leader of this era. He went on with exaggerated praise for a full 10 minutes. Finally, the tone shifted. Mr. Bian, this is my youngest son, Zizhou. He just returned from abroad and is unfamiliar with domestic auctions. He wants to learn more from you. What do you think? The young man behind Mr. Zhao stepped forward at the right moment, his face like jade, his demeanor gentle. Mr. Bian, I wonder if Zizhou might have the honor. Mr. Zhao's excuse was clumsy, and as for his son. The private room door was pushed open again. Xia Yanxi put away his phone, his gaze landing precisely on Zhao Zizhou. Then he turned to Mr. Zhao, a smile appearing on his face, yet it was chillingly cold. Since young Mr. Zhao knows nothing about domestic auctions, I'll pave the way for him. A chill ran down Mr. Zhao's spine as he suddenly realized that his son bore some resemblance to Mr. Xia. He recalled Mr. Xia's silent yet razor-sharp methods. Mr. Zhao hurriedly pulled his son away. Bianran watched Mr. Zhao leave in a rush, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly as she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Xia Yanxi, the way you looked just now, it was like you were sneaking around to do something bad. You're killing me. Xia Yanxi rubbed her face, the sharpness in his expression instantly softening into helplessness. Not long after, Xia Yunqi and Lu Shuji arrived, immediately forming an impenetrable wall. The men and women trying to squeeze into the private room all stopped in their tracks, their faces darkening. Bianran wandered joyfully through this world for a full 30 years. Her enterprises were scattered across the globe like stars. Money, in her eyes, was nothing more than a string of cold numbers. When she had free time, she used those numbers for poverty alleviation, charity, and scientific research investment. She was always enthusiastic about any money-burning tasks. Until her passing, unexpectedly to everyone, she became a beacon for countless people. Countless people sang of her selflessness and generosity, praised her talent and wisdom, and wrote of her legend and myth. Even Bianran herself couldn't help but wonder, was this really her? Qi Shiyu knew from a young age that her family was worlds apart from others. Poverty was just the tip of the iceberg. Her grandmother's harshness loomed like dark clouds, and her father drained all warmth like a vampire. In other families, parents worked hard to earn money for their children. But in her family, everything was completely reversed. It was her mother who, along with her and her sister, worked tirelessly to support her father and grandmother. As a child, Qi Shiyu once yearned for fatherly love. But every time her father came home, the house reeked of alcohol, and her mother bore new bruises. Her mother always claimed she had accidentally fallen, but little Shiyu knew deep down that those were her father's fists. From that moment on, her only birthday wish every year was, her father would never come back. Unfortunately, until adulthood, that wish never came true. It seemed the god in charge of birthday wishes had dozed off, as it wasn't until college that her wish finally came true. It was these experiences that allowed Qi Shiyu to see through the ugliness of human nature. Yet miraculously, she was not poisoned by it. Even her sister possessed rare courage and kindness. Qi Shiyu knew that all of this was thanks to their mother. Mom didn't receive much education, she was sold to dad by grandma and grandpa in exchange for a large dowry. She worked extremely hard to earn money. Selling vegetables, selling tea eggs, through these most ordinary businesses, Mom endured countless difficulties and ridicule. Witnessing this, little Shiyu's heart gave birth to her first dream. She wanted money, she wanted power. She wanted mom to stand in the best position, selling vegetables and tea eggs. Later, this dream gradually grew bigger. She wanted a big house, wanted mom to eat good food every day, and wanted a private car for transportation. But the seed of money and power slowly grew into a small sapling in her heart. For this reason, Chi Shiyu loved reading stories of successful people from a young age. She was especially fond of tales of grassroots rising against the odds. After all, she herself came from a poor background, without a strong support system, destined to be one of the grassroots. After reading countless cases of comebacks from ancient to modern times, both domestic and abroad, she realized one truth. For a person to succeed, timing, location, and human connections are all indispensable. The first two cannot be forced. So, she decided to focus her efforts on human connections. Grassroots who rise against the odds rely on their abilities. During her school years, Chi Shiyu's grades were always among the top. And they also need the help of benefactors. Benefactors can be countless: neighbors, teachers, friends, passers-by, bosses, classmates, relatives. Chi Shiyu didn't know who her benefactor was. She chose the simplest method, casting a wide net. But this was not enough. To gain wealth and power, she had to enter an industry with immense potential for growth. The entertainment industry became her target. In middle school, she watched her classmates get brainwashed by celebrity idols, collecting stacks of cards and postcards. Entertainment news was everywhere, painting a picture of dazzling prosperity. She knew she looked pretty good. Step by step, following her plan, she got into a top-ranked university. She didn't choose a film academy. Perhaps subconsciously, she wanted to keep more options open. In college, she experienced a broader world. Her roommate, He Fei, was a second-generation rich kid who often frequented high-end venues. Chi Shiyu had a good relationship with her and occasionally tagged along to broaden her horizons. Through He Fei's introduction, Chi Shiyu even successfully signed with an entertainment company. But that still wasn't enough. Chi Shiyu was always searching for her benefactor. She admitted that she was a greedy person. And a greedy person happened to encounter a generous god. The first time Chi Shiyu met Bianran was at the entrance of a bar. At that time, He Fei was drunk, and her phone bumped into Bianran. Chi Shiyu quickly walked over to apologize. As she bent down, she clearly noticed the shoes on Bianran's feet were branded Givenchy, while his pants were patched with mending stitches. A strange feeling slowly rose in Chi Shiyu's heart. She didn't think much of it. The next day, during her part-time job, she met Bianran again. This time, Bianran was wearing ordinary shoes, but the phone in her hand was the latest model. Chi Shiyu's doubts grew even stronger. Everyone working part-time here was short on money, no one carried themselves as calmly as she did. Chi Shiyu made a decision that could change her life. She took the initiative to approach Bianran. Chi Shiyu had always felt that Bianran was not simple, until she saw her at the Hongfei racetrack, full of spirit and radiance. She was dazzling to the point of being breathtaking, as if just catching a bit of her light could make one soar instantly. Chi Shiyu followed her heart and made the choice most beneficial to herself. She pretended not to know, treated Bianran as a friend, and used her sincerity as a wager. The result far exceeded her expectations. That conversation with Bianran that night felt like an enlightenment. The meeting she attended a few days later opened a door to a whole new world for her. Not long after, Bianran introduced her to a part-time job. Tutoring the child of the minister of the Municipal Party Committee's organization department. There, she not only learned a lot but also met her future partner, Si Wenjing. Chi Shiyu realized that Bianran's identity and abilities far exceeded her imagination. The only thing that puzzled her was that, on a sunny morning, Bianran suddenly asked to borrow money from her. Chi Shiyu, out of trust for someone who was half a teacher, half a confidant, transferred all her money to her. She never mentioned wanting it back. Because she imagined that on a sunny day decades later, she could smile and say to Bianran, "Back in the day, you even borrowed 50,000 yuan from me." That feeling was satisfying. Unfortunately, that day never came. Bianran, at 49, received a state funeral. Chi Shiyu was puzzled as to how someone who was usually healthy could suddenly pass away. 50 is the prime age for striving. This was something Bianran had once said to her. Chi Shiyu even suspected foul play. She investigated the men around Bianran. the results showed nothing unusual. Unwilling to give up, she had people monitor them, starting with Bianran's team of assistants. After a year of effort, everything pointed to natural causes, with no human interference. Qi Shiyu temporarily set the matter aside. Less than 2 years after Bianran's death, 4 people who had once been close to her also passed away one after another. Qi Shiyu personally attended the funerals. First, to confirm no one had faked their death, and second, to ask them to pass on a few words to Bianran. Speaking of which, this idea was actually suggested by Bian Xiu. Qi Shiyu reached the end of her life at 82. On her deathbed, she reflected on her life of cutting through thorns and brambles on the path of power. At 22, she took the national exam. At 28, she became a deputy section-level official. At 35, she became a deputy division-level official. At 40, she became a division-level official. At 49, she became a deputy bureau-level official. At 54, she became a bureau-level official. At 59, she became a deputy minister-level official. At 62, she became a minister-level official. At 65, she became a deputy national-level official. At 70, she became a national-level official. Before 49, her career, aspirations, and ambitions were understood by others. After 49, she did not betray the trust of her closest friends. For the country, the people, and herself, she had a clear conscience. Countless young people, especially ambitious girls, regarded her as a role model, trudging along this challenging path. That is enough. Xia Yunqi. Xia Yunqi had never experienced regret. His life unfolded like a triumphant anthem, bold and unrestrained. Love, in his eyes, was less enticing than a sports car. Until he met Aaron. A person as radiant as a rainbow, only upon meeting them does one realize their existence. Every moment spent with Aaron was light and joyful, his heart sweet as if he had consumed a ton of honey. Unfortunately, in his youthful ignorance, he had no understanding of the taste of love. Being coaxed by that bastard Xia Yunqi to go abroad was the stupidest decision he ever made. He admitted that at that time, he was both foolish and cowardly. During the week he was abroad, he was in a daze, even the air felt inferior to that of home. During the day, he worked desperately. In the quiet of the night, he missed Aaron madly. He was like a dying fish, with Aaron being his source of water. As long as Aaron was willing to offer a shred of care, he could come back to life, leaping as he once did. In less than 3 days, he completely understood. As long as Aaron needed him, titles were nothing more than dust in the air, scattered by the wind. Boyfriends could turn into ex-boyfriends, and husbands could become ex-husbands. Titles were insignificant, only genuine companionship carried the weight of life. At that moment, Xia Yunqi almost wanted to spread his wings and fly back. But fate, as it happened, threw another bomb at him, waiting for him to defuse it. Xia Yunqi, burning with anxiety, racked his brains and forcibly compressed half a month's work into 4 days. Finally, he returned to Aaron's side. Aaron was still gentle, without a trace of disdain, and even held his hand tightly. In that instant, Xia Yunqi's heart felt warmed by sunlight, joy almost spilling out of his chest. However, the next morning, at Aaron's house, he saw Xia Yunqi, the wretched betrayer. The pain in his heart was like a sharp ice blade tearing through his chest. "Why are you here?" Xia Yunqi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his eyebrows raised high, muscles taut like strings. Xia Yunqi leaned lazily against the sofa, his posture relaxed, meeting his gaze coldly, a mocking smile playing at the corner of his lips. "I can come and go freely here, of course I'd be here, little brother." That victorious aura pierced Xia Yunqi's heart like a cold wind. In an instant, all the questions in his mind pieced together into a complete chain of truth. Why he went abroad and delayed his return. It turned out, it was all the scheme of this good brother. Xia Yunqi's face changed drastically, his eyes deep as the night, anger almost consuming him entirely. He gritted his teeth. "You knew I liked her." Xia Yunqi raised his eyelids slightly, letting out a cold laugh. "We're rivals in love, and we don't have to be brothers. What do you think you are? Why should I yield to you?" Xia Yunqi clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. Rage surged, and he almost lunged forward. But that provocative gaze made him suddenly calm down. One lesson, one growth. "No. He absolutely couldn't lose control. Besides, if you had any confidence, you wouldn't even be here. Xia Yunqi spat out the words coldly, his gaze full of contempt. Still trying to scheme against me? Maybe in your next life. Xia Yanzi sighed and stood up. Before leaving, he threw out one last sentence, tinged with mockery. By the way, you took the wrong robe. This one is the one I just wore the day before yesterday. Xia Yunqi sneered coldly, watching him walk farther and farther away. There's plenty of time in the future, my dear brother. Bar. Cluck 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 cluck. Hello? Bianran answered the phone with one hand while quickly signing the mountain of documents with the other. A deep and powerful female voice came through the phone. There's a new bar in Nanshur. Want to check it out? A trace of interest flashed in Bianran's eyes. How's the bar? If it's like the last one, you can go by yourself. Don't worry, it's fresh and exciting. Alright, shall we scout it out tonight? Should I come pick you up? Bianran twirled her pen and glanced at the pile of work on the desk. Come later, I still have a ton of work. Alright. The call ended. After finally finishing the work that had piled up for days, Bianran felt it was time to relax. She politely declined all the self-recommendations in her WeChat. She followed Minghui to the newly opened bar. As soon as she stepped into the bar, the dancing figures on the stage startled Bianran. This bar is quite open. Minghui teased with a laugh, haven't seen this kind of scene before? How could it compare to what Ming always sees? Wasn't it you who took me last time too? You didn't react much that time either. The two laughed and joked as they passed through the crowd and arrived at the private room Minghui had reserved. The manager greeted them warmly, his face beaming with a smile. President Ming, President Bian. Bring up the people you prepared. Minghui was straightforward, as this was the purpose of her visit. The manager nodded and respectfully left the private room. Minghui started talking about the emerging forces in S-City, lighting a cigarette. Bianran poured wine, listening leisurely, occasionally responding softly. A minute or two later, the manager led a group of people inside. President Bian, President Ming, these people are all clean. How would you like to play tonight? Bianran waved her hand, signaling the manager to stand aside and not block the view. She raised an eyebrow at Minghui, you pick first? Minghui didn't hold back, since she was paying, she would choose first. The manager brought in 8 people, each with their own charm. Sunny type, radiant type, cold type. Minghui chose the sunny type, her usual preference. Just as Bianran reached out to make her choice, the private room door was knocked. The manager smiled apologetically and said, There's one more person, he's late. Bianran's fingertips tapped the table, the rhythm urgent and impatient. The manager quickly reacted, turned, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a figure fell to his knees with a thud, landing right at Bianran's feet. Bianran looked up. The man's short hair was wet and clung to his forehead, his brows and eyes wrapped in mist, like a leopard soaked in rain, staring at her intently. Looking further down. 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a slender neck. Around his neck was a black leather collar, the contrast between the fair skin and the black creating a sharp visual impact. As if provoking others to do whatever they wanted to him. Sis, can you choose me? Bianran's lips curved into a smile as she casually asked, what's your name? Sis, just call me Xiaolu. Alternate world, Godly Tycoon experience card collection point. Bian Xiaoran. Are you ready yet? A crisp and cheerful voice called from outside the door. Before the words had fully landed, the caller ran in, panting. It was a young man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, standing tall like a poplar tree swaying in the wind. The smile on his face, which had just been there, immediately tightened upon seeing the scene inside the room. He stood upright and respectfully saluted. Hello, brother Mai. Hello, sister Shurian. Bianran bit her chopsticks, sneaking a glance at the person sitting in the main seat, only to meet a pair of cold, sharp eyes. That person coldly spat out a few words, you're not allowed to go out. Oh. Bianran helplessly withdrew her gaze and lowered her head, poking at the mush in her bowl. That person was her biological brother, Qin Mai. 6 years ago, Bianran transmigrated into this world and became a 10-year-old little girl. This era was equivalent to the 1960s or 70s. As soon as she arrived, she discovered that the abundance of new things was dazzling. Coupled with the deeply ingrained image of the original host being frail and sickly at home, everyone doted on her. Bianran initially pretended to be reserved but gradually revealed her true nature. Free-spirited, unrestrained, and even causing trouble everywhere. The Qin family's endless tolerance made her increasingly complacent. Until one day, her older brother suddenly came to his senses, realizing that if he didn't start managing his sister, she might cause a major disaster. They confronted each other multiple times. Bianran, being small in stature, never gained the upper hand. Moreover, the godly wealth system activated the minor protection mode, so she could only consume a small amount of her strength-enhancing pills. It was frustrating to the point of exasperation. Unable to win in a fight, and her schemes were tightly monitored. Qin Mai, in order to discipline her, was harsh on her and even harsher on himself. During that time, Bianran's dreams were filled with Qin Mai's deep and piercing eyes. The oppressive pressure from the bloodline was suffocating. Bianran secretly sighed, thinking that in her past life, she truly was the perfect sister. But fortunately, in this life, she also had a good sister. Her gaze fell on her other older sister, Qin Shiyan. Qin Shiyan softened at the sight of her younger sister's expectant eyes. She simply went to persuade him. Qin Mai, Xiaoran hasn't gone out for a week. Besides, that matter wasn't Xiaoran's fault to begin with. Today, some educated youth have arrived in the village, and she wants to join the fun. Just let her go. Qin Shiyan and Qin Mu were also twins, neither willing to yield to the other, and they usually called each other by name directly. Hearing her words, Qin Mu put down his chopsticks, let out a cold laugh, and mocked. When I'm not home, you all seem to want to put her on a pedestal. How could you let her go a whole week without going out to play? Qin Shiyan frowned tightly. Seeing that the soft approach didn't work, she went straight for the hard one. Xiaoran, come on, pack up, and I'll take you to watch the fun. Bianran's eyes were full of smugness. She snorted lightly at her brother, swung her braids, and cheerfully got up to grab some snacks. Hey, Bian Xiaoran. Qing Jian, who had been acting like a bystander, immediately called out to her, patted his satchel, and raised his eyebrows in a hint. Years of tacit understanding made Bianran instantly grasp his meaning. She secretly gave a thumbs up, grabbed her elder sister, and dashed toward the door. Outside the door stood a boy and a girl. They were friends who had grown up with Bianran. The boy was named Wang Fengyan, with delicate features and a mouth as talkative as a flowing river. The girl was named Zhou Yuiqi, outwardly quiet but deeply scheming. Wow. Xiaoran, why are you so slow? Qing Jian, were you pulling someone or handling business at the Qin house? As soon as they stepped out, Wang Fengyan couldn't help but complain. Not falling into a latrine is already good enough. Zhou Yuiqi pursed her lips and squeezed out a mocking smile, her tone dripping with sarcasm that anyone could understand. Qing Jian glared at them and gave a meaningful look. Just as the three turned their heads, Qin Shiyan also stepped out and immediately greeted them obediently. Sister Shiyan, hello. Qin Shiyan looked at the children pretending to be obedient and smiled helplessly. You all go ahead, I'll go to the Zhou family to find Cindy. Alright, Sister Shiyan, my second cousin is at home. Zhou Cindy is Zhou Yuiqi's cousin. Watching the eldest sister leave, Wang Fengyan started asking questions again. Xiaoran, what's going on with you today? Didn't we agree to go see the educated youth? And you're late. Qing Jian spoke up first, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. This isn't Xiaoran's fault today. Who could have expected Brother Mai to suddenly come back? Bianran hurriedly defended herself, her voice tinged with helplessness. Exactly. The others chimed in. What? Didn't Brother Mai say he was going on a business trip for half a month? Why is he back today? Wang Fengyan frowned deeply, his eyes filled with anxiety. This meant that they would once again be tightly bound by that invisible shackle. Even Zhou Yuiqi remained silent. Qin Mai didn't just discipline his sister, he kept a close watch on them as well. Every new year, the parents would send gifts to Qin Mai, secretly thanking him for keeping them in line. Qin Mai was only 3 years older than them, but his strictness left them utterly exhausted. It wasn't until Chinmai graduated from high school and found an accounting job at the county's machinery factory that they thought their hard days were finally over. Unexpectedly, life remained harsh, leaving for the county together in the morning and returning home together after school. The root cause lies in the fact that their village is astonishingly close to the county town, just a 20-minute walk away. Faced with the reproachful gazes of her friends, Bianran shrugged. How about you switch me out? No, no, no. The group shook their heads in unison, especially Qing Jian. Every time he faced Mu Yiji, he always felt guilty, an inexplicable tension. Mu Yiji's sharp eyes seemed to see through his thoughts, making him even more flustered. He knew this wasn't an illusion. Mu Yiji was particularly strict with him. No matter what, when facing Mu Yiji, he could only try his best to please him. Bianran watched Qing Jian shake his head so enthusiastically, her eyes narrowing slightly. Qing Jian, are you looking down on my brother? How could that be? I just think your brother is too amazing. Xiao Ran, a person shouldn't just listen to what someone says, but also watch what they do. Bian Xiao Ran, don't listen to her nonsense. The group laughed and joked as they headed toward the educated youth station at the edge of the village. There were indeed educated youths in the village, but Bianran's visit this time was mainly because the plot was about to begin. The female lead of this world was her biological sister, Qin Shiyan. Qin Shiyan was extraordinarily gifted in scientific research and would become a leading figure in Longgua's scientific community in the future. But this world had been targeted by a rogue system exploiting a loophole, introducing a soul from another world. That soul from another world was in Miao Miao, one of the educated youths in this group. And Miao Miao, in order to seize Qin Shiyan's opportunity, more precisely, the male lead's affection, caused the Qin family to fall apart with the help of a wild system. The female lead's resentment was too deep, leading to the timeline's reset. Bianran's current identity is that of the female lead's younger sister who passed away early. 2 years ago, Qin Shiyan was reborn and once tested Bianran. Fortunately, Bianran's transformation was thorough enough, and Qin Shiyan shifted from initial probing to trust, giving her stars and even the moon. Bianran's supporting role task is to help Qin Shiyan eliminate that otherworldly soul. Dewa village has developed rapidly in recent years. In an era when everyone was poor and villages were backward, Dewa village seemed to have hit a lucky star. Every household had enough food stored, and they could even save some money by the end of the year. Therefore, families with children heading to the countryside all set their sights on this place. Village chief Qin Dazhuang felt a heavy weight in his heart as he recalled the instructions from the county leaders earlier. Several fair-skinned children were all from the families of high-ranking officials. The higher-ups made it clear that he should take good care of them. To welcome these educated youths, despite the county being only 20 minutes away from the village, Qin Dazhuang even brought out the village's only cow. Fortunately, the higher-ups promised to lend the village a tractor during the busy farming season. As Qin Dazhuang thought about how to arrange for the educated youths, he led the group at the front. Suddenly, a quarrel broke out among the educated youth group, the voices growing increasingly intense, and it seemed a fight was about to start. Qin Dazhuang stopped in his tracks, his voice thundering, "Stop!" He quickly stepped forward and grabbed the 2 young men who were about to brawl. Frowning tightly, he asked sternly, "What's going on?" He was burly and imposing, and when he put on a stern face, his aura was overwhelming, instantly subduing the quarreling educated youths. "Captain Qin, this guy is being a pervert." Peeping at the female comrades. "Captain Qin. I was just enjoying the scenery. These mountains and rivers aren't female comrades, you can't accuse me like that. TCH, as if your intentions aren't obvious." The two argued heatedly, while Qin Dazhuang pretended to be serious, his eyes quickly scanning the surrounding educated youths. He sighed inwardly, this batch of educated youths looks pretty good, with a few particularly outstanding ones. We'll definitely have to hold another meeting when we get back, or else these young lads and girls will be too much for the villagers to handle. Huh? Why is there a scruffy, unkempt educated youth here? This city person is even more disheveled than me, the village head. These thoughts swirled in Qin Dazhuang's mind for a moment before he suddenly spoke, interrupting the 2 quarreling educated youths. "Enough. Stop arguing. You either go to the police station, turn back the way you came, or obediently follow me to Dawa village." Qin Dazhuang's voice was like a cliff breaking off, heavy and irresistible. The 2 male educated youths immediately fell silent, standing still without further retorts. Finally stepping into the village, the news had already spread like wildfire, and the villagers gathered around to watch. Bianran and 3 others squatted on a rough stone block, their postures relaxed. A few children behind them saw this and mimicked their squatting. From a distance, that row of mushrooms swayed, appearing large and small, as if colorful mushrooms had sprouted on the stone block. Among them, 2 mushrooms stood out the most. One was a girl with twin braids, her face delicate, her smile as radiant as sunlight, and her eyes sparkling with lively light. The other was a boy with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, his features well defined. He was speaking to her in a low voice, the atmosphere between them intimate. The group of educated youths froze in place, not expecting such remarkable individuals to be hidden in the countryside. On the other side, Qing Jiyan was peeling peanuts for Bianran while muttering softly. "Hey, little Bianran, tell me, are you secretly hoping to see if there are any handsome guys among these new educated youths?" Bianran looked surprised. "Why would you think that?" Qing Jiyan rolled his eyes at her. "Humph, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? If I weren't handsome, you would have ignored me long ago." Bianran couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, Qing Xiaoyan, so you do know you're handsome?" "Nonsense." Qin Dazhuang led the educated youths closer, while Bianran peeled peanuts and observed the group. This time, there were quite a few people, 5 men and 4 women, 3 more than in the previous life. Their luggage was piled on the ox cart, while the people followed behind it, moving slowly. Bianran's gaze quickly settled on a wild man with a face full of stubble. The other educated youths, whether poor or wealthy, at least looked like regular people. But this wild man, if not brought by Qin Dazhuang, would probably have been taken away long ago. This was a character who hadn't appeared in the previous life. Bianran quickly shifted her gaze away. She didn't notice that a sharp gaze was secretly fixed on her from the direction she had just looked away from. Or rather, she noticed but didn't pay it any mind. Aside from the wild man, the most eye-catching were 2 male educated youths. Both were equally handsome but had completely different styles. One was upright and righteous, as agile as a leopard, the other was carefree and sly, like a venomous snake. One of them was very likely the male lead, Gu Jiangbai. The other 2 male educated youths were clearly followers around in Miao Miao. Indeed, there were 2 male educated youths closely surrounding a female educated youth. That female educated youth should be in Miao Miao. Bianran took a closer look. And Miao Miao had fair skin, wore a fitted short-sleeved top that outlined her graceful waistline, paired with a plaid skirt and small leather shoes. Clearly, her outfit was already ahead of this era's aesthetic. At this moment, and Miao Miao's face was full of impatience and disdain, her gaze lofty, as if she looked down on everything here. Bianran had a sense of clarity in her heart. The female educated youths were also changing, with the addition of a delicate-looking girl. Judging by her demeanor, her family background was not ordinary. Bianran unintentionally shifted her angle and happened to see her elder sister standing on the other side. She couldn't clearly see her sister's expression, but based on experience, her sister was exuding a heavy sense of oppression at this moment. Just as he thought. Qin Shiyan was hidden in a dark corner, her gaze cold as a blade, staring at the foolish-looking in Miao Miao not far away, her eyes burning with an intense, unrelenting hatred. The string in her mind was stretched taut, almost to the point of snapping. On the verge of losing control, she forced herself to dismiss the thought of perishing together with her enemy. She couldn't understand how, in her past life, her family had been defeated by this foolish woman. Recalling all the events of her previous life, Qin Shiyan's fingers clenched tightly, her heartbeat quickened, and her vigilance reached its peak. This woman was eerily unsettling. Suddenly, she saw her younger sister's clear and bright eyes. Qin Shiyan looked at her sister playfully winking, and the hatred in her eyes quietly faded, replaced by a doting smile. Living another life, the greatest gift heaven had given her was that her sister was still alive. This time, she would never let anyone harm her family. Bianran's subtle movements were noticed by those who had been paying close attention to her. Especially a group of young men standing in Qin Shiyan's direction. Their hearts suddenly raced, thinking that her gaze was directed at them. Faces flushed, hearts pounding, they secretly glanced at the beautiful girl. Before the beautiful girl could respond, they were already locked in by Qing Jian's fierce gaze. Under that gaze, they suddenly recalled the pain they had experienced before. Now, no one dared to have any bad thoughts about the beautiful girl. Why are you scaring them? Bianran turned back and pinched Qing Jian. Hiss. Qing Jian grinned, his face full of unwillingness as he said. Alright, Bian Xiaoran, didn't I do this because you found them annoying? All the bad things are my fault, and now you want to play the good person? Seeing his exaggerated gestures, Bianran couldn't help but laugh out loud, instantly softening her tone. Alright, I was just teasing you. How could they be more important than you? We're the best. Excuse me, does that include us, me, I mean? Wang Fengyan raised his hand to interject. Of course, count me in too. Zhou Yuichi pursed her lips, smiling shyly. Qing Jian rolled his eyes. Alright, you're all included. The group squatted at the village entrance until the sky began to darken. The village entrance was always a gathering place for children and idle folks, where news spread quickly. In less than an hour, the basic information about the educated youths had already spread. Bianran stayed here, naturally not to inquire about the news of the educated youth. She was waiting for her parents. In the afternoon, her parents went to her grandmother's house and said they would return in the evening. Originally, she shouldn't have been the one waiting, but the living king of hell at home had returned, so she needed to find a few more protective charms. Qin Bianran, you're such a coward. A mocking voice came from behind. Qin, she was Bianran's cousin, the youngest daughter of Qin Dezhuang. Bianran snorted coldly, her expression changing. With a mix of surprise and obedience, she called out behind Qin Shi. Brother! You're here? Brother Muyi! 3 voices rang out in succession. The mockery on Qin Shi's face froze stiffly. She forced a smile and turned to explain. I was just saying, Ran, you should listen to fifth brother more. Haha, hello, fifth brother. Turning her head, she saw no one behind her. The group had long been playing Qin Shi like a fiddle. Alright. You lot. Before Qin Shi could get angry, the group had already run off in perfect sync. After some more playful banter, 2 figures appeared in the distance, one tall and one thin. Bianran recognized them at a glance, it was her parents. Let's go. Eh? Bianran, is your brother going to work tomorrow? Go, see you at the usual place tomorrow. After saying that, Bianran dashed towards her parents like the wind. Qin Yuanfeng and Yao Xiaomei hurried home. As they reached the village entrance, they saw a familiar figure running towards them. Yao Xiaomei's heart skipped a beat. Eh? Yuanfeng, is that our little girl? It really is. Haha, our daughter has grown up. Qin Yuanfeng, the proud father, felt a sense of contentment. His daughter knew to come to the village entrance to wait for them. Dad. Mom. Bianran affectionately hooked her arms around one of theirs. This child, it's already dark. Can't you just stay at home? It's not like your parents would get lost. Yao Xiaomei gently patted Bianran's hand, pretending to scold her, but the corners of her mouth were lifted high in a smile. I just missed you both. Good Ran, Mom brought you a big bag of dried fish Grandma made. Really? That's great. The family walked home together, their shadows stretched long under the moonlight, and the air was filled with laughter. As the Qin family left, the topic at the village entrance naturally shifted to them. That Yuanfeng family, every one of them is good-looking, and the kids are beautiful too. Don't even mention it, Yuanfeng and Xiaomei were so popular in the village when they were young. You've seen it yourself, of course their kids turned out good-looking. I heard matchmakers have almost worn out the Qin family's doorstep. Mai and Shiryan are 19 this year, right? Why aren't they engaged yet? Those 2 kids are so outstanding. One's an accountant at a factory, and the other's working at a supply and marketing cooperative. Naturally, their standards are high. My relatives from my mother's side were asking about Rangirl last time. When Bianran and her parents returned home, her brother was just relaxing in the courtyard. Brother! Mom and Dad are back. Yao Xiaomei entered the house a step later, exclaiming in surprise. Xiaoyi came back today? Didn't you say you'd be on a business trip for half a month? Qin Mu also glanced at his confident sister, stood up to greet their parents, and explained the reason for his early return. Bianran cheerfully hummed a little tune as she went to freshen up. The Qin family had specially built a bathing room for her. Although it lacked a shower, it was much more comfortable for bathing in the summer. After finishing her bath, Bianran walked out into the courtyard, only to see her brother sitting alone. She slowed her steps gently, trying to minimize her presence. "Come here." A cold voice suddenly echoed in the courtyard. Bianran reflected on her recent behavior. She had been good and hadn't caused any trouble. She walked over confidently. "Brother, what's up?" Qin Mu patted the bench beside him, signaling her to sit. Bianran shook her head. No, too many mosquitoes. Mosquitoes were one of the things Bianran hated most in this world. "Come here, I'll fan them away for you." Qin Mu's voice softened slightly. Could there really be such a good thing? Bianran thought that if someone fanned her, she might barely manage to sit for a while. Educated youth, you've seen them today. Don't wander around the educated youth point for the next few days. Why? Bianran frowned, feeling puzzled. When the educated youth came to the village before, her brother never stopped her. Qin Mai's gaze gradually darkened in the night, carrying a hint of complexity. Be good, wait a while before going. Bianran's eyes flashed as she probed, "Brother, just give me a little hint, okay? You know me, if you don't tell me, I'll only want to know more." Qin Mai looked at his spoiled and stubborn little sister in front of him, gently tapping her head with the banana leaf fan in his hand, his tone straightforward. "Among the educated youth who came this time, there's something off about one of them." As soon as he finished speaking, a gloomy voice came from under the eaves, carrying a warning tone. "Qin Mai." Bianran turned her head and saw her sister standing in the shadows, her brows furrowed, clearly displeased with Qin Mai's words. Qin Mai fanned himself leisurely, his movements unhurried. "Don't you know your sister's personality?" Qin Shiyan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. She walked over, her gaze firm, her tone unusually stern. "Xiao Ran, listen this time. Don't go to the educated youth point on your own, understand?" Two pairs of eyes stared at her. Though it was pitch black, their deep concern was unmistakable. She muttered softly, "Fine, I won't go. Can I play at the village's edge these days?" Qin Mai chuckled, "Go ahead. There's a gift for you in the drawer in my room. Go get it yourself." With that, he put on an expression as if he was trying to dismiss her. Clearly, they didn't want her to know more about what was going on. Bianran grumbled inwardly, "Fine, I'll leave. Who cares about hearing that trivial stuff anyway?" She turned around and walked into the house. She found the gift in Qin Mai's room and returned to her own room. Bianran had a large room that belonged solely to her. Initially, she lived with her sister, but she hated sharing space with others and longed for her own independent area. So Qin Mai gave up his room and let his sister move in. His room, after being vacated, turned into a storage space for miscellaneous items. In the end, Qin Mai had definitely been a great help whenever she caused trouble. Bianran opened the gift box, her eyes lighting up. It was a Shanghai brand women's watch, finely crafted, perfectly suited for 16 or 17-year-old girls. This type of watch, even with a voucher, would be worth at least 130. Without a voucher, to buy it would cost at least 250. In this era where every penny had to be stretched, 10 yuan could be the entire annual income of a rural family. And Qin Mu quietly brought back this watch. Bianran tried it on, and it fit quite well. She stood up and took out a locked box from the cabinet. Opening it, the box was filled with money vouchers, gold, watches, and other valuable items. This was the wealth she had secretly accumulated over the years. There was no other way. The godly tycoon system had activated the minor protection mode, significantly reducing both tasks and rewards. Over the years, she had quietly completed tasks, accumulating several estates and factories in the beautiful country. As for why her body was in the dragon country while her assets were in the beautiful country, it was because at that time, the dragon country operated under a planned economy, where everything was state-owned. The godly tycoon system couldn't extract rewards from the state. It could only target the beautiful country. At that time, the beautiful country was experiencing severe inflation, and most of the rewards from the godly tycoon system were real estate. The factories mainly produced military supplies. The beautiful country was engaged in a war with Vietnam, the situation was stalemated, and the demand for military supplies was enormous, making the military factories relatively stable. Speaking of which, she also owned several well-operating factories in the kimchi country. With Xiaoling's identity as a citizen of the beautiful country serving as a connection, many military supplies in the beautiful country were procured from the neighboring Kimchi country. Combined, overseas assets bring in about $50 million in annual income. These are temporarily managed by Xiaoling. The box contains the money Bianran accumulated over the years from daily check-ins. 100 yuan per day, over 6 years, the box is nearly full. A total of over 219,000 yuan. For checking in weekly, monthly, and yearly, there are additional rewards of 1, 3, and 5 large gold bars, along with voucher packs. Over the years, quite a bit has been accumulated. Watches, bracelets, and the like were things she bought while completing tasks. After all, space around her was limited, and her brother was always watching closely. She could only buy small, high-value items. Fortunately, the Godly Tycoon system's minor protection mode helped her conceal this box. Bianran pulled out a heavy gold bar from her pocket, her fingers gently sliding over its cold and dense surface. The other gold bars were neatly placed back in their original spot. This gold bar weighed half a kilogram, dense like a block of slumbering ice. The year was 1970, and during that era, gold prices on the black market were high, selling for 5 to 6 yuan per gram. She sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, her brows slightly furrowed, her mind swirling with thoughts on how to cleverly present this gold bar to her brother, sister, or parents without leaving any trace of suspicion. Suddenly, a commotion of arguing voices came from outside the door. Amid the noise, her sister's voice pierced through, tinged with helplessness. "Uncle, our house really can't accommodate any more people." Bianran raised an eyebrow, lightly got off the bed, and walked out of the room silently. At the Qin family's doorway, it was like two opposing torrents colliding with each other. Qin Dazhuang stood outside the threshold, holding in Miao Miao's arm. The Qin family members were pressed tightly inside, the atmosphere tense. Bianran had just stepped out the door when Qin Dazhuang was softly explaining to Miao Miao, "Comrade, though this house is sturdy with bricks and tiles, the space is very small. There are so many children in the family, there really isn't a spare room." Hearing this, Miao Miao's tears streamed down her face. "Captain, uncle, auntie, I beg you. Just let me stay for one night. The educated youth station is too far, I really can't make it back." Qin Dazhuang scratched his head irritably, his face full of helplessness. Why does this girl insist on staying in fourth brother's room? She won't listen no matter how I try to persuade her. Standing to the side, Yao Xiaomei's gaze was gentle as she offered a suggestion. "Miss, stop crying. I remember Sister Hua's house has 2 empty rooms. Why don't you ask her?" And Miao Miao didn't respond, only crying even more pitifully, as if her sobs would drown the Qin family. A glint of coldness flashed in Qin Shiyan's eyes. She stepped forward, mercilessly pulling the collapsed Miao Miao up from the ground. Lightly patting her cheek, her voice was icy. "Why can't you go back to the educated youth station?" And Miao Miao was startled by the sudden action, her gaze flickering as she calculated in her heart, "Isn't the female lead supposed to be as kind as the rumors say? Maybe if I act pitiful, she'll let me stay." Before she could speak, Qin Dazhuang's words had already exposed her true intentions. And why else? This comrade managed to offend all the female educated youths at the station, and they kicked her out. He sighed, looking particularly exasperated. This girl clearly loves causing trouble. All she thinks about is staying with our Qin family. Qin Shiyan stared at her coldly. "Then why must you insist on staying at my house?" Swept by that sharp gaze, Miao Miao's heart tightened. Just as she was about to defend herself, Bianran cut in first. "And why else? She just wants comfort and looks down on the houses of our fellow villagers." Bianran showed no mercy, directly dousing Miao Miao with a bucket of cold water. And Miao Miao froze for a moment, then retorted, "That's not true, I just feel your family is kind." Her words were fragmented and unclear. Bianran was so angry she nearly jumped, speaking rapidly, "I don't believe it. You just think you're a city person and look down on us farmers. Why are you so vain? You're here to support the countryside, not to bully rural folks and take their houses. I already said, our family has no space. Do you expect us to kick out the whole family to make room for you?" "What? Uncle. She's bullying our family. You have to stand up for us." Bianran cried her heart out, her sobs so heart-wrenching that it made people feel sorry for her. "Stop crying, Xiaoran. Uncle will definitely stand up for you. Usually as lively as a mischievous monkey, Bianran's current state of crying softened Qin Dazhuang's heart. He turned to Miao Miao with a suddenly stern gaze and spoke harshly, "And Jiqing, if this matter isn't handled properly, you might not be suitable to stay in Dawazwang." And Miao Miao's heart tightened. Did this mean they were going to send her back? A surge of anger rose in her heart as she silently cursed these clueless country bumpkins. Just wait and see. In the end, and Miao Miao reluctantly paid 5 yuan in compensation and followed Qin Dazhuang to someone else's house. The Qin family's courtyard gate slowly closed, and the people inside all looked at Bianran with concern. Good Ran, don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here, we won't let you be wronged. Don't worry, she won't be able to step into our house. Xiao Ran, let your sister take a look at you. My heart aches for you. This girl rarely shed tears, and her crying today had frightened everyone in the Qin family. Bianran smiled brightly and blinked. I wasn't really crying, just a little trick to win. You little troublemaker. Someone laughed and shook their head. Early the next morning, and Jiqing's drama spread like wildfire throughout Dawazwang. What exactly happened last night? Not sure. Zhang family wife, your house is close to the Qin family, do you know anything? Zhang family wife's face darkened, and she slapped her thigh heavily. The people around immediately gathered closer. I'll tell you all. Last night that educated youth, and was utterly shameless and actually went to snatch the Qin family's house. Everyone was shocked. In this era, whose house wasn't their lifeline? Could it be that she has some connection with the Qin family? Zhang family wife curled her lips. Not at all. She just looks down on us rural folks, thinking we're easy to bully. Even Rangirl cried. As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers were stirred up like waves, clamoring noisily. The chairman said it, labor is the most glorious. What gives her the right to bully us rural people? Exactly. Bullying the Qin family, does she think our Dawa village is a pushover? Bullying the Qin family is like slapping the face of our Dawa village. This matter needs an explanation. That's right. I'll go find the team leader later. She just arrived and is already bullying the Qin family, isn't she disregarding us? The villagers unanimously decided that Miao Miao must publicly apologize to the Qin family. To be honest, the relationship between Bianran's family and the people of Dawa village was surprisingly good. The older generation liked pretty young children, no problem there. The middle-aged folks had all seen Qin Yuanfeng and Yao Xiaomei's charm when they were young. Back then, the two had so many admirers it was uncountable. Even now, they were still handsome and elegant. And then there's the younger generation. The children of the Qin family are outstanding among their peers. The Qin family is the pride and face of Dawa village. Someone actually dared to bully the Qin family. Isn't that equivalent to bullying the entire Dawa village? As a result, the moment Miao Miao stepped out, she became the most despised person in the entire village. System. This is completely different from what you told me. And Miao Miao hid in a secluded corner, anxiously questioning the system. Don't draw attention to yourself for the next couple of days. Go find those 2 simps of yours to absorb some luck, and I'll exchange a memory-forgetting charm for you. There are so many people in this village. Who am I supposed to use this charm on? And Miao Miao's lips turned downward, her brows tightly furrowed. Don't worry, those who know about this will gradually forget everything. Fine then. And Miao Miao didn't notice a pair of eyes secretly watching everything. When Bianran stepped out, she also became the center of attention. The concern of the elders, the indignation of her peers, even the little kids came running to tell Bianran they wanted to help her get revenge. Aunt Hua, feeling ashamed, handed Bianran an egg. Ran girl, Auntie knows and the educated youth did wrong, but she gave us money, and your uncle needs to buy medicine. Aunt Hua's family had 2 sick members, and the burden was heavy. This was also why Qin Dazhuang arranged for Miao Miao to stay at Aunt Hua's house. To earn some extra money. Bianran didn't take it seriously, waved her hand, and stuffed the egg back into Aunt Hua's hand. Aunt Hua, you did the right thing. And Jiqing is not a good comrade, but our Dawa village is a good village. Your willingness to accept her shows your broad-mindedness. Keep the egg to nourish uncle and Yuan Ge. I'm lively and energetic, I don't need it. As soon as she finished speaking, Bianran ran off like the wind. In her eyes, and Meow Meow was no big deal, the truly terrifying thing was that wild system. To get rid of an Meow Meow, the first step was to remove the wild system attached to her. Xiao Jin's suggestion was to act discreetly and slowly drain the system's energy. In other words, make an Meow Meow keep failing and experiencing misfortune. Bianran decided to observe first. Based on her judgment, her sister and brother had already secretly joined forces and clearly had a plan. Anyway, it's summer vacation now, and she has plenty of time. Yesterday, she had agreed with Qing Jian and the others to go play in the mountains. She waited for her brother to leave for work before sneaking out. Bianran walked cheerfully along the road, her two jet black braids bouncing. Suddenly, a deep, magnetic voice came from behind. "Comrade, your hairpin fell." Bianran was drawn by the voice and turned around to see a pair of bright, pitch-black eyes staring at her. She looked around, there was no one else. "Are you talking to me?" The man smiled and nodded, his voice gentle yet firm. "Comrade, your hairpin fell." Bianran's gaze fell on his broad palm, where there was indeed a hairpin, but it was clearly not hers. "This isn't mine." The man was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. "Sorry. You just walked by, so I thought it was yours." Bianran smiled, "It's okay, you meant well. Are you the educated youth who arrived yesterday?" "Yes, my name is Meng Yuzhou. May I ask how to address you, comrade?" "Qin Bianran." "Comrade Qin, you." Before he could finish, a figure suddenly interrupted, instantly drawing Bianran's attention. Qing Jian strode over from not far away. "Bian Shaoran, you're dawdling again. Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock sharp?" Bianran slyly defended herself, "My brother left late today. I came out as soon as he left, not a moment wasted." Qing Jian discreetly glanced at the man beside her. The man had a calm demeanor, a tall and upright posture, well-defined facial features, and an extraordinary presence. He remembered that this was the educated youth who had just arrived yesterday. A trace of vigilance flashed in his mind, and he casually asked, "What's up with our brother today?" Bianran pouted, thinking to herself, he's probably secretly competing with an Meow Meow. But she said aloud, "I don't know, maybe he didn't sleep well last night." Mentioning last night, Qing Jian ignored the man's presence and scrutinized Bianran from head to toe. "Bian Shaoran, are you okay? I heard the one who bullied you last night was in Meow Meow." As soon as he said this, it was clear Qing Jian was ready to teach that person a lesson. Bianran glared at him, her expression serious. "Don't meddle in other people's business." Qing Jian shrank his neck, his voice low, "It's good if you don't meddle. Why are you being so fierce with me? When have I ever disobeyed?" Meng Yuzhou noticed the seemingly relaxed atmosphere between the two and stopped his steps, which were originally turning to leave. He asked politely yet directly, "Comrade Qin, may I ask if this person is your partner?" Qing Jian's eyes immediately became alert, sweeping coldly toward Meng Yuzhou, a dangerous glint flashing in his gaze. Under what circumstances would someone ask such a question? Of course, only when they had something in mind. Meng Yuzhou stubbornly stared at Bianran, completely ignoring Qing Jian's warning. Bianran answered frankly, "Not yet, but maybe in the future." Meng Yuzhou's lips curved slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. "All right, goodbye, Comrade Qin." Qing Jian stared deeply at the figure gradually walking away, his eyes surging with undercurrents. He was completely unconcerned about Bianran's "not a partner" remark. As long as he was by her side, what did titles matter? Qin Bianran was never someone who followed the rules. He understood her joys and sorrows and was willing to unconditionally obey her every command. Besides, little Bianran had already said that she might be his in the future. Qing Jian couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth. It was just that now there was an additional competitor who happened to be quite handsome. After Meng Yuzhou left, they headed toward the hidden base. A few minutes later, Meng Yuzhou returned again. He glanced at the hairpin in his palm and carefully placed it back where it belonged. Where it was picked up, put it down there. Bianran and their secret base were hidden in a mountain hollow. Not only was it secluded, but a clear little river also flowed through the hollow. The river water gathered into a small pool, making it an excellent spot for catching fish and shrimp. Today, they came here to enjoy a delicious meal. Bianran and Qing Jian worked together and quickly caught a wild chicken, roasting it over the fire. "Oh my, it's so hot. Wang Fingyan fanned Qing Jian while fanning himself. The fire was blazing, the wild chicken was almost cooked, and the people nearby were nearly roasted as well. Bianran and Zhou Yuiqi were barefoot in the river catching fish. The water flowed gently, and the coolness seeped through their wet soles, feeling incredibly refreshing. They said they were catching fish, and they were indeed seriously trying. They didn't catch a single fish but managed to grab a few small crabs. What's the use of these crabs? They're tasteless to eat. Zhou Yuiqi frowned at the few tiny river crabs. These crabs were small, with little meat, usually just toys for children. It would be a pity to throw them away, but eating them was bland and uninteresting. Better to roast one and share a taste. Hey, let's have a crab fight. Bianran stopped Zhou Yuiqi from directly roasting them. Wang Fingyan immediately responded, great idea. Let's set a wager. Let's see whose crab is the weakest. The loser has to help the other three with their summer homework. Zhou Yuiqi excitedly suggested. Although school is relaxed now, who likes writing summer homework? Everyone nodded one after another, no one thought they would lose. Choosing crabs, everyone marked their own crab. Bianran took out a red string from his pocket and tied it to the crab's shell. A territory was drawn, and the intense crab battle immediately began. Mighty General, charge. Take down the other 3 pawns. Little Red, fight hard. Little Black, don't embarrass me. Little Crispy, please, don't make me do homework. The 4 crabs fought fiercely amidst the cheers, the battle was in full swing. The 4 divided the wild chicken cleanly before determining the winner. Zhou Yuiqi's Little Crispy lost. Bianran smiled slyly. Xiao Qiqi, I'll give you my homework tomorrow. Luckily, I haven't written a single word yet. Otherwise, wouldn't it be wasted? Zhou Yuiqi looked up, her gaze sharp. The one who lost is Little Crispy, not me, Zhou Yuiqi. Wang Fingyan muttered, I say, your naming is just wrong. Calling it Little Crispy? You even labeled it, how could it not be crispy? Looking for a beating, huh? Zhou Yuiqi squinted her eyes, her fingers rubbing in the air, ready to make a move. Playing around until now, the sun was scorching like a red-hot iron plate. Unable to bear it, they decided to head back. Wang Fingyan scratched his head, then what about this crab? Just leave it here. Bianran said without hesitation. Taking this crab back was useless. Her mom would complain it wasted oil for cooking, what, keep it as a pet. Do you still want the red string? Qing Jian looked at Bianran. Bianran had already taken a step forward, not looking back, no need. The group quickened their pace to catch up with her. Several crabs scuttled around on the ground until the laughter faded away, and peace was restored. A slender, jade-like hand precisely grabbed the crab tied with the red string. The sound of footsteps gradually faded, and silence completely enveloped the surroundings. Bianran walked in the direction of home, and suddenly a familiar ding-dong sound echoed in her mind. Ding limited time task, spend 1,000 yuan within 24 hours. Reward, Johnson Group. No penalty for failure. Seeing Johnson Group, Bianran felt a surge of joy in her heart. Johnson, founded in 1886, is a globally renowned healthcare giant, with businesses spanning consumer goods, pharmaceuticals, and medical devices. This was the most valuable reward Bianran had encountered in years. Securing this would greatly benefit both herself and the country. Bianran quickly walked home, calculating in her mind how to find an excuse to go to the county. Sweet Ran is back. Quickly wipe your face, the food is almost ready. Yao Xiaomei saw her daughter's flushed face and hurriedly brought over a basin of cool water. Bianran casually wiped her face. Mom, I need to go to the county later. A classmate invited me to her house to study. Yao Xiaomei never interfered with her daughter's whereabouts. However, going to the county at noon, wouldn't the sun be scorching? Why didn't you plan for the morning? It's cooler in the morning. Yao Xiaomei asked while placing a watermelon in front of Bianran. Bianran took a bite of the watermelon, chilled in well water, its icy coolness refreshing her and dispelling the heat from her body. We were all busy in the morning. We're going in the afternoon and will come back with Big Sister in the evening. Yao Xiaomei nodded and stopped asking further questions. Qin Yuanfeng returned from work, and the table was already filled with dishes. The Qin family's meals have always been exquisite. The porridge on the table wasn't the kind of coarse, dry gruel that chokes the throat, but a fine, meticulously ground grain, with more white flour in the cornbread. Yao Xiaomei never skimps on food. In the past, the little girl was frail, and the hospital expenses were considerable. As the little girl gradually grew up and became healthier, the family also encountered several strokes of good fortune, and their purse swelled. Although they knew they had to keep a low profile, Yao Xiaomei and Qin Yuanfeng were no ordinary people and always managed to make all kinds of good things appear in the Qin household legally. Bianran was preoccupied with the task at hand. Time was tight, with only 24 hours. Unable to leave tonight, she could only complete it this afternoon or early tomorrow morning. To avoid any mishaps, she needed to act quickly. She ate her meal at lightning speed. "You child, no one's rushing you, why the hurry?" Yao Xiaomei served her a bowl of soup. Qin Yuanfeng noticed his daughter's expression and knew she must have something to do in the afternoon. He reminded her. "Daughter, your brother is back. Whatever you do, take it easy. If you end up doing something wrong, keep it hidden and don't let him find out." After finishing her meal, Bianran, carrying her father's advice, skillfully made her way into the county town. Turning left and right, ensuring no one was following her, she pushed open a door and entered a small courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, with a tall ginkgo tree standing in the center, surrounded by 3 rooms. As soon as the people in the courtyard saw Bianran, they immediately stood up to greet her. "Sister Ran, why are you here today?" A boy of about 14 or 15 greeted her with a smile. "Xiao Lu, is your master here?" "The path here is the wind lamp, responsible for keeping watch and leading the way." Although the country implements a planned economy, underground transactions still exist. When Bianran was young, completing tasks could only be done through supply and marketing cooperatives or official channels. This connection was only established by her 2 years ago. One reason is that her sister joined the supply and marketing cooperative 2 years ago, and going there again would inevitably lead to running into her sister. Another reason is that 2 years ago, she seized an opportunity to fiercely intimidate Fatty Lu. Fatty Lu is Xiaolu's mentor. "Sister Ran, are you looking for my mentor? He's at the rabbit warren today, I'll take you there." As Xiaolu spoke, she grabbed her things and hung a sign in the room. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, Fatty Lu's bases are as numerous as a maze, and he constantly changes their names. With Xiaolu leading the way, they could find Fatty Lu quickly, accurately, and efficiently. After winding through twists and turns, the two finally stopped at the entrance of an ordinary courtyard. "Sister Ran, please wait a moment." Xiaolu knocked on the door rhythmically and whispered the password, and only then did the door slowly open. The one who opened the door was a familiar face. Fatty Lu's right-hand man, Su Ding. A man as sturdy as a wild boar. One of Bianran's informants. He nodded in respect to Bianran and stepped aside to invite her in. Bianran was very familiar with this place. She walked into the room, lightly tapping the wall with her fingers, revealing a narrow passage. Passing through the passage, she arrived at another room. Lu Fatty's caution was evident, even from this alone. He was staring at the ledger, with a basin of fire by his feet, and in the flames were partially burned scraps of paper. Seeing it was Bianran, he put down the ledger, scratched his head, and said in surprise, "Why has the god of wealth come in person today?" Bianran had visited many times before, roughly once a month. This time, it had only been half a month since her last visit. The reward was tempting, and she didn't want to miss out. "The god of wealth is here, shouldn't you bring out something good?" Bianran teased with a smile. Having cooperated many times, Lu Fatty immediately fawned over her, wiped off a chair for her, invited her to sit, and brought out a small box. "These are treasures I've recently collected. A few days ago, I hit the jackpot and ran into someone moving back from the capital. That old man had plenty of rare goods in his hands. I bought them all, thinking you might like them." In business, speaking politely to someone's face while scheming behind their back is a required skill. Bianran listened with an air of indifference. She carefully examined the treasures in the box: jade plaques, exquisite jade pendants, and foreign brand watches. All were rare and valuable items. "How much did you spend to buy these?" Bianran raised her eyebrows slightly. These goods transported from the capital were no simple matter. Lu Fatty quickly quoted a price. 100 gene of rice, 100 gene of white flour, plus sugar and oil, and an additional 500 yuan. Bianran nodded, the price was fairly reasonable. Not bad, I'll pick some. She casually picked up a jade pendant to examine it, setting aside the ones she liked. She tried to choose smaller ones for easier portability. In the end, she selected 7 items. Oh wow! These 7 are the best. Miss Ran truly has an eye for quality. Lu Fatty flattered her while grinning from ear to ear. The best ones were, of course, the most expensive. Name your price. Bianran's lips curved into a faint smile, her voice calm. Got it. Lu Fatty moved the abacus beads, producing a crisp clacking sound. 1,150 yuan. Bianran paid promptly. The price was fair, and giving him a little benefit would ensure he worked harder. Lu Fatty accepted the money with a smile. At that moment, a crisp ding sounded in Bianran's mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the limited-time task and obtaining Johnson Group 1. After buying the items, Bianran didn't linger. Lu Fatty personally escorted her to the door. Alright, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Bianran glanced indifferently at Fatty Lu, her figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the alley. After she left, Fatty Lu hummed an unfamiliar tune as he returned to the house. Su Ding leaned in and asked in a low voice. Master Lu, did something happen with Miss Ran today? Fatty Lu patted his round belly. Dingsy, we small folks just want to earn some honest money. Why bother about what the god of wealth carries? He paused and sternly reminded. Don't even think about making a move on Miss Ran. Not even a little. Su Ding responded in a muffled voice, got it, Master Lu. Satisfied, Fatty Lu went back inside to count his money. If placed in modern times, Su Ding would definitely be a skilled actor. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bianran wandered the streets, the scorching sun feeling as if it could roast people alive. She first went to the supply and marketing cooperative to find her sister. Xiao Ran, what brings you here? At the fabric counter, Qin Shiyan saw her and exclaimed in surprise. Sis. Just letting you know, I'm going to a classmate's house to study later, and I'll come back with you tonight. Alright. I'll wait for you. Qin Shiyan responded cheerfully, then turned to signal a colleague nearby to keep an eye on things for a while. She herself took Bianran by the hand and walked to a small street stall at the corner, buying 2 popsicles. The popsicles had neither a cloying sweetness nor a silky texture, only a bone-chilling coldness, occasionally accompanied by a faint hint of sweetness. Bianran spoke to her sister and then headed straight to the recycling station. She wanted to find an old set of books for her sister, the self-study series of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. This set, published in 1966, included 4 volumes of algebra, 2 volumes of plane geometry, 1 volume of trigonometry, 1 volume of solid geometry, 1 volume of plane analytic geometry, as well as 4 volumes of physics and 4 volumes of chemistry. Since last year, Bianran had heard her sister repeatedly mention that if the set could be completed before summer vacation, it would be her birthday gift. This set of books was hard to find. Occasionally, a few scattered volumes would appear at the recycling station. The old man at the entrance of the recycling station had seen her come by a few times and already remembered her. Hey, little girl, here to look for books again? Yes. As Bianran spoke, she gently placed a handful of candies on the table in front of the old man. The old man waved his hand, go on, but there are more people inside today. It's nothing. Bianran didn't mind and stepped into the yard. Even in a county town, the recycling station was quite large. A spacious yard, for rooms, with various old items piled up in a chaotic yet categorized manner. Books were placed in the first room on the left as you entered. Bianran casually glanced at the other rooms. Huh? Aren't those the educated youths from the village? It looked like they were here to find usable desks and benches. In these times, it was common for educated youths to do this. Someone noticed her and seemed to want to say something, as if to greet her, but Bianran kept walking without stopping, not in the mood for small talk. In the room filled with stacks of books, there were the fewest people. Only one person. It was the educated youth who looked like a wild man. As Bianran entered the room, he glanced up for a moment, then buried his head back into the book in his hands, focused as if he had discovered a new continent. Bianran didn't pay much attention. But she felt a pair of eyes quietly locked onto her. There were only 2 people in the room. She turned her head and happened to meet those eyes. The person being stared at didn't feel awkward, instead, there was a hint of excitement and caution, with tea-colored eyes gleaming like glass. "Hello, comrade. I'm the educated youth from your village. My name is Shen Huiqing, 19 years old, from the capital. Can you tell me your name?" Bianran frowned, about to speak. He quickly added, "It's okay if you don't want to tell me. What book are you looking for? I can help you. No conditions at all." His voice was clear, yet mixed with longing and restraint. As everyone knew, Bianran was a sucker for good looks. She replied indifferently, "My name is Qin Bianran. I don't need your help." Seemingly discouraged by her coldness, Shen Huiqing's voice dropped a few tones. "All right, I won't bother you. If you need help, just call me anytime." In the room, one person buried their head in the stacks of books searching, while the other secretly watched the beautiful girl out of the corner of his eye. Shen Huiqing squatted in the corner, his eyes filled with infatuation. Apart from those eyes, his whole being resembled a gloomy mushroom, exuding a sense of decay. Bianran searched through the massive piles of books, knowing full well that beauty lies in the soul, not the skin, yet she was shallowly drawn to his appearance. She always felt that Shen Huiqing carried an air of strangeness. The other educated youths finished choosing their items and also entered this room to look for newspapers. Meaningless socializing, though dull, was inevitable. Bianran responded briefly and continued to lower his head, flipping through the book. The educated youths gathered their things and prepared to leave. "Comrade Shen, we're leaving. Are you coming with us?" Wang Mingming saw Shen Huiqing squatting in the corner, walked over, and spoke in a gentle tone. Shen Huiqing was reading a book when his view was suddenly blocked. A trace of impatience flashed in his eyes as he slightly leaned his body and coldly spat out 2 words, "Not going." Wang Mingming pursed her lips, a hint of awkwardness crossing her face. "Mingming, let's go. Such kindness wasted. Looking so unkempt, does he even resemble a normal person?" Another female educated youth pulled Wang Mingming away, rolling her eyes at Shen Huiqing. As the group walked out, Wang Mingming was still defending Shen Huiqing. "Oh, don't say that. He's just not talkative, but he's actually a good person." Bianran almost couldn't hold back a laugh. "Not talkative? A good person? Huh, how amusing." After flipping through books for another half an hour, Bianran finally found a relatively intact copy of Algebra I. He was tired and didn't want to search anymore. He took the book and prepared to pay. The old man at the door waved his hand, "Take it, no need to be polite." Just as Bianran turned to leave, Shen Huiqing stomped his numb foot, ready to walk out of the recycling station. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the candies on the old man's table, and his eyes instantly lit up. Like a starving wolf eyeing its prey, he stood still, staring so intently that the old man felt a chill run through his body. Finally, he spoke. "Who gave you this candy?" The old man looked at the person in front of him, his gaze dark and unsettling. Was this guy trying to take the candy for free? Looking at their respective builds, risking his life for a piece of candy wasn't worth it. "What? You want some too? Here. Take it all." Shen Huiqing ignored him and continued to press, staring intently. "Who exactly gave you this candy?" The old man was baffled. "That little girl just now." Hearing the answer, Shen Huiqing moved quickly, grabbed the candy on the table, and tossed a 10 yuan bill to the old man. The old man was stunned. Could it be that this young man was a good person, pretending to act tough just to give him money out of pity? He happily accepted it, silently wishing in his heart, "This man is good, may he have a lifetime of peace." When Bianran and Qin Shiyan returned home, Yao Xiaomei had already prepared the meal. Bianran first put the things in the room, washed her face, and wiped her hands. Qinmu had also come back. The family sat around the table, the atmosphere unusually warm. Qin Yuanfeng winked at his youngest daughter. "No trouble caused, right?" Bianran shook her head lightly. "No problem. Eat properly." Qinmu glanced coldly at the father and daughter secretly making small moves. Qin Yuanfeng sighed deeply, "I'm getting old, even eating has to be supervised by my son." Dad, let me help you teach my brother a lesson. Bianran's eyes darted around as she suggested. Qin Yuanfeng gestured to his youngest daughter to hurry up and eat. If you teach your brother a lesson, it would be like handing over the kingdom for free. Bianran snorted lightly. You really know how to boost his morale while undermining your own authority. As the meal was about to finish, Qin Hu from second uncle Qin's family came looking for Qin Mai. Qin Mai signaled to Qin Shiyan with a glance, and the two of them walked out together. Where are those two kids going? They haven't even finished eating. Yao Xiaomei watched her children's backs with concern. Seems like it's about the movie. Mom, don't worry. Bianran, munching on a cornbread, casually made up an excuse to divert her attention. Sure enough, Yao Xiaomei started asking about something else. When is the movie being shown in our village? Didn't your big brother say it was this week? On the other side, in an open area, Qin Mai, Qin Shiyan, and Qin Hu stood in a triangular formation. Huzi, how about it? Did you notice anything unusual? Qin Hu nodded. Fifth brother, third sister, I followed in Miao Miao and found that she avoided the crowd and went to a secluded place to talk to herself. I don't understand lip reading, but it felt like she was talking to someone. After talking to herself, she invited two male educated youths for a walk. Under the blazing sun, as if she had gone mad. Also, when she was about to return to the educated youth point, she even apologized to the other female educated youths. That's all I know. Qin Mu nodded as well, patting him on the shoulder. Huzi, well done, you've worked hard. Being praised by the most outstanding brother of the Qin family, Huzi scratched his head shyly. Fifth brother, don't worry, I'll be careful and won't mention it to anyone. Good, with you, we can rest assured. After Qin Hu left, Qin Mu and Qin Shiyan both looked serious. And Miao Miao talking to herself was already strange, and coupled with the events of the previous life, they couldn't help but think in a supernatural direction. How about we go find the shaman? Qin Shiyan, a staunch materialist, after experiencing rebirth and in Miao Miao's oddities, also began to suspect that there were indeed some things in this world that science couldn't explain. Qin Mu also understood that shamans were nothing but frauds, and engaging in such futile superstitions, if discovered, would ruin the family's future. But if there really was an unstoppable evil spirit? His gaze grew deeper, as if he had made a decision. Let's tell the family about this first. The two of them decided on their story and prepared to return, only to find the entrance to their home completely blocked by a crowd. They thought something had happened at home and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to get to the innermost part. In the open space at the very center, and Miao Miao was squatting, softly apologizing to the Qin family. The villagers actually pushed her here, forcing her to admit her mistake. I'm sorry. It was my fault last night, please forgive me. Her lowered face was mottled with blood, and her eyes burned with barely concealed humiliation and anger. The laughter around her was like cold blades, repeatedly slicing through her dignity. She swore in her heart. One day, all the fools in this village would pay for today. Especially the Qin family. Across from her, the three members of the Qin family exchanged glances, and Yao Xiaomei stepped forward. Comraden, since you're willing to apologize in front of everyone, let's consider this matter settled. Don't target my family again in the future. Yao Xiaomei's tone was cold, with a warning hidden in her words. She didn't want to leave any room for opportunity. Yesterday, she had seen through it all. If it weren't for her little daughter crying and making a fuss, how could Comraden have left her house so easily? All that previous sympathy was wasted. However, some people don't need opportunities, they can shamelessly climb up on their own. And Miao Miao raised her head and forced a flattering smile. Auntie, since you say so, I'll seek your guidance more in the future. I hope you won't mind. Yao Xiaomei's throat tightened, and her anger almost erupted. Comraden, do you not understand human language? Bianran was just about to speak up in retaliation, but her sister beat her to it. Don't you have parents? Yesterday you took my family's house, and today you want to take my mom? My mom isn't just sitting around doing nothing. How old are you? Don't you know we have no ties? Our family doesn't owe you anything, how can you be so shameless? Qin Shiyan's words pierced the air like an ice pick. The surrounding people chimed in, advising in Miao Miao not to play tricks in Dawa village. In the end, and Miao Miao was left utterly powerless. She had transmigrated, and even had a system. By all accounts, she was supposed to be the destined female lead. Why had things turned out this way? Why was nothing going smoothly? Just as she was about to break down, the wild system's deep voice echoed in her mind. Calm down. As long as you destroy the Qin family and Qin Shiyan dies, you'll be the female lead. I misjudged before. Hold on, spend more time with those two sycophants. I can absorb their luck. Once you redeem the memory-forgetting talisman, everything will be resolved. And Miao Miao concealed her emotions and left in disgrace. Bianran watched with delight, the scene before her reminiscent of yesterday. And Miao Miao's reputation in Dawa village was already in tatters. Perhaps her situation had worsened, forcing the wild system to intervene. Intervention meant energy consumption, and energy consumption meant the wild system's life was nearing its end. A sly glint flashed in Bianran's eyes. Find an opportunity to remind her sister how to deal with Miao Miao. The opportunity came quickly. In the Qin family's main hall, the family had shut the doors tightly. Qin Shiyan's voice was calm yet resolute. I had a dream. In the dream, Miao Miao arrived at Dawapo village. Everyone who was with her experienced extremely bad luck, except for her, who became increasingly fortunate. Not long after she arrived, two male-educated youths who were with her were torn apart by wild boars while climbing the mountain. Later, she falsely accused Qin Mai as well. Qin Shiyan glanced at Qin Mai, paused, and continued speaking. She falsely accused Qin Mai of assaulting her, and he was almost executed. What? Yao Xiaomei screamed and tightly grabbed Qin Yuanfeng's arm. Qin Yuanfeng's expression was grave. He gently patted Yao Xiaomei's back and looked at his eldest daughter. Shiyan, keep going. After Qin Mai, it was mom and dad, and finally me. She pushed me, and I drowned. Qin Shiyan recounted calmly, as if scenes of family destruction and tragedy were replaying before her eyes. After finishing, she exhaled lightly. At this moment, she was eerily composed, ready to face her parents' questioning at any time. What about your sister? As a mother, Yao Xiaomei was most concerned about her children's safety. In the dream, my sister lived until the end. I don't know what happened to her afterward. Qin Shiyan's eyelashes trembled slightly. In truth, she lied. Her sister died at the age of 10 in the previous life, but in this life, she is still alive, isn't she? The room was as silent as a grave, suffocatingly oppressive. Qin Yuanfeng pondered for a moment before speaking. Xiaoyan, as your parents, we trust and support you wholeheartedly. Since you've told us this, what do you need us to do? In his heart, his wife and children were his greatest vulnerability in this life. The children and the family were all wrapped in his indulgent love, and he trusted them unconditionally. Even if the children confessed to committing murder or arson, he would immediately find a way to get them out of trouble. The three Qin siblings listened, a flash of surprise in their eyes. Dad, Mom, don't you think I'm crazy? Don't you want to ask me more questions? Qin Shiyan hadn't expected her parents to accept it so quickly. She had thought she would have to go to great lengths to make them wary of Miao Miao. Daughter, your mom and I trust you. Yao Xiaomei said softly. At that moment, the countless nights of bitterness in Qin Shiyan's heart seemed to melt away under the warmth of the sun. Sis, I trust you too. Bianran, seeing how steady the atmosphere was, immediately voiced his support. Qin Mu glanced at his family and said in a steady voice, me too. Qin Shiyan's eyes felt a faint heat. Though she didn't cry, her heart felt as if it had been gently soaked by a drizzle. Her family was truly wonderful. Therefore, Miao Miao deserved to die. Dad, Mom, Ran, I need you to stay away from Miao Miao. Qin Mu and I will deal with her. Bianran quickly reminded, Sis, now's the perfect time. Sis, how do you and brother plan to deal with Miao Miao? This Miao Miao is very strange. We suspect that the evil spirit entangled around her has issues, but it seems this evil spirit cannot directly control matters in the human world. For example, just now, if that evil spirit could have stopped the villagers, how would Miao Miao have been forced to come to our house to apologize? Bianran guided the conversation along. I think, even if it's an evil spirit, it must have a purpose for following Miao Miao. Then we'll make all of Miao Miao's plans come to nothing. Qin Mu nodded in agreement. According to Qin Shiyan, Miao Miao is the one who acted to break our family apart, which means that evil spirit must also rely on her to achieve its goals. That evil spirit isn't as powerful as we imagined. Qin Yuanfeng added. Qin Shiyan nodded firmly, yes, we have a way. The family began to plan meticulously. Qin Yuanfeng, Yao Xiaomei, and Bianran occasionally came up with good ideas, while Qin Shiyan and Qin Mu summarized and put them into action. Bianran looked at the progress with satisfaction. Very well, everyone, quickly familiarize yourselves with if you can't lead a team, you'll work yourself to death. Soon, Bianran discovered that the efficiency of the eldest sister and brother was not just an empty reputation. The next day, the newly arrived educated youths began their work. Since it was the first day, Qin Dazhuang assigned an easy task, pulling weeds. Unexpectedly, even pulling weeds could cause trouble. The two male educated youths following behind in Miao Miao got into a fight over a disagreement. Fighting aside, the key issue was that they trampled the crops in the field. Qin Dazhuang was so angry his face turned red. In the afternoon, Bianran went to deliver water to her father and happened to witness the scene as she passed by. Do you have any idea how much effort and hope go into these crops? You two useless fools, are you here just to cause trouble? Are you brainless? In an era where food was life, angering the guardians of the crops that fed everyone was simply asking for trouble. Qin Dazhuang pointed at the two and scolded them harshly, leaving them bowing their heads, too afraid to retort. In the end, the team decided to find the two and lock them in an empty grain warehouse for 2 days, with only a bucket of water and 2 steamed cornbreads, under strict supervision. Now, and Miao Miao had no chance to get close to them. And Miao Miao, who had been pleased that someone was fighting over her, turned sullen upon hearing the punishment decision. Bianran stood under the shade of a tree watching the commotion, while Qing Jiyan fanned her. The hot wind blew fiercely, and Bianran wiped the sweat off her forehead with a handkerchief. Qing Jiyan, ignoring his own discomfort from the heat, asked, "Do you want some water?" Bianran shook her head. "This is for my dad. If I drink it, what will he drink?" "It's fine, you drink it. I'll fetch more later." Bianran looked at the boy's passionate and sincere eyes and shook her head. "Forget it, let's go deliver the water and head back after we're done." The two walked under the scorching sun, their figures gradually fading into the distance. "Hey! Snap out of it." Suddenly, a loud shout exploded in Meng Yuzhou's ear, pulling his wandering gaze and thoughts back instantly. He looked at his friend waving in front of him, confused. "Jiangbai? What's wrong?" Gu Jiangbai patted Meng Yuzhou's shoulder and said half-jokingly. "What's wrong with me? More like what's wrong with you? Did you fall for some girl?" Meng Yuzhou pressed his lips together and stayed silent. "Alright, I get it. If you like her, go after her." "I know, I will." With a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, Meng Yuzhou brushed off Gu Jiangbai's hand and turned back to work seriously. On the other side, those tea-colored eyes were fixed on the little girl walking away, the gaze like feathers scattered by the wind, and his heart quietly drifted away. For in Miao Miao, these past few days, life felt like it had been slashed apart by a sharp blade of ice. She felt isolated by this educated youth station, this Dawa village, and even the entire world, as if she were a deserted island. Everyone avoided her like she was a venomous snake. No matter what she did, she was synonymous with failure and bad luck. Aha! To hell with your father. T. The wild system remained silent like a mouse hiding in the shadows. It never expected this silly host to be so crazy. Although it had been impulsive at first, urging the host to approach the Qin family on the very first day, the Qin family's fortune was truly dazzling, burning like the sun, making it envious to the point of its eyes lighting up. However, it still believed that the problem lay entirely in the foolish host's short-circuited brain, and it was definitely not its fault. After the host finished wailing, the wild system finally spoke. "Don't worry, I have a solution. Listen, I'll lend you a memory-fading charm, how about that?" "You can lend things?" And Miao Miao squeezed out her voice in surprise. "Occasionally, I can lend a little, but this is the only time in my life. Worried that Miao Miao might default, it quickly added. "Okay." A strange yet excited glint flashed in Miao Miao's eyes. Some were happy, while others were troubled. Bianran had been in a gloomy mood these past few days. Every morning when he opened his eyes, there was a copy of self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry lying at his door, yet he couldn't catch the person leaving it. This had been going on for 3 consecutive days. Bianran first ruled out Qing Jian, he wouldn't do something so sneaky. He also ruled out the kids in the village, they probably didn't even know this book existed. Who else could it be? Bianran sat on the doorstep, holding the book in his hand, using the process of elimination in his mind to sift through the suspects. Finally, Shen Huijing's face surfaced in his mind. That day at the recycling station, the last time he saw her looking for books, Shen Huijing seemed the most likely to do something so secretive. Bianran found an opportunity and stopped him. "Ran, no, Comrade Qin, is there something you need from me?" When Shen Huijing saw Bianran, his eyes lit up, and his heart bloomed with joy. Finally, he could look at Ran directly. But he wasn't used to looking her in the eyes, so he lowered his head and stared at her toes, obedient like a little puppy. "Is this yours?" Shen Huijing looked up and froze. "Ah. It's mine." His eyes were dreamy, and he thought to himself, is Ran not satisfied with just these few books? Then tomorrow, I'll deliver the whole set to her door. Bianran nodded, confirming in her heart, sure enough, it was Shen Huijing. "Why didn't you just bring it directly to me?" Shen Huijing smiled awkwardly, "It's okay if you don't like me. I won't show up in front of you on my own." He would only hide behind her, Shen Huijing silently added in his heart. Bianran felt that, even though it was a scorching hot day, why did it suddenly feel like she was enveloped by a damp, chilly air? She shook her head, trying to shake off the strange thought. "How much?" "I'll give you the money." Shen Huijing greedily inhaled the air. At this moment, he was closest to Ran, and his breath was filled with her scent. Bianran looked at his distracted expression, feeling puzzled. "Shen Huijing?" He felt his arm being gently nudged. He followed the sensation and looked. Ah, it turned out to be a book. "It's fine, Comrade Qin, I don't want money. Even giving money back would be fine." "How about I give you money?" Shen Huiqing's eyes burned with fervor. "I'll give you everything I have." Bianran stared at him for 2 seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, "You like me." It wasn't a question, but a statement. Shen Huiqing nodded excitedly, then nervously shook his head. No, Ran doesn't like him. He can't let his feelings trouble her." "What do you mean?" Bianran frowned. "Liking is liking, not liking is not liking. How can someone like and not like at the same time?" Seeing her furrowed brows, Shen Huiqing's hands, hanging by his sides, trembled slightly. He wanted to slap himself, how could he make Ran frown? But he was afraid of being too rough, so he forcibly held back and obediently answered. "From my perspective, I like you, from your perspective, you don't like me." Bianran. She really wanted to slap him. Her fingertips flicked lightly, tossing him a stack of money. "I bought all your books, deliver them to me tomorrow." After speaking, without looking back, he left with determined steps. Shen Huiqing quickly took the money, feeling the lingering warmth on his fingertips. He gently stroked it, a satisfied smile slowly appearing at the corner of his mouth. He stared at the gradually receding figure ahead, as if an automatic tracking system had been activated. With light steps, he followed. The educated youth point. Wang Mengmeng carried a bowl of steaming white noodles, walked up to Gu Jiangbai and Meng Yuzhou, peeked into their room, and said, "Comrade Gu. Comrade Meng. Has Huiqing not returned yet? I made him a bowl of noodles. I'll leave it here." Before this batch of new educated youths arrived, there had been a dispute over food distribution. Since then, meals were no longer cooked in a communal pot, and at most, a few close comrades would cook together. Gu Jiangbai and Meng Yuzhou got along well, and Shen Huiqing's family had specifically asked them to take care of him, so the 3 of them cooked together. But Shen Huiqing was always elusive, often missing meals even after they had gone cold. Gu Jiangbai looked up, raised an eyebrow, and said helplessly, "He won't eat it. Don't make things difficult for us. He won't even glance at the things you bring." This wasn't the first time Wang Mengmeng had brought food to Shen Huiqing. Even though Shen Huiqing had never paid her any attention, Wang Mengmeng still believed they were getting closer. Now, she even directly called him Huiqing. When the two ignored her, she simply placed the bowl on the table inside the room. After she left, Gu Jiangbai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, his eyes full of gossip and curiosity. Hey, old Mang, can you believe Shen Huiqing, looking like that, still has female educated youths fawning over him? You and I are decent looking guys, so why don't any girls show interest in us? Mang Yuzhou chuckled softly but didn't answer immediately. What are you laughing at? Come on, tell me. Aren't you the one who claims to understand women best? Why are you asking me? Gu Jiangbai snorted lightly. When I said I understand women, I was referring to my mom and grandma. I don't get the girls outside, so don't ruin my reputation. Mang Yuzhou gave him a strange look. This guy was really odd. But he didn't press further and said calmly. Maybe out of the three of us, Huiqing is the easiest to figure out. Him? Easy to figure out? Gu Jiangbai laughed as if he'd heard a joke, unable to hold back his muffled laughter. But on second thought, Shen Huiqing was usually quiet, walking alone, solitary and isolated. Well, come to think of it, he does seem pretty easy to fool at first glance. Unless you've heard about the things he's done, you'd really be deceived by his appearance. So, is Comrade Wang trying to soften him with feelings? Thinking of this, Gu Jiangbai laughed even louder. As he laughed, his gaze swept over the bowl on the table, and his smile suddenly froze. What is this? He used his chopsticks to pick up something hidden under the noodles. It was a crispy fried crab. This? Mang Yuzhou's brows furrowed sharply. The two exchanged glances, their expressions heavy. Could it be that Wang Jiqing really thought Huiqing was raising crabs to eat them? That idiot. What do we do now? Gu Jiangbai cursed. This crab was Shen Huiqing's treasure. He cherished it so much he could almost sleep with it, feeding it every day and even giving it a name, Little Red. One could imagine how much he valued it. Now the treasure had been fried and served to him to eat. He would definitely go mad later. Gu Jiangbai tentatively suggested. How about we catch a live one and put it in the bucket for him? But he drew so many pictures of the crab. Do you think he wouldn't notice the difference? The two fell silent. Before they could come up with a solution, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The two turned around, and Shen Huiqing stood at the entrance. His whole body trembled slightly, his tea-colored eyes moist, but his voice was chillingly cold, as if carrying the icy depths of an abyss, sending shivers down one's spine. Who is it? Mang Yuzhou stepped forward, his voice gentle, trying to calm him. Huiqing, calm down first. There might be some misunderstanding here. Who is it? Shen Huiqing's gaze was like a deep abyss in the dark night, so heavy that Mang Yuzhou, who looked directly at him, felt a jolt in his heart. Originally, they planned to first stabilize Shen Huiqing's emotions before revealing the truth. Unexpectedly, someone was foolish enough to walk right into the trap. From outside the door came Wang Mingming's delighted voice. Huiqing, you're back. I made you a bowl of noodles. And that, Ugh. Before she could finish her sentence, a cold hand suddenly gripped her neck. The icy touch and the suffocating pressure made Wang Mingming's whole body tremble. In those cold, crazed eyes, she seemed to have already become a corpse. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Shen Huiqing's words were like the whispers of a demon, echoing endlessly in her mind. The man's hand was like an iron clamp, tightly squeezing her neck. It felt as if an invisible giant stone was pressing down, making her breathing intermittent. No, don't. Her voice was broken, and her eyes desperately searched for the two figures nearby, the light of pleading flickering within them. At the Qing family's old residence that day, it was rare for several families to gather together, and laughter and joy filled every corner. The adults sat around one table, while the children crowded at another, creating a lively scene. Qin Yuanfeng brought a few bottles of wine. He raised his glass with a smile. Dad, this wine is top-notch. Big brother, second brother, third brother, come on, fill them up. Qin Dazhuang stared at the wine jug in his fourth brother's hand. As soon as the lid was opened, the rich aroma of the wine spread, stirring the cravings in his stomach. After pouring wine for their father, it was his turn, and he was so anxious he could hardly sit still. Hey, fourth brother, come on. Tonight, we won't stop until we're drunk. At the children's table, they were allowed to have a little fruit wine today. Each of them stretched their necks, eagerly waiting for fifth brother or fifth sister to distribute the wine. Bianran also kept her eyes fixed on the wine jug in Big Brother's hand. It was the fruit wine their mother had brewed herself, sweet and delicious. Finally, it was her turn. Her eyes were full of anticipation, but Qin Mu calmly shifted slightly, tilting the wine glass to the side. Just as the atmosphere in the Qin family was just right, a sudden urgent knock came from the door. Knock knock knock, knock knock knock. Although old lady Qin's eyesight wasn't good, her hearing was sharp. She lightly patted her eldest daughter-in-law's hand. Shufang, go open the door and see who it is. Qian Shufang put down her bowl and chopsticks and quickly walked over. In less than a minute, she hurried back, set down the wine glass in Qin Dazhuang's hand, and spoke urgently. His father, there's a fight at the educated youth point. Xiaolu said so, go take a look quickly. That educated youth point, why are they arguing again? Big brother, these educated youths really know how to stir things up. The third son of the Qin family grumbled discontentedly. Exactly, fighting at this time, it's really infuriating. His father, go take a look, and come back quickly if it's nothing. The eldest daughter-in-law chimed in, giving Qin Dazhuang a push. Qin Dazhuang smacked his lips, having just taken a few sips of wine, and before leaving, he didn't forget to warn his brothers. Whoever steals my wine, don't blame me for being rude. Don't worry, big brother, it's saved for you. He walked briskly and disappeared at the door. At the dining table, the food and wine were already finished, but Qin Dazhuang still hadn't returned. After waiting for a while, the other families also dispersed, and the old man of the Qin family sighed. Alright, everyone go home. Your big brother is caught up in something, don't wait for him. Surprisingly, the fight at the educated youth point didn't cause any stir in the village the next day. At the dining table, Qin Mu mentioned a few more words. I heard it was started by a newly arrived educated youth, all over a crab. Brother, do you have an informant at the educated youth point? Who is it? Bianran asked curiously, her eyes wide open. Qin Mu cast a cold glance at her. Alright, stop asking. Seeing his expression, Bianran dared not ask further. After dinner, Bianran paced at the door, muttering to herself, where's the book I bought? Thinking that perhaps Shen Huiqing hadn't had time to deliver it in the morning, she happened to meet Zhou Yueqi, and the two strolled through the village. After walking around, Bianran was surprised to find in Miao Miao chatting and laughing with an elderly woman. Yesterday, this elderly woman had been at the village entrance with a hostile expression, spouting malicious words. Bianran's heart tightened, guessing that this change might be the wild system quietly intervening. She approached and carefully observed, her gossiping instincts driving her to scrutinize everything. Sure enough, none of the villagers mentioned in Miao Miao. Even when Bianran brought her up, the villagers only responded indifferently. And Miao Miao? Isn't she the new educated youth? Something's wrong. There's definitely something fishy. At noon, when her parents returned home, Bianran brought up in Miao Miao again. Qin Yuanfeng frowned and asked in confusion. Xiao Ran, why did you suddenly mention in Jiqing? Did she offend you? Or did you provoke her? We're not very familiar with her, but we can help you inquire. Yao Xiaomei had already started planning to ask her sisters for information. At this moment, Qin Shiyan and Qin Mu happened to return home. After some inquiries by Bianran, their impression of in Miao Miao also became increasingly vague. Bianran suddenly slammed the table, his voice trembling. He revealed everything about in Miao Miao since she arrived in Dawaza village, including her covert intentions toward the Qin family and the words of her sister earlier. After listening, everyone's expressions shifted from confusion to terror. I remember now. I really remember. My previous memories of in Miao Miao were like shrouded in a thick fog, but now it's finally clear. Yao Xiaomei patted her head, flustered and uneasy. If she couldn't recall, given in Miao Miao's hostility toward their family since entering Dawaza village, the Qin family might very well face the catastrophic outcome described by the eldest daughter. Qin Yuanfeng's eyes were filled with more terror, but his bloodlust and ferocity were also ignited. That in Miao Miao is too terrifying. She can even manipulate people's memories, not to mention her intentions against my Qin family. Such a person must be eliminated. As husband and wife, Yao Xiaomei understood her husband's resolve and was equally determined. Yuan Feng, even if it costs our lives, we must drive this scourge out and create a safe haven for the children. Bianran looked at her parents' resolute expressions and hurriedly intervened. Mom, Dad. Wait, don't act impulsively, things haven't reached that point yet. Sweetheart, don't be so mischievous, alright? Yao Xiaomei looked at her youngest daughter, her eyes filled with unrelenting worry, as if carrying a heavy burden. The eldest children had already started working and were entering the phase of settling down and building their lives. But the youngest daughter was only 16 and would graduate high school next year. Her future still involved finding a job and a partner. How could she not worry? Qin Shiyan and Qin Mu both opposed their parents' drastic actions. Qin Mu tapped his fingers on the wooden table, his gaze falling on Bianran with a hint of relief. Mom, Dad, don't worry, things haven't reached the point of no return. Don't forget, and Miao Miao's tricks don't work on Xiaoran. These words were like a flash of lightning, illuminating everyone's eyes. Indeed. In an instant, several pairs of eyes in the house turned to Bianran. Bianran let out a long breath in her heart. Finally, it was her turn to act. Qin Shiyan's heart brightened. The reason for the family's destruction in the previous life was probably due to Miao Miao's dirty tricks. In this life, with her sister's protection, they could still fight back. She exhaled lightly, stroked her sister's head, and said solemnly, Mom, Dad, I think we can counter her moves. And Miao Miao wants to blur everyone's memory of her? Then let's make everyone remember the truth. Big sis is right. Mom, Dad, if we work together as a family, we'll definitely find a way. Bianran played the role of the mood booster. The Qin family acted swiftly, and in less than an afternoon, the people of Dawa village had regained their dislike for Miao Miao. Moreover, because of the previously forced memory erasure, this time the flood of recollections caused them to feel a visceral disgust toward Miao Miao. As a result, those villagers who had treated her kindly before too. She was so angry that she punched the stone, letting out a sharp cry of pain. The wild system wanted to laugh, but reality didn't allow it. This idiot host was its own. Alright, it didn't feel like laughing anymore. Bianran waited all day for the set of self-study series in mathematics, physics, and chemistry she had bought from Shen Huiqing, but there was no sign of it. Early the next morning, Qin Mu also found it at the door. Bianran was a step too late. Qin Mu glanced at the books and gave her a faint look. Are these yours? Bianran nodded silently, trying to muddle through. Her family had just warned her not to interact too much with the educated youth. If her elder brother found out about this. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Qin Mu didn't say much. He helped Bianran carry the stack of books into her room, reminded her not to run around in the hot sun, and then went off to work. The books Shen Huiqing sent this time, combined with the previous ones, completed the set. Bianran casually flipped through them and then put the books back into the box. This was the birthday gift she had prepared for her sister. Just as she finished, a familiar voice came from the courtyard. Uncle, Aunt, Sister Shiyan, where's little Ran? Xiaoyan. Have you eaten? Little Ran is in her room. Aunt, I've eaten. I'm here to find little Ran. Go ahead, just knock on the door. As soon as Yao Xiaomei finished speaking, the door was knocked. Bian Xiaoran. Bianran called out, come in, the door's not locked. When Qing Jian walked in, Bianran was busy shoving a box under the desk. What are you doing? Let me help you. Qing Jian stepped forward in a few strides and took over Bianran's task. Bianran raised an eyebrow, why are you looking for me? I don't feel like going out today, the sun's too harsh. Zhou Yinwu said he wants to go up the mountain to pick wild fruits and asked if we want to join. I thought you love fruit wine, so why not go together? We can pick some wild hawthorn and have Auntie make it for you. Zhou Yinwu was Zhou Yuiqi's cousin, a year older than them. Bianran's eyes lit up. Finding some wild persimmons and kiwis wouldn't be bad either. Qing Jian smiled smugly. I knew you'd like it. Come on, they're waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. Alright, let's go. The two stepped outside, and Bianran called out, Mom, we're going up the mountain to pick wild fruits. We need a basket. Go grab one from the back room. Qing Jian immediately went over and fetched a basket. The two figures quickly disappeared from the Qin family's sight. Yao Xiaomei smiled. Kids at this age just can't sit still, but she understood, after all, she was once their age too. Speaking of which, she and her daughter's father met on the mountain. Thinking of this, Yao Xiaomei's heart stirred slightly. The back basket at home just now, was it Xiaoyan who carried it? Thinking about it, it seems that every time the kids go out to play, Bianran's things are always carried by Xiaoyan. Eh? Yuan Feng, what do you think of this child, Xiaoyan? Ever since Qing Jian arrived, Qing Yuan Feng had been silent, finding everything unpleasant. Hearing his wife's question, his voice was cold and hard, just so. Then he added. Far worse than I was back then. Pfft, ha ha ha, Yuan Feng, I think you're just nitpicking. When Bianran and Qing Jian arrived at the foot of the mountain, a group of people had already gathered. Besides Zhou Yinwu, Zhou Yuiqi, and Wang Fengyan, there were also people from the educated youth point, Gu Jiangbai, Meng Yuzhou, Zhao Qingtai, and the female educated youth Jiang Xiuying. 9 people followed Zhou Yinwu into the forest. Zhou Yinwu was familiar with Bianran and the others, having played together before. Among the educated youth, Zhou Yinwu was truly familiar with Zhao Qingtai. Zhao Qingtai was an experienced educated youth and had recently been pursuing Jiang Xiuying. Jiang Xiuying didn't dare go up the mountain alone with him, so she asked at the educated youth point if anyone else was willing to go along. This day was the once-a-month rest day, and most of the educated youth chose to stroll around the county town. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiangbai and Meng Yuzhou suggested joining them on the mountain. When Meng Yuzhou saw Bianran, a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Gu Jiangbai patted his shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. Meng Yuzhou slowed his steps, waiting for Bianran to catch up, and asked gently. Comrade Qin seems to have forgotten to bring a container for the wild fruits. If you don't mind, you can use my basket. Bianran could feel Meng Yuzhou's closeness. But this era was not as open-minded as later generations. She hadn't decided yet whether to let Meng Yuzhou get closer. If he didn't accept her rules of the game, things could easily go wrong. Forget it, let nature take its course. Bianran was open-minded, neither taking the initiative nor rejecting, leaving the outcome to fate. As for the basket. Comrade Meng, I actually brought a basket. Qing Jian's eyes were fixed on Bianran. Hearing her say this, his previously gloomy little face immediately lit up. Hee, look here. Qing Jian swung the basket on his shoulder, like a proud rooster. Meng Yuzhou's expression remained calm. He had already anticipated the current situation. Over the past few days, he had inquired thoroughly about Comrade Qin and Qing Jian's relationship. He knew they got along well. But as long as you dig deep enough, no secret can remain hidden. Since Comrade Qin brought a basket, then I was being unnecessary. It seems that in front of Comrade Qin, I'm always overstepping. Meng Yuzhou smiled, with a hint of self-mockery. Not at all. Your intentions were good. If I had lost a hairpin or forgotten my basket, you would have been a great help. If I can help Comrade Qin, I am honored. Meng Yuzhou sighed lightly and then changed the subject. However, now I need Comrade Qin to help me. What else does Comrade Meng need help with? Of course. Qing Jian walked behind the two, watching them chatting happily, his eyes dark and heavy. Jealousy, 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 he was about to explode. If he had known there was someone named Meng, he would never have mentioned this matter in front of Bianran. The little figure in Qing Jian's heart was on the verge of collapse. But he knew that Bianran was a fickle person. If he tried to control her all the time, it would only push her further away. Qing Jian suppressed the urge to chop Meng Yuzhou and obediently follow behind. If looks could kill, Meng Yuzhou would have died 700 or 800 times by now. The wild fruit trees on the mountain were precious treasures in this barren era. Thus, the patches of wild fruit forests were renowned among the nearby villages. In front of them was a wild hawthorn forest. Zhou Yinwu led them through this forest. On the other side, it led to a remote mountain village. This hawthorn forest often became a place where people from Dao village and Daqing village would encounter each other. When Bianran and her companions arrived, a group of young people from Daqing village had already occupied a clearing. On a hawthorn tree, someone's eyes lit up. Hey! Ran Maisie. The sound penetrated through the branches and leaves, striking Bianran's eardrums. A flicker of unusual emotion flashed in Meng Yuzhou's eyes. Ran, little sister? He silently moved a few steps closer to Bianran, his heart tense. Within seconds, he had already planned his next move. This girl was truly too eye-catching. Qing Jian, on the other hand, was more direct. He stepped forward to block in front of Bianran, his tall figure imposing, his aura fierce. A group of insignificant fellows dared to show off in front of little Bianran. At this moment, Qing Jiyan was like a ferocious hunting wolf, guarding his territory. Daqing village and Dawa village were adjacent. These young men had long heard of Qing Jiyan's reputation. Seeing this, the sensible ones no longer tried to approach. Wang Fengyan squeezed between Qing Jiyan and Bianran, his gaze shifting, and said with frustration. "Brother, do you know how your bad reputation came about?" He looked at Qing Jiyan as if he were staring at a dog in Qing Bianran's palm. Bianran glanced at him indifferently, her gaze calm. "TCH, what do you know? You haven't figured it out yet." Qing Jiyan disdainfully pushed Wang Fengyan aside, stood next to Bianran, took out water from his satchel, and handed it to her. Wang Fengyan clicked his tongue lightly twice. Zhou Yuichi kicked him from behind and said coldly. "You really meddle too much. If they want to fight and get hit, why are you interfering?" Wang Fengyan defended himself. "I'm not interfering. Yanzi is like this, better to keep it within the family. I'm actually thinking of learning a few tricks from Xiaoran to find a partner. Beg me, and I'll give you a couple of tips." The wild hawthorn forest stretched far and wide, and Bianran and the others headed to another area. Zhou Yinwu made some arrangements. "We'll split into groups, some will climb the trees, others will pick up the fruit. 2 people per group for efficiency. Later, we still need to go elsewhere." Everyone nodded in agreement. Meng Yuzhou turned to look for Comrade Qing to team up with. He could climb trees, making it easier for the young girl to stay on the ground. But he saw the young girl already excitedly eyeing a tree. "This hawthorn tree is great. The fruit is big and red. I'm climbing this one." "That tree won't do. Look at mine, it's much better than yours." Hey. Stop arguing. The one I picked is the best." The children argued innocently, having grown up in the countryside, all adept at climbing trees like it was second nature. Meng Yuzhou paused slightly, a gentle light flickering in his eyes as he looked at her, a bright smile spreading across his lips. "Comrade Qin, I'm not very good at climbing trees. You're more familiar with this area, can I team up with you?" Bianran smiled politely. "Of course. Climbing trees, crossing rivers, catching fish and shrimp, chasing rabbits, and catching chickens, over the past 6 years, Bianran had already become exceptionally skilled. With a few swift moves, she leapt onto the treetop, standing on a sturdy branch overlooking Meng Yuzhou. "Meng Jiqing, put the basket on the ground, I can toss the fruits directly into it." Meng Yuzhou looked up. Behind her, the branches were adorned with green leaves and red fruits. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the trees, falling on her hair, while the wind gently brushed her strands. She resembled a mountain sprite, light and ethereal. His chest surged, his heartbeat thunderous. At this moment, everything else in the world faded away. In his eyes, only the girl's lively smile and the burning desire within him remained. It felt as though she was destined for him. Never had he been so certain, he was completely captivated by her. He vowed to win her over, no matter the cost. Meng Yuzhou stared at her, entranced, as she nimbly moved among the branches. Suddenly, a fruit struck his head at an odd angle. A dull thud accompanied by a sharp pain spread through him. Following the direction the fruit had come from, he met Qing Jian's cold, stern face. Meng Yuzhou's lips curved slightly, carrying a provocative tone, and he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh my." Qing Jian's face stiffened, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Bianran looked down and saw Meng Yuzhou holding his head, curiously asking. "Meng Jiqing, what's wrong?" Meng Yuzhou pretended to be magnanimous, smiling sincerely. "Perhaps Comrade Chang's hand slipped just now, and the fruit happened to hit my head. I believe he had no ill intentions." Bianran glanced at Qing Jian and Meng Yuzhou, with a tree standing between them. This was clearly not an accident, but a deliberate accident. "Qing Xiaoyan, apologize." Upon hearing these 3 words, the anger on Qing Jian's face quickly subsided. Huh. If Bianran were truly angry, he would never just call him Qing Xiaoyan, he would definitely use his full name. Feeling secretly pleased, he cast a contemptuous glance at Meng Yuzhou. Clearly, in Bianran's heart, he still held a more important position. Understanding this, he dragged out his tone, with a hint of a careless attitude. Really sorry, Meng Jiqing. Do you need to go to the county hospital for a checkup? Meng Yuzhou narrowed his eyes slightly. Once or twice could be understood as mutual accidents, but 10 or 8 times without any change. He spoke calmly. It's fine. I hope Comrade Qing will be more careful in the future. Turning away, he no longer paid attention to Qing Jian and began picking fruit in sync with Bianran. They didn't linger long under the wild hawthorn tree. Wild hawthorn was so sour it stung the tongue. If there were better options, it wouldn't be treated as a treasure. After the wild hawthorn came mulberries, wild berries, and even wild kiwis. The most surprising find was when they stumbled upon wild grapes. Bianran smiled brightly. Wild grapes are an excellent ingredient for winemaking. But they didn't come across many wild grapes, most had been pecked by mountain birds. Each person only got a few, a pitifully small amount. I don't like eating these wild grapes. You can have mine. Qing Jian's eyes curved into crescent moons, as if Bianran was the only person in his world. Bianran happily accepted. When my mom finishes making the fruit wine, I'll definitely invite you for a glass. Wang Fengyan and Zhou Yueqi panicked. Aunt Yao's fruit wine was amazing. Bianran had tasted it once on her birthday and immediately regarded it as nectar of the gods. Unfortunately, there hadn't been another chance to drink it since. Hearing now that wild grapes could be exchanged for fruit wine, they immediately started clamoring. Ran, you can have mine too. I don't like eating these wild grapes either. Me too, me too. The wild grapes were small, and there weren't many to go around. Since others offered theirs, Bianran naturally didn't refuse. No problem. Qing Jian rolled his eyes, turned his face away impatiently, and let out a couple of humphs, silently cursing the two for being such copycats. And today's biggest copycat was Comrade Qin. So you like wild grapes? Perfect, I'm not a fan of their sour taste. You can have mine too. Meng Yuzhou kept a close eye on Bianran's reactions, secretly noting her preferences. Seeing his friends all giving up their wild grapes, he quickly stepped forward. Before Bianran could react, Qing Jian's molars were already grinding audibly. Really? That Meng guy, he spent the whole morning learning from him. A copycat, just makes you want to kick him into a dung pit when you see him. Qing Jian cursed fiercely in his heart. Hearing Bianran's response, he cursed even more harshly. Ah. Really? Then thank you so much, Comrade Meng. If my mom makes it, I'll invite you over for a drink. Bianran's eyes curved into crescents as she smiled, her face full of joy. Meng Yuzhou couldn't help but add. Actually, I have a lot of other fruits too. It's hard to keep them fresh in this hot weather. Since Comrade Qin wants to make fruit wine, why don't I help you deliver them? Afraid the young girl might feel embarrassed, he added. Making fruit wine is quite troublesome. If you don't accept, with just these wild grapes, I wouldn't feel right going to your house for a drink. Qing Jian, Wang Fengyan, and Zhou Yueqi thought to themselves, brother, how are we supposed to respond to that? Gu Jiangbai watched the lively scene in front of her, her eyes flickering. Perhaps she also liked fruit wine. After hesitating for a few seconds, she handed her wild grapes to Bianran. Comrade Qin, as a man, I don't like sour and sweet things. I heard your family is making fruit wine, so take these. Bianran was stunned. From going up the mountain until now, she hadn't exchanged a single word with Gu Jiangbai. The two of them weren't familiar at all. Could it be for Meng Yuzhou's sake? Or was there another reason? Before she could figure it out, her hand had already accepted them. Thank you, Comrade Gu. Next time, I'll treat you and Comrade Meng to a drink. All right. Thank you, Comrade Qin. As he spoke, Gu Jiangbai's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly looking forward to it. Bianran appeared thoughtful. The atmosphere was lively when Zhou Yin casually tossed his share of wild grapes into Qing Jian's basket. By noon, everyone descended the mountain, hurrying home for lunch. In summer, with longer daylight hours, the people of Dawawa village were accustomed to eating 3 meals a day. In winter, with shorter daylight hours, apart from a few families who still ate 3 meals, most saved on grain and only ate 2 meals. Qing Jian's basket was filled with a variety of wild fruits. He couldn't bear to let Bianran carry it back alone, so he naturally decided to escort her home. The educated youth's quarters were at the village entrance, and along this road, the educated youths would always escort each other home. At the entrance of the Qin family home, Bianran quickly glanced at Gu Jiangbai. Sure enough, his gaze toward the Qin family was filled with an indescribable anticipation. Oh ho! Bianran had discovered something. As she stepped into the house, Qin Yuanfeng was sitting upright in the main hall, his eyes fixed on the courtyard gate. He first glanced at the carefree and cheerful young girl in front, then turned to look at Qing Jian, who was carrying the basket and brimming with energy. Oh, the little girl and her little helper were back. Dad. Ah. My girl is back. Qin Yuanfeng's face was full of fatherly affection. Uncle. Yes. Qin Yuanfeng's expression was indifferent. Qing Jian had always been good at reading people. Being able to call out uncle and receive a response today meant that his uncle was in a good mood. When his uncle was in a good mood, he would be willing to say a few words to him. He put down the basket, didn't rush to leave, and instead proactively fetched a basin of water, poured the fruits in, and began cleaning them. Qin Yuanfeng let out a light hum and seized the moment to speak. Yan boy, come over and chat with your uncle. Hey. Uncle. Coming right away. Qing Jian's face lit up with a smile as he quickly walked over. You're a hard-working young man, unlike Xiaoran, who's downright lazy. Qing Jian felt his scalp tingle at those words and hurriedly denied it. Uncle, that's not right. Xiaoran is actually very smart and capable of everything. Honestly, I'm the clumsy one, she's just giving me a chance to shine. He didn't even know what he was saying. Every time he faced his uncle and Mu Yijie, he felt as nervous as if he were undergoing a life trial. This was a seemingly calm yet secretly turbulent conversation he had no choice but to face. On the other side, the same undercurrent was playing out. On the way back to the educated youth station, Meng Yuzhou deliberately lagged 2 steps behind. Gu Jiangbai glanced at him curiously. Seriously, old Meng, why are you so slow? Meng Yuzhou stopped and carefully observed this childhood friend of his. A neat shirt, a clean and tidy hairstyle, even that carefree attitude had been restrained quite a bit. This person had changed. He recalled the wild grapes Gu Jiangbai had handed him, and his gaze instantly turned sharp and alert. Do you like Comrade Qin? Gu Jiangbai's words suddenly got stuck, his mouth moved awkwardly, and he quickly countered. Why would you think that? But that moment of stiffness, Meng Yuzhou saw it all. Not to mention the guilty tone in his voice, anyone could hear it. Meng Yuzhou's coldness surged. As expected. There was a reason for Gu Jiangbai's recent odd behavior. Then let's compete fairly. If you think it will affect our friendship, just say so. Hey. Wait. The more Gu Jiangbai listened, the more wrong it sounded. Meng Yuzhou liked Qin Bianran, but the one he liked wasn't this Comrade Qin. It was clearly a misunderstanding, and he hurriedly interrupted Meng Yuzhou's rhythm of preparing to say something harsh. No, it's not like that, Yuzhou. The one I like is Comrade Qin from Qin Shiyan, and the one you like is Comrade Qin from Qin Bianran. We're not even competitors. This time, Meng Yuzhou was stunned. The 2 daughters of the Qin family could both be called Comrade Qin. He put away his cold demeanor but then felt something was off. Then why were you so guilty earlier? Gu Jiangbai looked a bit embarrassed. I don't dare let others know I like Qin Shiyan. If word gets out, she might want to chop me up. Did you offend her? Sort of, I guess. Meng Yuzhou glanced sideways. He and Gu Jiangbai, these 2 brothers, had both fallen under the Qin family's spell, and the road ahead seemed equally challenging. However, with their personalities, once they set their minds on something, they would never give up easily. After thinking for a moment, he could only say. Then let's hope that one day we can sit at the Qin family's dining table. After chatting with Uncle, Qing Jian felt that even if he were standing under the scorching sun right now, he wouldn't sweat as much as he had just now. Yet, his heart was filled with joy. Clearly, not everyone had the privilege of being put down by Uncle from time to time. With Wang Fingyan and Zhou Yueqi, Uncle was much more gentle. Qing Jian smiled and politely said goodbye. Uncle, I need to go back and eat now. If I stay any longer, I might be mistaken for a beggar. Alright then, uncle, I'm heading off. Qin Yuanfeng waved his hand. Just as he was about to step out the door, he called out again. Wait, Xiaoran, go get a slice of watermelon for Yan boy. He helped you carry the basket all morning. Bianran stood up, holding a piece of bright red watermelon dripping with juice, and handed it to Qing Jian. Qing Jian asked softly, Bian Xiaoran, are you sure taking such a big piece is really okay? Bianran blinked and gave him a reassuring smile, take it, it's fine. Qin Yuanfeng's gaze fell on the little girl, hesitated to speak, and finally closed his mouth without saying anything. Bianran turned back and saw old Qin's expression, unable to hold back her laughter. Old Qin, what are you doing? Isn't it just wanting me to play the good guy and let Qing Xiaoyan take advantage? What's wrong? Can't bear to part with this piece of watermelon? After lunch, Bianran lay down to rest as usual. When she woke up, she raised her wrist to glance at the clock. It was already 2:30 in the afternoon. It was the liveliest and most stifling time of the day. Qin Yuanfeng and Yao Xiaomei hadn't gone out either, sitting in the main hall to cool off. Yao Xiaomei saw her daughter wake up and quickly reminded her, Ran, there was a bag of fruit left at the door just now. Go take a look and see if you know who left it. Bianran looked in the direction her mother pointed and saw the net bag stuffed full of various fresh fruits. Apples, peaches, and even watermelon, these were the kind of good things you couldn't even snatch. Speaking of sending fruit, the first person Bianran thought of was Meng Yuzhou. But he wouldn't just leave fruit at the door, would he? Left at the door? Bianran's mind flashed to another figure, Shen Huaqing. She reached out to rummage through the bag of fruit but found no markings, making it hard to determine. Mom, I don't know either. Yao Xiaomei sighed and said softly, which young man or woman is it this time? Didn't we already say that our family doesn't accept these things? Ever since the Qin family's children turned 16, all sorts of good things would mysteriously appear at their doorstep. Those boys and girls of the same age, too shy to give them directly or afraid of being rejected, would simply leave them at the door. The 3 children of the Qin family had all experienced this. However, in the past, whenever something was thrown, there would always be a note left behind. This time, apart from the fruit, there was nothing else. No one knew who it should be returned to. Don't worry, this bag of fruit is no ordinary thing. Whoever can afford such a grand gesture surely doesn't want to remain anonymous. Someone will come forward to claim it, Qin Yuanfeng said calmly while fanning his daughter. Meanwhile, at the educated youth station. Huaiqing, you're back. Meng Yuzhou and Gu Jiangbai saw Shen Huaiqing carrying 2 large bags of fruit and quickly went up to greet her. Shen Huaiqing handed over the net bags and said flatly, 10 yuan each. After speaking, she turned and walked straight back to her room. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Meng Yuzhou weighed the fruit and prepared to pay. Gu Jiangbai stared at Shen Huaiqing's departing figure and murmured softly, I didn't expect Shen Huaiqing to be so kind-hearted. This matter started 3 hours ago. Meng Yuzhou had just returned to his room, intending to find some fruit at home to send to the Qin family after dinner. But he discovered that the weather was too hot, and the fruit had already started to wither. After thinking it over, he decided to go to the county to find fresh fruit. Once the thought occurred, he immediately stepped out. Hey, where are you going? Gu Jiangbai, who was preparing to cook, called out to him. To the county to buy some fruit. Is it to send to the Qin family? Do you want me to bring you one too? Meng Yuzhou asked with a smile, after all, they were allies. Gu Jiangbai's eyes lit up, great idea. Bring me one, and I'll go to the Qin family with you later. At this moment, Shen Huaiqing had just walked in from outside. Hearing their conversation, he offered, I'm also going to the county, I can bring it for you. Meng Yuzhou and Gu Jiangbai knew that the Shen family had sent someone to take care of Shen Huaiqing, so they felt at ease entrusting this task to him. After eating, Shen Huaiqing went out and soon returned with 2 large bags of top-quality fruits. Meng Yuzhou felt secretly grateful. Just after paying, he happened to run into Gu Jiangbai, who was also there to pay. Gu Jiangbai grabbed Meng Yuzhou and said with a grin, Brother, I want to discuss something with you. Meng Yuzhou raised an eyebrow, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, Go ahead. How about we deliver it to the Qin family tonight? Tonight? Yes, Qin Shiyan only comes back in the evening. Alright, no problem. Hearing the words Qin family, Shen Huiqing, who had been lost in thought, showed a slight change in expression. He saw the two enter Gu Jiangbai's room and casually picked up a handful of noodles to follow them in. Gu Jiangbai turned around and saw him, looking surprised. "Are you hungry?" Shen Huiqing responded with a simple then silently walked to the corner of Gu Jiangbai's room, fumbling to take out pots and pans. The clinking of metal echoed, the sound leaping in the silence. "You want to eat noodles, right? Fine, I'll cook." Gu Jiangbai looked at Shen Huiqing's clumsy movements, and his heart softened. Just now, he had brought them some fruit, and this time he simply took over the task at hand. Meng Yuzhou also wanted to help, so he casually handed things to Gu Jiangbai. While kneading the dough, Gu Jiangbai asked Meng Yuzhou, "Tell me about your plan. How are you going to pursue Qin Bianran? Give me some inspiration. My start isn't great, I offended Qin Shiyan right away. What about you? That little girl has a childhood sweetheart watching her back." Meng Yuzhou's lips curved into a doting smile, but he remained silent. Gu Jiangbai waited for a few seconds, looked up, and rolled his eyes. "Thought of something? Spill it, let the brothers hear. Comrade Qin seems to like good-looking people. I think I've already taken the first step." Meng Yuzhou recalled the glances Qin comrade had cast his way a few times, along with the expressions of her friends nearby, and felt confident. Gu Jiangbai turned his head to glance at him. Tall and upright, with sharp brow bones, a straight nose, and tightly pressed thin lips. Even in this simple earthen house, his refined demeanor couldn't be hidden. Such looks were highly sought after in the capital's courtyards. Gu Jiangbai's mind turned, deciding to borrow Meng Yuzhou's approach. The two men each harbored their own thoughts, and the room gradually fell silent. Little did they know, the few people waiting to eat noodles had already quietly disappeared. In the afternoon, Qin Yuanfeng, with nothing to do, went up the mountain. Luck was on his side, and he caught a wild chicken. In this weather, wild game was not easy to preserve. The Qin family didn't expect to sell it for money, so for dinner, Yao Xiaomei stewed it whole in a small clay pot. Though it was a small pot, the aroma quietly filled the entire courtyard. The two neighboring households around the Qin family were not easy to deal with. As soon as the dish was ready, Yao Xiaomei called Bianran, "Good Ranran, help Grandpa and Grandma deliver this. Come back right after." She handed Bianran a small basket covered with a white cloth. "Got it, Mom." Bianran carried the basket and walked towards her uncle's house. The Qin family had long since split up, and Grandpa and Grandma lived with Qin Dashuang. If the other houses had something good, they would also send a bowl to the elderly couple. As she walked, Bianran suddenly felt something unusual behind her. Someone was following her. This was Dawa village, Bianran's territory. She abruptly stopped in her tracks, her gaze sharp as a blade, staring intently behind her. Who dared to boldly follow her? She turned around suddenly, and a handsome face came into view. Black hair like ink, messy strands falling over his forehead. Porcelain white skin contrasted with deep tea-colored eyes, blazing like fire, wild and turbulent. Lips a vivid red, almost unreal in their allure. "Comrade Qin!" Bianran called out, her expression slightly stunned. The familiar voice, the familiar gaze, made her hesitate. "Shen Huiqing? Comrade Qin! Do you like my appearance?" Shen Huiqing eagerly took a few steps forward but stopped just within a safe distance, his eyes filled with unease. His heart pounded like a drum, as if it would burst out of his chest, a mix of longing and timidity. Bianran looked at the completely transformed Shen Huiqing and nodded lightly. "I really like it." "I do." Shen Huiqing trembled slightly, that word echoed repeatedly in his mind, dispelling the lingering gloom around him. His Adam's apple moved, and after confirming no one was around, he asked softly, Can I?" "What?" "Speak louder." Bianran only saw his lips move but couldn't hear the sound. "A beauty deserves patience." She patiently pressed him for an answer. Shen Huiqing's face flushed with a hint of red, his eyes shining with determination, as if he were a moth drawn to a flame. "Can I be yours? I don't need a title. Whether you're with Qing Jian or Meng Yuzhou, it's fine. We can have a secret relationship." As he spoke, it was as if he had broken free from restraints, his eyes sparkling as he proposed. "I can even go and please your future husband, convince him to agree to the three of us being together." Don't worry, I can support both of you. Bianran was stunned and asked back, Shen Huiqing, do you know what you're saying? But inwardly, she was shouting. Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin, Xiao Jin, help. No one overheard this, right? There's no one nearby, right? No one, sis. Shen Huiqing didn't feel that what he was saying at the moment was outrageous at all. On the contrary, he thought this idea was extremely clever. Ran, I mean, if you like Qingjian or Meng Yuzhou, I'll go convince them. 1970. It was surprising that this plan was actually proposed by Shen Huiqing himself. Bianran asked curiously, have you never thought about being my husband? That way, we could be together openly and legitimately. Shen Huiqing pressed his lips tightly. I don't want a title, I just ask that wherever you go, you take me with you. Don't leave me behind, okay? His eyes were filled with stubbornness and longing. But deep in his heart, there was hidden gloom. If you don't take me, I'll still cling to you, entangle with you for a lifetime. Just like I planned before, always following behind you. Bianran raised an eyebrow, what about your family? Will they agree? A hint of joy flashed in Shen Huiqing's eyes. Ran finally mentioned his family, which meant she was really considering this. Ran, don't worry. I'll handle my family. Anyone or anything that stands in our way, I can deal with. Bianran nodded, get past your family first, then we'll talk about us. Also, keep being the way you are now. After speaking, she turned to leave, suddenly remembering the bag of fruit at the door. Was the fruit at the door left by you? Shen Huiqing nodded obediently. Bianran's fingers twitched slightly, thinking to herself, so obedient, I really want to ruffle his hair. In the future, if you send something, you can give it to me directly or mark it with a star. Okay. Ran. Shen Huiqing nodded eagerly, feeling as if the sunlight had become brighter. As Bianran walked toward her uncle's house, she reflected on Shen Huiqing's attitude just now. What type is this? A yandere or a psycho? In later generations, she never encountered such a person, but she happened to meet one in this era. If he weren't good-looking, someone like him approaching her would have been buried by her long ago. As for whether to accept Shen Huiqing's proposal, Bianran wasn't the type to agree just because someone said they wanted to be with her. She had to be moved either emotionally or physically. After delivering the meat, Bianran happily went home. On the way, she ran into her eldest brother. Big brother. Off work? Why didn't you come back with big sister? Qin Mu explained briefly, your sister said there would be a batch of defective fabric released today. She has her eye on one and will be back later. Oh. The brother and sister quickly returned home. As soon as Qin Mu entered the courtyard, he smelled a rich aroma of meat, like chicken. His gaze swept towards Bianran. You didn't go up the mountain today, did you? Bianran was startled. How was her big brother so sharp? She had even told her parents not to mention that today's fruits were picked by her. A faint aroma of meat lingered at the tip of her nose. Brother, this wild chicken wasn't brought back by me. Dad went up the mountain out of boredom and caught it. Qin Mu glanced at her sideways. Be careful when you go up the mountain. I don't want you coming back one day with a wild boar chasing after you. Got it, brother. Let's go check out the wild chicken mom's cooking. Bianran pulled her big brother towards the kitchen. As soon as they entered, the aroma grew stronger. Dinner was sumptuous. Because of the wild chicken, Yao Xiaomei even specially cooked some dry rice. The Qin family enjoyed this meal with great satisfaction. Not long after dinner, the Qin family welcomed two guests. Meng Yuzhou and Gu Jiangbai. As soon as the two entered, their gazes immediately locked onto their respective sweethearts. The night was still young, and Qin Yuanfeng and Qin Mu noticed this too, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Meng Yuzhou and Gu Jiangbai were impeccably polite, not only bringing fruit but also small gifts for the other members of the Qin family. Though not expensive, they demonstrated sincerity. After the two left, Bianran and her sister faced a family interrogation. Come on, tell us. What's going on with you two? We need to set some ground rules. Qin Mu was the first to speak. If the younger sisters like them, the family naturally has to help train the future brother-in-law. If not, then these two educated youths should stop pestering them. So, do you think Gu Jiangbai likes me? Qin Shiyan was incredulous, her face full of disgust. So, you don't know Gu Jiangbai likes you, and you still hate him? Qin Mu curiously pressed on. Humph, I wish I could cut down that shameless scoundrel. Sis, how about I help you vent your anger? Qin Shiyan had always been composed, apart from in Miao Miao, she had never hated anyone so much. Bianran cautiously probed. I've already taught him a lesson, made him bedridden for 3 days. Mentioning this, Qin Shiyan's face showed a hint of relief. She turned to ask her younger sister. Xiaoran, what's going on with you? Could it be that Meng Jiqing likes you? Qin Mu sneered. He's staring at you all the time, his eyes practically glued to you. Didn't I tell you to stay away from him? How did you two meet? Do you like him? Bianran hurriedly defended herself. I've only met him twice, once on the road, and the other time today when I went to the mountain to pick wild fruits. Yao Xiaomei asked with concern. Dear Ranran, do you like him? Bianran was silent for a moment before finally finding the right words. I think he's pretty good, but not to the point of liking him. Dear Ran, Mom still thinks that boy from the Qing family is more suitable. These educated youths, Mom always feels they're unreliable. Qin Yuanfeng didn't like the boy from the Qing family either, but compared to those educated youths, he seemed more dependable. Xiaoran, I share the same opinion as your mom. Those educated youths may be in the countryside now, but they don't really belong here. What if they can return to their original places in the future? What to do? Bianran wanted to laugh, thinking to herself, out with the old, in with the new. The world is so big, with billions of people, how could she not find a man she truly likes? But these words, she could only keep to herself. Relationships between men and women were strictly managed now, and the mindset was conservative. If she said it out loud, her family would definitely take turns lecturing her. So, Bianran playfully brushed it off. Who cares, just let it be. I'm only 16, does the family already want to marry me off? My older brother and sister aren't even married yet, I don't want to think about these things. Qin Yuanfeng and Yao Xiaomei had always doted on their children, and hearing this, they felt their youngest daughter was indeed still young. Only 16. This family interrogation finally ended with the family reminding Bianran not to get too close to the educated youths. She didn't actively approach the educated youths. But Shen Huiqing followed her like a shadow, sticking to her every day. Shen Huiqing's daily routine consisted of 4 things: following Bianran, giving her things, accompanying her to work, and just hanging around. Meng Yuzhou was even more resourceful, always finding ways to get close to Bianran. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 months passed, and Meng Yuzhou and Shen Huiqing had already become legitimate presences in the Qin family. Another person, Gu Jiangbai, also wanted to become the Qin family's son-in-law, but he was still stuck in place. Even worse, his reputation in the Qin family plummeted. All of this was because of one person, and Miao Miao. She couldn't gain any advantage in the Qin family, so she changed tactics and started clinging to Gu Jiangbai. With the help of the wild system, even though Gu Jiangbai kept a cold face, rumors about him and in Miao Miao spread like wildfire throughout the village. The Qin family already disliked in Miao Miao, even considering her a mortal enemy. Now, Gu Jiangbai was flirting with Miao Miao on one hand while pursuing Qin Shiyan on the other, which resulted in him getting beaten up by Qin Mu. Gu Jiangbai didn't dare talk back and had to personally visit to apologize. Feeling frustrated, he wanted to talk to his good friends, but when he turned around, he found no one behind him. Gu Jiangbai's already rocky love life had now completely plunged into a sea of knives and fire. A few days before the autumn harvest, Dawa village gave everyone a 2-day break to rest and recuperate. The autumn harvest was about to begin, and it would require at least half a month of intense labor. If bad weather struck, they would even have to work through the night to rush the harvest. The educated youths also needed to replenish their strength, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure the workload. Meng Yuzhou sincerely gave all the meat he bought to the Qin family. Shen Huiqing wished he could offer his entire fortune to Bianran. The fruit wine brewed during the summer vacation had just matured, so Bianran invited them to the Qin family to drink. She casually asked Gu Jiangbai. Comrade Gu, are you coming? Gu Jiangbai gave a bitter smile, not this time. Without resolving the issue within Miao Miao, the Qin family wouldn't welcome him, and he needed to be more self-aware. He was too kind to Miao Miao, but every time he wanted to take action, an inexplicable force in his heart suppressed him. Thinking of this, a flash of anger appeared in Gu Jiangbai's eyes, and a storm was brewing. Bianran nodded in satisfaction. Gu Jiangbai's self-awareness made her develop a bit of goodwill toward him. On the second day of the autumn harvest, a major event broke out in Dawawa village. In the morning, when the team leader was assigning tasks and Miao Miao was nowhere to be seen, the people at the educated youth dormitory also said they hadn't seen her come out that morning. Qin Dazhuang's face was dark, his brows tightly furrowed. And Miao Miao had been causing trouble ever since she arrived in Dawawa village. After the autumn harvest, he must go to the higher-ups to ask if this educated youth could be transferred away. Having made up his mind, Qin Dazhuang first assigned tasks to the villagers and educated youths, then hurriedly took the women's director to the educated youth dormitory. The knocking on the door was continuous, but inside it was as silent as a graveyard. The two exchanged glances, and Qin Dazhuang kicked the door open. The women's director stepped in first to check. The room wasn't big, and it could be searched thoroughly at a glance. Yang Suehua, seeing the empty room, felt her eyelid twitching violently. She quickly ran out. "Captain Qin, there's no one inside." "No one?" Qin Dazhuang's face changed instantly, and his heart sank with a thud. And Miao Miao couldn't have left without notifying anyone, and she didn't ask him for an introduction letter either. "Captain Qin, what should we do now?" Yang Suehua was anxious. At such a critical time during the autumn harvest, how could they lose someone? Everyone was racing against the weather, with work piling up in the fields. Who had the time to go looking for someone? Qin Dazhuang paced around the yard anxiously, taking several laps. Clenching his teeth, he finally made a decision. "Yang Maisie, you go search around the village first. I'll go ask the other educated youths. If there's still no news by noon, we'll organize a search party. We must find her." "All right. Captain Qin, let's split up and take action." Autumn harvest is already an incredibly hectic time, and Qin Dazhuang still had to spare some thought to investigate in Miao Miao's matter. He walked quickly, his steps hurried. Bianran, wearing a straw hat, was adding water to the bowl at the edge of the field while muttering, "What's up with uncle?" "Probably something to do with in Miao Miao." Meng Yuzhou, who had just finished drinking water, heard this, raised his eyebrows slightly, and responded. Bianran sensed the subtle atmosphere. "And Miao Miao didn't come this morning. Do you know where she went?" "Not exactly sure, just know she went out once last night." Meng Yuzhou wasn't someone particularly enthusiastic, let alone with Gu Jiangbai's matter looming, he didn't dare get involved within Miao Miao. Hearing the rumors, he acted as if he hadn't heard, put down the bowl, and seeing Bianran still pondering, said no more and turned to focus on his work. By almost noon, several of the village's managers gathered at Qin Dazhuang's house. "Captain, have you found her?" No. Should we organize a search?" As soon as the words fell, the courtyard erupted into a heated discussion, everyone voicing their opinions. "If we go looking for someone now, what about the crops in the fields? Last year, the neighboring village had heavy rain, the crops were all flooded, and several children and elderly died. But after all, it's a life at stake." "A life? If the autumn harvest is delayed, it won't just be one life." And Jiqing came to support the village after all. "Although her character is a bit questionable, we can't just ignore her. If this gets out, it will affect the village's reputation. The problem is, who is willing to go look for her at this time? Everyone's eating while squatting on the ground, afraid of wasting time." On the other side of the field, many people were also discussing in Miao Miao. The Qin family blended into the crowd without drawing any attention. "Who knows where Miao Miao has gone? She hasn't come to bother our family recently. It might be part of her scheme. Be careful these days and don't act alone." Yao Xiaomei said this while deliberately glancing at her son. Didn't the eldest daughter say that in her past life, and Miao Miao falsely accused her son of harassment? Qin Mu nodded. The autumn harvest was busy, and Huzi couldn't keep an eye on Miao Miao, so no one could say for sure where she had gone. The villagers were eating when the village loudspeaker suddenly blared. "Each household, send one person to gather at the village entrance. Each household, send one person to gather at the village entrance. Each household." The announcement repeated 3 times. Voices of discussion rose one after another. Could this be about finding someone? When I delivered food earlier, I saw the team leader and Sister Yang still searching. Someone has to go anyway. Urguzi, you go. Daughter, you're the most agile. Go to the village entrance and see what the village chief wants. Without exception, every household sent either a young man or woman, or the father or mother. After all, none of the strong laborers in the family could leave. The work points during the autumn harvest are very valuable, and no one is willing to give them up. The Qing family sent Bianran. The family all thought she was the least useful during the autumn harvest. Qin Mu and Qin Shiyan took leave to come back and help, and the work points in the fields naturally counted. Bianran's school was on holiday, and her family doted on her, absolutely forbidding her to go to the fields. She had been curious before and went to the fields once, but ended up feeling itchy and uncomfortable all over. She then obediently kept quiet and never dared to go again. Every autumn harvest, she would ask her uncle to assign her some miscellaneous tasks in logistics. Alright then. Bianran had to admit that she really wasn't very useful. She put down her bowl, clapped her hands, stood up, patted her backside, and followed the scattered crowd heading toward the village entrance. Looking around, most of the faces were familiar. Bianran thought to herself, surely she wasn't the only one aware of her uselessness. Hey! Fong Fong, you got thrown out by your family too? Zhou Yuichi, looks like your family doesn't treat you like a treasure either, ha ha ha. Eh? Dafeng, I didn't expect you to be of no use either. Although Bianran was annoying, none of the people who saw her really went hard on her to get revenge. A group of people joked and played as they squeezed toward the village entrance. Qin Dazhuang looked at these children and elderly folks without saying much. He understood the villagers' thoughts. Qin Dazhuang directly instructed them to split up and search for Miao Miao. Bianran, Zhou Yuichi, Qing Jian, Wang Fengyan, and a married woman named Sister Ling were assigned to a group to search for someone on the hill at the edge of the village. The hill at the edge of the village wasn't large, but the paths were complicated. As they walked, they called out in Miao Miao's name. When they encountered dense bushes, they pushed aside the leaves to investigate. In the scorching heat, Bianran picked wild fruits to eat as she walked. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough? Zhou Yuichi took the fruit from her hand, biting into it as she asked. She had even snagged a piece of meat from Bianran's portion of the meal sent by the Qin family. Oh dear, Sister Zhou, what are you saying? These days, who can eat their fill? Sister Ling, also biting into a freshly picked fruit, said with a laugh. Exactly, exactly. Bianran chimed in, carefully avoiding mentioning that she had been overwhelmed by the smell of cured meat earlier and just wanted to cleanse her palate. Qing Jian was dragging his feet today, lagging at the back of the group. He even insisted on checking out small groves along the way. Sister Ling praised him. The Qing family boy is quite meticulous in his work. Bianran rolled her eyes, thinking, what meticulousness? Isn't this just dawdling? She signaled to Zhou Yuichi and Wang Fengyan, and they led Sister Ling forward. Bianran stopped and waited for Qing Jian to come out of the small grove. Qing Jian saw her expression and felt guilty. Without waiting for Bianran to speak, he confessed honestly. It's just that she bullied you before, so I didn't want to look for her. I listened to you and didn't go to trouble her. Today, I just didn't want to seriously look for her. As he spoke, he was dissatisfied with Bianran's attitude and shouted in a show of bravado. Bian Xiaoran. What's with your attitude? It's like I did something terribly wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. The more Qing Jian thought about it, the angrier he got. If it weren't for his family pushing him, he wouldn't even bother looking for an Miao Miao. People like her, who bullied Bianran, deserve to go to hell. Bianran was amused by his sudden little tantrum. Hey, Qing Xiaoyan, I didn't say you were wrong. I'm just keeping you company while you dawdle. Perfect. I don't feel like seriously looking for her either. Qing Jian's little temper was instantly dispelled by her words. His eyes sparkled as if he'd won the lottery, and he eagerly said. Bian Xiaoran, didn't you say you wanted to eat some fruit? I'll go pick some for you. With that, Qing Jian's whole demeanor brightened up. The two of them weren't in a hurry and slowly strolled forward. Halfway up the hill, they saw a crowd gathered near the educated youth point from a distance. The branches and leaves blocked the view, making it hard to see the full scene. Oh no, could it be that An has been found? Qing Jian was eager to try, wanting to join the fun. He just enjoyed seeing those who bullied Bianran get their comeuppance, feeling delighted inside. Bianran was also curious. Coincidentally, Zhou Yuiqi and the others went to the mountain top but didn't find anyone, so they turned back. Everyone discussed it and decided that since they couldn't find anyone, no matter what happened at the educated youth station, they would still have to meet at the village entrance. So they might as well go check out the educated youth station first. Zhou Yuiqi and Wang Fengyan were equally excited about watching the commotion. Previously, they remembered clearly how Miao Miao bullied Bianran and firmly stood on Bianran's side. At this moment, their mood was similar to Qing Jian's. Approaching the educated youth point, the intense sound of arguing pierced through the crowd layer by layer, stabbing into the eardrums. Call the police. I must call the police about this. You'll be executed sooner or later. Why would you call the police? You're the one who acted shamelessly, taking off your clothes as soon as you entered the cave. I thought you had a thing for me. I thought you were. Bianran frowned slightly. The words in the argument seemed to involve Miao Miao's reputation. In this era, the words reputation and virtue could crush a person completely. Bianran grew even more curious. What exactly happened last night? She skillfully maneuvered her way to the front of the crowd. Even at the front, she was only outside the educated youth's courtyard. There were guards at the entrance, and villagers were not allowed inside. From her position, she could vaguely see everything happening in the courtyard. At this moment, Miao Miao's clothes were disheveled, her face flushed red with anger, and she was furiously yelling at the burly man from the neighboring village. To hell with you and your ancestors. I'm telling you, if you dare assault me, I'll go straight to the Public Security Bureau and report you. You piece of trash, just wait to face a bullet. She limped and struggled to walk out. The burly man, still grinning shamelessly, blocked her way and muttered. You've already shared a bed with me, so why are you so mad at your man? Your reputation is ruined now, and I don't have a wife. Just be with me. And Myomia. She did not resent herself for sleeping with someone, looking back from future generations, who hasn't gone through such a thing. It was perfectly normal. What she hated was sharing a bed with such a despicable, vile beast. Everything she had arranged for Gu Jiangbai had been completely snatched away by this wretched man. She lost not only herself but also her plans. Even after exhausting all the system's resources, her future in this era seemed utterly uncertain. She was supposed to be the heroine. But is this still the heroine? And Miao Miao roared inwardly, failure repeatedly crushed her sanity. At this moment, there was only one thought, this person must die. Her bloodshot eyes stared fixedly at the burly man. I want you dead. I want you dead. Qin Dashuang had a severe headache. The two were found in a cave on the back mountain. And Miao Miao was tied up, and the two were engaged in an embarrassing act. These young girls and boys, when have they ever seen such a scene? Fortunately, the women's director Yang Suihua was nearby and immediately stopped the two. Whether voluntary or forced, engaging in improper relationships without a matchmaker or proof is a serious crime in this era. Once discovered, they would inevitably be paraded through the streets, and if forced, lives would be lost to the gun. After coming down from the mountain, Qin Dashuang immediately sent people to the Public Security Bureau and the neighboring Daliu village to find help. This matter was beyond the control of a brigade leader. He looked at the chaotic scene before him, sighed deeply, and suddenly spoke in a loud voice. Enough. The previously noisy and contentious courtyard instantly fell silent. Qin Dashuang quickly gave orders. Tie up Pan Motzi for me. Yang Meizi, accompany Comrade to tidy up. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao misunderstood, thinking Qin Dashuang wanted to use his position for personal revenge and make her suffer, and she immediately erupted. Qin Dashuang. To hell with you. A brigade leader using his position for personal revenge. I want to see the police, I want to report you. Your whole Qin family are scoundrels. Qin Dashuang's face darkened, and he roared, unable to tolerate it any longer. To hell with you. I've already sent people to the Public Security Bureau. What are you making a fuss about? His forceful demeanor made Miao Miao freeze on the spot. But she quickly redirected all her anger toward Pan Motzi. Pan Motzi became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Without this straw, would the camel have died? No one knew. But the only certainty was that the camel fell because of this straw. All of Meow Meow's resentment, unwillingness, hatred, disappointment, and despair for the future were projected onto Pan Motzi. If it weren't for Pan Motzi, even if Gu Jiangbai hadn't come, she would still have had a chance to turn things around. It's all Pan Motzi's fault. It's all his fault. Her face flushed with an unusual redness as she murmured under her breath. Kill him, he must die. Yang Suihua listened, her heart filled with both pity and an unsettling chill. The onlookers outside remained silent, no one dared to throw cold water on Meow Meow at this moment. Though the villagers usually looked down on Meow Meow, now that she was suspected of being violated, they couldn't bring themselves to say anything cruel to her face. This was, perhaps, a faint trace of pity for the tough road she would face as a woman. But don't overestimate that pity. Once this moment passed, the villagers would still say what they wanted to say. Bianran silently watched, feeling that this matter was far from over and there would be more to argue about later. Judging solely by the calm expression on Pan Motzi's face, this person either held a secret to turn the tables or was no longer afraid of life and death. The first to rush over was the team leader from the neighboring Dayu village, tall and muscular, his muscles taut. As soon as he saw Pan Motzi, he kicked out fiercely and roared, "Pan Motzi, are you even human? Beast!" The foot struck with full force, and Pan Motzi was kicked so hard that his body jerked backward, letting out an ouch. Captain Lu received the news and felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. How could such a person emerge in the village? For the next 5 years, his reputation would be completely ruined by this. Hatred erupted like a volcano, and Captain Lu raised his foot to kick again. Qin Daswang stared coldly. After all, and Meow Meow was the educated youth from their village. Seeing Captain Lu hitting harder and harder, his anger escalating, Qin Daswang finally reached out to stop him. "Captain Lu, wait for the Public Security Bureau to come. This isn't something we can decide. Don't beat him to death." The two captains stood with furrowed brows, waiting for the Public Security Bureau. 15 minutes later, the villagers watching quietly murmured and made way. 5 or 6 public security officers quickly entered the educated youth station. In recent years, relationships between men and women were strictly investigated, and upon receiving the report, the Public Security Bureau acted swiftly. They split up to interrogate several people. When it was Pan Motzi's turn, he adamantly denied everything, insisting he hadn't forced in Meow Meow. He even presented evidence, the blanket in the cave. He claimed that Meow Meow had placed it there beforehand, intending to meet him. And Meow Meow shouted angrily, "No. It wasn't for you." The two sides clashed fiercely, arguing loudly. The public security officers quickly intervened, preparing to take the involved parties and evidence back to the bureau for further investigation. And Meow Meow closed her eyes tightly. She had wanted to be the heroine, but ended up like this. If there's no hope, what's the point of living? Why don't we just die together? She laughed wildly in her heart, her expression twisted with madness. Suddenly, fury ignited within her, and she screamed, ***, help me. If you don't, I'll expose you." Before her voice could fade, and Meow Meow plunged a knife fiercely into Pan Motzi's chest. Pan Motzi's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with shock, and gradually lost their light. And Meow Meow cackled hysterically, like someone possessed. The blade turned toward herself. With a sharp sound, the knife tore through her skin. Her gaze grew hollow, yet she managed to utter a few words with difficulty. "I am the protagonist." In mere seconds, 2 lifeless bodies lay sprawled. Bianran witnessed everything. Although she stood in opposition to Meow Meow, she couldn't help but secretly praise her. And Meow Meow was ruthless and foolish. The supporting character system was quietly released from Bianran's mind. Beep, beep, beep. Connection successful with host number 20. Beep. Mission complete. As soon as the voice ended, Bianran immediately silenced it. At that moment, Xiao Jin seemed to have gone out and dragged something back. She had no time to investigate, the courtyard now held 2 fresh corpses. This wasn't just trouble, this was an explosive event. The onlooking villagers were quickly dispersed by the police. The sight of cold steel piercing flesh chilled the once boisterous crowd. Faces turned grim as they scattered in silence. Even Qin Dazhuang, a burly man, was pale as a sheet. A living human life. Gone in less than a minute. On the way back, the atmosphere among the four was heavy. Teenagers in their teens, caught off guard witnessing death, were deeply unsettled. Bianran appeared calm on the surface, but she was communicating with Xiaojin in her mind. Xiaojin, where did you go? Sis, look, a wild system. In Bianran's mind, besides Xiaojin and the supporting female system, there was now an additional blue sphere. This is the wild system? What can it do? As a host who knew Xiaojin's habits well, Bianran understood that Xiaojin wouldn't pick up trash for no reason. Sis, do you want to ask it anything? No problem, Xiaojin would handle the wild system in its own way. Bianran was still curious about what happened last night. She asked, tell me about Miao Miao's plan last night. Xiaojin kicked the wild system. The wild system trembled, its voice stuttering yet honest. Sis. Don't call me sis. Xiaojin kicked it again. The wild system's voice trembled even more. Yesterday afternoon, Miao Miao used an obedience talisman on Gu Jiangbai and arranged to meet him in the mountain cave behind the hill that evening. To make a big scene and force Gu Jiangbai to marry her, she deliberately chose the day after the autumn harvest. But somehow, something went wrong, and the person who appeared in the cave was not Gu Jiangbai, but that Pan Motzi. My last bit of energy is exhausted, I can't help her, which is why things have come to this. Xiaojin, did you say last bit of energy? Didn't you just help in Miao Miao earlier? Bianran frowned and gave Xiaojin a nudge with her foot. The wild system, like a machine with a delayed signal, slowly responded after being kicked. Helping in Miao Miao has already drained all my energy. This was how it got caught by other leaders and fell into a predicament. The wild system became even more convinced that Miao Miao was nothing but a stubborn and foul-smelling rock. After binding with her, energy only drained without replenishment. Alright, I'm done asking, Xiaojin. Bianran sighed. Her assessment of Miao Miao was almost identical to the reality. As long as Miao Miao kept failing and being unlucky, the wild system would have to keep intervening. Once its energy was completely depleted, it would mean their demise. Except for Miao Miao's last two strikes, which unexpectedly brought a glimmer of hope. She signaled to Xiaojin that the wild system was now of no value to her. In the next moment, in her mind, the sound of crunch chewing echoed, sharp and piercing. Bianran curiously asked, you can even eat systems? Xiaojin mumbled a vague response. Sis, there's no flavor anymore inside, want to give it a try? Bianran shook her head in refusal. When she returned to the Qin family, someone had arrived earlier than her. The family members were all present, and seeing her return, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yao Xiaomei looked at her youngest daughter's pale face, her heart tightening as she gently embraced her. Good Ranran, don't be afraid, we're all here. The people harvesting in autumn heard about the tragedy at the educated youth point and rushed home. Whether young or old, no one felt at ease without checking. The family comforted Bianran for a while and finally decided that Qin Shiyan would stay to accompany her, while the others continued with the autumn harvest. Bianran weakly said to her sister, Sis, I'm going to my room to rest, and then closed the door. Qin Shiyan was filled with worry and heartache, wishing she could bear all of this for her sister. After all, she had experienced life and death herself, so why did her sister have to encounter this? Helpless, she listened carefully to the sounds inside the room, confirmed her sister had lain down, and then went to the kitchen to find something to cook for her. On the bed, Bianran's gaze was empty, her expression dazed. At this moment, all her attention had shifted to another space. Aha! Xiaojin. Is this a space? In the pitch-black void, a small figure was jumping around joyfully. Sis, this space is already connected to your soul. Though small, don't worry, it will definitely grow bigger. This was something Xiaojin had spat out after swallowing the wild system. To Bianran, it was extremely precious. She immediately responded. It's not small at all. This space is quite big. A cube with a length, width, and height of 10 meters, capable of holding quite a lot. Xiaojin remained silent but secretly vowed to expand it further. My host must use the best. Bianran walked around the space a few times, her surprise growing stronger, gradually accepting this unexpected gift. She asked again. Is time frozen in this space? Sis, absolutely. The things I put in this world, can I still use them in the next world? This point was crucial to Bianran. Sis, definitely. In a great mood, she finally had a place to store all kinds of firearms. In most mission worlds, the threat of firearms is more direct. They may not always be necessary, but they are indispensable. Bianran almost burst into song, but she still had to act like an injured little girl. A few days passed, and under the constant comfort of her family, Bianran gradually forgot about the murder at the educated youth point. During this time, Qing Jian, Meng Yuzhou, and Shen Huiqing racked their brains to send her gifts and cheer her up, even going to great lengths to make themselves look ridiculous. Qin Mu watched as the three of them went to the fields for the autumn harvest on schedule every day, then promptly ran to the house, his eyes full of disdain. This bottomless flattery was truly unbearable to watch. However, if the object of their flattery was his sister, everything seemed reasonable. Qin Mu scrutinized the three with a critical eye. Qing Jian was already a semi-finished product, Shen Huiqing seemed like he came with a whetstone and still needed guidance, while Meng Yuzhou was the key subject for training. Qin Mu didn't know who Xiaoran liked, but she seemed to be quite fond of all of them. As her brother, he knew his sister best, she liked good looks. These three people happen to have good looks and figures. No matter who she ultimately chooses, Qin Mu must ensure that her future brother-in-law is completely loyal to her. Training him first is the most reliable choice. Men understand men best. Qin Mu initially tested the waters with Qing Jian, gaining experience. This time, his actions were even more decisive and efficient. Bianran noticed early on, and Qin Mu was also accustomed to Qing Jian's subtle and composed way of guidance. Her brother was like a cunning old fox, meticulous and hard to read. The word shrewdness in her mind was absolutely a compliment, representing intelligence, vigilance, and the ability to understand people's hearts. This was also the root cause of Bianran's frequent troubles. Faced with so many shrewd people, rather than letting them focus on her, she preferred to constantly create trouble to divert their attention to cleaning up the mess. Over the years, she had developed a set of ultimate brother-trapping techniques. Avoid major mistakes, but keep making small ones. The sound of autumn harvest drums gradually faded, and the villagers seemed to have shed a layer of skin, with their cracked hands even losing a bit of flesh. Yet every face was lit with bright smiles. This year was another year of bountiful harvest. The wheat heads drooped heavily, potatoes and sweet potatoes were unearthed in large clusters, each one plump. Even the sorghum stood tall like burning flames. In the entire commune, and even the entire county, the village's grain yield ranked among the top. Everyone was proud of this and worked with great enthusiasm. After the autumn harvest, people did not rest. The grain still needed to be dried and gathered. A few days later, it would be sent to the commune granary as public grain. The remaining tasks didn't require too many hands. Some people continued sorting the grains, while others began working on their own private plots. The Qin family was no exception. The private plot was small, about 3 mu, located in the backyard. It was densely planted with soybeans, mung beans, peanuts, and various vegetables. Though not much, it had a bit of everything. Qin Yuanfeng was the village accountant and had been busy with the accounts in the granary these past few days. Yao Xiaomei took the children to tidy up the private plot. Bianran loved eating fried peanuts and braised peanuts, so Yao Xiaomei sent her to dig up the remaining peanuts in the field. Using a small trowel, she dug bit by bit until she suddenly hit something hard. The mechanical motion made her thoughts wander, her mind sluggish. She thought it was a stone and pried it up forcefully. The hard object was flipped over, and Bianran instinctively tossed it toward the courtyard wall. The stone flew through the air, and she suddenly focused her gaze. It was a piece of gold. Before she could react, the gold landed with a thud, rolled a few times, and stopped at the feet of Qin Shiyan, who was collecting soybeans. "Mom!" A slightly trembling voice rang out. That day, the Qin family closed their doors to visitors. Yao Xiaomei carefully washed the gold, locked it in the cabinet, and placed incense around the house. Every family member knelt and prayed devoutly. "Oh, thank you, Earth God, thank you, Benefactor. This is already the 5th piece. No matter which deity is blessing our family, if you could send me a dream, I will do my utmost." Yao Xiaomei muttered softly, pacing in the courtyard. She firmly believed that these pieces of gold, which had changed their family's circumstances, were a special blessing from some deity. Otherwise, who else could find gold in their own yard 5 times in a row? Gold is not as common as cabbage. Every member of the Qin family was filled with gratitude toward the previous owner of the gold. Bianran, adapting to the situation, quietly thanked herself. After In Miao Miao passed away, the Qin family's days returned to peaceful warmth. However, from another perspective, the Qin family had never truly been at peace. As Qin Mu and Qin Shiyan gained fame, like pearls polished to brilliance, their family's doorstep was constantly visited by waves of matchmakers, making the threshold creak underfoot. From the county town to various villages, countless families with marriageable young people had their eyes on these two. At the same time, as the younger sister of this famous sibling pair, Bianran's treatment went out and about improved significantly. Those who wanted to be her brother-in-law, those who wanted to be her sister-in-law, and even those secretly pursuing her, all greeted her with smiles. That day, Yao Xiaomei had just sent off a group of matchmakers. When Bianran and Meng Yuzhou returned to the Qin family, they happened to run into them. Aunt Zhang stopped Bianran at the gate, circling her and sizing her up with bright eyes, constantly praising. So beautiful. So beautiful. Aunt Zhang's eyes sparkled, and before leaving, she earnestly reminded. Ran girl. If you ever want to find a match, come to me first. I'll definitely find you a better matchmaker than the one behind you. A flicker of emotion passed through Meng Yuzhou's eyes, his heart sourer than if he had swallowed a pound of vinegar. He was painfully aware of how deeply he was sinking, falling into the quagmire named Qin Bianran. He understood his predicament, unable to escape, and unwilling to try. The despairing part was that even if he was willing to become nourishment in the quagmire, it still wouldn't earn him a response from the one he loved. She seemed to like him, yet it also seemed she did not. Perhaps he should withdraw in time. But just unintentionally thinking of her name stirred an unquenchable flutter in his heart. He sank into it with clear awareness. Meng Yuzhou, come on, let's go in. Bianran was suddenly tapped on the arm by the matchmaker from the neighboring village and turned back to call out to the stunned Meng Yuzhou with a smile. Meng Yuzhou heard her voice, and his gaze instantly softened, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right. He thought to himself, even if it meant entanglement, he would entangle for a lifetime. A forcibly picked melon isn't sweet, but add some sugar, and it will be. Qin Shiyan got married at the age of 22. She was like a blooming rose, radiating a mature luster. Although 22 was considered old for marriage in this era, many still admired her charm. Gu Jiangbai pursued her for 3 whole years before finally winning her over. On their wedding day, Gu Jiangbai smiled so broadly at the village banquet that he seemed about to burst, joy written all over his face. His parents made a special trip to Dawawa village. A qualified husband knows how to handle the relationship between his wife and family. Gu Jiangbai's parents had long known about Qin Shiyan and liked her very much. After the wedding, the couple moved into the Qin family home. The Qin family courtyard was expanded, and 2 new rooms were built. Gu Jiangbai shamelessly moved in. He didn't care at all about people gossiping behind his back, calling him a live-in son-in-law. Qin Mu got married at the age of 24, by which time he was already the deputy director of finance at the county factory. His wife was the daughter of the county public security bureau chief. This sister-in-law was someone Bianran liked very much. She was worldly yet unworldly, and Bianran enjoyed playing with her. At first, the young couple lived in the county town, but later they moved back to the Qin family home. Bianran graduated from high school at the age of 17. After graduation, she used her connections to get into the county grain management office. Where there are connections, there are always loopholes to exploit. Her network of connections extended from the county to the city, already quite mature. After turning 18 and becoming an adult, the godly wealth system cancelled the underage protection mode. Various tasks and rewards followed one after another. She quickly established a massive business empire in Europe and North America. The only thing slowing down its development was her spending speed. With national policies in place, Bianran spent money every day. A month passed, and there was less than 10,000 left on the books. Moreover, she had to spend money secretly. Utterly frustrated. Fortunately, with the space available, she didn't have to worry about having no place to store the things she bought. Within 2 years, Bianran's business empire had already controlled 30% of the European and American markets. Outside, there was a thriving business empire, but domestically, Bianran still spent money cautiously. But she adapted to this life. She was waiting for the reform and opening up. After the reform and opening up, she would give the world a surprise. Compared to her low-profile career success, her love life attracted more attention. Bianran got married earlier than her older siblings. Yes, she got married in this era. This was something that would have been impossible for her in the past. But in order to eat meat openly, Bianran went along with the trend of the times and got married. She gave this title to Qing Jian. This was the result of a collective discussion by the entire Qin family. The Qin family had long noticed Bianran's rebelliousness in matters of love and had tried to persuade her once. When it proved ineffective, they actively helped her come up with ideas and provided cover. After years of observation, although the Qin family approved of the three people around Bianran, when it came to marriage, they leaned more towards Qing Jian. When Qing Jian learned that Bian Shaoran was going to marry him, he was overwhelmed with joy. He was extremely satisfied and felt incredibly lucky. No matter how many people there might be in the future, he was her husband. At 19, Bianran married Qing Jian. Outsiders thought it was Qing Jian who won over the Qin family's youngest daughter, and the two finally became a couple. Actually, there were 3 sets of betrothal gifts placed in the Qin family's yard. The 4 big items: bicycles, sewing machines, watches, and radios, 3 of each. As well as various fabrics, bedding, clothes, and shoes. The Qin family specifically cleared out a room to pile up these items. And Yao Xiaomei frowned as soon as she saw it, feeling a headache coming on. Tell me, can these things be displayed? If others see this, they'll think the Qing family has gone mad. At this moment, Qin Yuanfeng no longer mocked Meng Yuzhou and Shen Huiqing. They can only assert their presence here, let them be. All these things will be moved to the new house for Shaoran later. In order to marry a wife and ensure she would have a proper status in the future, Qing Jian sensibly applied for a plot of land and built a new house. A month before the wedding, everything was properly arranged. The Qing family was very satisfied with Bianran. And they had no objections to the young couple moving out to live on their own. The Qing family even felt that their son had nothing worthy enough to match Bianran. Whether in terms of appearance or future prospects, it was hard to be a match for her. Because of this, Grandpa Qing personally wrote letters to his old comrades, rekindling old friendships. All just to pave a bright path for Qing Jian, so he could be a match for that girl. On the day Bianran and Qing Jian got married, the village was in an uproar. Not only did the villagers flock to the event, but even people from neighboring villages came to join the celebration. To everyone's surprise, the county magistrate personally attended the wedding and seemed quite familiar with Bianran. Shen Huiqing brought a well-dressed woman to attend the banquet. When Bianran finally had a moment to rest from her busyness, the woman quietly approached her, her face showing a look of relieved anticipation. "Child, from now on, my son will be relying on you." Though the words were vague, the two of them understood each other perfectly. Bianran smiled and nodded. To be honest, at that moment, she suddenly realized she felt like a heartbreaker. Ha! 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 But she had money, looks, and would have power in the future. Who wouldn't be willing? How could that be considered being a heartbreaker? The infatuation of those few men was, in fact, the key factor. After marriage, Bianran's life didn't change much. The only difference was that after getting married, there were always people staring at her belly with piercing eyes. This made her extremely annoyed. She went home and gave Qing Jian a harsh lesson. The next day, when he went out, his legs were weak and wobbly. From then on, no one dared to stare at Bianran anymore. Instead, rumors spread that Qing Jian was physically frail. He really wanted to shout, "If your wife tormented you from dusk till dawn, a full 8 hours, who wouldn't feel weak?" And this was during winter. The nights were long, and dawn seemed endlessly far away. After the reform and opening up, every member of the Qin family set new goals for themselves. The Qin parents are preparing to head straight to the capital to make their way. Qin Shiyan was determined to enter the field of scientific research. In the cowshed of Dawawa village, several elderly people guided her, and she devoted herself to study. After successfully passing the college entrance examination, she was admitted to a top university in the capital, ready to pursue further studies. Qin Mu set his sights on the political world, enjoying the art of manipulation. He inherited the connections left behind by Bianran. As for Bianran, she chose to go abroad. She was about to stir up a storm outside. Heard someone looks down on Hua Nation. Heard someone wants to block Hua Nation's technology. Heard someone is eyeing greedily. In a world where capital reigns supreme, it just gave Bianran an opportunity. With technology and economy in her grasp, she could charge through the world of capital. Heard Hua Nation lacks foreign investment? She pulled back an entire airport's worth of funds. Heard Hua Nation's technology is lagging? She grabbed all the research labs and took them away. Heard there's a talent shortage? Professors were sent overseas by her one after another. Under her full efforts, Hua Nation flourished like the sun at its zenith. In 1990, the globally anticipated National Friendship Conference was held in Hua Nation, with all United Nations members gathering together. The conference revolved around the theme One World, One Home, sparking heated discussions. Hua Nation's development philosophy was finally seen and understood by the world. The status of a superpower was thus established. The name Qin Bianran was engraved into the annals of multiple countries, becoming one of the most influential international figures of the century. Some loved her, willing to live for her, some hated her, wishing her dead. But undeniably, her appearance completely changed the international landscape. Qin Mu's always composed expression was now filled with despair. A familiar public security officer told him that the evidence was conclusive, he had indeed violated in Miao Miao. Heh. Qin Mu couldn't even muster a fake smile. His heart was numb, emotions gradually fading with time, and his senses growing duller by the day. What was he waiting for next? Execution by firing squad. He even imagined the sensation of a bullet piercing through his skull. It would probably hurt a lot. But then again, maybe the pain wouldn't even have time to reach his brain before he was already dead. The greater suffering, however, would be left for his family. His parents, and Qin Shiyan. Having a son and brother like him, the gossip and slander of others would pierce them like sharp swords. Especially since his family firmly believed he was wronged. He believed in their belief in him, just as they repeatedly professed their trust. But for the rest of their lives, his existence would entangle them in a web of pain and despair. Conclusive evidence. The image of Miao Miao surfaced clearly in his mind, as if etched in stone. He had never so much as touched a single finger of hers. How could this be considered conclusive evidence? Heh. The once bright and spacious Qin family brick house was now filled with uncontrollable sobs and despair. Xiaoyi, what are we going to do about our Xiaoyi? Yao Xiaomei forced out a hoarse wail from the depths of her throat, her fists pounding against her chest, as if it could ease the crushing pain in her heart. No one could answer her. Qin Shiyan's eyes were bloodshot, having been unable to sleep for half a month straight. The news that Qin Mai might be executed felt like a cold iron hammer, ruthlessly striking her heart. She was filled with regret. Why had she saved in Miao Miao, who was being bullied by thugs, out of a moment of softness? Her hand had given in Miao Miao the chance to get close to Qin Mai. I'll go find in Miao Miao. Qin Mu definitely hasn't touched her. No matter what conditions she sets, our family will agree, absolutely agree. Qin Shiyan ran madly towards the educated youth station. She had already looked for in Miao Miao countless times, but each time she returned empty-handed. But she refused to give up. How could she bear to watch Qin Mu also die? They were born of the same mother, grew up together, and she understood Qin Mu's character thoroughly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stepped out of the Qin family's door, she ran into in Miao Miao. And Miao Miao was wearing a brand new bright white shirt, with a red bow hairband tied around her neck, looking radiant. Qin Shiyan was stunned, a spark suddenly flickering in her eyes. She cast aside her dignity and pride, her voice trembling as she said. And Miao Miao, I'm begging you. Before she could finish, and Miao Miao interrupted her with a cold, mocking gaze. Shut up. Her gaze was full of contempt and pride. Look, this is the so-called female lead, right? And yet, she still has to kneel before her, begging humbly. And Miao Miao shoved Qin Shiyan aside and brazenly barged into the Qin family home. In just half a month, Qin Yuanfeng's hair had turned half white. Seeing in Miao Miao, his eyes erupted with overwhelming hatred. How could his son possibly be a rapist? It was all this woman's scheme. He suddenly stood up, intending to drive out the culprit who had ruined his son. but Yao Xiaomei stopped him in his tracks. Yao Xiaomei walked up to An Miao Miao and slowly knelt down. Mom. Meyer. Qin Shiyan and Qin Yuanfeng clenched their fists, veins bulging, their bodies trembling with rage. Yao Xiaomei disregarded everything and pleaded. And Jiqing, my son is innocent. I beg you, go to the police station and clarify the truth, will you? And Miao Miao sneered coldly. She bypassed the kneeling Yao Xiaomei, sat in the main seat of the hall, and mocked. Auntie, the condition for kneeling is still the same as last time. But now, I've changed my mind. Qin Yuanfeng picked up the devastated Yao Xiaomei, roaring furiously for An Miao Miao to get out. And Miao Miao's expression turned cold, and her mocking laughter carried a bone-chilling frost. Your son is on the brink of death, and you can still shout and scream? You might as well save your energy to mourn over his corpse and cry at his grave. These words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, leaving the Qin family pale-faced, their pain and fury intertwined. Perhaps realizing her words were too cruel, and Miao Miao shifted her tone and pointed at Qin Yuanfeng and Yao Xiaomei. Convincing me to go to the police station to explain? It's not impossible. But you must go to the back mountain and find me a ginseng that's over 50 years old. Only then will I agree. Having said that, she walked away leisurely under Qin Yuanfeng's murderous gaze. When she reached the main entrance, she turned back to remind them. 3 days. You only have 3 days. Once that time is up, Qin Mu can prepare to face the firing squad. The night descended like a ferocious beast, devouring everything in its path, an unfathomable black abyss. Qin Shiyan furrowed her brows tightly, pacing back and forth at the Qin family's doorstep, waves of anxiety crashing over her. After An Miao Miao's visit, her parents had gone to the back mountain. Decades ago, someone from the village had found a ginseng deep in the forest, but the location was extremely secluded, requiring a long trek. Her parents had not returned since. Qin Shiyan looked towards the direction of the back mountain, her heartbeat quickening, the tension surging like a relentless flood. In an instant, it felt as if a massive boulder was pressing against her chest, making it hard to breathe. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Overwhelmed by fear, she rushed toward the old Qin family house. Yuanfeng. Xiaomei. Villagers held torches and flashlights, searching tirelessly through the mountain forest for the two who had not returned home deep into the night. As time ticked by, Qin Shiyan's entire body grew cold, her heart plunging into an icy abyss. Child, don't be afraid. Your uncle will definitely find your parents. A broad, warm hand patted her shoulder. Several hours later. Found it. Found it. Qin Shiyan ran toward the voice but saw no living person. There were only 2 tightly embraced corpses. They were her parents. Between them, they were tightly protecting a ginseng with long, coiled roots. At this moment, a chill engulfed her like a tide. Her movements were mechanical and lifeless, like a puppet controlled by invisible strings. That ginseng was taken by An Miao Miao. Qin Shiyan showed no reaction. It wasn't until the news came that Qin Mu was also sentenced to life imprisonment that she slightly awakened. The phrase her parents often said, "As long as you're alive, there's hope," echoed repeatedly in her mind. But she thought, what hope could there be in living? Qin Shiyan had also gone to see Qin Mai. The two of them were astonishingly similar in their state. Before parting, Qin Mai softly said to her. Shiyan, live well. Be careful of An Miao Miao, the one she's targeting might be you. Remember what I said. The next day, the news of Qin Mai's suicide pierced her heart like a cold blade. A letter was delivered to her after much effort. It was Qin Mai's analysis of An Miao Miao. Although he hadn't unraveled all the mysteries, he accurately predicted. And Miao Miao was using him as a weapon against Qin Shiyan. As long as Qin Mai was alive, he was the blade An Miao Miao could wield at will. So, he chose death. Qin Shiyan bid farewell to her brother. She thought, since this was his choice, let him leave with dignity as a brother. She struggled to keep living. There was unfinished business in her heart, she couldn't die. The Qin family had only her left, and she had to carry the name of the Qin family. However, in a moment of loosened vigilance, she was pushed into the icy water by An Miao Miao. The freezing winter water was bone-chilling, soaking through the heavy cotton clothes, dragging her step by step into the abyss, with no hope of escape. The weightlessness and helplessness made her tremble in her dreams. No, don't. The murmur startled the person beside her. Gu Jiangbai skillfully wrapped his arm around his wife's shoulder, his fingers gently stroking her hair. Darling, don't be afraid, I'm here. Qin Shiyan suddenly opened her eyes. The warmth beside her felt like a soft shield, gradually calming her panicked heart. Another nightmare? Gu Jiangbai's voice was low and gentle. Qin Shiyan nodded, burying her head in his embrace to hide her emotions. The hatred gradually faded, and a trace of relief rose in her heart. And Miao Miao was already dead, but her family was still here. The shadows of the past had dissipated. Though the family had gone their separate ways, they were all striving for their dreams. Qin Mu had become a diplomat, she could devote herself to the front lines of scientific research, and her parents were saving money to buy a house in the capital. Only her younger sister had been abroad for years. The day before yesterday, her sister sent a letter saying she was coming back. No matter how wonderful the world outside was, this would always be her home. A relaxed smile appeared on Qin Shiyan's lips as she drifted back into sleep. This time, her dream was light and joyful. After her 18th birthday, Bianran finally broke free from the underage restrictions of the tycoon system. The things she couldn't do before, she could now do them all. Pfft. You want to get married? In the main hall of the Qin family, Qin Yuanfeng spat out a mouthful of water upon hearing his daughter's words. Yes, that's right. Bianran nodded firmly. Qin Yuanfeng stomped his foot anxiously and leaned closer to his daughter to probe. Sweetheart, how about I make you a cup of mint water? Clear your head. At this age, how could you be thinking about marriage? Did something happen at home? He was filled with worry, as if his daughter was about to abandon the family. Bianran's mouth twitched. Dad, I'm perfectly clear-headed. Qin Yuanfeng didn't believe it, this had to be her own decision. Sweetheart, look at your sister and brother. They're already 21 and haven't even mentioned marriage. Our family values late marriage and quality marriage. Did one of those boys threaten you? He clenched his fists, ready to settle the score. Hey! Dad, calm down. Bianran quickly stopped him. She almost let those three get beaten up. She convened a family meeting and solemnly expressed her determination to get married. The Qin family saw her seriousness and, realizing the matter was settled, stopped arguing. Their attention turned to the person she wanted to marry. Ran, which one of those three do you like? Qin Shiyan asked the most critical question. Marriage is a lifelong matter, and everyone hoped she would marry someone she truly desired. In fact, Bianran liked all three of them. If she had to choose one, she was more inclined toward Qin Shiyan. Whether in terms of timing or depth of feelings, Qin Shiyan stood out differently. This answer aligned perfectly with the Qin family's assessment of future marital risks. Thus, the matter was decided. For the foreseeable future, the Qin family's attention was fixed on Qin Shiyan. They still needed to conduct a final evaluation of him. The obvious preferential treatment made the three of them fully aware. Qin Shiyan had long felt the weight of this attention. His heart raced wildly. He couldn't help but want to find Bianran to get some clarity. Shen Huiqing set his sights on a new goal, pleasing Ranran's future husband. He hoped that with this sincerity, he could earn the other's acceptance. Meng Yuzhou frowned deeply, filled with unwillingness, yet powerless to challenge the Qin family's ironclad stance. What else could he do? Meng Yuzhou longed to see Xiaoran. If Xiaoran truly liked Qin Shiyan in her heart, he would be willing to let go. Could he really let go? It was common for Qin Shiyan to seek out Bianran. Bianran followed him to a small hilltop on the back mountain with a wide view. The setting sun cast its glow on Qin Shiyan's slightly flushed cheeks, and his dark eyes beneath his sharp brows sparkled like stars in the night sky. Bianran laughed recklessly. Little Yanqing, what do you want to say today? Qin Shiyan stared at the girl in front of him, the one he had kept in his heart for 11 years. His Adam's apple moved, and his voice was hoarse with nervousness. Bian Xiaoran, you. The words reached his lips, but he hesitated. At this moment, he began to doubt whether the special treatment he received from the Qin family was just an illusion. But as soon as he met those warm and bright eyes, confidence surged back into his heart. Bian Xiaoran, do you like me? Bianran smiled and nodded, I do. As soon as the word like fell, Qin Shiyan blurted out. Bianran, will you marry me? Bianran was silent for a few seconds. Qing Jian held his breath, his senses heightened, as if his fate rested in her hands. Well, I'll think about it. These 4 words, like a spring breeze brushing his face, made Qing Jian feel reborn. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. His laughter spilled from the depths of his heart, starting softly, then growing louder, releasing his joy without restraint. As the laughter faded, reason returned. He cautiously asked, Bianran, do you like Meng Yuzhou and Shen Huiqing? Bianran nodded, I do. Before the words had fully landed, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side. Comrade Cheng, I have a request. It was Shen Huiqing. Qing Jian's brows furrowed slightly. He had a premonition about what the other party was going to say, but then he recalled Bianran's affirmative like from earlier. His gaze flickered, and he finally spoke, go ahead. Shen Huiqing's tone was respectful, I want to join you. I don't ask for any status, as long as I can stay by Ranran's side, I will be content. I'm actually quite useful and can support the 2 of you. This was the first time Shen Huiqing had confided in Qing Jian. Every word was like a nail, hammering away at Qing Jian's patience. He wanted Shen Huiqing to get lost, but with his years of understanding Bianran, Shen Huiqing daring to come here and speak must have been with Sharon's tacit approval. This outcome was something he had long anticipated. Qing Jian felt a certain irritation in his heart but had to feign a sullen demeanor. Bianran's heart had long been divided into several parts, each not very large, and in the future, it might split even further. Qing Jian could tolerate the presence of others. But he absolutely cannot tolerate his share being divided. He would not go against Bianran's wishes. But secretly expressing a bit of emotion and vying for a little of her attention is necessary. Qing Jian glanced at Bianran with resentment. Then scrutinized Shen Huiqing critically, remained silent for a few seconds, and reluctantly said. Agreeing to this isn't impossible. But you must remember, I agreed because Bianran likes you. If one day, she no longer likes you, you should voluntarily step back. Also, Bianran and I don't need you to support us. Shen Huiqing's pupils slightly brightened. He didn't expect Qing Jian to agree so easily, but he was genuinely delighted inside. Just like knowing Ranran likes that good-looking person. Qing Jian is unique to Ranran. Since the first time he saw them at the village entrance, Shen Huiqing had a gut feeling. That ordinary evening, as the sky grew darker, she was dazzling like a sharp sword, slicing through countless shadows in his heart with just one glance. From that moment on, it was as if he had found the light of his life. This person awakened him from the confusion of day after day. But that hopeful gaze rarely fell on him. Most of the time, it was the young man following behind her who won her favor. So he chose to settle for less, not seeking recognition, only willing to be the shadow that couldn't see the light. He wouldn't make Ranran feel troubled. As long as she didn't abandon him. Shen Huiqing solemnly bowed deeply to Qing Jian. Thank you, Comrade Qing. Bianran watched the 2 reach an understanding, without her needing to say much. Full of doubt. Is this really the closed-minded 1970s? Qing Jian, do you know what you've agreed to? Bianran's tone was teasing. Qing Jian snorted twice. Calling me by my full name? Qing Bianran, of course I know what I've agreed to. If I didn't agree, you would have turned around and gone home, telling others that the person you married wasn't me. Or, even if we got married, it wouldn't be long before you'd grow tired and divorce me. Not to mention, standing nearby is someone who would rather be the third party but still clings tightly to Xiaoran. Qing Jian's gaze carried a hint of probing, as if saying, I've seen through you long ago, making Bianran blink. The love in his eyes was intense, yet completely unhidden. Bianran's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold truth. Qing Jian, I am a fickle person. There are probably more than one like Shen Huiqing. As soon as the words fell, Shen Huiqing suddenly looked up, shock written all over his face. She had always been independent and proud. Now, she was using the term fickle to lay herself bare in front of Qing Jian. An indescribable bitterness surged in her heart. She had to admit, she was jealous. Qing Jian, however, smiled brightly, in an exceptionally good mood. He hadn't expected Bianran to be so candid. Before, he had to guess at her attitude entirely on his own. It seemed that, in Bianran's heart, he was already considered one of her own. As for future fourths and fifths? He didn't care at all and said with a smile. It doesn't matter, as long as the one marrying you is me. He felt like he had hit the jackpot. But emotions are not always mutual. In a hidden corner, Meng Yuzhou, who had followed Shen Huiqing, stood frozen in place. After understanding their conversation, he first looked around to ensure no one else had overheard. He didn't care what would happen between Qing Jian and Shen Huiqing, he was only worried that Bianran might get into trouble. Then, he stepped forward on his own. Meng Yuzhou's appearance caused no stir. Qing Jian assumed he had come with Shen Huiqing knew he had followed them, and Bianran had already been informed by Xiao Jin. Meng Yuzhou maintained a calm expression, but his voice trembled slightly, revealing his inner unease. Do you realize that what you're doing is both illegal and immoral? Meng Yuzhou, are you planning to report us? Bianran countered, her tone slightly raised, her smile hard to decipher. Meng Yuzhou responded without hesitation. Of course not. But in his mind, you and us clashed like tidal waves. He stubbornly stared at Bianran, his eyes filled with disbelief. So am I considered an outsider now? Are you the real family? Bianran burst into laughter. With what you just said, let me tell you, not just now, but you were never truly considered an insider before. Ha. Ha ha ha. Qing Jian raised an eyebrow, initially thinking Meng Yuzhou had come to fight for the fourth spot, but unexpectedly, he was here to criticize them. This makes things easier, he thought. The only issue was that Meng Yuzhou had discovered their secret. To prevent retaliation, Qing Jian felt he must find something to hold against him. Meng Yuzhou froze, his heart feeling as though it had been torn in two. One half pulled by moral conscience, the other crushed by Bianran's dismissive attitude. She was still that bold and unrestrained sunflower, the version of her he liked the most. Even if she left, she would still bloom brightly. Reason and the education he had received since childhood told him that he should now maintain his last shred of dignity and leave. To completely become a passerby in her life. But as long as he thought of this, the pain in his heart surged like a tide. With a dry voice, he clung to the last hope of being loved, like a beggar pleading for affection. Xiaoran, can you choose me? Can you not choose them? Clearly on the verge of breaking, he still tried to maintain his composure, forcing a strained smile, his eyes full of despair. Bianran softened, speaking gently. Meng Yuzhou, I don't like forcing myself, nor do I like forcing others. I hope you feel the same. Perhaps, parting amicably is the best choice for us. Meng Yuzhou closed his eyes, suppressing the bitterness in his heart. He couldn't let go, he never could from the very beginning. Reason was useless in front of her. What manners, what morals, if she said the word, he would abandon them all. But she didn't even ask, and decided they should part amicably. His voice trembled as he stared directly at Bianran, pleading. I don't want to part amicably. Why didn't you ask me if I was willing to join you? Am I so insignificant in your heart? Meng Yuzhou's face turned pale, his emotions intense. Why can you accept that pervert Shen Huijing, but not even ask me? Qin Bianran, you really have no heart. Bianran went along with the flow and extended a sincere invitation. Then do you want to join us? Qin Bianran, are you sincere? Qing Jian and Shen Huiqing rolled their eyes upon hearing this. Brother, your act is way too fake. Weren't you just talking about morality and breaking the law? Bianran's eyes flickered as she spoke again. I like you. Would you like to join us? Meng Yuzhou looked as if he had taken a strong tonic, his face gradually turning red, his lips tightening as he forced out a few words. I need to think about it. Bianran clapped her hands. Great. From now on, the four of us together. Before she could finish, Xiao Jin urgently reminded her. Sis, your brother is here. Immediately followed by a cold shout. Shut up. Bianran stiffly turned her head, meeting her brother's eyes, cold as shards of ice. This scene was practically a different kind of disaster. Under Qin Mai's strong suppression, Bianran and the others, like frightened quails, followed him back to the Qin family home. Sis, sorry, I was AFK just now. Your brother is security personnel, the alarm didn't go off. Xiao Jin apologized softly to Bianran. Bianran replied casually in her mind. Xiao Jin, my brother is definitely security personnel, you're not wrong. Just keep an eye on him and see what he does. Back at the Qin family home, Shen Huiqing, who was walking last, tactfully closed and locked the door. Qin Mai's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Qing Jian and the others, feeling guilty all the way, were now even more silent, waiting for this brother-in-law's scrutiny. Bianran lowered her head, studying the patterns on her shoe surface. Qin Bianran, get inside. Qin Mu's impatient voice echoed in the hall. Bianran looked up, revealing a flattering smile, and tiptoed out of the main house. Half an hour later, Xiao Jin returned, panting heavily. Bianran asked with a smile. How was it? My brother's methods are impressive, right? Sis, your brother really acts like a proper brother. During this half hour, Qin Mu also gave the three of them a stern talking to. Instead of discouraging them, it only strengthened their resolve. Afterward, Qin Mu set some rules for the three of them. Bianran listened to his instructions, each one benefiting her, her eyes sparkling. Brother! You're amazing. This innocent and naive attitude made Qin Mu's temper flare, his hands itching to act but reluctant to do so. His dark eyes deepened as he warned again. Qin Bianran, don't get too close to them. If I hear any rumors, do you still want to go out and have fun? Bianran was already prepared and obediently replied. Brother, don't worry, I understand. I won't let anyone notice. The more she said this, the less reassured Qin Mu felt. He thought to himself, the factory matters can wait, I need to keep a close eye on Xiaoran. Epilogue, Daily Life. It's almost the new year. In Dawa village, 2 300-pound fat pigs were just slaughtered. Every household received 1 or 2 pounds of meat, and the village was buzzing with excitement. In the newly built houses at the end of the village, Bianran, however, had a headache. Too much. Too much. She glanced at the piles of pork, beef, lamb, and a few chickens and ducks filling the large and small basins in the room, totaling over 300 pounds. Then she looked at the 3 people busy running around. Her tone was calm. So, who's going to explain how all this meat came about? Based on Qing Jian and the others' understanding of Bianran, when her tone was the calmest, her mood was often the worst. Meng Yuzhou and Shen Huijing simultaneously turned their gazes toward Qing Jian. Qing Jian chuckled, his starry eyes sparkling. He took a few steps forward, half kneeling in front of Bianran, looking up at her. Beautiful eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a gently moving Adam's apple were all on full display before Bianran, as obedient as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Bianran's fingertips lightly slid over Qing Jian's eyes, landing on his Adam's apple. She chuckled softly, this is your explanation? The tingling sensation from her touch spread through Qing Jian's body, making him tremble slightly. His voice was hoarse. Bian Xiaoran, I don't want to explain anymore. Can I seduce you instead? Those eyes were astonishingly bright. Unfortunately, Bianran wasn't one to show mercy. She lightly kicked him, her demeanor calm and unruffled. No. Qing Jian deflated, pushing aside a pile of meat on the ground, and began to explain. This meat is what I bought on the black market, and these wild chickens are what I caught on the mountain. Since you went back to live, I had nothing to do alone, so I could only go up the mountain. Oh, right, this wild boar meat is from a little wild boar the 3 of us caught in the mountains. Bianran remained silent, her gaze shifting to the other 2. Meng Yuzhou awkwardly covered his arm. There was no way to avoid it. Bianran's eyelashes trembled slightly. She waved at Meng Yuzhou and asked. Meng Yuzhou, what happened to your arm? It's nothing, just a minor injury. His voice was deep and mellow like fine wine, slowly slipping into her ears, soft and captivating. Bianran let out a light hum, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. Take off your clothes and let me see. Despite claiming it was nothing, he took off his clothes decisively and neatly. Her gaze swept over his firm abs and stopped at the arm tightly wrapped in white gauze. That arm, full of strength, was wrapped in a layer of white gauze, faint traces of blood seeping through. Bianran sighed, her tone full of distress. How did this happen? While catching the wild boar. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and grievance. Serves him right. Serves me right? Weren't you craving pig trotters? A wild boar has 4 trotters. Meng Yuzhou said it with a completely serious expression. Bianran glanced at him. You're quite proud of yourself? Okay. Bianran's hand trembled as she lightly patted his arm. You're so proud, why didn't you let me taste your spoils? The pig's trotters at the feast might not have been limited to just 4. Hiss. Meng Yuzhou's face turned pale, and he stopped being stubborn, pleading softly. Xiaoran, I was wrong, I'm not proud anymore. I don't want you to eat my spoils. I love you and can't bear to leave you. Get lost. Alright, I'll get lost right away. Shen Huiqing didn't wait for Bianran's signal and had already dumped everything out in one go. Ran, I bought this meat at the black market. A fat guy sold it to me. Don't be mad, I got a bargain, it only cost me 800 yuan, quite a deal. Bianran stared at the pile of meat. How much did you say? Shen Huiqing pursed his lips, 800. Thud. Bianran's heart skipped a beat, convinced that the one who sold the meat was Lu Fatty. Yesterday, Lu Fatty had smugly bragged to her, saying he sold meat worth 400 at market price to a big fool for 800, making a huge profit. It seemed that fool was none other than Shen Huiqing. This meat is at most worth 400 yuan, and you gave him 800? Shen Huiqing looked completely baffled. Didn't that fatty say selling it to me for 800 was already a loss? Ran, I didn't know. Next time I go to him, I'll fix a few more radios and watches for him. I'll definitely earn that money back. Not satisfied, he leaned closer to Bianran, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ran, hit me. Bianran said coldly. Since you can bring the meat back, I believe you can handle it as well. I'll be returning to the Qin family for a few days, you figure it out yourselves. After speaking, Bianran got up and walked towards the door. The 3 people in the room looked at each other, their faces full of bitterness. Qing Jian moved his feet and quickly followed. I'll go to the father-in-law's house to ask for advice on how to handle the meat. I was planning to do the same. Meng Yuzhou and Shen Huiqing followed closely behind. Outsiders all knew that Meng Jiqing, Shen Jiqing, and Qin Mu from their village were as close as brothers, even closer than real brothers. No wonder the houses of their 3 families were built together. So, it was completely reasonable for the brothers to go to another brother's house to ask the uncle and aunt how to handle the meat. This World's Tycoon experience card, ding dong please check. Why does your Bian family have the audacity to break off the engagement? A thunderous voice of questioning exploded in Bianran's ears like a clap of thunder. The heavy pressure seemed as if it would tear her soul apart directly. Bianran's breathing paused for a moment. The spiritual energy within her body automatically circulated, resisting the oppressive force. Humph. Wang Chongshan. What right do you have to lash out at me? Shamelessly bullying the younger generation. The person beside Bianran shouted angrily, lightly waving their hand, and the pressure weighing on her immediately dissipated. The hall was filled with an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was about to break. Bianran had no time to absorb the memories, all eyes converged on her like sharp arrows. She quickly bypassed the chaos and went straight to the core of the mission. Mission: successfully break off the engagement with the male lead and survive. Successfully breaking off the engagement, what a thrill. Ran girl, you and Shanner have been childhood sweethearts since you were little. Are you really going to leave him? The elder opposite her looked heartbroken, as if she had committed an unforgivable sin. Although Bianran hadn't absorbed the memories, she instinctively disliked this kind of coercive persuasion. She chuckled lightly, her tone full of disdain. We're just childhood friends. I'm not his mom, nor his dad. Why should I accompany him for a lifetime? If you want him to recognize me as his godmother, I could take care of him for 3 years. How about that? You. Such outrageous behavior. The old man was furious, clutching his chest, pointing at Bianran and angrily scolding. Bianran let out a cold laugh. Who do you think you are? Talking about outrageous behavior? I'll show you a thing or two, don't go around making a mess here. The old man's face turned bright red with anger, gritting his teeth, yet he was helpless. He suddenly turned to the middle-aged man beside Bianran, his voice sharp like needles. Bianqing. Is this how you teach your daughter? She doesn't have the slightest demeanor of a proper young lady. Bianqing raised his eyebrows coldly, his voice steady yet barbed. Old Wang, stop nagging. No matter what my daughter's personality is like, she is the #1 genius in Hongfeng City. The path she will walk in the future is something your son won't catch up to even in 3 generations. He paused, his tone growing heavier. Return the engagement token obediently. From now on, the Bian family might still leave some face for your Wang family in Hongfeng City. Wang Chongshan's face turned livid with rage, his eyes glaring wide. It was your Bian family who proposed the marriage in the first place. Now that you see my Xiano like this, you come to break off the engagement. Doesn't your conscience hurt? His voice was filled with hysterical anger. Impossible. Of course not. 2 cold voices immediately followed. It was the father and daughter of the Bian family, their seamless coordination chilling to the bone. You. Wang Chongshan pointed at them, gritting his teeth, wanting to say more, but ultimately bit his lip. This engagement, my Wang family will never break off. If you have the guts, come and attack my Wang family. Bianqing let out a long sigh, his tone carrying both weariness and calculation. Old Wang, why bother? It's just not being in-laws, there's no need to resort to knives and guns. As he spoke, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes, pondering how to save the Bian family from this impending annihilation crisis if the Wang family truly refused to break off the engagement. Bianran rolled her eyes on the side, thinking, why is breaking off an engagement so troublesome? Are you breaking it off or not? If you don't, I'll beat up your son every day until he cries for his parents. Wang Ch. How can you be so heartless? He looked at his son with concern, but at this moment, his son could only endure the beating. Father. If they want to withdraw, let them withdraw. A crisp voice came from outside the hall. A tall young man strode in with a gust of wind, bypassing Bianran and standing beside Wang Chongshan. The young man was dressed in dark training attire, his hair tightly tied, his back straight. His features were youthful yet handsome, with suppressed anger in his eyes. This was the male lead of this story. Bianran glanced at him, calculating in her mind, the cultivation world has no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women, and this boy's looks are quite good. But what she cared more about was what he had just said. Can you make the decision? The young man was about to speak when Wang Chongshan grabbed his shoulder firmly, his voice cold and hard. Please leave, the Wang family absolutely disagrees with this matter. Bianran and Bianqing exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. They hadn't expected the Wang family to neither give face nor yield to pressure. But while Wang Chongshan could hold his ground, the young man might not. The smile in Bianran's eyes lacked warmth, her tone sarcastic and provocative. I wouldn't want to marry a husband who lives off a woman. Bianqing followed up aggressively. Our Bian family wouldn't want to be in-laws with a burden like your Wang family either. Words like sharp blades pierced the air. The fury in the young man's eyes was almost tangible. He wished he could tear the arrogant girl in front of him to pieces. He understood his father's concerns. The family's only foundation establishment first-layer cultivator had died, while the Bian family now had a foundation establishment second-layer cultivator. A marriage alliance was necessary. But they would never allow their own and their father's dignity to be trampled upon. Thinking of this, the young man clenched his fists tightly, exuding a murderous aura, gritting his teeth, his expression ferocious like a beast. Father. Break off the engagement.